Go.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious, and don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
I drink your milkshake.
Hello, and welcome to In the Can Movies.
Take 30.
My name's Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And did you see that I mixed up the intro? I always intro the same way. I thought I'd mix it up.
Yeah.
I always go like, all right, and then trying to get out of the habit here.
Yeah, you're trying to get something. I like my habit, so I'll keep my habit, but...
Yeah, I definitely do. So today we're going to talk about Chinatown. It was your pick for this week, Jared.
Yeah,
And we're also going to discuss a book that you read that I gave you for your birthday. It's Rebel Without a Crew, written by Robert Rodriguez, right?
Yep, Robert Rodriguez.
About making his first movie. But I should mention, I have a new writer over at the Advanced Titan, the newspaper that I work for. He's a freshman. He's never wrote for a newspaper before, but he's all gung-ho about writing, and
Cool.
he's a massive movie junkie.
Cool.
Like he knows what Letterboxd is. I've been waiting for somebody like him on campus for a long time, and it's like my last semester I finally meet somebody who's in my tribe. And he's like,
how old is he?
He's like 18. He's like new blood.
Okay.
But he said that like 2 years ago he watched like 400 and something movies within a year.
Nice.
And he's really into art films, and he's subscribed to the Criterion Collection. I think you would like him even more than I do. So
Really?
I think I'm going to try to get him on my podcast.
What's his name?
His name's Owen.
Owen.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think I asked him to check out the podcast, so he might be listening to this. So if you are, hello, Owen.
Hi, Owen.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
This will be the start of a beautiful friendship.
Yeah. And also, his writing is very, very good, especially for not having written for a publication before. He's very talented. I'll
thank
send you one
God.
of his stories sometime.
Okay. It would have been really
Letterboxd-
terrible if it's like, oh, this dude's so cool, but his writing is shit. Like,
Oh no, he wrote a really long, like 1,000-word review for the Gags the Clown movie, and also the History Club screened The Pianist, so I had him do a review on that.
really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And we
Another
both
Polanski
watched.
movie.
Yeah, I was gonna say we both watch Polanski movies. On Letterboxd, it says his favorite movie is Day for Night, followed by Casablanca, The Third Man, and then Twin Peaks.
A Francois Truffaut movie is his
Yeah.
favorite movie. Interesting.
Yeah, so he's an interesting guy, and he's a bit of an introvert. So I think I've kind of been taking him under my wing a bit and showing him the ropes of the AT, the Advanced Titan and stuff. So
Cool.
I look forward to having him on the show.
Yeah, for sure.
So let's get into it here. Have you been watching anything this week besides Chinatown?
So I saw Chinatown. I'm actually trying to watch movies more now, like for real.
We're actually switching it up because I haven't been watching a whole lot lately.
So I haven't seen a lot. I'm like kind of doing it. I want to watch another movie tonight. This will be my third night in a row watching a movie if I watch one tonight.
Cool.
Dude, work, man. But I finally saw mid-90s, and I fucking loved it, dude.
Really?
I loved it. Like, it was so good. Like, part of it, I think, is, like, I grew up in a pretty, like, low-income working class neighborhood.
Can you just describe what the movie is real quick for the listeners?
Yeah, so mid-90s is Jonah Hill's directorial debut, and it's about this kid who's probably, like, if I had to guess, like, 11 or 12, maybe 13. He, like, lives in California, and he starts getting involved with mostly, I think, like, 14, but mostly, like, 17-year-olds in the, like, skateboarding subculture of the mid-90s in, like, Los Angeles area. And, yeah, that's pretty much what it is. And it's the thing I really liked about it, it's a very, like, slice-of-life thing. It kind of immerses you in this subgroup. There's no forced plot. There's no, like, attempt to, like, turn it into anything other than sort of, like, kids living lives and, like, finding these characters. But I really liked it a lot because, like, I grew up in, like I said, kind of like a working class, low-income neighborhood, and there were a ton of skate kids, and they were all older than me. And I didn't know how to skate, but I hung out with them because they were the only kids around. But they were all way older than me, and they smoked and they drank and they like talked exactly like a lot of the guys in in the show talk, and like my mom actually didn't let me hang out with them for a while, like the mom did. They used to come over. They're all like, I think they're all like about 5 years older than me, but they always used to come over because I had a basketball hoop in my garage. So it'd be like 8 or 9 of them. They'd like come over and play basketball, and they would like rough me up a bunch because I was so much smaller. But it was good, like practice, I guess, for basketball. But yeah, it was like, it just reminded me so much of a lot of those guys. And I thought it like, just everything about, there wasn't a moment I didn't like watching it. It didn't go like insanely emotional. It didn't get like, it got pretty emotional in some parts, not like the level of like drama of like Bergman or anything like that, obviously, but I thought it was really well written. I thought the characters were well made. Like, to me, it's 4.5 right now, and on a second viewing, I'd probably give it 5 stars. I just never give a 5-star review usually to a movie I haven't seen at least twice, but I like absolutely loved it. I don't remember what year that came out, and I'd have to see the other movies, but it might be my favorite movie of that year. I thought it was fantastic.
Wow, I didn't have that as strong of a reaction, though I did like it. I thought the movie was very authentic. They feel like real people. And I imagine for a lot of the case, they're kind of playing themselves, these kids. But the only issue I really had with it was that it was kind of exactly what I thought it was going to be and not much more. But I still enjoyed it.
Yeah. I thought it would be a lot more like, it avoids like the cliches of like, oh, this little kid gets in it and like becomes a great skater or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, it just, I think it was such a great slice of life movie. There's not enough movies made like that. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I gave that one like 3 stars on Letterboxd. It's worth checking out for sure.
Definitely.
Yeah. What else have you been watching?
Honestly, not a lot. Like, a big one, The Great British Baking Show came back to Netflix. And I love that. It's such a nice show because it just relaxes me so much.
I've heard that it's a really good show. The one thing that bothers me, I can't get over the fact that they're making food outside. It's like, that seems unsanitary.
They're in a tent. Dude, and the guy who like he's like a commentator kind of guy, like a host, he's old Greg.
Oh, I think that's one of those memes that I missed.
Yeah. He's like, Baileys? You ever drink Baileys from a shoe? Like, old Greg, but he's such a nice guy in the show. I like it a lot. I like it because it's not so like cutthroat competitive like a lot of American shows are. Like, it's just so mellow and like, yeah, just relaxing. I really dig it. Yeah. So I've been watching that. And I have, it was my birthday on the 2nd, you know, and I have a free ticket for the Alamo, and I still haven't spent it, so I'm kind of freaking out. But I checked it out. I have 30 days to do it, and I might go check out The Shining in theaters soon.
Dude, I think I'm going to do that too. They're screening it at Marcus in 4K.
The Shining?
Yeah, I might go to that tomorrow.
Oh, sick. Yeah.
Didn't you say you were going to go to 2001: A Space Odyssey?
Yeah, we didn't do it because Kayla and I couldn't get seats together that weren't like in the very far end in the front of the theater. Oh, okay. And the thing with the caveat of my free ticket is I can't use it online. I have to use it in person, so I can't use it as like a reservation ticket. Oh. So it kind of limits me that way. Okay. But I really want to use it. I feel like such a waste. And it sucks too. I should have been born a little bit later because there's so many good movies coming out in like early to mid-October. Like, yeah, I would have loved to have used it for like the Lighthouse or something, but such is life. So.
I really have been... I used to see like a movie every week, but I haven't seen a movie in the theater in over a month. Yeah. Because there just hasn't been a lot of good stuff, but there's so much good stuff coming out in October.
Yeah, I'm excited.
I feel like we're going to have a lot of mutual reviews in October.
Yeah, which is good. Is Uncut Gems, is that coming out in theaters?
I don't know. I don't think Good Time got a wide release. So
it definitely didn't.
But that film had, put them on the map, so maybe. I mean, it's A24, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
And we get some A24 stuff in the smaller cities, so
good for you.
And it's Adam Sandler. So.
Yeah. Did you watch the trailer for that?
Yeah, I did.
Oh my god. It looks so good.
He looks like Ringo.
Yeah. I'm so excited for that movie. He's good too, and he's in a decent role. When he's not making his own movies, he's pretty good.
Adam Sandler is actually, I think he's a very talented actor. It's just when he makes his own stuff, he's just doing it for a paycheck so he can go on vacation.
Exactly.
So he's not invested.
Exactly.
It's not art for him.
Yeah, but he is good when he like applies himself to the roles and stuff.
Yeah.
For sure.
The Safdie brothers movies, they have such like a dirty quality to them, very muddy looking and gritty, and I really appreciate that.
A huge part of that is because all of their movies, it's the setting. You know, their style is essentially just an extension of like the grittier parts of Manhattan, which is like where all their movies take place. You know, like New York. It's kind of like a throwback. You know, it's almost like some of those old '70s independent films that were in New York, like. Mm-hmm. They totally, like, their style completely comes from their setting, and they really only make movies set there, so.
Yeah, I'm looking really forward to seeing that one for sure. What's the name of the Diamond Thief movie? I've been meaning to check that out. I need to put that on my watch list.
The one the Safdies made?
Yeah.
The Pleasure of Being Robbed.
Okay,
I gotta check that out. The Joy of Being Robbed. It's one of those two.
For what I've been watching, I haven't had a lot of time because I've been so busy with work, but I did see a big one, and I did go to see it for the paper, but I finally saw the Rocky Horror Picture Show for the first time.
You'd never seen that before?
I had seen clips of it, and I didn't think it would be for me, but I had the sense that I wanted to wait because the Time Community Theater is a volunteer run small theater in Oshkosh, and they screen like cult classic movies, and their biggest show is the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and it's an interactive event. They play games beforehand and have costume contests. It's like a big thing. They sell out. They nearly sell out almost every year. So I wanted to wait to see it at that event because I felt like that would be like the real authentic way to do it.
Absolutely.
And I was absolutely right. And I don't think I would have enjoyed it as much if I saw it by myself because I had like this. I didn't understand that the movie was intentionally as cheesy and schlocky as it is.
Yeah.
I thought it was just kind of like a weird anomaly kind of a movie. But right from the beginning, you have the stinging mouth talking about like these B movies referencing. It's like an homage to like B movies, Ed Wood movies.
Yeah, it's very tongue-in-cheek. Like, it knows exactly what it is.
And that paired with, like, one of the first shots of the movie, you could clearly see, like, the boom in the frame. And then, like, the music starts almost immediately. Some of the characters sing directly into the camera. And it feels like it was intentionally made for an interactive experience, like, at the Time Theater. So I feel like it was, like, the right way to watch it. It was such a weird experience because it seemed like the way the movie is, it's as if they're performing it for you. Like, it felt like it was happening live somehow. It was very weird.
Interesting. Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And I really, really, really enjoyed it. I gave it like 4.5 stars. The only issue I had with the movie is that I think it feels its length a bit. In the last 20 minutes, it starts to get kind of exhausting for me. I'm like, okay, I get it. Yeah. Let's wrap it up.
Yeah, fair enough.
But I do kind of want to mention some of the things they did before the show because it was so interesting.
Yeah, go for it.
They played these like really raunchy games beforehand. The first one was they had guys hold up bananas at their crotches, and then these were all audience volunteers that didn't know each other, and female volunteers came up and like they ate the bananas from their crotches, and then women held pies up to their crotches and the guys ate them, and one woman had a chocolate pie, so she put it on her ass. Another game they had, they asked the volunteers to like tell them the name of their father figure or their father, and then they found out that they have to scream that name as if achieving orgasm while impersonating an animal that the audience chose. So it's just and then the MC found an old 1970s era vibrator and held it up to audience members' crotches as they tried to recite their multiplication tables. So it was a very like raunchy adult experience, and it was really fun to watch. Yeah, and some people brought their kids. Like there were some like 8-year-old kids there.
That's weird.
Yeah, it's very strange.
Can't really get a lot out of it. Yeah, it's like not really that crowd.
Yeah, I can only imagine how much more raunchy it would have been if the kids weren't there.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely a great experience, and I would highly recommend watching it at one of those interactive events. I had a smile on my face the whole time.
Yeah. Well, they do that at the Uptown Theater here. Same thing, like Rocky Horror. I've never gone.
Did you
I
ever
should go?
Oh, I was about to ask if you've gone. Yeah, it was. I don't know. It was such an. I'll never forget it. It was a great experience. That was the only other movie I watched besides Chinatown. But I do want to mention a video that was on YouTube that I checked out that was really good. If you're interested in filmmaking, it's a YouTube channel called Rocket Jump Film School. They haven't uploaded in like 2 years, but they just randomly uploaded this video about the history of the doppelganger effect, where like the same actor plays two people in the same shot and interact with each other.
Oh,
it was like
yeah,
the whole...
I saw that.
Did you watch the whole thing?
No, I didn't watch it. I just saw it.
Oh, it was so cool. They went through the history of how that effect has evolved throughout the years. And it's really cool stuff. Breaking down exactly how it all works, and it just really makes you see like how much of a magic show filmmaking can be. It was really amazing. Yeah. But we're gonna introduce a new segment on the podcast because Jared, you're starting pre-production on a feature, and well, in the very beginning phases of it, and we're gonna check in with you every once in a while, and we're thinking of a name for the segment, and I came up with what's the deal? That's my best Jerry Seinfeld impression.
Oof. Was
that bad?
We'll get the real Jerry in, I think, on it. Yeah, that was
what's
pretty rough.
What's the deal?
That was better.
So what's the deal with with your movie? You wanted to voice what's going on with it. So
yeah, and I want to spitball some ideas I have with you too about it.
Not
sure. Yeah. Oh, you'll figure it out. So big thing. I had a huge breakthrough. I haven't touched the script in about 2 months. I've been working on the script for 3 years. And I hadn't touched it for a long time, but I finally wrote my first full new scene. Yeah, on Sunday. And it was the first time I've touched the script for like 2 months. And it was like, I'm a real, like, I know this is really like never how you're supposed to do it, but I'm kind of a boom or bust kind of writer. Like throughout the day, I'll like continually think about notes and I'll write them down, like either on actual, like in a journal I keep. I have like, I think 3 journals full of notes that I've taken for this movie. And then I also keep, like, if I don't have my journals with me, I type it on like a Evernote, like a note thing.
Dude, Evernote is where it's at.
It is.
If you're an organized person and you like taking notes on things, get the program Evernote. It's fucking awesome.
And it's free. It's great.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do that. So I do a lot of notes, and like the script has been really hard. So the last 3 years as I've been writing it, I've also been applying to grants for it, and that's how I want to fund it. I want to fund it through a grant because Minnesota has a lot of good grant programs. So the ideas have really developed. I'm honestly glad I haven't gotten a grant yet because it's become so much better the more I think about it, but I feel like it's going to be hard for me to really like finish the script until I'm given that, like, okay, you have money and a deadline now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's like I've got all the raw material and then some, and now it's like shaping it. But like every time I like think about something, like little things come in and add it and make it better. So I'm like happy about that. So I wrote a scene. But a thing I'm really thinking about right now, and this is kind of like impinging me from like writing any further, because I don't like finish really, like when I write a script, like some people write and then they would like just shoot coverage or figure out how they want to shoot it on set, and I'm a very pre-visual person. Like every single shot is in my head, like, so I don't ever shoot, or I don't ever like say a scene is finished until I've literally like in my mind like every single shot is figured out.
I think we have a similar creative process, Jared.
Yeah.
When I write stories, I take little notes whenever I think of something, and usually, they usually say your first draft is shit, but I guess I've had a lot of experience writing already, and usually I don't have to change a whole lot structure wise when I do my first draft. It's like already written in my head.
Yeah.
Before I start typing, so the actual the research process and the note-taking process is the long part for me, but when I actually sit down to actually type up a story, it's very quick.
Yeah, and like when I shot my movie, like I shot no coverage. Like I shot every single scene just from the angles I knew I wanted to cut it. Like it was already in my head. And I guess like John Ford did a similar thing, but like I actually didn't know that wasn't usual. So like the first time I was on a set with a bunch of people, I hadn't like done it before, and I was directing, I shot a scene, and they were like, well, do you want to get like the close-up or the wide for it? And I was like, what are you talking about? Like that was the scene. Like it never even occurred to me to not know what you wanted it to look like before you shot.
It's very risky to not shoot coverage.
I never knew that.
You could really screw stuff up.
Nobody told me that. I always thought the job of the director was to know what they wanted in their head. Like I never even knew. And then I learned.
I feel like if I were making a feature film, I would have really bold creative choices in terms of shots, but I feel like I would also shoot coverage just in case I screw something up, so you don't have to do reshoots or anything like that, because I wouldn't be confident
coverage
in my
takes
abilities.
Time, though.
Yeah,
coverage
that's true.
takes time. And money. Yep, exactly. Anyway, so the big thing I'm like thinking about with this right now is I'm thinking about like the aspect ratio of the movie and what I want the aspect ratio to be. And some of that is like, so what were you saying?
Sorry, I was just chuckling because I was gonna pitch that you should make the first movie in a vertical format like an iPhone.
That would suck.
Oh my god, yeah.
So I was like thinking about it, and I think so if I did like widescreen, like 2.35 or 2.4, you know, I would like actually want to shoot on anamorphic lenses. Like I wouldn't want to just crop it in post. So that's an idea, but also like I don't know. I think that like adds a lot of I know that adds a lot of time, and like those are harder to light for sometimes, and like they give you a naturally shallower depth of focus, so like it'll be harder to do movement. And I was thinking about the 4x3, and there's some really a positive for the 4x3 is I like staging in depth way more than I like staging like
left to right.
Yeah, so I really like the depth 4x3 kind of like pushes intrinsically, and I like moving the camera in depth rather than like left to right too. So like just like my own personal tastes, it kind of like makes sense for that. But the thing I think with a 4x3 is like you're really limited on, it just doesn't look wide enough sometimes, I think, and you're like kind of limited on like how you can block people because you have such a smaller area. And also it's like I feel like sometimes with movies, especially now, like when there's such a choice that's so intentional, like 4x3, like the talk about it being shot in that aspect ratio like almost dominates the actual movie.
Yeah,
you know,
it becomes a gimmick to some people.
Exactly. And I just don't want to like make it and have that be a thing where it's just like a gimmick, you know, or like, oh, you shot in 4x3, like, which is weird because I was talking to Kayla about it, and she said she doesn't even really notice when aspect ratios are different. She just like really like, and that's most people. I think most people just care about the story, you know.
Yeah, I remember I watched Grand Budapest Hotel with somebody, and you know there's like 4 different storylines and 4 different timelines, and they each have different aspect ratios.
Yeah.
And when I mentioned it to the person I watched it with after the movie, and they were like, I didn't even notice.
No, people don't.
And one of them was
that.
like a square aspect ratio. Like, how do you not notice that?
I know, people just like and that's the thing. Like, aspect ratios are kind of at the end of the day kind of an academic discussion, because what people really remember is like the story and the emotions, and like they don't really care. Unless it's
if your movie's good, that's what happens.
Exactly. So, I don't know. What do you think about the 4x3 aspect ratio?
I think it's an interesting decision, although I think that negative aspects of it is, at least right now, it seems like the only movies that are made by 4:3 tend to automatically have like an inherent, like, this is an artistic movie kind of a thing, to stigma to it.
Yeah.
So it'd be hard to like do like a comedy or something with a 4:3. Like, as soon as you decide to shoot a 4:3, I feel like people are going to be more critical of your movie because it's like, this person's trying to make an artistic statement, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know if that makes sense. I feel like it doesn't to me, but I feel like to some people it might come off as like pretentious, like, ooh, look at me, I'm being different. I don't feel that way, but I feel like some people might.
And that's why I almost want to avoid that entirely. Yeah. You know what I mean? And by choosing like a more like 1.85 aspect ratio, you know, is a little bit thinner than 16:9, which is what most TVs are. And I feel like if you just do that, like, you're not going to catch a bunch of flack from people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I feel like if you have a strong reason why your story should be told in this aspect ratio, then I think you're safe.
Yeah.
You know, like if you were making a movie that you wanted to feel claustrophobic or something, that would be a good idea. You know, if it fits within the themes or whatever, I think that's when it's the strongest.
See, and I think like some of those things can just kind of like, there's a lot of practical questions that kind of inflame that, because like small intimate movies can be shot on anamorphic and widescreen. I've seen them before, you know?
Yeah.
And like big, like I've seen some of my favorite landscape shots are shot in 4:3. So it's like Kelly Reichardt made, I'm like losing the name of the movie. Oh, Meek's Cut Off. And like, it's a movie about people on the prairie, like traveling in Oregon, in the Oregon desert. And it has some of the most like breathtaking landscapes I've ever seen. And it's in 4:3. So like some of those things, it's not necessarily what I'm thinking about the most. I'm almost more thinking about like how staging would work, you know, like what the compositions would look like how do those compositions like change my story, you know, because like things like 1.85 and 16:9, I think since they're closer to the golden ratio, they can create really like harmonious looking compositions, you know, which is nice. And 2.35 is good because it's instantly like, okay, I'm watching a movie, and it's also, it leaves so much negative space though, which I think can be nice sometimes, but it also is like totally shit at framing close-ups, which like close-ups are my favorite shots, so it doesn't feel like it makes sense for me to shoot anything in 2.35.
Yeah. I would see 4:3 as a bit of a limitation, but I think you can really do some really interesting stuff by giving yourself limitations. That's the best thing you could do as an artist.
Yeah. Yeah, I almost want to shoot in like 1.5:1, just like an aspect ratio that's not even 1.
Yeah.
And just like, why not? You know, who cares? Like, if nobody really cares, like, just do whatever, you know? Or
you could even just do 1:1, because people are used to that now with Instagram and like Facebook video. So that could be interesting.
Yeah, that's true. I think, and this is the thing too with like I don't know how to describe it, but like, so at my work, most of the stuff pretty much everything I shoot is 16:9, because it's mostly made for like web and TV. You know, yeah. I work at a TV station, so it's gonna be 16:9, and I always find myself like, I kind of frame. I don't like love 16:9. I always feel like I give a little bit more headroom than I want to, and it doesn't like feel as tight. But then like, I've like taken some of the footage and like played around with different aspect ratios like in my sequences and stuff at work sometimes, and like I really don't like how wide stuff looks. Like, I don't know, I've never found an aspect ratio that I like love, I guess.
Whenever I talk about this aspect ratio stuff, I'm always reminded of this Family Guy joke. It was like they were in the movie theater, and there was a narrator, and he goes, and now the original version of Lawrence of Arabia in its original format, and it was like, it showed the movie theater screen. It was like a sliver line of color all the way across the screen.
I remember that. Yeah.
That was really funny.
It is really funny.
But I'm glad you're thinking about this so hard because, there's so many. It's not something a lot of people think about when they're watching movies, like you said, but it can make a difference on your subconscious. Sometimes whenever I go to the theater and a movie is shot on 16:9 and it fills the entire screen, I always think like, why isn't this widescreen? Like, this isn't a movie.
Yeah, exactly, dude. That's what I'm talking about. Like, and the 4:3 thing, like, it is, like, you're right, it gives that sort of, like, artistic thing, which, I mean, I'm making, like, a drama that I would consider myself more interested in, like, more experimental or, like, artsy drama, so, like, whatever. But, yeah, I don't know how much I want to, like, keep that sort of, like, stereotype to it, and, like, yeah, I just don't want the shit that, like, deals with it. And 16:9, there's just something, like, missing to it. It's just not, I don't know.
Well, it doesn't feel special because you see it all the time. I think that's all it is.
I think I might just shoot it in a circle.
Do a triangle. Do the first triangle movie.
Okay, the only triangle thing I've ever seen shot, Kanye West's music video for I Am a God is shot in a triangle. And it kind of looks really fucking awesome. It's like totally a thing that would only work as like a short form like music video or something, but it looks pretty cool.
I can see that.
There was a movie in China, I think, that was shot called I Am Not Madame Bovary, and it was shot in a circular aspect ratio. Yeah. So it's been done before. It looks kind of pretty, honestly. It's got this very something quality, but then that is like such a gimmicky thing, Wes
Anderson could pull it off.
Yeah.
I bet. Yeah. Is there any real quick, can you share what your movie is going to be about, or do you not want to give that away?
No, I could do that. So it's about a son taking care of his mother who has late stage Alzheimer's. Yeah.
How old is the son and how old is the mother?
The mother's going to be like 80, 90, and then the son's going to be like 50, 60. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be that, and then there's also going to be like the other half of it is going to be sort of like the financial difficulties arisen by like that situation, like medical debt, like the challenge of paying rent, like the challenge of taking care of someone full time and like not really having, like you don't get paid the amount you need to live necessarily in that situation, and you can't like go get a job because you have to be a full-time caretaker, so there's like that sort of like material like social concern in there that I don't want to like beat over the head, but kind of just like I really wanted to make something that took these things we always talk about in this political way and like this way we always think of as like, yeah, totally based in politics, but like sort of show the realities people live and why those like considerations and questions aren't just like political questions. They're just like, how the kind of situations we force people to be in because of our politics in our society. And then like, what does that like look like on a day-to-day basis for real people? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I don't want it to feel like political, but they are a product of a society they live in. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that sounds pretty heavy.
Yeah.
Just based on that premise alone, I had kind of a nutty idea. I don't know if this is anything that would be something you'd be interested in, but like as soon as you said that, I started to think like, what if you told the story from like the mother's perspective, and as like her Alzheimer's deteriorates her mind more, things start happening subtly. Like maybe you switch out the actor with somebody who looks similar to him, so like she's not recognizing her son, and we see that, or something like that.
I've been thinking about like how can Alzheimer's inform the like form of the film.
Yeah,
I was thinking about that, and I think I don't want to be too presumptuous about that experience, because I like have no clue.
Well, you could always talk to people like, who
have Alzheimer's and
try to capture what that might be like.
And I'm also trying to figure out too, like, because the core, I think, of like what I'm interested in isn't necessarily Alzheimer's, it's the caretaker, Like,
Okay.
and Alzheimer's kind of, to me, it's this interesting situation because the thing I like about it is, like, caring for someone with Alzheimer's, you're caring for them and you love them, but they don't really at a certain point in Alzheimer's, and I'm talking about, like, I'm setting it late stage Alzheimer's, so we're post-verbal, like they don't, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
late stage is like post-verbal, like can't go to the bathroom by themselves, this kind of thing. At that stage, they really don't have anything to sort of give back. So you're almost like loving for the act of loving itself. So there's something really interesting about like the moral, ethical situation there.
Oh, okay.
To me,
Interesting.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that.
Are you implying that, like, in other cases where you're giving love to people, you're getting something back in some way, but in a situation like this, you're not? So
Right.
it has to be pure.
Pure, maybe. This is the thing, is like I don't really have words for it. If I had words for what I was trying to investigate, I would just talk about it and not make a movie about it.
That's a great quote, Jared. I like that. That's interesting.
So yeah,
That's something that would never cross my mind.
yeah. The reason I wanna, it's like been weighing on my soul, the idea, and I don't have words for it, so I'm gonna try to make a movie about it and maybe come to something through it, making the movie. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm looking. We should check up on it again some other time when you get some more. Write another scene or something.
Yeah, for sure. I'm gonna try to do it more just so I can update you more, which is fucking great for me. I need deadlines. It's impossible to create without deadlines. Truly.
Yeah, I'm with working in a newspaper. We have weekly deadlines, so it forces me to be so productive, which is nice and stressful, but a good stress. Good stress.
Yeah.
You want to talk about Rebel Without a Crew?
Yeah. Let's. I'm trying to think of what I want to talk about it. So I'll just give like a very brief overview, and then maybe we'll just like talk about a little bit of the things that I think are kind of interesting.
Sure.
So it's called Rebel Without a Crew. Robert Rodriguez. He essentially the like long and short of it is he like donated his body to like a medical experiment to raise money. He raised $7,000 in total for this movie called El Mariachi, which is like, I mean, you can check it out, you know, it got a release, but it essentially covers from the time he was in the medical experiment to him like shooting the film. And then a lot of the most interesting stuff to me was all the post stuff. Like he went to Los Angeles with people and tried to sell it to a Spanish video thing, but like people wouldn't take it, and he like started sending it like the trailer for the movie along with a short he made called Bedhead, and like suddenly he was getting like offers from Disney, Columbia Pictures, and TriStar to like get to be on a contract, and TriStar ended up signing him, and like it went to Sundance and it went to the Toronto International Film Festival, and just like he got a 2-movie like contract out of it, or a 3-movie one with like a ton of control, and the movie got released and was like really successful. So it kind of just like went through all of it, and it was really interesting to me. One, $7,000 is a very small sum, and a lot of the grants I apply for are like $10,000. So just on the level of like listening to him and like knowing someone's done it and like kind of knowing what he does, it makes me feel hopeful and makes me like want to do things, which in and of itself is like a great feeling. So
part of the reason why I got you that book is because I knew that you had an idea for a feature film, and I knew that you were struggling on kind of getting the ball rolling on it, and I thought that I heard about this book, and I thought that I might give you some inspiration, because I knew that the movie was made for $7,000, and I was like, shit, Jared can do that.
Yeah.
So I was hoping maybe it would inspire you, and I think it sounds like it did.
Yeah, absolutely. It absolutely did. And I think the thing that was like most interesting to me, because it's like not what people talk about all the time, but like the process of going to Los Angeles and trying to sell your video, sell your movie. Like, it's so, you kind of just like cold call places, and like he just happened to like bump into someone at the public access station he was editing it at who knew an agent in Los Angeles, and that agent opened up like every single door for him. Like,
Nice.
It's incredible. And it was like totally just like random. He met this guy, but it's like so interesting. Just like knowing how many, you know, you talked about last week about like all those knockoff movies made when a big movie comes out.
Yeah.
There's just so many production companies making so many movies out there, you know? And yeah, I think it's wild. Like the ability to just like go to a company and be like, hey, I made this. You should give me twice as much as I made it for. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I imagine that business side of it must be the most irritating part about it. Because I'm sure that if you could, Jared, you would make movies for free just because you want to make them for yourself. But you want to eat.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
So the big question I have for you about this book, and might be a good jumping off point, is I'm curious, can you just tell me like 3 of the biggest lessons that you learned from the book?
Yeah, I think the first lesson I would say from it that was most interesting is like he shot it thinking it was just practice, and then he would raise money from selling it to make another movie, which he would also kind of consider practice. So the whole time he was shooting it, he never, never got ahead of himself. I think that's a big lesson. Like, don't get ahead of yourself. Like, take it for what it is. Like, don't get self-conscious about like, oh, what if this movie gets huge, or what if this, or what if that, and like, just kind of like think about the task at hand, you know? And
Yeah,
like,
be in the moment.
Be in the moment. Like, don't try to make the biggest thing ever. And if it happens to be the biggest thing ever, like it was for him pretty much, like, cool, that's awesome. Like, never would have expected that in a million years, you know? But you don't necessarily have to intentionally be like, this is the movie that's going to give me my big break, you know? Because people think that all the time and it doesn't happen to them. So like, yeah, just be in the moment, like make the thing that matters the most to you. And like, if people dig it, people will, you know?
How much luck do you think tied into his success? And if it's a lot, does that worry you at all?
I think like luck is like, I forgot who said this. It's essential, right? Like luck is just working hard and being in the right place at the right time, pretty much. Like luck is a thing, but like if you weren't working hard and if he didn't have that movie that was like worthwhile, he never could have gotten lucky, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
So no, it doesn't discourage me really at all. That's also a thing. I think it's like, and this is kind of like part of the thing I was like talking about is like luck isn't a thing you can control, so it's not useful to think about the things that would cause luck. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
getting like a big movie contract like depended on the luck he saw that guy and then met an agent. Like, so you can't plan for that. So like, don't worry about it, you know? So no, I don't know. It's just like another thing. I don't get too worried about luck. I don't really think about it. Luck isn't like a useful thing, I don't think.
Well, it's not something you can rely on at all.
Exactly. Yeah.
I know that, you know, everybody who's really successful always attributes luck to their success. And for me personally, that's always like, oh no, I have to just depend on the kindness of strangers or just sheer odds or something.
Well, dude,
but you're right.
Like,
there is a lot of skill that plays into it.
It is. Sure. And there's like my current job right now, I was an AmeriCorps member at this station, and it got new leadership, and like half the staff had to get fired, and they had to hire someone to cover some of the jobs they were fired, and I was there. Like, it's totally, I was just in the right place at the right time, you know?
One of my favorite inspirational quotes is from Conan O'Brien when he got kicked off the Tonight Show. He goes, you know, he was almost in tears because, you know, of all this horrible shit that happened to him over at NBC. And he leaves the Tonight Show by saying, bad things may happen, but if you work hard and be kind, good things will happen. Yeah. And I always remember that.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think as long as you're, like, working on what you want to do, just be, like, putting in work, you know? Like, what will be, you know? And there's also the thing, too, of, like, would it be cool if I made this and, like, maybe by the time I was 29, something came of it? Yeah. But, like, if I just keep on grinding and I make 3 films in the next 20 years, and I like the one I make when I'm like 44 is a thing, like it happened when it happened, you know, and like at that age you're so much wiser and all that stuff too. So
Yeah.
like I would get more worried if I wasn't doing anything related to what I want to do, but because I'm working at it and I'm like on that and I'm trying to like do so much and I'm working so hard, I can't really fault myself for having or not having luck, you know? Which is like nice, I think, hearing how little like Rodriguez thought about it. Another thing I think I learned from the book too is like really stick to your style. Like everything he did in the movie, he just like loved movies obviously, but like knew what he liked about movies and made his movies very intentionally, like doing the things he likes about movies. And I think just in general that's like a good thing to do. Like don't like choose to do different things because you think an audience might hypothetically like it, you know? Like he just did things because he liked it and other people liked it too. That's like all you can hope for. And I think the thing too is like the last one I'll say, which is related to the business side, is like kind of the know your market thing. Like he was like, I'm going to make this, I'm going to sell it to the Spanish video market. And he watched Spanish videos like that were like on the level he thought his would be. And he's like, well, this is shitty. I could make a better thing than that, you know? So I think like the idea of like, you know, I shouldn't be shooting to make like an A24 movie, you know, because those have millions of dollars of budget and stuff. And like I would just frustrate myself if I was putting myself up against that. But I'll watch like shitty Lifetime dramas or like direct-to-video dramatic movies, and they're like really shitty. So I can be like, well, I can make a better dramatic movie than that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like curtailing expectations. Like if he went into it and he was like watching James Bond movies only, he would be like, well, I could never do that, you know?
Yeah. That's a good point. And you always talk about how you like to watch really low budget stuff.
Yeah. Especially from other countries, because they're so creative with what they're doing because they have much more limited things. And you know, and that's the thing too about like a lot of movies, there's a difference between movies that are art and movies that are products, and it's not just the like actual final output, it's like the intention behind it, you know, and why it's made. And you can just tell a difference. So yeah, like I'll watch those movies and like I'll be like, okay, what did they do that I liked? What did they not do that I liked? Like shitty, like, yeah, like Lifetime dramas or whatever. Like, what is it about drama they're fucking up here, and how can I avoid that? You know, like things like that. Like those are more useful questions to me than like continually just watching the masters, which I do still, but like if I just did that, it would just feel so overwhelming, you know? So,
yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Are there any other like big lessons that you took away from the book? Also, real quick, I imagine that you don't seem like somebody who would be a big fan of Robert Rodriguez's movies. I'm curious how what you feel about the movies that he makes tied into how you felt about the book.
Spy Kids I liked when I was little. I really yeah, his whole thing though is so different from my taste.
Yeah.
And it had zero effect on how I read the book or what I thought about what he was saying.
Okay.
Like it didn't matter at all to me, honestly. Like he's just a different part of like he's a different artist, you know, and he likes other things, and that's cool. And like the things he was saying were more universal. They weren't necessarily like this is how you make a great action movie, you know?
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
So some things about the process are obviously so different, like the way he shot, like he didn't record dialogue on set, and he did a lot of those sort of things. I like know that that's an action movie thing and not really related to what I'm doing, but
yeah,
that doesn't make the like underlying lessons of that important, which, you know, is like emphasize on set the most important part of your movie and make sure you get that right, you know, like things like that. Yeah, yeah, I'm really glad he made it too. I'm glad he published it, and yeah,
I'm definitely
it's really inspiring.
I'm definitely planning on picking up a copy myself and reading it sometime.
You absolutely should.
Yeah. I did want to ask, I know that in the book he has something he calls a 10-minute film school that'll teach you everything you need to know about film school in 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm curious what that was, and if you think it was a good education.
I remember him saying something about, I remember him just saying that you can learn everything you need to in 10 minutes. I don't remember if he said this is my 10-minute film school in the book.
I could have sworn there was the last chapter was like a 10-minute film school, like a short chapter that was like everything you need to know or something like that.
I wish I had the book right by me right now.
Oh.
I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. Well, is there anything else you wanted to mention about that before we get into Chinatown here?
No, it's definitely worth reading though. Like inspiring filmmaker or inspiring whatever, or just like an enthusiast of film. Like it's a really good read. Check it out.
Cool. All right, let's go to Chinatown, Jared.
Yeah, let's go to Chinatown.
All right, we're going to play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
Los Angeles, 1937. There are lots of guys like J.J. Gittes. They're easy to find, if you want to find them.
Mr. Gittes, have we ever met?
Well, no.
Never?
Never.
Since you agree with me that we've never met before, you must also agree with me that I've never hired you to do anything, certainly not spy on my husband. I don't get tough with anyone, Mr. Gittes. My lawyer does.
You do your job. And sometimes you find the answers to questions that should never be asked.
All right, Jared, this week was your choice. We watched Chinatown, 1974, Roman Polanski movie. Jack Nicholson. Why don't you introduce it for us here?
Yeah, so Chinatown is a neo-noir movie from 1974, like you said. I chose it. So I watched this in college, and I loved it. For like more thematic stuff that we can kind of get to later, because we'll like cover the basics of it right now. But I never really liked noir movies very much. Like 40s noir movies never really vibed with me, but this movie I've always really liked. It's about essentially, so Jack Nicholson is a private investigator, and the very first shot of the movie is like these series of photographs of this wife with this, or this woman with this guy, and it kind of zooms out, and it ends up being the husband is holding the photographs, and they're proof of an affair.
Classic way to start a noir film.
Yeah, but
great way to start.
And it's so great. So Jack Nicholson is so like such a smart. I like the whole movie, and the movie's like, you know, self-aware of its noir roots, because it happens in the whole room as it goes out is like, it's got that Venetian blind, like light and shadow, and he does it, and he starts like hitting the guys, he's like crying, and Jack Nicholson is like, take it easy, I got those Venetian blinds. He's like, I got those Venetian blinds installed last week. It's such a good one, like right away. Like, I am so self-conscious of being in a noir movie. He's like, I just got those Venetian blinds. It's so good.
You know, for some reason, I don't know why, but I didn't catch on to the fact that it was tongue-in-cheek like that. I don't know why. I'm probably gonna have to watch this again.
I mean, I don't think it was like super tongue-in-cheek the whole movie, but Jack Nicholson's whole character is just kind of that way. And I think that one line worked well as that. I don't think it was like necessarily this thing of the whole movie was that way, but there was like the sense of humor that Nicholson brought to his role. So anyway, what happens is some other woman comes in, and same thing, like, I think my husband's cheating on me, I want proof. He is the head engineer of like the utility and water for Los Angeles, and Los Angeles is in the middle of the drought, and he starts following him, and corruption stuff and like mystery and all that stuff ensues.
Yeah.
It takes, and I think it's a thing too, it takes a while for you to realize you're not just watching a movie about someone who might be having an affair. It takes a turn, but it takes a while to get there.
It reminds me of Vertigo a lot in that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was constantly being reminded of Vertigo throughout this.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, being sent on a mission that turns out not to be exactly what you think it is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the whole time you're like with Jack Nicholson, you know, so you're continually getting information as he's getting information. So it's really hard to be like a step ahead of the movie in any way, I think. Yeah. So how do you wanna tackle this? What do you wanna like say your first thoughts and feelings about the movie, or what do you wanna do?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I too am actually not a big fan of film noir movies. I would like to be one because they seem really cool on their surface, but I always just find them so boring. I can't help it. And honestly, I did feel that a bit with this movie, although I did enjoy this movie. I did enjoy watching it. I'm glad I watched it. But the things that I enjoyed most about it were the technical aspects and not so much the story. I really love the cinematography, the blocking, the shot composition is always really, really good. And the score, I can't remember who did the score, but the score is really good. It starts out with those like old timey credits and everything.
Yeah,
I really like that.
Yeah.
I really like Jack Nicholson's performance.
Jerry
Goldsmith. It reminded me a lot of those Hitchcock Bernard Herrmann scores. I really like Jack Nicholson's performance. This is like, even though he's not doing the, he is smarmy, but he's not as smarmy as we usually see him.
Yeah.
I really like, this is like classic Jack Nicholson. Like when people do Jack Nicholson impressions, they're doing an impression of him from this movie. Do you remember the movie The Brave Little Toaster?
Yeah.
The air conditioner. The guy's doing an impression of Jack Nicholson, and it sounds exactly like he does in this movie. The air conditioner is like, he doesn't love us anymore. I can't do it justice, but I got a kick out of that. But the elements that I didn't like so much were a lot of the plot stuff. I found myself getting kind of lost, and I feel like if I watched it again, I'd be able to follow it more.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of scenes with just people talking and discovering information, and that's the kind of stuff in film noir that I just don't like because it's not very visual.
Can you give me an example of a scene in the movie?
I'm trying to think specifically. I have a hard time remembering character names, but basically any scene where they're just in an office talking and like there's like a close-up on like a document that Jack Nicholson sees and he's putting the pieces together. I find myself a little bored by those scenes. And I do think that the movie feels its length for me personally for that reason. Basically what I'm trying to say is the only elements that I didn't like about this movie were the film noir elements, which like you, I tend not to like film noir movies. My favorite film noir movie is Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
A very
and
visual movie.
This movie actually reminded me a lot of Who Framed Roger Rabbit, and I'm not saying that ironically. I feel like Roger Rabbit was inspired heavily by this movie.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like plot beats that are very similar, and it might just be because it might just be following film noir conventions, but it did remind me of that movie a lot for some reason. But I did enjoy watching it. The visual elements when they were there were my favorite parts. There's a shot. There's a few like long take shots that I really liked.
Yeah. Yeah, the blocking is spectacular, like you said.
Yeah.
Like people are just in such a great place in the frame all the time, and it's very like useful. Like it's so thought out, you know, and it just like works really well. Like when people are outside a door, the blocking scene that I always think of is when Mrs. Mulray, Faye Dunaway's character, is coming out of, I think, the coroner's office after the thing happens. I don't know if we want to go into spoilers.
No, that's okay. I mean,
okay.
This movie was made in 1974, so we're safe.
That's true. Yeah, go see the fucking movie if you haven't. She sees her husband's dead body, and she comes out and she's talking to police inside the office, and outside Giddy's, Jack Nicholson's character, is
in the background.
In the background with another one, and he's kind of pacing around, and he ends up saying something when it's necessary for the scene to continue, but it's like so well structured visually. And I think that's a big reason I don't mind like a lot of those scenes you're talking about, because the visual structure still is like purposeful and intentional in the movie. And I think Nicholson too does a good job of like those scenes. His character adds enough to make it like funny or like interesting when those like information scenes are happening. So I don't feel like it like loses pace, because I think Nicholson's performance kind of keeps it on the level, for me at least. Yeah. You know what I mean?
I also, I do, for sure. And I also really like the color palette of this movie. It's kind of warm colors, kind of almost like a sepia tone. I noticed at the beginning of the film, it wasn't throughout the entire film, but the opening scene that was reminiscent of a lot of film noir with the Venetian blinds, like you said. I noticed there was a vignette on the corners of the screen in that scene.
Yeah.
I don't know if you caught on to that.
Yeah.
I liked all that kind of stuff.
It's pretty. It's like Technicolor, and and you know, film noir, you know, black film is usually black and white, but I think this is a film that takes, you know, its neo-noir update and like uses colorful in a way that's, it still accentuates the story, you know what I mean? It doesn't become distracting, and it doesn't really hurt the tone. Like, it still feels like a noir, because, you know, film noirs are so caught up also in like a sort of cynicism and a pessimism, and they're a dark movie, and they usually don't have happy endings, and this movie definitely goes dark and like doesn't have a happy ending, and it really sustains that, I think, throughout the whole movie.
I feel like if I hadn't watched Ace on Z's before this one, the ending would have had more of an impact. Because I was watching this with Rachel.
Yeah.
And she hasn't seen Ace on Z's, and the film ends. Spoiler. It has something to do with incest, with a father having a child with his daughter, and she's trying her best to hide her daughter from him. That's sort of what it ends up being about. And Rachel goes, "That's fucked up." And in my head, I was thinking, "You think that's fucked up?"
Yeah. This is the second movie where familial incest happens.
Yeah, we got a running theme going on here. I will tell you my favorite sequence in the movie. First of all, I think the first half of the movie is much better than the second half. The second half is where I started to kind of look at my watch a little bit. Because of there were so many pieces of information. I was having a hard time keeping them all in my head.
Yeah.
So after a while, I lost track and I stopped being invested. But again, like I said, I feel like if I watch it a second time, it'll be a better experience.
Definitely.
But my favorite sequence is when he's following. Is it Mr. Mulray?
Yeah.
He's following Mr. Mulray, and then it's a night shot. You see Jack Nicholson in the foreground, and this lighthouse in the background, and the water all of a sudden comes out of the tube, and it makes Mr. Mulray look behind, and then there's this great shot where you see Mr. Mulray in the distance, and then you see like this close up of him, and it's like, and then you see the lighthouse in the background. Like, he's been spotted. It's such a creepy shot, and I really, really love that sequence. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Part of the film noir stuff that I really liked is some of the investigative stuff that's all visual. Like, I really liked Jack Nicholson taking out like a drawer full of stopwatches, and he puts one underneath the car. So, and then when the car runs over it, he knows what time he left.
Yeah.
Mike Ehrmantraut from Breaking Bad does something similar to that. I don't know if you remember, where he puts the carbon paper underneath the doormat, so he knows if there's somebody in his house.
Yeah, I remember that.
It reminded me of that a lot. So I really like all those visual kind of stuff. It's the dialogue heavy scenes that that I had issue with.
One of the big appeals of this movie to me is like essentially it's a movie about a public utility, water, that is like totally necessary for people to live and for like, crops to live or die, and like it's totally dependent on the function of the city, and it's happening during a drought. But
I kept thinking about somebody poisoned the water hole. Woody, yeah.
Yeah. But it's so about like oligarchy and really powerful rich people totally controlling the resources of an entire city, like for nothing but their own personal gain.
Yeah.
And it just feels like the Noah Cross character feels like if Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump were one person.
Yeah.
It feels so still of the time, and I think it's so pertinent to think about like how corruption is so destructive, and also like the people who are doing those things don't really have anything to gain. Like that's like the thing at the end when Noah Cross and Giddys are talking, and he says like, how much are you worth? Like 10 million? And he kind of laughs because he's worth so much more than 10 million.
Yeah.
And he's like, what could you gain from this? And he really it's just power. Like,
yeah,
it's power for the sake of power. And that's the same thing, like, spoiler alert, like he like raped his daughter and has a kid, and there's really, he said in the right circumstance, like somebody can do anything, and it's just like, his entire function, he has no morality, he has no ethics, he just is like a machine of power, and anything he'll do is based in power, and I wrote a paper about this in college, and the title of the paper was, the end line is "Forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown."
Yeah.
I called it "Forget it, Jake, it's capitalism." And it's all about, film noirs, and those detective stories were always about a very smart detective figuring out a thing and like maybe bringing it to justice even in some of them, or like finding corruption. And that's like this era, it's during FDR, a lot of those, like, and FDR is a character in this too, his pictures is in there, and it's during a time in America where people have like idealistic visions of like what society can be, and oligarchs at this time were actually getting their comeuppance in some areas, and things that were controlled by super rich elites were actually being given to the people and being useful for them for the first time in a long time, and like created jobs, et cetera, et cetera. But, this is made in 1974. This is 2 years after Watergate, after Nixon resigns. There's no belief in the power of the people, like, opposed to large forces. And there's, like, such a mapping of the erosion of, like, America's belief in their power against institutions and really the possible. Because those 40s movies where, a Humphrey Bogart character would find things and restore justice, Jack Nicholson is smart, he's resourceful, he's witty, he's quick on his feet, and he can't do anything. He's helpless. He's just like alone and just completely unable. And even discovering the truth doesn't do anything, because if the truth goes against those who are in power, the people in power just use their power to distort the truth and to like impose their will,
Yeah. I mean, Jack Nicholson basically, he solves the case, but nothing gets fixed, essentially.
Yeah. Everything is worse,
Yeah. The daughter ends up dead. And that whole theme is especially hammered home in the last 5 minutes of the movie. There's a scene where he's, I'm sorry, I keep forgetting the character's name. The millionaire, the billionaire.
Noah Cross.
Noah Cross.
Quick side thing, is played by John Huston, who is the director of The Maltese Falcon and a lot of other film noirs. So that itself, too, is a callback to the history.
My favorite moments in the film are within the first 30 minutes and in the last 30 minutes, or first 10 minutes and the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
I really like the ending of this movie because it really hammers home all those themes that you were talking about. Because this guy, he's so powerful that he's been convicted, to be a criminal, essentially. And the police are on his tail and they're not really doing anything. And he's Cross is trying to get into the car to get at his daughter, the younger one that I don't know how do I say it without I'm not sure the correct term.
Daughter/granddaughter.
Yeah, there you go. Daughter/granddaughter. And his daughter points a gun at him, and he's so powerful. He's so confident. He's like, "You're going to have to kill me. That's the only way you can stop me." And then she shoots him, and he barely even flinches. So even then, he's still in power. And after she shoots him, she ends up getting herself shot, you know?
And
so
he ends up taking his younger daughter. Like,
yeah,
she's crying and screaming, and he like puts her hands over her eyes to shield her from the horror and takes her away, which is one of the most chilling images. Like, it's so chilling to see him like put those huge hands over her face and kind of lead her away. And yeah, I really like it just feels still so pertinent to our time, you know, this kind of like political situation.
Another theme I caught on to was the way that men, the different way men are treated than women in the film. Because I think obviously Cross gets better treatment because he's wealthy, but I think it also has to do with the fact that he's a man. I mean, early in the film, you see Jack Nicholson helping this guy out who thinks his wife is having an affair, and he basically solves the case. The first shot is the photos, like you said,
right?
And then the next scene is a woman coming in saying, "I think my husband's cheating on me," and he goes, "Hey, listen, he's probably just busy with work. Don't worry about it."
Well, you know? And this is important, though. It sets up a lot of themes for the movies, like what we were talking about, too. Like, he tells her it's best to not know for sure.
Yeah.
Which is so similar to the actual case we end up getting crossed into. Like, yeah, he uncovers the truth and, like, people die, right? Like, it would have literally been better for Gittes to not know the truth of the case. You know? So it's right from the very beginning, this idea of, like, truth actually being more horrible than the sort of things you can make up in your own head, you know?
But at the same time, I don't think this movie is trying to argue that ignorance is bliss, you know? It's complicated.
Yeah, it's just not that ignorance is bliss, but that truth isn't as useful as you think it is. You know?
That's a difficult pill for me to swallow as somebody who's studying journalism, because we're always searching for the truth, you know?
Yeah. Well, and that's why, like, in the paper I wrote, it was, like, so related to capitalism, because truth doesn't matter if you live in a society that doesn't do anything to certain people if they have things, regardless of the truth, you know? Like, it just doesn't, you have to structure a society so, to not produce people who are so power hungry and not incentivize that type of behavior, which it does, you know. He used to control the entire water supply. It was given away to the public, and there was still so much corruption infirmed in there that his, like, lust for power and for owning what he used to own, and he's so incentivized by that, you know, because of what power means, you know? But it's totally, like, truth can be useful in a society that holds people accountable and doesn't have things like oligarchs, you know? So it's not necessarily like this, like, philosophical statement that, like, truth is meaningless for all time in all situations. It's like every thought is contextualized in history, you know? Like, truth is meaningful in societies and at times where truth is deemed meaningful, and it's not when it's not. But that's not a byproduct of the nature of truth. That's a byproduct of the nature of a society, you know?
Yeah. If I'm being honest, those are kind of, when it comes to, like, themes about structures of government and capitalism and stuff, those are things that are sort of beyond my what's it called? It's out of my, what's the term? God damn it. It's out of my, it's like out of my paycheck or something like that. Out of
above
my
pay grade.
Above my pay grade. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
That's something I don't have a lot of knowledge on. And I know from talking to you about politics and stuff, that's something that you think about a lot. And it's just not something that's on my mind. So I gravitated to, I think, more of the broader themes of the movie. Yeah. I will say one small issue I have with the movie. It's just a small little thing in the broad scheme of things, but I kept wondering why the movie is called Chinatown, because the movie only ends in Chinatown, and throughout the film he's talking about how he used to be a police officer in Chinatown, and I feel like I might have missed some sort of theme of why it's such an important thing that the movie's called Chinatown. I was thinking like maybe this movie should be called Saltwater or something. I don't know. So I'm curious why you think the movie was called Chinatown.
Well, I think Chinatown is this sort of stand-in for like the things we've been talking about. It's implied that something so bad happened when he was a police officer in Chinatown that he quit the force, became a private investigator. There's like this idea that Chinatown is kind of not lawless, but impossible to control. That police
hence the quote at the end.
Right. Forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown. Like, that's sort of, it's so related to me. Chinatown becomes this sort of like metaphor. There's a proper word for the type of metaphor it is, but it becomes a sort of stand-in for that like greater theme of like helplessness regardless of what's happening. And there's like hints at it too, right? Throughout the whole movie, like all of the servants are Chinese. There's the joke about having sex.
The Chinaman?
Yeah, like so there's like these little hints to it, and it like is a greater part of it, but I think it's like generally stated as like Chinatown is like an idea, an idea of like lawlessness, and where like, yeah, truth doesn't exist in the way of like it leading to anything, like I think it's a stand-in for those sort of themes, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does, for sure. Yeah, this is gonna be definitely worth a rewatch for me now that I understand where the film is going.
Yeah, and I think after you see the movie, knowing what everybody's intentions are and thinking about how they're acting, it really changes the movie.
I felt the same way about Vertigo, because it's such a mystery until towards the end when you start to realize what's happening.
Yeah.
And I rewatched Vertigo, and it's so much more impactful. And I loved it the first time around, and I liked it even more the second time around. So I could only imagine that I'd feel the same way with this one.
Yeah. This one too. Okay, so another couple quick things. I don't know if you knew this. You know the guy who cuts Jack Nicholson's nose?
Yeah.
Who's like kitty cat, like nosy. What happens to nosy people? They get their nose cut off, and he like slashes it. That's Roman Polanski.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I saw that he played a character in the movie, but I couldn't remember which one it was.
Yeah, that's him.
Not that it matters about the movie at all. Just out of curiosity, was this before or after the controversy?
The incident was in 1977, so it was 3 years before.
Oh.
And actually, so John Huston is the dad, Noah Cross, right? His daughter was Angelica Huston, who was in a relationship with Jack Nicholson, and Polanski drugged and raped the girl at Jack Nicholson and Angelica Huston's house.
Oh.
So the Hustons and Nicholson are tangentially also related to like the Polanski story.
I had no idea.
Yeah. But yeah, this was 3 years before that happened. This is about what? This is 6 years after the Sharon Tate murders. So Polanski, yeah, about 6 years after that for Polanski. I think that like you can kind of feel that too. Like it makes sense that Polanski made such a dark, depressing movie.
Yeah.
After that, because it is like a Polanski film. It's like those wide shots are like so him, and like the blocking is very him, and the themes, even. The shot actually, to me, that really stands out, that I think is really beautiful, that's very him because he has this very surreal sensibility, especially in his early work, is the shot of the kid on the horse in the dried up river. It's got this sort of like spooky, surrealist quality to it, and that image to me is always classic Polanski.
Yeah, my favorite aspect is all the the visual imagery and stuff like that. Even though I'm not a big fan of noir films, I really like the visual nature of it a lot, especially with
the aesthetic.
Yeah, the aesthetic of a lot. Thank you. Of it a lot. I like the suits, the hats, the cars.
Yeah.
I also like that he has Jack Nicholson get his nose cut and he's wearing this bandage throughout the film. It makes it unique and memorable. And and also just smoking in general.
Yeah.
Like smoking is really nice in these movies because it gives characters something to do.
And it adds texture to the shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, with all the smoke and interacting with the lighting and stuff. So people don't smoke as much as they used to, so that's why we don't see smoking in film as much, but it's nice to give actors business.
Yeah.
And smoking is a great way to do that.
Definitely. I love Nicholson's performance in this. Like some of the lines, like when he pretends to be a guy in the water utility, like the one just below Mulray, and the police are like, "What are you doing here?" And he says, "To tell you the truth, I lied a little," which I think is such a great line.
Yeah, for sure. I like that sarcastic nature of it.
Yeah.
I just remembered a random thing that I wanted to point out. I recognized an actor from Blazing Saddles in the movie.
Which one?
I can't not mention it. I can't remember the character's name, but he's Cross's partner in the water treatment plant, I believe. He's the one with the mustache. Jack Nicholson goes to his office.
Yeah, Mulray.
Oh, that is Mulray, right?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Mulray. He's in Blazing Saddles. He's in the town meeting. I just remember him saying, Mr. Johnson is right about Howard Johnson being right. I was like, hey, it's the guy from this and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid also had somebody from Blazing Saddles. Mm-hmm. So I just like seeing them pop up in things because I tend not to see them very often. I had mentioned before that I really like films in the 1970s. Yeah. They all have a lot of texture to them. I'm curious what your opinion is on what qualities films from this era had.
I mean, I think I was thinking about this too, because this to me is like one of the top, 70s American films, and I think some things really stand out. Like visually, it's so well made. Like you were talking about, the technical skills are so high. There's a lot of shots that play long. There aren't like cut-ups to close-ups all the time, and things aren't choppy. Yes, like it's such a well stitched together film. Like the camera is always very intentionally put in a place. Camera movement is intentional. Like it's just so well put together. It was also all shot on one lens. It's 140 millimeter anamorphic lens. So
wow. So everything feels put together. Everything feels whole.
Coherent.
One whole. Yeah,
coherent.
That's a much better word.
Yeah. I think that's a big part of it. I think movies in the 70s are so much more adult. Like I think of Jason Bourne is like this like quick paced, like super high action, like almost made like to keep your attention span, and the plot is so outlandish and ridiculous and like campy, like, oh, this guy's lost his memory and he's got to like piece of, like, it's so corny, like, and movies from the 70s I don't think ever try to do things panderingly to keep your attention. Like they go at their own pace, adults talk like adults, like the plot is like, it is a plot that is pretty complicated, but it's also not ridiculous or absurd. It's like also based in reality somewhat. It's like gritty. I think those are like the hallmarks of 70s. Also 70s has a very there's such a pessimistic worldview in the 70s. And I think that really comes out here. It comes out in other movies I can think of about corruption, like Francis Ford Coppola's The Conversation. And this is all a byproduct of Watergate predominantly, and Nixon and the corrosion of the belief in American institutions after Nixon.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And it's sort of showing, Nicholson is playing this character. He's sort of like the new human of the 70s who is totally alone, doesn't believe in anything around them or anyone. Like, relationships are flitty, maybe is the right word. But this is totally like a byproduct of this 70s pessimism, this disbelief in anything that's like good, this disbelief in like the public as such, like, and it's just an individual retreating into themselves. It's so of the time. The Conversation is also a great one of that. That is literally an individual who essentially like retreats to loneliness to uncover a corruption case. And I think we've been sort of reckoning with this idea since then, like we've essentially, like, the 70s and those corrosion of those institutions is the beginning of the society that we've been living in till today. There's just like a general mistrust of public institutions. There's a general pessimism around these kinds of things. There's just like the sort of like what passes as like proper belief in things like this, really started in this era, I think. And it didn't used to be that way. People used to have more positive views about things like, government and the people in power and things like that.
To me, what America is all about is the freedom. Well, obviously, as a journalism major, I tend to think a lot about the First Amendment. And I feel like a big part of what makes America is the ability to criticize those in power. And I think that was a big part of 70s film movement. I think the thing that I like a lot about 70s film is the rebellious nature of a lot of them. They're trying new things. They're taking inspiration from European cinema, and they're trying to bend the rules and do things. Harold and Maude comes to mind. That's my favorite movie. That movie has a very rebellious spirit to it, I think.
I think it's
especially with its commentary on the government in the middle of the movie.
Harold and Maude is an interesting case too, because I recently rewatched Harold and Maude, and there's a scene where Maude is talking about all these protests she did in the 60s,
Mm-hmm.
And Harold asks like why she doesn't do that anymore, and what does she say? She says, "I rebel now in my own individualistic way."
Yeah.
And this to me is the 70s, because the 70s had this rebellious idea, but there's also this, how do I say? There's a cultural horizon or limit on what is like possible. So the 60s, and the 50s in a way is marked by these like large scale mass movements revolting against things and believing that their like large scale revolts can change the world. And the 70s sort of retreats from that, because now it's like these systems of power are so corrupt and so powerful, and no matter what we can do, we can't do anything. So we'll retreat into ourselves, and we'll keep our protests only on the individual level, And in the meantime, things like that are happening, and the powerful just continue to do whatever they want to do because nobody's stopping them. We're still living in that world. And honestly, really in 2016, like, Bernie Sanders is the first person in a long time in America who said a large movement of people can collectively demand change. That really wasn't an idea that's been thought of as possible since probably the late 60s. And that's so ingrained in these 70s films, because these 70s films are very much based on this like pessimistic view of the individual who maybe knows a lot but really can't do anything. Does that make sense?
Yeah. The reason why I ask is because the qualities of 70s cinema that I tend to like, I had trouble seeing in this movie. I had trouble seeing the rebellious nature of it. But while talking to you, I'm really beginning. It's starting to develop in my brain a bit more.
And Nicholson's a pretty rebellious character in this. He's very smarmy. Yeah. He's very like kind of thumbing his nose at people. He's always got a wisecrack and a comeback. Like, he very much, I think, embodies a 70s archetypal character.
And he likes to fuck with people.
Exactly.
And he doesn't trust anybody.
Right.
I really like the line. I'm sure you got a kick out of this. do you accept people of the Jewish persuasion?
Yeah, and he's like, no. He's like, that's great. Neither does my dad, or whatever. Like,
yeah,
it's so funny.
Yeah. So when I first watched it, I didn't sense the energy of those 70s films that I tend to like, but I'm beginning to see it now. My appreciation for this film is really going up with this conversation,
Cool.
and I look forward to checking it out again for sure.
Because this to me it's archetypal a 70s movie. Yeah, I think rewatching it again, you'll kind of pick up on the 70s energy that is definitely there.
And again, so the things that took it down for me personally were the things that seemed like they had to be there because it's a film noir movie. You know, like I'm thinking of like I thought the romantic tension between Jack Nicholson and Faye Dunaway wasn't there at all.
It felt forced.
It feels forced.
Yep.
Same thing with like, I always kind of roll my eyes at these film noir movies whenever they're trying to get information out of them and they're all slap happy and they're like slapping the woman over the face. Like, it's not about, for me, it's not about like the violence against women. It just seems silly to me. And I can't help but chuckle whenever it happens, no matter how serious of a scene it is. And when that happened in this movie, I mean, it fit Jack Nicholson's character, but we had just established this relationship, and even though he thought she was deceiving her, it felt like Polanski was just kind of checking a box on the film noir to-do list. But those were the really only issues I had, where some of the film noir elements seemed a bit contrived for me personally.
Yeah, I can see that.
I don't know if you felt the same way.
I can see where you're coming from. I think the romance was definitely forced watching this. That like really jumped out to me, which honestly, movies of all genres, I think, force romantic situations into movies, you know? That's like a Hollywood movie thing in general, I think. Obviously not all movies. I'm not making a literally universal statement.
I just wish I wouldn't have seen it in this movie, because it would have made it more special to me if it didn't go to the.
And it didn't add anything. I don't think it really adds anything at all. Mm-hmm. But I think, yeah, I can see where like the noir sometimes feels a little forced, but I think it plays, like, the aesthetic plays into the movie well. Like, I think the like night scenes and like the I don't mean to interrupt, but I feel like if I watch this movie with the sound off, even though there's a lot of great quotes and stuff, I would, and we just heard the score, I would just be enthralled just watching the visuals and listening to that score. It was the specific plot elements that took me out of the film at times. And I think movies like that are always kind of begging for a second thing because there are so many details. So watching it a second time allows you to focus on different things, and I think you would feel less bored.
There were a few times during this movie where I had to pause it and look at like the Wikipedia plot description to catch myself up, because I felt myself losing the film a little bit.
Yeah. And to me, watching this, because the last time I had seen it was in college, so this was about 5 years ago, knowing like what happens really opened me up to enjoying the movie's like different dimensions. So that's nice. And I don't know if it was just my sense of humor in college, but I really pick up more on like the subtle humor of movies now, and like I never realized how funny Jack Nicholson's character is in this movie.
He's the best. If it wasn't for Jack Nicholson's performance, this movie would be losing a lot.
Oh, definitely.
I think it's one of the strongest elements for sure.
Absolutely.
He's so expressive in this movie, and you know, I grew up not watching a lot of older films, so the Jack Nicholson I know is the older Jack Nicholson, the one that with the sunglasses and everything, you know.
Right, when he kind of became almost like a parody of himself. Yeah, he was so talented, just so incredibly talented.
Did he retire? I don't see him anymore.
Yeah, he's retired.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention, I sent you a text that I feel like this movie was written by Max Fisher from
Yeah,
Rushmore.
I don't know. I feel like so that's funny to a level because all of Max Fisher's plays are 70s movies. Like Serpico is a 70s movie. So on that level, as like a 70s movie, I can kind of see what you're saying. What did you mean by that, though?
The line that the most quotable line in this movie by far is "Forget it, Jake. It's Chinatown." That sounds exactly like how Max Fisher would end his play, like this stilted dialogue that's like too clever for normal people to say. Like in Max Fisher's plays, they're always saying things like "Kiss me, little one," and "Come over here, Kimosabi." You know, it's just like just barely off reality.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to say it.
Wes Anderson's films all kind of have that dialogue.
And I feel like Max Fisher's, the dialogue that he writes in his plays is just, I feel like that's how Wes Anderson wants to write his movies, but it's a little too silly to be taken seriously. So I think Wes Anderson wrote plays like Max Fisher did when he was a teenager. And I bet that's the kind of dialogue that he would write.
Yeah.
And I think he's toned that down a little bit since then. So I just got that sense of that kind of, not stilted dialogue, but just a hair over reality where people are saying things a little bit more cleverly than normal
and that's
people
a
would.
classic film noir trope too. Like film noirs are always snappy and people are talking a little bit more intelligently than usual, and that's totally a byproduct of film noir, even from the 40s, you know?
Mm-hmm. And the line, "Forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown," specifically to me, like I said, I think I was missing some of the themes on what Chinatown stood for that I think I'll get better on a second watch. But on a first watch, it seemed less about making a point and more like, this would be a cool thing to say to end the movie.
It wasn't in,
you know?
It wasn't in the original script.
No?
No.
Was it improvised or what?
Yeah, it was. And it was fought over. Robert Towne, the original screenwriter, didn't want it in the movie. For the reasons you're saying, he thought it was a little over the top.
Mm-hmm. That reminds me a lot of, do you ever see Blade, the vampire hunting movie with Wesley Snipes?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm about to say?
No.
There's this great story where there's a line in the movie where he beats somebody up and he says, he like defeats the villain and he goes, "Some motherfuckers are always trying to ice skate uphill."
Yes. That's a little more like, that's like a weird ass non sequitur though. That's not the same as, because "Forget it, Jake, it's Chinatown" isn't.
It's not a direct comparison.
Right.
But the reason why I bring it up is because apparently that's something that Wesley Snipes said off the cuff while they weren't filming, and the director was like, "Hey, that's good. We should use that." And Wesley Snipes was like, "No, it's just a fun thing I say." And then he's like, "No, use it." So it ended up in the movie.
And this is so stupid.
Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's funny.
That's the kind of trivia that I know. Blade. Yeah. Is there anything else you wanted to mention about this film? I think I covered all the stuff that came to my mind. I definitely want to check it out again. I've developed the habit in this podcast of bringing up the film and like skimming through it as I'm talking to remember things.
Yeah.
And even though I remember being bored watching it, I'm scrolling through this and I remember every single scene, which I'm actually being kind of surprised by. So that gives me a sign that I think I would like it a lot more a second time around.
Yeah, I think it's a movie. I think, and I'm like I said at the beginning, I'm like so like you, like that dude. Like information movies just bog me down.
Mm-hmm.
And I really only ever latched on to this movie in particular because of how interested I am in politics and sort of like this idea of, how the world sort of can like limit what we think of as possible because of like power. And there's just not a lot of movies that want to take on power head on as a concept, you know? And I think this movie does in such an interesting way. And it feels so of our time, like right now, you know, that I wanted to give a shot at it.
the way the villain sort of acts in this movie, I started to think this guy's Disney. He's like the Disney Corporation controlling the market and forcing people to do things against their will.
And that's like incredible that you say that, like, because really it is so like Noah Cross and Disney are the byproducts of the same system,
Yeah.
and that's why they rhyme for you, because they do rhyme. Like, this happens at all levels, and this is also the thing we're talking about, like, even what you were talking about with, like, the First Amendment, and we have this idea in America that we're so free, but we don't realize what our coercion is, and so often the forms of coercion that happen here for people who aren't directly being, oppressed, which there are a lot of people here who are, but this passive coercion for a lot of America is sort of like this behind the scenes power who is controlling everything, and who kind of has over a long period of time sort of taken things away from the majority of people and have kind of beaten people down and beaten down their spirits, and it's, people just like forgot how much better it could be, and it's like that kind of passive, like, limiting of the possible that I think it's such an interesting thing. And it's interesting too that Roman Polanski made this because he's Polish, and I think sometimes outsiders have the clearest view of cultures they come to.
Yeah, because they're not used to it.
Exactly. So they can kind of pick up on the different the things that cultures are actually doing. So I think that helps too with Polanski directing this, is because he's not an American, and he can kind of understand this thing that Americans kind of just take for granted, or totally unconsciously, it's not part of their conscious.
One thing that the new writer at the Advanced Titan that I talked about, Owen, one thing that he wrote about in his review for The Pianist is that Polanski brings a lot of his own personal experiences into the movie, because he is a survivor of the Holocaust.
Yeah.
So I after reading what he wrote about that, I think I'm beginning to see Polanski putting himself into this movie as well.
Yeah.
And commenting on what he's seen in America with the system that's in place.
Yeah. Yeah, he's essentially kind of like the textbook, he is a vile predator, and there's no getting around that. And he also made work that is really, technically interesting, and also thematically very interesting. And I think we did this late because Kayla didn't want to stream it, because, streams get the numbers and then like keep things on. So she saw it as this way of like financially helping Polanski. So we wanted to rent it from the library instead. And that's why it took a while.
Okay.
Which I think is one of the best ways to sort of consume this kind of media made by people like this, is not to allow them. We talked about this many podcasts ago.
Yeah, we've talked about this a few times.
Yeah.
So everybody approaches it differently to different comfort levels.
But it's
and I think that's a good way to approach it.
It is, but it's never useful to sugarcoat how vile the things people like this, what they did,
Of course
because
not.
it's horrendous and evil and vile. Yeah.
And I've said it before, but I'm of the mind that evil people can still create beautiful art. And it's a difficult thing to juggle.
Yeah.
But it is possible,
Absolutely.
Yeah. And I think personally it would be a shame to shut this movie off completely just because of that, because there is so much good here.
Yeah.
And
I think too, like, sometimes it takes people who are capable of those evil things to make an authentic movie about people who are capable of doing those evil things,
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah. So
that's a good point.
Yeah, I think there's a level to it. It's obviously something where, you don't want it, obviously, but there's...
Especially because the movie features some really dark themes about a sexual thing going on.
Yeah.
You know, you can't help but not think about it.
Yeah.
Especially because, you know, it happened just a few years after this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool. Well, I'm guessing you would give this film a 5-star rating then?
Yeah, this is in my like classic. This to me is maybe my favorite American film of the 70s.
Okay.
There's a couple of Robert Altman movies, Three Women and Nashville, that would maybe be competing with this, but it's definitely in that like that group for my favorite American film of the 70s.
Cool. My initial response was to give it like a 3.5 star because I did enjoy it, but I was bothered by some of the film noir elements just out of my own personal bias. But after this conversation, I think I'm beginning to see what the movie was trying to do a bit more clearly, and I think I'm gonna bump it up to like a 4.5. I really did, like I said, skimming through this, I really did enjoy a lot of these scenes because I remember all of them.
Right.
And that doesn't always happen.
Right.
So I can only imagine how much I'm gonna like it more on a second viewing. But ultimately, film noir just isn't my thing. So I don't think I could ever say it's like one of my favorites of the decade or anything like that.
Yeah.
That's I mean, like I said, my favorite film noir is Who Framed Roger Rabbit, which is legitimately a great film.
I haven't seen that since I was so little.
I think I might have to choose that one someday for us to talk about because it is so good.
That would be interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, that's Chinatown for you.
Forget it, Leo. It's Chinatown.
All right. So before we reveal what we're going to talk about next week, if you'd like to support the podcast, leave a review on iTunes. That always helps us out a lot. If you have any questions or comments, you can always email us at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. So it's my choice for next week. I'm going to choose a very, very small indie film, a little movie called The Dirties. It was made in 2013. My best recommendation is to go into it completely blind. Don't look at any trailers or anything. I will warn you that it's no masterpiece. It's not. I wouldn't consider it a great movie, but it is definitely a movie doing something unique and worth talking about.
It is definitely a movie.
It's definitely a movie. Yeah, I have a feeling you're going to have a lot of mixed feelings about it, but you're also going to want to talk about it a lot. It's such a small movie. I try to look up what the budget was on Box Office Mojo, and it doesn't even have a listing on there.
Wow. Did somebody make
but
it? Did somebody make it? What the fuck? Who made it?
It's a guy named Matt Johnson. I believe he's Canadian.
It didn't just like materialize out of the nothing, out of the ether.
I believe it was like a movie they made, a movie like two guys made on their own. I think Kevin Smith discovered it, and I think he produced it because one of the studio splash artwork or whatever is like. It's like a Kevin Smith film club or something like that.
Oh,
so
okay.
I think he kind of put them on the map.
All right. I'm game. I'm down.
Yeah. And yeah. So we'll see you next week with The Dirties.
See you then.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
I drink your milkshake.
Hello and welcome to In the Can Movies.
Take 31.
It's October.
Spooky time.
Spooky.
Scary time.
Yes. So we're not really talking about a horror movie today, although I guess you could probably argue it is. We're talking about The Dirties, a low-budget found footage movie made in 2013 about two high school boys that are getting bullied, and they want to make a short film to not defend themselves, but get back at the bullies. But we're also going to talk about horror movies as a whole, because it is October. So the not only are all of the Halloween costumes in the stores now, but we also have Christmas stuff going on already. Have you seen that yet?
It's a whole mismatch. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
It's like October. All the back to school stuff goes away, and it's like they hit you with every single holiday from here until January, like right away. You know?
Is that everywhere, or is that a Midwest thing?
That's a good question.
If the Christmas stuff gets sold so early, I was at Hobby Lobby, and they had all this, they had Christmas trees and everything, and I was like, when did you guys get all your Christmas stuff in? And they were like, June.
Jeez.
Yeah.
It might be. I don't know. I've never lived anywhere outside of the Midwest, so I'm not sure.
Oh, we never introduced ourselves. My name's Leo Costello.
Oh yeah, I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
Yeah, this is In the Can Movies. So yeah. Halloween is just around the corner, so we're gonna talk about horror movies. But have you been watching anything this week, Jared?
I have. I've been much more cinematically active this week than the usual. So this first one I watched that I can remember from this past week. So a bunch of my friends and I, we do a thing called Fall Day every year. So we go to an apple orchard, we carve pumpkins. One of our friends, he lives nearby, so we go to his house and his mom makes us a big dinner and we watch scary movies.
Dude, that sounds like an awesome time.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite days of the year. But we watched this movie. So I have this big box set of like 300 like B scary movies from the 60s and 70s mostly. So we watched this movie called Land of the Minotaur, and it stars Peter Cushing, who is the he's the first in command evil guy in the Star Wars movies. Yep. Like
he was also was he sure? Did he play Sherlock Holmes or something like that?
Yeah. I always know him as Star Wars, though. I can't think of his name in the Star Wars movies.
Grand Moff Tarkin.
Yeah, there it is. And it also had Donald Pleasance in it, who's the psychiatrist in Halloween. So it was like just a bananas movie about like this town in Europe that was practicing like human sacrifice, and Donald Pleasance played this like priest who had to go in and like excavate Satan from this like hidden cave. It was wild. It was so funny.
What is it called again?
The Land of the Minotaur.
Land of the Minotaur.
Yeah, it was real funny. And then
I was just by the name, I was guessing it was going to be like mid 70s. Yep, 76.
Yep, yeah, 76.
Yeah.
It was just one of those like shoestring B movie horror films that was made probably in like 10 days.
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw today I was out sick, so I saw both of those stand-up specials you were talking about, the Sticks and Stones and the Paper Tiger.
Oh, okay. What'd you think?
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan of Bill Burr. He's a little, I don't know what it is about him.
He comes off as very aggressive, and I think it's because of his Boston roots. If you ever just listen to him on talk shows or podcasts and stuff, he's just like the sweetest guy.
Yeah, I see him sometimes. He's on like sports shows that I listen to,
Mm-hmm.
so sometimes I hear him on that. Yeah, I think it was just like a style thing.
Yeah.
They were both okay. They were both what I expected, kind of like hearing about him before.
Mm-hmm.
I also watched this movie called Silent Light by Carlos Regadas, it's a Mexican movie about the Mennonite community there. And it was like this guy who's in love with two women, and it was really good. It was like, the Mennonites are like a very strict sort of people, but this was very like non-judgmental, just about like this guy trying to do the right thing. And then last night, Kayla and I went to go see The Shining in theaters.
Hey, I went and saw that too.
Really?
Yeah, I went. Because they were showing it in 4K, right?
Yeah, same.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, last night I saw it in 4K. Dude, okay, just to say about it, like, it is a phenomenal movie on the big screen. I think the camera movement, I think the camera angles, I think the acting, like, every single thing makes a million times more sense when you see that movie on the big screen. And even the overacting stuff, it feels like the absolute right pitch of acting for the movie, like, on that screen.
Absolutely.
Like, that is a perfect movie to see on the big screen, and every single decision is perfect when you watch it on the big screen.
You were mentioning the camera movement. I was thinking, because, you know, there's those long shots of Danny riding his tricycle through the hallways. Yeah. And it works so much better on a big screen because it's just these long Steadicam shots. And I was wondering, I was betting in my head, I was like, I bet you any money this is one of like the first big movies to use a Steadicam. And I looked it up, and it was only like maybe 4 or 5 years after the first use of a Steadicam. So it was Kubrick really exercising that tool, I think. And it's
it was the
so
first
effective.
time he ever used one. Yeah. It's those Steadicam, and those are the ones that people always pay attention to. But there's a lot of shots in the movie that are Steadicam, and the most impressive of some of those, because those long Steadicam shots in the hallway are continuous. He does some that start in static, move for a while, go static, and then move again. Like, there's some really incredible control in some of those Steadicam shots. Yeah. And what really struck me watching it was the use of low angles in the movie pop so much on those big screens. Like that low angle shot when when Wendy, you know, she's like reading all the all work and no play papers. It looks so uncanny. And so does the one where he's like right underneath him when Jack is up against the door in the dry food place. And it's
when Shelley Duvall locks him in.
Yeah, and it's like right beneath him. Like those angles have such a huge impact on like blowing up so big. I thought it was phenomenal.
Yeah, so. I could not recommend that movie enough, especially on the big screen. One thing that I noticed more than ever was the sound design and the music.
Yeah,
it's so unsettling and hypnotizing throughout the whole thing, and it just gets crazier and crazier and crazier. It definitely seems like it's an evolution of the music at the ending sequence of 2001: A Space Odyssey.
Absolutely.
When he's in that room and you hear all those weird sounds in the background.
Yeah,
it's so unsettling, and it's like you feel all of these like spirits that are in this building, even though it's sort of like alluded to. Because I think the movie is like, I didn't really think about it this way until I rewatched it in the theater, but the movie's really an allegory for like white guilt and domestic abuse. Because it's that classic Indian burial ground sort of a trope on top of all these references to domestic abuse. You know, the whole turning point is where Shelley Duvall thinks that Jack Nicholson hit Danny. And that's when everything goes insane because he accidentally hurt him like years ago, you know?
Yeah. And then, it goes like upside down. The scene, though, where Danny goes to get his fire truck and he's just sitting there like awake, like with this blank look on his face, and he comes over and talks to him is one of the most unnerving scenes I've ever seen in a movie, dude. Like,
you talk about the tracking shot that's behind Danny as he's walking into the big lobby area? And then you don't see his face yet? No?
No. The one where like so Jack Nicholson is ostensibly like asleep in the room and they're watching TV, and Danny asks if he can go get his fire truck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and he goes in and Jack Nicholson's just like sitting on the bed, and he's like, there's like a whip pan revealing him still on the bed, which is like so creepy. And then he like goes and talks to him, and it's like just the cadence of their conversation is, the whole movie is like beginning to end. Well, beginning to like when it all goes topsy-turvy, it's so like unsettling the whole movie through, you know?
Yeah.
It's so creepy.
Did you see that at a Marcus Theaters by chance?
I saw it in an AMC.
Okay. I'm curious if it's the same program then, because the thing, something I got a huge kick out of was that the only preview before the movie was an ad for Dr. Sleep, the Shining sequel. And then after the movie, after the credits rolled, we were like, shit, that was such a good movie. They show another ad with Stephen King. He's like, this next film's going to be great. It's called Dr. Sleep. It's going to terrify you. And it looks fucking awful in comparison. It looks
so stupid. Yeah, it looks so dumb.
I was laughing my ass off during that advertisement after the end because I'm like, this is the worst marketing strategy. It's like, you're going to show us Stanley Kubrick's The Shining and then be like, hey, you like that? Watch this movie.
And it's like, and that movie looks like somehow like it's picking up Danny when he's older.
Yeah.
Yeah, that looks so stupid.
The premise, I mean, I think you can make any premise worthy of sharing, telling a story, but the execution of it just looks so awful and so in the modern tropiness of Hollywood horror films. It just doesn't look like it has any direction really compared to The Shining.
Well, The Shining really, if it does pick up on any tropes of horror films, it subverts it. It does not play it doesn't have all the beats of a normal horror film, you know?
You know, I was thinking about that during the movie, and I had a thought that I'm guessing a lot of people have said before, which is I think Stanley Kubrick is the Beatles of the movie industry, because the Beatles constantly dipped their fingers in different genres of music and completely recontextualized and reinvented them when they did it. And that's what Kubrick did, because he always tried different genres and he completely changed the game every single time he did it. Because 2001 is a science fiction movie and you got a thriller with Clockwork Orange. Here you got a horror movie. He did a period piece with Barry Lyndon. He did a comedy, Dr. Strangelove, and every time he changed the game. And I was just thinking about that while watching this.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, that's a good comparison.
Another thing was, you know, a lot of people talk about the way Stanley Kubrick directs and how he kind of... This would actually be a good discussion topic for the future, and how he sort of really mistreated his actors, especially Shelley Duvall, kind of driving her crazy, because he didn't really want his actors to act, it seems like. He just wanted them to actually be in the state that he wanted them to be in for the scene.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's a lot of ethical questions that go into there. So I was just curious what you think about that in general. I think that would be a really great discussion topic for some time in the future.
Yeah, I would just say I think actually that is the sign of a poor actor's director. I think it if it takes you 80 times to get the acting right on your scene, you're doing something wrong with the actors, I think.
I personally think I personally think that it's all about consent, and if the actor is willing to be pushed to those limits to get a genuine performance, then go for it, but be willing to draw boundaries and stuff.
Yeah, well, and it depends too, or the actor, because sometimes those things might also be on the actor's fault. They just might not be listening. If you for example, if you start a scene and the actor doesn't have their lines memorized, you've pretty much added 20 takes. You know, if you go in without your lines memorized, you're just asking to do a bunch of takes.
Yeah.
And I've heard too, Kubrick does 3 or 4 takes with actors if he likes their performance, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't think it was this rule he had to totally destroy his actors until he got what he wanted.
Yeah.
But I think some of his actors it took him that long to give them what they wanted. Because from what I heard, it was mostly Shelley.
Yeah.
Who needed those takes, and a lot of Nicholson's scenes didn't go that long.
Right, because Nicholson was gung-ho and he was putting himself in that state of mind by himself. You can watch the behind-the-scenes footage that Kubrick's daughter shot, where you watch Nicholson right before the axe scene, where he's jumping up and down. He's throwing the axe in the air. He's just pumping himself up.
Yeah, he's already doing all the work.
Yeah. I always find that stuff so interesting. So yeah, I think that'd be something, that and what is it called? Method acting would be something fun to dive deep into in a future episode. Was there anything else that you watched?
I might be forgetting something, but I can't remember it now. So let's go through what did you watch?
I'm a big fan of Between Two Ferns, the Zach Galifianakis Funny or Die shorts. They're really, I assume you've seen those before.
Yeah.
They're super funny, and he always pokes fun at the celebrities in such a clever way. My favorite one was the Justin Bieber one, where he goes, "Justin, you've had 4 different haircuts in your career. What's next?" Or something like that. But they released Between the Two Ferns, the movie, on Netflix, and I watched it, and I was actually kind of disappointed because it's basically a series of those short interviews, just like they were on Funny or Die, but then interspliced with like a plot, a story. And the plot element is not interesting or funny at all. I don't really even remember anything at all.
Oh, go figure. They should have just run all of the interviews.
Yeah, but the interviews were funny. So, I just wish. And the thing that really surprised me was at the end it said it was written and directed by Scott Aukerman, who is the brain behind Comedy Bang Bang, which is a show and podcast that I absolutely love. So I was really surprised to see how unfunny of a movie it was. So that was a disappointment. And to prepare for Joker coming out tomorrow, as we're recording this, I watched The King of Comedy, I should say. Yeah. And I absolutely fucking loved it.
Yeah, it's a great movie. I think it's the most underrated Scorsese movie.
You know what? I think it might be my favorite Scorsese movie, actually.
Really?
I gotta rewatch it, but I mean, it's not as artistically made as his other movies. You know, it's kind of a straight shot story for the most part. You know, it's not as showy, but I just absolutely love the story, and it might be one of my favorite like comedy scripts ever. I've only watched it once, and I can remember so many lines from it just off the top of my head. And it's just about this like obsessive fan, and he thinks he has what it takes to be a comedian, but he's not willing to do the work for it. He just wants to find shortcuts and make friends with Jerry Lewis, who's playing kind of a version of himself. And Robert De Niro's performance is so hilarious and also terrifying at the same time. And it really feels like he's having a lot of fun with the role. And the moment that really cracked me up, I had to rewind it and watch it like 4 different times, was when he's trying to pitch his idea to let Jerry Lewis, like, to have him look at his act or whatever. And Jerry Lewis is kind of like brushing him off a little bit. And then right before he goes into his hotel or whatever, he goes, "Hey, do you mind if I show you a picture of my Pride and Joy?" And he gives him the card. And it just has a picture of the Pride and the Joy, the cleaning products.
Yeah.
It made me laugh so hard. And then later on, minor spoilers, but he has Jerry Lewis in his captivity, and he's just like wearing this goofy outfit with the hat and sunglasses. And he's like, "All right, try to relax. And he just picks up the sign and it says, 'I have a gun.'" It's so funny. Yeah, I was really, really amazed. And it has, I won't spoil the ending, but I really, really love the ending of that movie too, because you see throughout the film that Robert De Niro's character is sort of imagining this hypothetical situation where things go exactly his way, and you're not told whether or not the ending of the movie actually happened or not. And I think either way, it's a great ending.
Yeah, it's a fantastic movie. I think the performances in that movie are top notch too. Like, yeah, for what they are. I can't remember who's the actress who's also obsessed with the Jerry Lewis character.
I forgot her name. The frizzy hair.
Yeah, let me look it up quick. She's great in it.
Yeah.
She plays really well against Lewis's character and against De Niro's character.
After the first half of the movie, I was convinced that she was a fictional character that he made up in his head. Like, I didn't think she was real for like the first half of the movie, because she never interacts with anybody else but Robert De Niro.
I think it's Sandra Bernhard.
Okay. Yeah, she did a great job too. Yeah, I was really surprised by that movie, because I thought it was just going to be fine, but I didn't expect it was going to be as good as it was. I mean, it was Scorsese. I mean, what else do you expect? And I mentioned this to you before, but you know, I always talk about a lot of one of the criticisms that I bring up to a lot of movies is that they're too long. And it's not that I don't like long movies. It's that I always see places where you could trim the fat. But in this movie, there's no fat throughout the entire... There's not a single wasted frame in this whole movie. I don't think.
It's very economical, for sure.
Yeah. The moment that I pointed out to you was where he gets kicked out of this... his agent's office. He gets kicked out of Jerry Lewis's office. And there's not a scene where, like, you see him contemplate what he's going to do next or whatever. The next scene is Robert De Niro, like, holding a gun.
Yeah, it just like goes right into the meat of it. You know?
Exactly. I loved it. And the only other thing I watched was so The Dirties is the movie we watched for this week, and I did a little bit more research on Matt Johnson, the writer and director, and he has this show. He's a Canadian, and he has this show called Nirvana the Band the Show, and it's kind of in the vein of Nathan For You or Sacha Baron Cohen, where it's documentary style, and it's shot very similar in the way that The Dirties was made, where it's documentary style, and a lot of it is improvised, and most of the people who aren't the main characters are real people, and then whatever happens inspires the events that happen next. And it's a really, really, really funny show. And they're constantly like referencing movies and like doing direct shots from movies, and they don't really, sometimes they point directly to it, but sometimes they don't. So it's a very rewarding experience. And yeah, there's really no other way to watch the show except for like on iTunes or Amazon. But if you watch some clips of the show online, it's worth buying. I watched the first couple episodes and I'm already hooked. It's hilarious.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you sent me some YouTube clips. I fell asleep though listening to that podcast, so I didn't get around to the YouTube stuff.
No, that's okay. No, somebody compiled like all of the references throughout the show and put them in a YouTube video, because kind of like at the end of The Dirties, they have like this little montage where they're parodying opening title sequences of movies, but with The Dirties, the words The Dirties, and they do that in Nirvana the Band the Show too, with all these different shows. So it's really fun seeing those, and yeah, it's pretty darn hilarious. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. And The Shining, like I said. So yeah. And speaking of Shining, I guess let's talk about horror movies. What do you think about the horror genre, just in general? Are you a big fan? Are you a big horror fan?
So I would say like some horror movie fans, like I've met people who are like, I feel like they know like every single horror movie that's been made since like 1970, and they've seen every single, Halloween 1 through 14 or whatever. And like
horror movie fans are really intense.
They are hardcore, dude. I took a horror movie class in college.
Oh, okay.
And there was a guy in there who was like a legit horror fan, and that dude knew his shit. Like he knew everything. And they know like every single like actor and like all of these smaller movies they've been in, and like it's just a huge subculture. So I'm definitely not that intense into horror movies.
I just wanted to add real quick, there's a huge culture of that in Oshkosh, and you grew up in Oshkosh, so I'm sure you can attest to that. There's a huge horror culture in Oshkosh. I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that the community theater around here screens a lot of horror movies, and they all sort of gather there. There's one guy who co-wrote Gags the Clown. His name is John Pata, P-A-T-A, and he's like a cartoon character because he almost always wears the same thing. He always wears like black shorts and a black t-shirt and a black hat. Like that's always what he wears, and he's exactly what you're just describing. He's seen everything.
Yeah, some people just really, they just know the genre in and out, and they'll like love any level of it. Yeah, I took that horror class because I think horror is a really, really interesting genre to explore, like harder themes and harder questions with a type of genre that'll like still interest people in the movie. Like I think Hereditary is a good example. It's like a movie that, explores like family trauma while still like bringing in like the like quote unquote like watchability factor. It's a good like avenue to go if you want to do a hard-hitting movie without like falling into a non-commercial route,
Yeah.
So like that was like my interest in studying it. But I like, this is like kind of a stupid thing to say, I like good horror. So I'm not really a big fan of like the standard, like the 4 movies that come out on Halloween, like full of jump scares and like maybe like teens are the stars in it and stuff. I usually either like, that Shining kind of stuff that's really good, or like those high level things, like Night of the Hunter or Texas Chainsaw Massacre, like some of the really good ones. Or I like the really cheesy B movie horrors that are just like good for how bad they are.
Like the one you were mentioning earlier.
Right, because I think those are hilarious. But I almost like those more as a comedy than as horror.
Yeah.
But the horror aspect of it kind of like makes it more fun. But I don't really like that sort of like generic, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm the same way, and I kind of wish I was, because people seem to have so much fun watching these horror movies. They like being scared and stuff. But I mean, I don't mean to sound. I guess it's a bit of a humble break, but I just don't get scared by horror movies really. Even when I was younger, one of the first like horror movies I remember watching, or it's not one of the first horror movies I remember watching, but it was like the most significant first one, because it was like I was in middle school and everybody came over to a friend's house and we all huddled together on a couch and we're gonna watch a scary movie. And it was this awful movie in 2002 called The Wisher. I had to look it up just because I wanted. It's also called Spliced. I don't remember any. It was like a guy. He had like it was like a slasher film. A guy with like glass blades on his fingertips, and he went around and killed teenagers. And it was like every trope in the book, even at that age, and I saw all of it. And you know, it just had that, you know, all the tropes, like gratuitous, like one scene with nudity in it just to like spice up the room a little bit or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
And even at that age, I remember looking around to all my friends and they were just having the time of their life. And I was like, I don't know what you guys see in this, you know? So I almost wish that I got that sense of enjoyment out of it. I had a group of friends in high school and they would always want me to come to watch horror movies with them. And I would, and I never felt like I was there with them, you know? But I'm very much like you, where I tend to gravitate towards the psychological horror stuff that has something to say other than, you know, just trying to scare you, like Hereditary.
Yeah.
And a lot of times when I meet people who are really into horror movies, like the people that you were just talking about, and I suggest horror movies to them, like Hereditary or The Shining or something. One person recently got back to me. He goes, "Hey, I finally checked out the Hereditary movie that you suggested, and I was not a fan of it. Like, it was too disturbing for me." I'm like, I thought you were a horror movie fan.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because they're like, they always say like, I couldn't get past the decapitated girl's head, and I'm like, you don't even see it. It's not gratuitous, you know. And it's like, when I go to a horror movie, I don't want to be like scared, like I'm going to an amusement park or something. I want to be like traumatized. I want to like,
you need the like extra level.
Yeah, it needs to be hardcore. Like, I don't want to talk to anybody for a while. Because that's the only stuff that really gets to me. I mean, we talked about Hereditary in a previous episode, but the most terrifying scene in that movie to me wasn't the demons. It wasn't the severed head. It was just watching a teenage boy in his room as he listened to his mom discover a decapitated body in her car.
Well, that's like The Shining. Some of the scariest scenes in that movie were like when Jack's character was so viciously mean to Wendy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like when she comes in when he's working and typing and he just like verbally barrages her.
Mm-hmm.
Like the sort of like violence you pick up on an interaction like that, I think is sometimes the scariest stuff.
Yeah.
In movies like that, you know?
Also, this is kind of random, but during that scene specifically, and when she has the bat and he's walking up the stairs, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm just going to bash your head in, you know? It reminded me of Jim Carrey a lot. I bet you any money Jim Carrey was a big fan of The Shining.
Interesting.
And I just out of the sake of curiosity, I went on YouTube when I got home and I typed in Jim Carrey The Shining.
Yeah.
And you know what deepfakes are? Where they put somebody else's face?
Yeah.
Somebody deepfaked that scene with Jim Carrey's head on Jack Nicholson, and it's pretty convincing.
It's funny.
Yeah. But yeah, psychological horror is where it's at for me, but I think I want to say there's like something of value to other subgenres, but to me it's hard to find something, you know. I'm looking at an infographic that somebody made of horror subgenres, and I'm just curious. I thought it'd be kind of fun to bring up each of these real quick and just ask you what you think about them.
Who made the infographic?
Oh, it's just on popcornhorror.com.
Okay.
It seems like a pretty good infographic. It seems like it covers most of the bases, I think. I was thinking I could just bring up each of these and you could just kind of give me your thoughts on them. What do you think?
Sure, let's do it.
All right. So one of the subgenres
This is like a Rorschach test, you know, or like something. It's like a psychologist. I'm gonna say a word and you tell me how you feel about that word.
Yeah. Torture porn. No.
Does this make you feel good?
Yeah. So the first subgenre of here is gore and disturbing, which includes like torture porn, splatter, cannibal, like really extreme like exploitative stuff, like almost on, and that could go from something like the Saw to something even as like, what is it called? What is it, like a Serbian film or something like that? What are those called?
I found it on my end too. The thing, they listed as extreme.
Oh yeah,
there. Solo's on there too. I like Solo's. I don't like Solo. Like, I don't like it in the way
it's
you
almost
like
like
movies.
It's like a rite of passage sort of a movie.
Yeah, and it has a certain cultural commentary that's like valuable, but I don't think like these kind of movies, this kind of subgenre, I can't enjoy, you know. I don't like it.
Do you get grossed out by it, or do you think it's just immature?
I think it's just, it makes me feel really bad. Like, I don't.
What about like Saw? Because everybody knows Saw. You know, everybody knows what Saw is.
Yeah, I don't like movies like that. Mm-hmm. I don't like movies that are like, let's just show you the most horrible things people could do to each other. It's too much for me. It's really just not my style.
When I was like in high school, I did enjoy the Saw movies just because I watched them with friends, and it was almost like a competition to see who can get grossed out the least. You know, like who can withstand it. You know, and for a while I kind of enjoyed the Saw sequels as a guilty pleasure, just because the plots got so convoluted and stupid that I couldn't help but laugh at them, because they kept on writing themselves in corners and they kept on ending the story. But then they had to keep on thinking of ways. He wasn't dead. He recorded the tapes like years before he died. This person was in on it the whole time. You know, I find all that kind of funny.
I think those are like, that's kind of where they play a lot, is like the whole like, oh, let's see if we can watch this and not actually be scared or not actually be affected. But these movies always came across to me except for the occasional one like Solo, which like has something to say. Mm-hmm. But like a lot of these, the majority of them come across to me as sort of like, it's almost like the kind of like kid who would like kill bugs for fun, or like would pick up like a dead bird if they saw it. Like, it's sort of like that kind of level of like, you know what I mean? It's like that kind of thing to me almost.
Yeah. I mean, I tend not to like, I tend not to think that way in general, because you can be like a chipper, happy-go-lucky guy and just have some twisted stuff in your imagination.
Oh, sure. I'm just saying it's like similar to how it makes me feel. Not necessarily like the people who make it are like that. I'm just saying it's like that kind of thing for me.
I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. It can, that kind of stuff can definitely desensitize people, but I personally don't think that's as big of a deal as people seem to think it is. Desensitization. I don't know. So yeah, I can't really think of like any like really great, actually like great films that are in that genre, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
Except
the only one
maybe
I see
some zombie
here,
stuff like Dawn of the Dead or something.
I don't even know.
That's more like a monster genre.
That might be something else. Yeah. Yeah. Of this list, the only one I could think of that would be a great film would be Solo.
Okay. Didn't you say you were going to rewatch that recently?
Yeah, when I have Andrea come on this podcast, we're thinking about watching The Matrix and Solo. So there's like a sneak peek for you.
Okay. And then we already talked about psychological horror.
These are the best ones to me. I think.
Me too. Because I think you can tell the most human stories there, because you're not going into the supernatural at all. It's all something that's relatable, you know. Like The Shining, it feels like, even though it's supernatural, the horror comes from somewhere that's internal. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And I think even these, because like the Babadook is on here, and that's kind of supernatural, but the supernatural almost comes to stand in for something else in these movies. Like they don't, you know what I mean? Like in The Shining and stuff, they're supernatural, but they're not. They're almost used to tell a different story.
Yeah. I think we're looking at a slightly different list, but it's pretty much the same because you're listing off examples that are not in mine, but that's fine.
Oh, okay.
It's probably going to be this very similar anyways. But it also in here, there's like a subgenre of like phobia movies. And I tend to get a little bit of a guilty pleasure out of those. I have a little bit of a guilty pleasure for horror films that are psychological, that take place in one location. Like that Ryan Reynolds movie Buried, where he was just like, the entire movie is him inside of this box and he was buried under, and he's trying to figure out what the hell's going on, you know?
In a way you could call The Shining that, because they're just stranded on in a hotel.
I'm talking about like one room, you know?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. There was this horror film called Exam, where it was like people that were taking an exam to like qualify for this job. It's not a great movie, but it was just like this idea that there was like nothing on the page, and they had to figure out, okay, what the hell's going on here? And they get like little clues on what's happening. And it turns out that it was like this company is like doing this pretty extreme like psychological test on people to see who's qualified, you know, stuff like that. I have a little bit of a guilty pleasure for.
Okay. Yeah. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, I guess. They're like, those aren't the movies, and they're usually like pretty low budget, you know, and sometimes it's interesting just to see what like the people can make out of it.
One overall thing that I don't think we mentioned before, or you mentioned it, was like jump scares. I think jump scares are just like so cheap, and it's not even horror. It like whenever, you know, and most horror movies, like not big budget, because a lot of horror movies are small budget, but a lot of big horror movies these days are like just filled with jump scare after jump scare after jump scare, and they're so predictable and lazy, because I always say they're not scary, they're startling, and there's nothing, you know, you're not gonna be thinking about that time you jumped, you know, days later, you know.
Yeah, I know it like only exists for the moment.
Yeah,
kind of thing.
Anybody can walk behind somebody and put their hands on their shoulders and go boo and scare them.
Yep.
It's a lot more of a challenge to slowly weasel your way into their subconscious, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. I know exactly what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I think horror in general tends to veer that direction because it is the cheaper route.
Well, and you just know it works.
Yeah.
It's like most effective. You're never taking a risk on a movie with a lot of those, you know?
And for whatever reason, maybe you'd have more to say about this than I will. For whatever reason, horror movies seem to be like the cheapest movies to make. And maybe it's because of that jump scare crutch that they have to lean on. But there's a lot of directors whose first movies are horror films.
Yeah. I think there's also, there's less of a, how do I say? The production value doesn't have to be as high. Like,
oh yeah, Blair Witch.
Yeah, like you don't need the like really nice production value, and you don't need as good of actors either.
Yeah, we'll get to that when we get to paranormal, because that's definitely all in there.
Yeah.
There's like the killer subgenre, which is like slasher movies and stuff, and this is really the genre for me personally that I wish I enjoyed more, because they seem like they're a lot of fun, like the Friday the 13th movies and the Halloween films, you know.
This one to me is like, I can, like Halloween, I can enjoy that with a group of people, but I can't enjoy that by myself. You know what I mean?
I was about to say, these movies seem like they'd be better with groups, but honestly, I haven't watched a lot of slasher movies with groups of people.
Yeah, there are some of these that are really good. Like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre is really good in this genre. You could maybe consider Funny Games by Michael Haneke in this genre. That's also like a home invasion movie.
Yeah.
That's really good. Like this genre can, I think, produce good movies, but it's like, maybe even Silence of the Lambs could be considered in this genre. but I think it's super hit or miss to me.
Yeah, absolutely. I do kind of like Friday the 13th because I think it's such a great premise. This idea that this killer can only kill you when you're asleep because you can't escape sleep. And plus, on top of that, you know, you watch horror movies at night, and what do you do after you watch the horror movie? You go to sleep. So it's such like a perfect idea for a horror movie. That and also Ring. The idea of this like VHS tape that after you watch it, you know, you get a phone call.
Yeah.
You know, I like fun premises like that because, you know, middle school kids, they hear about this and they watch it and then they set it up with their friends where like after the movie's over, they have one of their friends call the house, you know, and they scare everybody, you know. There's no harm in that. And that's, I think that aspect of like bad horror movies is really nice to have, you know, because it creates a lot of memories that even though they're not great films, they're like,
right,
you know, they still have a lot of value socially.
Definitely. Yeah, with certain demographics.
Let's see, we got monster movies now. Zombies and vampires, werewolves, all this stuff. This is something that really never really interested me. Except for like creature effects and stuff like Pan's Labyrinth or something like that.
I think some of these are like some of the more visually interesting ones. Like for that reason, like Jaws is on here. That's a decent one.
Would you consider The Mist to be in there?
Yeah, I would consider that like a creature feature.
And I watched a video about The Mist recently. Apparently, it was like supposed to be like a throwback to, you know, like B movies, and it was. The director originally wanted it to be in black and white, but the studio wouldn't let him. And I've seen clips of the movie in black and white, and it looks much better.
Okay. Like, yeah, that would be interesting. Did they ever release that on like a Blu-ray special or something in black and white?
That I don't know.
That'd be cool. This also has like The Thing or Alien, which are I like those movies a lot.
Yeah. The Thing is incredible. I rewatched that recently because that was when I was like watching a bunch of different commentary tracks, and the commentary on that one's really incredible.
I think the alien ones can be scary too because it's like it plays into that whole greater idea of the unknown, you know, like you literally don't know what aliens could be like, so there's this hypothetical idea of like, well, if they're like this, that's pretty scary, you know. So I feel like alien horror gains points for like actually being an unknown thing.
Yeah, and that's another like claustrophobic movie too.
Yeah,
you sort of your a lot of the fear comes out of you don't know what's in the darkness. I actually watched a really good video on how Alien is better on VHS than it is on Blu-ray because it's lower quality. It's harder to see what's in the background, and it makes it scarier because
that makes sense.
Yeah.
That also has like the greatest tagline ever for a movie: the "In space, no one can hear you scream." That is such a genius tagline.
Yeah, and that's why found footage horror movies work so well, is because there's something about that low quality visual element of it that makes it scarier. Like in Alien, there's a lot of footage of like security cameras and stuff, and because it's fuzzy it makes it scarier. So I think it's a big part of why like Paranormal Activity and stuff like that does so well, because you can't quite make out what's happening and it makes it scarier.
Yeah, I know what you mean. It also gives more leeway for the like visual effects of the movie.
Oh, absolutely, especially with Alien, because that just like Jaws, you know, the creature wasn't working very well.
And the one scene that like works like shit is the one where it gets knocked out of the pod and it's flailing around and it just looks like a big tall guy in a rubber suit. And it's like, why the hell even put it in there? Like,
and then in a lot of the Alien sequels after 2, obviously, they show more of the alien and they have more aliens. It's like, no, you guys are missing the point of what made that first one so good. You know?
Yeah, absolutely.
And of course, Night of the Living Dead is still really good, right? The original? Because that had some social commentary in it as well, obviously, especially about race.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a good movie. That was made on a super low budget too.
And George Romero completely reinvented what the idea of a zombie is.
Yeah.
A zombie before that movie was so much different than it is now.
Yeah, rest in peace. He died last year, right?
I don't remember, but that sounds familiar. Yeah, it's funny how like the classic monster stuff has like, it's hard not to laugh at it anymore, which is why the Universal Pictures try to do like a cinematic universe thing with the Tom Cruise Mummy movie, and they were gonna make like a Johnny Depp was gonna be the Invisible Man and stuff, and everybody's like, get the fuck out of here with that shit.
Yeah, that's a stupid idea. That kind of movie had a very specific time and place, and I think that it just should be kept there. Like, it's, you know what I mean? It's not a thing to recreate for nostalgia. Like, if you want a nostalgia version of that, you've got to watch the original. You know?
Yeah, I think part of the reason why those movies worked so well in the time they were is because nobody had really seen anything like that before, so it was more scary. The idea of a mummy in and of itself isn't scary to us anymore, but back then it was. You know, they could you know, really make a lot out of that on its own.
I think too, sometimes we don't give the audiences of the past enough credit for also enjoying it in like the comedic way we enjoy it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I think some of them, even in the 30s and 40s, like also thought it looked silly sometimes, and they also enjoyed it the same way we do, you know?
Yeah, I was just now looking at like a couple lists of like the best horror movies ever, and a lot of them are horror comedies. And I think that has a lot to say with like the state of the horror film right now. Like, because Shaun of the Dead is great, Evil Dead 2 is great. And I know we haven't seen Evil Dead 2. We'll probably get to it this month. Cabin in the Woods, you know, things like that. There's something about horror and comedy that pairs really well together. I think it's because I think both horror and comedy both rely on the element of surprise. So I think that's maybe why they work so well together.
I think too, the emotions feed off each other. Like, comedy makes you feel so good, and horror can really, like, comedy can work as a good release for horror.
Yeah.
You know?
Mm-hmm. Besides like Hereditary or Midsommar, can you think of any, or It Follows, can you think of any like really popular horror films that you thought were good? Because I've never, there's a lot of these horror movies that come out. I don't even bother seeing them because I know I don't like a lot of modern horror movies, but apparently people say The Conjuring is good, and they have all these sequels. Did you ever see The Conjuring?
I actually never did. I heard the same thing too about Insidious. I heard that was like a decent movie.
Yeah.
But I never saw those.
Whenever I see trailers for horror movies in the theater, I'm always so baffled and confused because do you remember the trailer for that movie called The Nun, which was a spin-off of, I think, The Conjuring?
Yeah.
I was laughing my ass off during that trailer, and I was looking around and everybody looked terrified. I'm like, I was like, what am I, what's happening?
Movies like that are so cheesy. Yeah. I don't think I see enough modern horror movies to like give a fair judgment on like if they're good or not sometimes, but like a lot of them just don't catch me. And a lot of like modern European horror movies that get released are really good. I think sometimes you got to travel a little bit to find, or like, yeah, you got to travel a little bit to find the really good ones.
The thing that really boggles my mind though, Jared, is that the people who are really into horror movies, they watch a ton of horror movies, like you said, so they must know all these tropes by now, and I can't imagine that they would still be scared by the everyday film. But I bet you any money that people that really love horror movies are out opening night to see The Nun, and they're having a good time, and I don't understand that at all.
I think part of it though is like not even wanting to be scared in that way, but being comfortable in the familiarity of those tropes.
Okay.
And like because they've seen so much horror movies, they know it's coming, and they actually like that experience of feeling in control of that kind of situation. You know what I mean?
I think so, because I like comedy movies, and I don't laugh at every comedy that comes out, but there's something comforting about it, I guess.
And I think especially too psychologically, like thinking about like knowing this sort of situation that can be traumatic, to know the beats and to feel in control. And that's another thing too about movies in general is like, those like movies, they don't control you. You can like, the tropes, and you like know that, and you can feel like you're in control and you're a step ahead of these like traumatic situation films. So I bet there's like a sort of psychological comfort in that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to get too like analytic about it, but possibly.
I don't think I asked you this before, but do you have a favorite horror film? Or I should say, let me rephrase that. Do you have a film that scared you the most?
I think Texas Chainsaw Massacre scared me the most. So that movie, like you talk about sound design, that movie has a wildly intense sound design. I think that's pretty scary.
I gotta rewatch that one. I haven't seen that in a long time.
Yeah, the original one is the one you gotta. I think that one too has a lot of interesting, like you could interpret that in a lot of interesting ways and do a lot of interesting work. I think that's a movie that even today we could go back to it and find some things that maybe weren't dug up before that are like implicated in it. I like The Shining a lot.
Yeah, The Shining's up there for me.
Yeah.
That movie is so hypnotizing. I when I went and saw it, it was at 7:00, and I had been working a lot and not getting a lot of sleep, and I almost fell asleep like 3 or 4 times throughout the movie. Not because I was bored, because I was just so exhausted. But that movie is like, in a weird way, a great movie to fall asleep to, because it's so hypnotizing. It puts you in like a trance almost.
Sometimes
it's a really interesting movie to watch when you're very tired.
Yeah. Sometimes when you're super tired, you kind of have that look of like Jack Nicholson looking out the window. You kind of have that like blank stare, like yeah, you kind of pull it off.
And especially me, I have my eyebrows.
Yeah, you got those huge eyebrows, the big expressive eyebrows. Totally.
Yeah, that's funny. I'd say The Shining is up there for me. I know you're gonna roll your eyes when I say this a little bit, but whenever people ask me what my favorite horror movie or what the scariest movie I ever saw was, I always say Jesus Camp.
Yeah, I've heard you say that.
Yeah, I know but it really is true, because it's a documentary about these evangelical Christians sending their kids to this Bible camp essentially, but they really put them into like this mental state that's really intense to watch. And it would be like a great setting for like a supernatural horror film, I think.
I think we got your next. Yeah, this is your thing. You got to write this script, Leo.
Yeah. Just imagine, like, have you seen that documentary by chance?
If I have, it had been a long time ago,
okay.
But I don't remember it. I probably haven't.
I just imagine that documentary, but then, like, you introduce a supernatural element where they actually attain like the wrath of God, bring it out into the world or something like that.
I think
make it kind of schlocky, that could be fun.
Or it could be like a Midsummer kind of thing.
Oh yeah.
Like they go to it and they end up actually like doing like sacrifices and stuff, and it's actually like this weird like pagan thing instead.
Yeah, well, actually that makes a lot of sense, because that movie was filmed during the Bush administration and after 9/11, and the woman who's running the camp is like, I'm training my students to be warriors of God. I see the Iraqi, they're training their kids to behead people, and I think we should be training our kids to be soldiers for God in the same way that they're doing it, and I was like, holy shit. Yeah.
Oh my God.
So there's like a scene.
We want our jihadists too.
There's literally a scene where they have like a cardboard cutout of George Bush and they're like praying over it, and they have like war paint on their cheeks. It's creepy as hell. So it's like it's like perfect for like a satirical like horror film. Yeah. So yeah, that kind of ties into the last genre that's on the diagram that I have here, which is paranormal. And I think paranormal is a really interesting genre because that's where I think you get the lowest of the lows and like the highest of the highs.
And,
you get
yeah,
like everything from like Paranormal Activity 4 to The Exorcist.
yeah, and that some of that too is like how much it wants to, because I think the paranormal stuff works best when it's trying to like go through the characters' mental states and like explore that too, and not just try to scare you with the paranormal and like the like history of the demons or whatever and all that corny shit. Like when it's like using the paranormal genre to like kind of explore the depths of like these people's like souls, for lack of a better word, you know. I think that's when it works the best.
Talking about The Exorcist for a second, Red Letter Media recently did a review of The Exorcist, and they talked about a lot of things that I never really thought about that movie, and it really makes me want to go and rewatch it, because they were talking about how what makes that film so scary, you know, people call it the scariest movie of all time, and even though it's a supernatural film, the stuff that's scary about it isn't the supernatural, it's like the fact that it's rooted in reality. And even like the priest in the movie is like, exorcism isn't a real thing. The people in the movie don't really believe in exorcism, and it's like a last resort that she goes to the priest, you know. And they show like this behind the scenes footage, and there's this really great quote from the director. I can't remember the director's name, but the director was like, what makes this movie scary is that this takes place in the real world where there's a real girl that's actually being possessed by the devil. What the hell are you going to do about it? You know? And the Red Letter Media guys, they made this funny like little montage of showing how much of a different kind of a horror movie it is, because they showed like clips from all these modern horror movies where these demons are crawling on the walls and they're puking out and they're like twisting their bodies in weird ways, and it's very loud and in your face. And then they cut to The Exorcist where it's just like a drawer gets pulled out by itself.
Yeah.
You know? And but it's super effective because it's so rooted in reality. And I think that the supernatural horror films that are not as effective are ones that aren't rooted in reality, or ones that are just like so cheap that I personally just have a hard time taking them seriously.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Well, in Paranormal Activity, the first one kind of works on some level because it is that like found footage kind of thing, you know? And like it's not, how do I say? It's not scary like The Exorcist is, but it like worked, you know, for what it was.
Yeah, but the thing that annoys me about those movies is is that you walk into that movie knowing that there's going to be jump scares. So it's just a lot of long shots of nothing happening. And it's just completely relying on you to be like, it's just testing your patience. I know something's going to scare me, but I don't know when, you know?
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean.
You can get just as much fear out of going into your basement with the lights off and just standing there for 10 minutes. You know what I mean? It's easy.
So true. That's so true.
It's like, you know, you watch a modern horror film and there's somebody standing at the end of the hallway and then the lights go off. You're like, gee, I wonder what's going to happen next. Are they going to turn the lights on and the person's going to be right in front of them? Or are they not going to be there? It's one of those options. That's the only thing there is.
No, that's a good point.
Yeah. And then obviously Blair Witch Project really changed the game because people thought that movie was real when it first came out because it was, you know, shot found footage in the woods and stuff. And that created so many ripoffs that we're still seeing them today.
I mean, that essentially created its own subgenre.
Mm-hmm. And you can even argue that the Dirties is owes a lot to Blair Witch Project because it really started that found footage genre.
Yeah, it's definitely a found footage movie. So
yeah,
but
the Dirties.
Yeah,
but we'll get into it. I think the Dirties puts a really interesting spin on that genre. But it's a shame that horror movies kind of really butchered it after that movie came out, because it is such an easy thing to do to just take a a Sony Handycam and bring it into the woods because it just costs no money at all.
Yeah.
And I watched. Did you ever see that M. Night Shyamalan movie, The Visit?
I remember I worked at the theater when that came out, so I remember seeing parts of it. Yeah.
Yeah, because that was like M. Night Shyamalan was such a joke back then, and he still is. But for some reason, that movie, people were like, M. Night Shyamalan is back. And I went and checked it out, and I thought it was so stupid because it was made to look like a found footage movie, but all the footage looked like 4K quality.
Yeah, like a really, really solid, like somebody did a found footage movie where they accidentally put up red cameras.
Yeah. These kids are just so spoiled that their iPhones have red camera lenses on them or something. And then like there's all these shots where like it's supposed to look like the characters are holding the camera like they're taking a selfie, but it's so obvious that they're just putting their hand next to the lens. It's just so lazy. And that's something that I really like about the Dirties, is that it's really convincing that it's like real footage, I think, personally. The paranormal section also has witches. Did you ever see The Witch? Of course you've seen The Witch. Yeah.
Like the Vavitch, that one?
Yeah, the Vavitch.
Yeah, I love that movie.
Yeah, that's another one that's hard for most people to get into because it is so slow and the dialogue is so authentic to that time period that it's kind of hard to get into, to be honest.
I think it like depends. You have to go into it knowing what it's doing, you know? I think that's just a thing about like taking it for its premise. You know what I mean? Like, you know, you're getting into it and it's going to be like 16th century or 17th century or whatever, and it's going to be slower. Like, so I feel like that's just a thing you got to prep yourself for. Mm-hmm. And it works if you're like willing to take it on its terms, you know?
Would you agree with me that I think horror movies work the best, just as an overall statement, they work the best when they're relatable? Would you agree with that?
Wouldn't you say every movie works the best when it's relatable?
I guess that's arguable. I can't really relate to, I guess that's more of a philosophical argument, I guess. I can't really relate to Planet of the Apes, you know, but based on its themes, you can, you know what I mean? But something about horror movies is you have to relate to it directly somehow. Like, for instance, like a haunted house movie isn't scary to me at all because it's like, all right, I'll avoid that house that doesn't exist. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not, you can't tie, like Friday the 13th, like I said before, you can't escape sleep, but you can escape this house that doesn't exist. And even if it did exist, you just don't walk down that street.
Yeah, there has to be some sort of like correlation to the real world, I think.
Yeah, that's a better way of saying what I was trying to say.
Yeah, to be like as scary as it can be, for sure. Yeah, I agree with you.
With The Shining, everybody can relate to like cabin fever or writer's block or just like fear of a place that you're told not to go to. You know, that's all relatable stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting.
Did you ever see that documentary, Room 237?
Yeah, it's so stupid.
You know, I thought that at first. So if you're listening, you don't know what that is. It's a documentary about all these different people who have like these conspiracy theories or fan theories on The Shining. And a lot of them are really ridiculous and crazy. There was one person you probably remember who like would watch the movie forwards and backwards at the same time with a 50% opacity. And he would like catch little things. Like if at the 20-minute mark, Jack Nicholson's face is going right over the door frame, and it tells me that it's like crazy. And I thought it was really dumb too at first because it's like
some people just need a cause, man.
Yeah, but you know, after a while, I started thinking maybe this documentary was like secretly just a documentary about obsession and how you can overanalyze things. And if you look at it from that perspective, it becomes a really interesting documentary, I think. And even though I don't believe any of the theories, the one that I thought was really interesting and fun to listen to was the theory that The Shining was made as a way of Stanley Kubrick to secretly admit that he faked the moon landing.
Yeah.
Like, that makes no sense, because if you actually fake the moon landing, you would not put a secret message somewhere to confess it. But, you know, there are clues there if you look for it, you know. You know, you can find it if you look hard enough. There were a couple things, though, that I think were intentionally in the movie that they pointed out that I thought were really interesting. Like all of the Native American imagery, of course, or the first office room that he meets the manager of the hotel in is in a room that can't exist, and I think that was intentional because Kubrick was very specific about stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. Like the layout of the hotel, it doesn't like work that it's there, and
and it's like I fully believe that Kubrick intentionally made the layout of the hotel like subconsciously confusing so that it disorients you. Because
absolutely.
Because if the I know you know the story. I'm just saying for the listeners, but the office that Jack Nicholson walks into in the beginning of the movie to meet with the guy who owns the hotel, he walks past the lobby and you can clearly see there's like a hallway that goes behind the room he's about to go into. But then when he goes into the room, there's a window to the outside, which wouldn't exist because you just saw there's a hallway behind there. But it doesn't point it out to you clearly. It's just like this little subconscious thing that just makes you feel like there's something odd going on here, you know?
Yeah, and it doesn't like, it's not big enough that you would like catch it right away, you know? It doesn't feel like bad production design.
Yeah. I mean, it's Kubrick. Everything is super meticulous and essential to what he's trying to do.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm curious, with horror movies that have like a plot twist or make you ask a lot of questions, do you prefer like when they try to answer them, or do you prefer things to be like ambiguous? The thing I'm thinking of,
we always kind of prefer things to be ambiguous.
Sometimes, but like, I don't know, if your ideas are too crazy and you never answer any questions at all, it could be like, well, like if you don't have, I think horror movies need rules to abide by.
Yeah.
And if you break those rules, like, you need answers.
Yeah, that's different though than like at the end of the movie, are you going to keep it open-ended or close all of your questions? You know what I mean? I think that's a different thing. I don't like movies that like set themselves up for sequels all the time by showing like one last frame that's like, oh, the monster's not dead or whatever, you know?
Yeah.
That's stupid shit. Like, but I mean, you want a movie to follow its rules, I guess.
I think we did an episode on Us, didn't we? I'm pretty sure we did.
Yeah, we did. That was one of the first episodes we did.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we talked about how whether or not Jordan Peele should have explained exactly what happened at the end of the movie or not answered it. I think we came to the conclusion that he should have not answered as much or something like that. Because then you start to question the logistics of everything. If you just leave it up to interpretation, then you can't really go wrong.
When did that movie come out?
That was like February, I think. So that must have been just when we were starting. That's my guess.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I talked about everything that I usually think about when I think about horror films. I just wish I wish I enjoyed more of them because people seem to really have a fun time.
Yeah. You feel like you're missing out on something?
I kind of do. Yeah.
Well, think of all the good movies you enjoy that people don't have the energy for. Think of all the good times they're missing out on. It's the
that's a good point.
Yeah, it's the universe's trade-off, Leo.
Yeah. Yeah, I started thinking about that when I was in high school, and like I went out with a few friends and we watched one of those Final Destination movies, and it's like the movie tells you exactly what's going to happen, and it's like setting up exactly how this kill is going to happen, and then when it happens, I'm like, all right, cool.
Yeah, I think that's also just grotesque too. Like the idea of just going to watch a movie to see how people die. Like I just hate it. It's something that it's just not my cup of tea.
Yeah, well, personally for me, I feel like I've just been so desensitized to it that upon itself just isn't entertaining to me anymore. You know?
Yeah.
Because
I can imagine all those things, and like just seeing it on screen isn't like shocking to me anymore, really, unless you do something, unless there's a narrative purpose to it, and you're trying to say something other than look at this person die, you know?
Yeah, which I don't think happens as much as some people think it does. You know, it doesn't really have a lot to say other than just like titillating you for the moment.
Yeah. Does this is the Lighthouse that's coming out, is that classified as a horror film?
It looks like it has like some like sort of Lovecraftian horror elements.
Yeah.
We gotta see though when it plays.
Oh, absolutely. And it's probably going to play in my city, so we'll be able to see it, because I saw a poster for it in the Marcus that I go to, so it's probably going to show there.
Yeah.
I bet there's not going to be a lot of people in the theater, though.
That's good. You'll have it to yourself.
Yeah, I just wish he was making more money, but oh well.
Yeah.
All right. Should we get into the dirties here?
Yeah, let's get into the dirty details.
Let's get dirty. Let's get dirty. All right, we're going to play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
Can you hear me? 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 Sorry. We're making a movie. Okay, action. You know what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in France?
They don't call it a quarter pounder with cheese?
No, you idiot. I should be doing this whole thing as Bane.
They call it Royale and cheese.
Our movie is about two students in a school who get bullied by this gang called the Dirties, and so they decide to take revenge on them. They snipe them from a long way away.
That dirty with the green bandana. Let's blow his dick off.
Are you fucking kidding me? Guys, just watch the piece, okay?
And then there's a scene where the Dirties are doing cocaine, and we jump in with guns, and we're like, die, cocksucker, motherfucker!
You guys gotta make some changes.
Wouldn't Muldoon say you can't make a school shooting movie? If we made a movie where we went with real guns and actually killed only the bad guys.
Yeah, that's what we did in our movie.
But if we actually did it, just blew them away. Get up!
I'm sorry.
You know, Larry, we're coming to school with guns to kill you.
You're dead. You're dead. You're dead.
All right, so I heard about the Dirties through a YouTube channel that I follow, and it seemed like something that would really be down my alley, because it's a bit of a polarizing movie. It's a bit of a controversial movie because I guess we kind of have to spoil it out of the gate, but I still think it's an impactful film, even knowing what happens. But it's basically a found footage film about two high school boys who are friends. They're big movie buffs, but they get picked on a lot by this group of bullies called the Dirties. And they decide to make this short film about them going into the school with guns and killing all the Dirties, but they're only going to kill the bad guys. But as the course of the movie plays out, you realize that one of the characters, Matt, who's played by the writer and director Matt Johnson, he's not joking around. And it's a movie shot in a guerrilla style, except for the high school stuff where they didn't get permission to film in a lot of the places they did. There's a lot of things that happen in the movie that they really did. So it really is like a reflection on high school and a reflection on high school shootings, and it's like a little bit of a profile on kind of what goes on in the minds of somebody who could get to the point where they cause this kind of violence. And I thought about showing this movie to you for two reasons. One, because we watched We Need to Talk About Kevin, which was a much different take on this same idea. A much more artistic take. But this one just feels more real to me in a way. And I don't want to say more honest, because that one also feels honest, but in different ways. But this movie to me feels very realistic, and it's also very funny too, because the main characters are, like I said, film junkies, and Matt Johnson himself is a really eccentric, energetic guy, and he's always making references to movies and stuff. So it has humor to it as well, and a lot of dark humor, and that paired with what slowly builds was really impactful to me. And I won't go as far to say it was a great it's a great movie, but it's definitely one I think that's worth seeing and worth talking about. So it was made with like a $10,000 budget. And it was a Canadian film as well. And it's, like I said, it's found footage, but it doesn't really feel cheap. I'll get into it, but I think the justification for the found footage element of it is really clever, especially because the main characters are film junkies. Because not only is it found footage, but the footage in the movie is like the footage that the main characters are using to make their short film. So there's a lot of really interesting meta stuff going on there that I find really interesting. And another reason why I wanted to show you this movie is because we talked about small but micro budget movies and independent filmmaking and shooting without a budget, shooting without permits and stuff. And this is a really interesting example on how to do that. And I'll get into a bit about how Matt Johnson makes his movies. So yeah, I really enjoy this movie. Even though I would never consider it like one of the greatest films of all time or anything like that, but it holds a special place in my heart. So I'm really curious what you thought about this film in general.
I actually, like right now, I would say I don't even have a star rating for it. I think this discussion is going to like really kind of unearth how I feel about it for me.
Okay.
I like the style. Like you said, like I like the like meta parts of it. I like the editing of it becoming the movie and then showing the movie, and I think that's like clever. I liked the like, I mean, I read some of the stuff about how Matt made it and stuff, and not having a script and like getting a lot of his stuff like guerrilla style and kind of just going with things. I think that's really interesting. I think sometimes like too much emphasis is put on too much emphasis is put on like knowing everything you're trying to do and being so like airtight with a script. I like the sort of looseness of it. I think where it kind of, so we need to talk about Kevin is an interesting one, because we need to talk about Kevin as sort of this portrait of a relationship the killer has with his mother, and everything is sort of distilled through the lens of
the mother.
The mother, right? So it's a very different film. The big reason I think that this movie kind of, where I get caught with this movie is like all the performances and like for what it's trying to be aesthetically, I think it's really good and all that stuff is good, but I can't get over the idea of like this cameraman or a few camera people following it and allowing him to do that. And I've been so stuck on trying to figure out what that means. Like, is this supposed to be like a commentary of the media? Like the media sort of like continuing with these stories regardless of the impact? Is there like a relationship between his love of movies and the cameraman, like following it to the bitter end? Like, so I think that was like kind of the biggest thing that I really hung on with through the movie. And the thing by the end of it, I was really trying to figure out how I felt about it, what it means for the cameraman to watch that. That's my jumping off point.
It's interesting that you say that, because that's an issue I had at first too, because they never really explain who the cameraman is, and the cameraman doesn't really have a character. But it kind of reminded me of like in some time travel movies, there's like a scene where they're like trying to explain how time travel works, and then there's a character that's like, it's complicated, don't worry about it. And it's like meta commentary telling the audience, don't worry about it too much, let's have some fun. And I think this movie does that a little bit. I think it's a little bit of a roadblock Matt Johnson probably ran into while making this movie. But I think there's just enough little hints to point to the meta-ness of it that I kind of let it get away with not showing why this person is there.
Right. My argument with that would be, though, like a time travel movie, time travel is fun. And like, if you're doing a movie about school shooters, you're like, whether you want to or not, you are making a statement by doing that. You know what I mean?
That's fair. That's a fair criticism. And it's I understand this idea of like wondering like, why would this cameraman not do anything when he's watching Matt put up the cameras in the locker room and the lockers and stuff. But I just kind of conceded that personally and focused on other things. I don't know, I think that is a little bit of a flaw about the movie, but I think there is just enough reference to the way that's being shot that
I was able to forgive it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, and
for me personally,
it's a flaw of a movie, but it's also, I think, maybe the part of it that's the most interesting to me. Like the idea that a cameraman would watch that through to the end, like for the sake of the footage or the sake of the story. Like, I feel like there's something there about like what the media does.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just feel like that's there, you know? So, and I don't know. I don't know if Matt's ever said anything about that.
I think he talks about in the interview that you slept through. I think he does bring that up a little bit. So I'd definitely be interested to do more research on that. But aside from that, I assume that you really liked like a little some of the meta things going on here. Like these guys, they're high school kids and they're very inspired by movies, and they're always trying to make these short films. And the way they talk about movies and the way that they go about making their short film reminds me very much of high school when me and my friends were making little videos, even though we never did it to the extent that these guys are. You know, it's you can really feel the love of cinema that these characters have, and you could people would talk about this movie a lot about how violence in the media inspires violence in real life, but I don't think that's what the movie's trying to say at all. I think it's more about what's going on in this character's head from the very beginning.
I don't think so either. And I think too, like, I think the movies thing is interesting because, like, by the time you get to the point where he's on the cliff and his friend is like freaking out at him about how he's like, stop always pretending, like, who are you, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Like, movies aren't causing him to be violent. His sort of lack of anything. Movies kind of like take the space of where a personality would for people almost.
Mm-hmm.
Like his obsession with movies and movie characters is kind of almost this like it fills the void of his sort of like emptiness. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And also Matt Johnson, he's sort of playing a version of himself in this movie. I mean, obviously he's not a murderer. He's not a person who went into a school with a gun, but his personality is very similar to how he is in real life. And also, he's also does sort of the same thing in Nirvana, the band, the show. In real life, he is a very eccentric, energetic guy who loves movies and is constantly quoting movies and referencing them and making jokes and stuff like that. And when I was watching an interview with Matt Johnson, one thing that I thought was really interesting was the reason why he shoots in the way that he does here is because he looks at all the limitations and faults that he has as an artist and uses them as a benefit. Like he wanted people to think, isn't it great that these people aren't actors? Isn't it great that Matt Johnson's playing himself? Isn't it great that they don't have a budget, you know?
Yeah,
he turns all those weaknesses into strengths.
Yeah, I was awake for that part. He was like talking about like how everything that was in his film that people would kind of make it as like, oh, this is what's like shorting you from making a quote unquote like professional movie. Like make that the hallmark of your movie, which I totally agree with. I think I've talked about that with you too before. Like the idea of like impoverished cinema and like embracing that. Like if you don't have that money.
And that's a great lesson to learn too, is if you as an artist in general, if you feel like you have shortcomings, find a way to turn them into strengths, you know?
Yeah.
And I wasn't aware of how much of a guerrilla style shoot of a movie this was. There's a scene in the movie, I think you must have heard this part of the interview too. There's a scene in the movie where Matt, the character, goes into a records office in the city and gets blueprints for the school.
Yeah.
And he's doing it so he can plan out the shooting that he's doing, even though he doesn't tell anybody. And he was talking about in the interview that if that were in a regular movie, it would be maybe a little unrealistic, maybe a little distasteful. But because he actually goes to the records office and he actually gets the blueprints for real, and the people that are working behind behind the counter don't know they're being filmed. I mean, they might know they're being filmed, but they don't know that this is a person playing a character. Like, he actually went and got the documents that easily. And it really shows like how easily somebody could go about doing the things that he does, you know?
That's interesting. I figured that was like somehow, or I don't know if they thought like maybe, oh, they're part of a documentary in there. Well, he said he was part of a school project, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
So that would have been like the connection with the cameras. But yeah, I thought it was super interesting.
In this movie and also in his show, Nirvana the Band, the show, what Matt Johnson does a lot is he creates a rough outline for what he wants to do for a scene, and they improvise everything. And if something comes up that might sway the story in a different direction, they go with it. Like in Nirvana the Band, the show, in the first episode, there's a scene where like they're at a library and they're trying, I forgot what they're trying to get. They're trying to get something. Oh, they're trying to get photos. They're trying to get publicity photos taken for their band so they can promote it. And they go up to somebody who's a real person at the library, and they're like, the person's like, hey, you could go to Sears and they have photos there. And improvising, Matt goes, that's a great idea. The next scene is at a Sears. And it just like, these real events inspire, it's like a blending of reality and fiction that I don't see anybody else doing in quite the way that Matt Johnson is doing, both in this movie and his show. He also did a movie that I haven't seen yet called Operation Avalanche.
Yeah, which I guess they shot that at like a NASA. That's incredible.
Yeah, and they steal most of their shots in that movie as well, too. And he's always thinking about ways to basically do like a found footage style of a movie and get away with doing it without paying anything, essentially. It's really interesting.
That is super interesting.
And I think that Canada has a little bit different fair use laws than we do, and he's like a huge advocate for fair use in his stuff, especially here because, you know, they're constantly referencing movies and showing clips and things like that. And in his show, Nirvana the Band, the show, they show a lot of like clips of them watching movies. You actually see the movie, and they never have to pay any rights or anything because he knows the fair use laws so well, and he uses that to a really interesting as a really interesting tool in all of his work that I've seen. I think right away in the movie you're introduced to sort of the meta commentary of it because you see the what do you call it, splash art production logos just on like they're just played on the computer screen that Matt Johnson is working on, which is so cool. Like right away, you know that this movie's trying to do something a little bit different, and I thought that was really cool. But my favorite like meta moment throughout the whole movie, I know I'm really emphasizing the meta-ness of it because that's such a unique element of the film, but my favorite one was where he shows up to I'm trying to remember his friend's name, Owen. He goes up to Owen's house, and you can't hear him. He goes, "Put your mic on. They can't hear you. Put your mic on."
Yeah,
that's so funny. And then there's a sequence it's a montage set to music, and then it hard cuts to him. You see him editing the montage. So
that was my favorite. That was my favorite meta moment. And then it pops out of it, and he's like, "Is this too?" And that's like that moment, like, are you watching the movie itself? Are you watching the movie as a rough cut? Are you watching both?
Yeah.
Look, you're watching both. You're watching the rough cut as the movie.
You're led to believe that you're watching the movie that the characters in the movie are making.
Right. And in a way you are, because the movie they're making is the movie you're watching.
Yeah, I know. It's so interesting. And then like the scene right before he does the school shooting, he's making all those the ending credits that are references to other movies.
Yeah, and he tells end.
He tells the cameraman, "Hey, I'm probably not going to be around to finish this, so make sure you put this at the end," or something like that.
Yeah.
And then that's exactly what happens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that was definitely the most interesting part of the movie for me. And it's interesting because I read a thing too, and he was talking about how he was trying to make a movie where school shooters weren't this like essentially just a 5-degree separation from who he was.
Yeah.
You know? So essentially living his life, but their brain was wired a little differently and they would just take it a different way.
That's a big difference between this and We Need to Talk About Kevin, because I think I would argue that We Need to Talk About Kevin is about somebody who is born evil. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He was just born evil. And this character, Matt, he's a guy who got his buttons pushed too many times and people don't take him seriously. And something's a little haywire in his brain, but it took something to trigger it, you know?
Yeah. I think, though, so there's a couple. I mean, and it's a thing of, like, neither of those are, like, quote unquote, the proper way to go about it, because, like, the human experience is obviously expansive and different.
Yeah.
But we need to talk about Kevin, you know, is like from birth to that event from one person's perspective. And this is like picking up with them in high school. And it also, they both kind of like, we need to talk about Kevin leans maybe too much into the like born evil thing. And I think this one leans maybe a little too much into the like getting bullied as your like catalyst thing, because like Kayla was talking about this with me, because like even like Columbine, like I guess those kids, she said they got bullied, but they were like also just like dicks, like on their own, you know, they were like bad people.
You
like,
could argue that these characters are kind of dicks too. They're really only friendly towards each other.
That's true.
Yeah.
The other, I'm like totally blanking, Owen, his friend's name. He's like kind of and I guess this is where the movie like kind of draws those lines, right? Like, because he's a pretty decent guy.
He's a sweet kid. You get a sense that he's friends with Matt because no one else will be, a little bit.
Yeah, and like maybe they've been friends for a long time, and he's just like too loyal of a person to stop hanging out with him.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's totally the sense that I get. I don't know if you read this or saw it in the interview, but there's a scene towards the middle of the film where you start to sense that Matt's not joking around about the school shooting thing. And he goes up to his mom and he goes, "Hey mom, he's reading an article about psychopaths," and he's like, "Dude, I think I might be a psychopath." Like,
yeah, he was reading the Columbine book.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, Owen thinks he's just like playfully, you know, pontificating about it or something. And then you see a scene where he goes up to his mom and he's like, "Hey mom, do you think I'm a psychopath?" And his mom's like, "You're a little eccentric," or something like that. Yeah. Apparently that's his real mom, and she didn't know that she was being filmed, and that was like a real conversation.
Right. Yeah, I read that. Yeah.
That's so
that was
interesting.
Just like a real conversation. Yeah, it's wild. I was thinking about that, and I was thinking about like I was trying to figure out how they got her audio.
Oh yeah. They must have, maybe they just like turned up, maybe they had like a hidden mic, or they turned up the gain on their lav or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they must have turned up the gain on Matt's mic.
Yeah. You mentioned the acting before. I know you're big into acting, and I was curious what you thought about the acting in this film, because I think the acting feels very authentic, and I think a big part of that is because the characters are sort of playing themselves. So it's not a big stretch for them to do that. The only acting that I thought felt a little off was the Dirties, ironically. The bullies in the movie.
Yeah, the Dirties felt a little over. It was a little extra. I thought it felt more like a stereotype of like a bully.
Yeah.
And they were in on it, right? They weren't part of the students.
Oh no. The stuff that's shot inside the school, I believe, mostly was, they weren't paid actors, but it was like a real school and real students, and they knew they were being filmed. And the guerrilla stuff is mostly the stuff that's outside.
Okay, so the students were kind of like told like they were part of the improvising of the scenes, and
yeah, that's what I'm led to believe. I'm pretty sure that's accurate. Yeah,
I mean that would make sense to me more so, because a lot of those students didn't feel like real people.
Yeah.
You know, so
and the teachers didn't. The teachers knew that they were actors too. Like the teacher who they showed the original cut for, and he's like, "You guys got to change a few things. This is too violent."
Did he know about that, though?
I'm pretty sure, because I think I forgot what the context was, but I think I remember Matt Johnson saying they went to a high school and they were filming a thing, and somebody was like, what the fuck are you guys doing here? You're not high schoolers. Look at you. You're adults. So I think it was like a few years after this movie, because Matt Johnson was 28 when they shot this, and he passes for a teenager, I think.
He looks pretty. He's still got that kind of like oily skin teenager look.
In the long hair helps too, and the baggy eyes.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And the fucking like zip up hoodie with the ripped jeans, like. But the scene where you were talking about, the scene with the teacher, and they re-record him, so he says like motherfucker and like, and his face when he's watching that, when they're like making him look like a fucking bozo, it reminds me of the UK Office. It's like so funny. It's so cringy, and he's just like, you guys gotta make some changes.
And even though that
Man,
guy...
I love the line though.
Sorry, go
the
ahead.
humor of the line, take a chance on us. It's so funny.
What was it? Can you just take a chance on us?
Take a chance, yeah. It's just this sort of like...
like he's talking to them like he's a studio executive.
Yeah, exactly. It just felt like such a funny parody of that situation.
Yeah. And that's hilarious. And that's the kind of stuff that they're avoiding by shooting it in the way they did, because they didn't really have to answer to anybody. So they're almost like making fun of all the other people who have to go through like standards and practices or whatever. Even though that guy was in on it, Matt Johnson does do that kind of stuff in his other work. I haven't gotten to this episode yet, but I just know of it. And Nirvana, the band, the show, that Matt Johnson went to like an award ceremony. I forgot what award ceremony it was. And he went up and he accepted an award, and he would sneak in little lines while he was up there that didn't make any sense at the time, but they were recording it. And then later on, they like cut those elements out so that they could include it in Nirvana, the band, the show, as a completely different narrative. It was really interesting, innovative stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Did you I kind of got a kick out of like, were you surprised by any of like the movie references that were in here? Because obviously they're referencing like Train Spotting and Pulp Fiction directly, and all the movie posters they have on their back walls.
Royal Tenenbaums, he references.
Well, how did he reference Royal Tenenbaums?
They were like doing, I think it was like at the edge of the cliff thing, and he's like talking about like falling in the hole. He's like, Danny Glover, Royal Tenenbaums.
Oh yeah. I remember that now.
Yeah. No, I mean, they're all American movies. Oh, Train Spotting, I guess, isn't, but
they are. Matt Johnson is very inspired by American films, and that's a big part of Nirvana, the band, the show. It's sort of about two characters that are sort of perpetually stuck in American 90s culture.
Yeah.
So I think that's just an interest he has just in general.
Because almost all of those movies are like, 90s. I guess some are early 2000s. They even talk about Kurt Cobain in the Dirties. There's that Kurt Cobain still looking better than Courtney Love joke.
Oh, yeah. Yep. Yeah, that's right. I remember that now. One thing that I kind of related to a bit in this was when they, they're working so hard on these little short films that they're making, and it's fun for them, and then they show it to the class, and the class is just kind of making fun of them. That's something I relate to a lot, because, when you're first starting making videos and stuff, you work so hard on it, and you really love it, and then you show other people, and they don't get the same response that you do out of it. It's a hard thing to take. I'm sure you experienced something like that as well.
Oh, definitely. I mean, part of that is just because people's expectations for being moved by videos is so high. And people are in general not very responsive to new things if you are trying to do new things. So it's hard to make things that people think are good.
Yeah.
There's a very narrow window. And I don't really think it even has that much to do with like how well it's made sometimes, or like on its own terms, how good it is, I think sometimes people just are really bad at liking things for their terms. You know what I mean? Because like you can, like a high schooler could make a really solid high school video, like top 5th percentile for a high school video. But if you're comparing it to like Seinfeld, like of course you're gonna not like it as much,
Mm-hmm.
like You got to look at things for like what they are. And there's some like in the video they made, you know, like kind of comparing it to, there's that thing where they showed the girls video and it's just like essentially like a cell phone video in a like a one shot like and
I'm laughing because I had a very similar experience to that, but go ahead, I'll share it in a bit.
And that's like the thing is like they might be just like totally derivative and like aping things they've seen already, but at least they're like putting thought into it. They're setting up scenes, they're like lighting it, they're choosing camera angles. So like, you know what I mean? That sort of level of like there is all that work put into it. And sure, it's not like a Hollywood blockbuster, but like for what they're doing, they're like showing an engagement with and an understanding of the sort of like bare bones of a movie. You know,
they're at the age where the characters are at the age where they're just consuming movies and consuming, and they just are trying to replicate what they're seeing, you know, because they're such fans of it. And that's a like a gateway into movie making. The thing I was laughing about was you mentioned that the girls showed their video and it was just like a cheap cell phone thing.
Yeah.
It reminds me when I was in high school, one of our assignments was to make like a commercial for something. And I was into making videos at the time and I worked really, really hard on it. And it was like funny and had really clever editing and stuff. And when I showed it in class, everybody just kind of rolled their eyes because they're like, oh, this guy's a try-hard. And then like the popular girls showed their video and it was just like bad sounds. It wasn't like even pointed at them, the camera. It was out of focus. But because they were cute and they were like quirky, people loved it. I'm like, God damn it. that was pretty much what happened in that scene.
That's funny.
Yeah. There was a reference to something that I don't know about, but I'm guessing you will because you're much more well-read than me than I am. But is it true that Catcher in the Rye is like synonymous with people who are like school shooters?
It's synonymous with the guy who shot John Lennon was like obsessed with Catcher in the Rye.
Why is that? Do you know?
Why was he obsessed with Catcher in the Rye?
Yeah.
He like shot him and then he sat down and like read Catcher in the Rye. I don't know why he like was obsessed with it particularly. I just know that was like a huge thing. Like they found him reading Catcher in the Rye.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I remember hearing something about that, but I wasn't sure. Because there's the
John Hinckley's his name.
Like I said, there's a lot of really dark humor in this movie, and I really like that.
No. Wait. Sorry. I'm just gonna cut this
Go
off for a second. Mark David Chapman was the guy who killed John Lennon, and then John Hinckley also had the book on him when he tried to kill Ronald Reagan. So it's been two assassinations. One of them, like Chapman shot Lennon and then just like stayed where he was and opened Catcher in the Rye and read it. And then Hinckley also had it on him. So it's just like a shooter thing, Catcher in the Rye.
Okay, I see. One thing that I was a little nervous about you watching this was I was afraid that you might think it was a little tasteless in the way it handles the school shooter aspect of it, but I don't get the sense that you did think that. The first scene that I started to think that was like I really enjoy the scene that's sort of a play on the that classic they're trying on outfits and scene, but instead he's trying out outfits like, how about I wear this to a school shooting? What if I wore this?
Yeah.
You know, and I find that scene really funny because, you know, it's the kind of thing you would like joke around in a dark way to a close friend, but then there's that subtle layer underneath that he's really not joking around, you know?
Yeah. I thought the only part of it that could have been qualified as tasteless was the actual shooting part.
Mm-hmm.
But everything before that I was fine with. And tasteless is a strong word. I just don't think it was very necessary.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the actual shooting thing, you know, they could have easily, you know, made it really graphic and made it really long, but it's a very short sequence. And he doesn't shoot the kid in the head. I think he shoots him in the forearm or the gut or something.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of attention put on it. So it kind of moves past it. It's very matter of fact. And I think it's effective in that way.
What do you think about, like, we'll just get to it, I guess, because we're on the topic.
Okay.
The end thing, like, it so threw me through a loop. The whole, like, he's there and he's like, what are you worried about? Like, it's me. Like, what'd you think about that?
I think that was a really interesting way to end the movie. I bet you any money if they had more of a budget, they would have done something different. Because they didn't have a lot of money, they couldn't do a lot of, they couldn't get the police involved or anything like that, But, this movie, it's about, I think a big thing about this movie is a big part of it is about this friendship between these two people. And the fact that Owen is slowly realizes that he's misunderstanding his friend, or his friend has lost his way or something like that. He feels like he's losing his friend to something that he can't quite grasp, and it's too late for him because they're joking about the fact that they're just gonna kill the bad guys, and then when Owen realizes that he's not joking around, I bet in his head he's thinking, well, what lengths is he willing to go? So he's in fear when he realizes that he's actually shooting up the school, and like any kid would, he's running away and trying to be safe because he doesn't know what his friend is capable of anymore. So when his friend's like, hey, it's me, it's like, hey, we've been talking about this, you know what I'm doing here, look at my shirt, it says we're only here for the bad guys, what are you freaking out about? It's that complete, he doesn't understand why his friend is fearing him, and I think that's sort of what the movie's all about right there. So I think it works very well. What did you think about it?
Oh, I like your explanation.
Okay.
Yeah. No, it was just such a question mark for me. I like your explanation. I'll take it.
It does end so abruptly because you do expect it to be like this long sequence where he's running around and shooting a very harrowing thing, and the police get involved and they tackle him down, and then you see.
Well, and I thought he was gonna shoot Owen.
Oh, okay.
Because they did like just fight and stuff, and I didn't know if that would put him on his shit list, and.
Yeah, I really do think that Matt really honestly just wanted to kill the Dirties. That's all he wanted to do. And it's the point is that it's still horrendous, Yeah. And I think it's really interesting because, like I said, the scene where he gets the blueprints is very real, like literally real, and how easily he attained the blueprints.
Yeah.
And there's also commentary on how easily he attained the guns. And the fact that he openly says, hey, we're having a school shooting tomorrow. And they're like, have fun.
He said it to a couple people, yeah.
And they don't take him seriously. And that's what happens with a lot of these school shooters is people don't listen to them or take what like weird things they say seriously,
Yeah.
And like the scene that really like the little moment that really terrified me in terms of like how real it could have been was when he's got the big duffel bag with the guns in it and the cameras and stuff, and he just shows up to the school early, and the janitor's like, what are you doing here? And he's like, oh, I'm here early for a class project, and then just that easily they just let him in.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. And this was shot in Canada, right?
Yeah.
Does Canada have as big of a culture of school shootings?
I doubt it.
Yeah.
But even in America, I think, I mean, it probably a little bit harder now, but I can if day to day you're a generally kind-hearted kid and good to people and stuff, there's no reason why he would say no. Wait till the school opens up. It seems like it would be an easy thing to do if you had no prior signs of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Because I mean, the school knows him as a filmmaker, so they probably just assumed he had like tripods and a camera in there or something,
I think having the camera there too, like would a janitor think like, oh yeah, these people are here to film a school? You know what I mean? Like, that's another situation where like the cameraman's presence sort of allows it to happen too. I think.
You were questioning why the cameraman was there, and maybe it ties into something that I heard Matt Johnson say, where he was talking about how, like, when he wanted to shoot inside of a school or public places, people are much more willing to let him shoot when it's just when he doesn't have a crew, when it's just like a couple people, because it's not intimidating, and they see that he just wants to make something. You know, if he went through all the red tape that he needed to legally in order to shoot there, and he had like a big crew and stuff, they'd probably be like, no. But because it's all under the table, it's easier. So maybe that has something to do with the fact that the camera was there.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah, there's something about the camera's presence, like allowing that access, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Another little technical meta thing that I really liked that I'm sure you caught on to is like the movie intentionally has like bad color timing and stuff like that, which I find kind of charming. Like depending on where they're shooting, like the colors are just off. And again, maybe it had something to do with the fact that Matt Johnson didn't know how to make a movie or didn't know how to shoot something. So he made the narrative as an excuse to get away with stuff like that. And it works for its benefit.
Yeah. And there's like the scene too, like, excuse me. They're like walking outside and they end up in like a wooded area and it's like auto iris because it gets really bright when they're in the shadows.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mentioned before that he says to people that he's like planning a school shooting, and there's that moment where that there's like one awkward kid that's kind of annoying him, and he just goes, "We're coming to school with guns to kill you," you know? And even though I've never heard anybody say something like that to my face when I was in grade school, I definitely heard bullies say like really serious threats like that to people, and nobody takes them seriously, you know, like I'm going to beat the shit out of you later or something like that.
Yeah. And it's always kind of just like brushed off.
Yeah. You just think, this guy, he's just an angry kid. He's just taking it out verbally, you know? And I think that's the scariest element of this movie is just seeing how realistic this all could have actually happened, even though real school shooters are a lot more complex than they are in this movie. And also like with we need to talk about Kevin. One of my minor complaints about this film is that I think him reading the Columbine book was a little bit on the nose. Like I was like, I think we get it.
Yeah, definitely. It was a little like just adding a little bit more for sure.
Like the only justification for him reading the book was that they were making a fake movie about shooting up a school, so he was doing research on Columbine or something. But it just seemed like a little too like too much of a wink and a nod to the audience. Oh, I'm scrolling through the movie now, and I just realized there's a scene where Owen goes to his music teacher and he tries to teach him like how to play a song. Do you remember that? And he's like, "You're gonna get a lot of ladies if you learn how to play the guitar."
Yeah.
That's Jay. He's the other co-star and writer and creator of Nirvana the band, the show.
Oh, okay.
That him and Matt Johnson are the team behind that show. And if you like the filming style of this movie and the meta commentary-ness of it and the film references, which I think you do, I think you should check out Nirvana the band, the show. It's I think you would really enjoy it. It's very, very funny. It reminds me of like if you combined Nathan For You with It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check it out.
Yeah, because I was just gonna say every episode of the show, it's about these two guys. They're part of a band called Nirvana the band, and every episode of the show is them just trying to land a gig at the Rivoli, which is this small theater in their town, and they're just coming up with little plans to get in there. The first episode is them trying to get a poster up on the wall, and that's the whole premise of the episode. But sprinkled throughout it is like references to movies and fun improvised scenes. You know, it's and you can definitely see that that's at the heart of what Matt Johnson is trying to do creatively in all of his projects, even in the Dirties.
Did you see his the Avalanche movie?
No, but I really want to watch it. I really want to watch it now. It doesn't have like the greatest ratings, but I think I'll still appreciate like the way it was made.
So this one was better rated on the whole?
They were about equal. But the thing is that this movie's a bit more polarizing than I feel like this movie's lower rated because it's polarizing, and Operation Avalanche is just because it's not as good. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay. But I still definitely want to check it out for sure. Did you enjoy the ending credits with all of the different splash arts from different movies?
Yeah, different, like the Goonies and all that stuff. Back to the Future and.
Were you able to catch? Were there any that you didn't know? I'm curious.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, I know there was like a super bad one. I couldn't list them all off the top of my head right now, but yeah, there were a few that I wasn't privy to. Did you know all of them?
No, obviously there were a lot that I didn't know, but I really liked that element of it a lot. And they have one of those in every episode of Nevada the Band, the show. There's one episode where what's his name? Jay, the guy who plays the musician in this movie, he's playing with like devil sticks. You know what devil sticks are?
No.
It's like those. It's like a stick in each hand, and then you flip a stick around with those two sticks. It's like a little game.
Oh, okay.
And then the opening of the show is a parody of Marvel's Daredevil show, but with him doing like devil sticks. It's really silly. Yeah, I guess I'm maybe talking about that show too much, but because I just started watching it. But
sure.
Yeah, I'm really glad you enjoyed watching this movie, because I really think it's something special. There's a lot of found footage movies out there, but I really think that this movie attacks that idea in a really, really unique way and tackles the idea of a school shooter in not necessarily a faithful to actual reality way, but in an honest way to a certain point, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Because of the way it's filmed and the way the characters are portrayed and the way events play out, it feels very authentic to me. And I can imagine if somebody watched this without knowing anything about it, I bet there's some people that would think that it's real.
Yeah. The only part it like not catching with that is just it's just the cameraman going that far with it.
Yeah, I think he could have easily fixed that situation by having the ending sequence be just the GoPros that he sets up with the lockers and removing the cameraman completely. That could have been a solution.
Well, there would have had to be some kind of like the cameraman not.
Maybe there's a scene where the cameraman talks to Owen. He's like, "Yeah, there's something wrong with him. We or something."
Yeah,
like that. I don't know.
Like, I don't know. And some of that I think too is like you were saying, like not allowing the police to get involved, and so on that level. Yeah. What did you give it star wise?
I gave this movie a 4-star rating. I really, really appreciate and adore this movie a lot. But I do think there is room for improvement. And there's something, I feel like a found footage movie really has to do something mind blowing to be like a 5-star movie for me.
Yeah.
Because I put form so much into that kind of a rating, but it's definitely worthy of a high score in my book.
Okay.
What about you?
Yeah, I'd give it like 3 stars, and I'd say it's a really solid like directorial debut, and it shows like promise for sure. And I like the style from like the acting perspective and the sort of like lower budgetness of it. But I think like some of the like rules of the found footage were hard to get through, and some of that stuff. It had flaws, like it did too. So, but yeah, like a solid movie for what it was for sure.
Yeah, I can't recommend it to everybody because I think there are a lot of people that will find it uncomfortable because of the subject matter, because it does have a lot of dark humor to it, and it does. It's about school shootings, so some people might not even want to touch it with a 10-foot pole. But if you're willing to give it a chance, I think you would enjoy it. So I would recommend it to people who think they can handle the movie about that kind of a thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, cool. All right, so for next week, we're going to try doing something a little bit different. We usually have these mutual reviews where if there's a new release coming out, we talk about that. But for next week, we're going to try doing the mutual review as the discussion for the first half. So we're going to talk about Joker, the movie that's coming out tomorrow. I'm seeing it with some people from the campus newspaper that I work at, so it should be a good time. But before we reveal what you're going to choose for the choice review, I guess, I should say that if you like this podcast and you want to support us, leave us a review on iTunes. It's really easy to do, and it makes us feel good. If you have any questions,
it gives us that dopamine rush.
Oh yeah, and that's always a good thing. If you have any questions or comments, you can email us at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. So besides Joker, it looks like you're choosing a movie for next week. I guess King of Comedy would have been a perfect one, but I watched it.
I know, a perfect companion piece.
Right, but what do you got for me for next week?
So for my movie pick, I'm going to go with a gritty, like 70s movie to kind of compare and contrast with the Joker, which seems like it's very much based in that sort of like old 70s, like mid-budget world. We're going to watch Dog Day Afternoon.
All right.
Yeah.
Is that a, not a heist film, but a hostage movie, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. It's, I'm not going to give away a ton.
Okay.
But yeah, it is. It's good. Pacino, I think, gives one of his best performances.
Was this you said it was 70s, right?
Yeah, it's 1975.
Cool.
Sidney Lumet directed it, who I like a lot. He's like he doesn't necessarily have like a ton of like his style, but he is a really solid director from that time period. He made a really good book about directing. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, this has been on my watch list for a long time, so it's about time I get down to it.
Sweet.
All right, cool. All right, we'll see you guys next week with Joker. And also, by the way, Jared, because you enjoyed the aspects of the Dirties that I thought you would, I want to see if you can try to at least watch a couple episodes of Nirvana the Band, the show.
Okay, you want me to report back?
Yeah, I'd be curious what you think about it, because I know you like Nathan For You, so there's and like Borat kind of or Sacha Baron Cohen kind of stuff. So yeah. I think you might enjoy it. All right, so yeah, next week, Joker and Dog Day Afternoon.
Bye.
Bye.
Here we go.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. I drink your milkshake.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Welcome to In the Can Movies.
Take 32.
My name's Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And for those few who listen every week, we apologize for sort of our scattered upload schedule recently. It's a busy time of the year for both of us because I'm still in school, so I guess we're uploading whenever we can, essentially.
Yeah,
so.
Get used to it, I would say. So
yeah, but I mean, I'm still having fun, and as long as we're still watching stuff and still talking, I think it's gonna be a good time.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So today we're gonna talk about Joker, the movie everybody's talking about right now. But we've been looking forward to this one for a while.
It's everywhere.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about Joker. We're going to do a non-spoiler review before we get into spoilers. So if you haven't seen it, you could still listen. And then afterwards, we're going to talk about your pick this week, Dog Day Afternoon.
Yeah, which, by the way, just to preface it at this point, I actually hadn't ever seen this movie going into it.
Oh, you had never seen Dog Day Afternoon before?
No, I chose it because I wanted to see it too. So I didn't know what it was about going into it.
Yeah.
I knew what it was about. I hadn't seen it before. So
I had no idea, as a teaser, I had no idea it was based on a true story.
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? That's one of the reasons
oh my God,
I wanted to watch it. And also it's like a 70s. I felt like it was a good like combo with Joker because it's got that 70s grit, and I feel like Joker was trying to channel some of that ethos.
Yeah, they both have like this underlying theme of like the grossness of the city at the time or something like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm really interested to talk about that. So, but first, have you been watching anything else this week, Jared?
I've been.
I know you've been busy.
It's trying to figure out everything that I've done to this point and trying to remember my like last whatever it is 2 weeks or so.
That's a big reason why I keep my Letterboxd account up to date.
It's smart, dude.
It's a good way for me to keep track.
The only
ones I really have to keep track are the TV shows, because TV shows aren't on there. What were we gonna say?
Yeah, the two that I remember the most. Continuing the Halloween kick, I watched John Carpenter's The Thing.
Classic.
Really good. It felt, watching it this second time, it's been long enough that I didn't really remember who was the Thing and who wasn't, which was nice. But yeah, that's a great. I like the one setting, the claustrophobia. It's like totally just relies on its premise and nails it. That's a really good movie.
I mentioned this a couple weeks ago, but the the commentary on that is really, really great. They break down a lot of the effects, a lot of the specific shots, where they shot each scene. It's really great. Yeah.
Huh. And then the other one I watched Taika Waititi's Boy.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Michael Jackson.
I thought you'd like that.
Yeah. What did you think? I know you expressed interest in it earlier.
Yeah, I really liked it. He's almost like a goofier Wes Anderson almost. He's kind of got that kind of like
that's possible
comedy. Yeah. Well, I think Wes Anderson's a little bit more like delicate and sort of like whimsical.
Okay.
Whereas Waititi's a little more like self-effacing and his humor is different. I think.
Yeah.
I think the humor it's structured differently. He also like centers himself so much in his movies. Like he starred as Boy's dad and he wrote it, you know what I mean? So he's like so the star of the show in his stuff, whereas Anderson is kind of this like, you know, the auteur. And yeah, I liked it though. I really liked the performances of all the kids. I really like the timing of his humor. I think it's really funny.
Yeah, he's got incredible timing.
Yeah. I think that's the best part of his work.
The movie was a big hit in New Zealand, from what I understand, because you know, a lot of people don't know a lot about New Zealand, and a lot of people don't see this side of New Zealand. The I don't know, I want to say indigenous, but that might be the right word.
Yeah,
this
no, you're right.
Caramel skinned.
Yeah, you're right.
Version of New Zealand that a lot of people don't get to see.
Yeah,
and it's really interesting, and it's a really fascinating culture and rife for comedy, I guess.
Yeah, those are the people that were there before the Brits came, you know. So yeah,
also that movie has one of my favorite. Was that an awkward silence?
just like let that history sit there for a second. Just remember.
Yep. Yeah. Columbus Day just passed, so oh boy.
It's Indigenous Peoples Day here.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that's the
proper
way to go.
Is it that in Wisconsin too?
Yeah, I think I read an article saying that this is the first year that Wisconsin is officially recognizing it. So that's good. Yeah.
Good.
I was gonna say, Boy has one of my favorite ending credit sequences ever. That Michael Jackson Thriller dance. Set to what is it? So, I forgot what it's called, but it's a specific kind of New Zealand dance that they do.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
It's so funny, and you can just tell like it very much feels like that was the last thing they shot. You know, everybody's like super happy. And yeah, I love it. I don't know if you caught it. I'm laughing just thinking about it now. There's a shot where like there's a guy in the background that's like limping. He's supposed to be like a zombie, and then his fake arm falls out, and he just looks behind him like, "What the heck?" And then it just cuts away from. Do you know what I'm talking about?
No, I wouldn't have remembered it.
I rewound it and played it like 6 times because it was so funny.
It's funny.
Yeah. Did you watch anything else?
You know. Nothing is like coming to mind right now. I probably did, and I can't remember. The Criterion 50% sale was yesterday. Ooh. So I picked up Showa, which is a 10-hour 10-hour documentary about the Holocaust by Claude Lanzmann.
Oof.
So, yeah.
Sounds like a fun romp.
Pretty heavy stuff.
Yeah.
But the Criterion stuff, I mean, I have the Criterion channel, so like what happened was I was sort of scrolling through it and I was like, ooh, this sounds like a good movie, or I like this movie, but then I would just look and see if it was on the channel, and they're all there with their extras, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So to get it, I wanted to get something where I would still like, I would get like really good features and also like a book and just something that like felt like it would be good to own as like a whole thing. So like those box sets are kind of the way I go. Plus I had $45 of gift cards that I've accumulated over the last like year for it. So it cost me like $11.
I'm surprised you don't spend those right away.
Dude, I hold them all together so I can buy big stuff.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Yeah, because the smaller stuff is easy to just like do spontaneously.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I can go over a few things that I watched here. I didn't watch too much, but I was still on a kick from the Dirties. So I watched Captain Operation Avalanche, Matt Johnson's second film, and it's not as good as the Dirties, but it's a really fun ride, and it's funny and really unique. There's really nothing else like it because they shot it guerrilla style, just like the Dirties, and it's a fictional mockumentary that follows like the AV team of the CIA that had the secret mission to fake the moon landing. Not only faking the moon landing for the public, but also trying to convince NASA that they actually did land on the moon. And it's really funny and really interesting. And like, it looks like it was made in the 60s. I don't know what kind of, I think they've shot it on film cameras too, which is cool. And there's just a lot of really interesting meta stuff going on, just like in the Dirties. And there's a scene where they consult Stanley Kubrick on the set of 2001: A Space Odyssey. And you know how there's no footage? There's really no video footage behind the scenes of that movie.
Yeah.
So there's still footage. There's some images that you've probably seen before. They went in and like somehow animated these images to make them look like they were moving. And then they Forrest Gumped themselves in and made it look like they were like talking to Stanley Kubrick.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's a really interesting movie. It also has honestly, one of the best car chase sequences I've ever seen in a film.
Really?
Yeah. There I don't know if you watched that clip I sent you, but I watched a clip of like behind the scenes of them figuring out how they're going to shoot this. And they're like, okay, if we want to do a car chase scene, we can't do it in the middle of the street because we can't afford that. What if we do it in like a field? So the car chase is all in this field, and it's like one shot. It reminded me of what's that Clive Owen movie? Same director as Roma, Children of Men.
Oh yeah,
the one shot car chase sequence.
We should do that movie sometime.
But yeah. But you know the sequence I'm talking about in the car, where the camera's in the middle of the car and it's like one long shot. And it's
I mean everybody knows that. Yeah.
It was very much like that, but shot with like a no budget at all. And it was like I was honestly at the edge of my seat, like not even like joking. I literally was. It was really great experience. So I'd suggest checking that one out sometime.
Sweet.
Yeah.
How do you feel like it related, like as far as versus the Dirties?
It didn't have as much to say as the Dirties does, because the Dirties is such, about such a serious topic.
Right.
But Operation Avalanche is just fun and goofy.
Cool. Is he working on anything right now too?
I didn't see any upcoming projects, but I mean, he's only made 2 feature films, and I cannot wait to see what that guy has rolled up his sleeve next.
Yeah, and he's done, I mean, everything he's done to this point has been self-funded in some kind of way, right? He hasn't had any sort of, like, studio budget.
No. I think Spike Jonze executive produces his show, Nirvana, the Band, the Show. And I also...
that's a good friend to have.
Yeah. I couldn't find that show anywhere but Amazon, so I bought the first season of Nirvana, the Band, the Show, and I plowed through it in like 2 days, and it is fucking hysterical, that show. And it breaks all of the same rules that Matt Johnson has broke in his feature films, and it's a hysterical show. I imagine that if that show was was made and released in America, it'd be a huge hit.
Really?
Yeah, it's really something special.
Like released on Netflix or something?
Yeah, I bet it would be huge.
Got some proper marketing. Yeah.
Because it plays a lot with pop culture. It does a lot of guerrilla style filmmaking, like his other work. There's a lot of really fun, not subtle and not so subtle references to pop culture. And I think the fair use laws might be a little bit more loose in Canada because they get away with doing all sorts of copyright infringement kind of stuff.
That wouldn't surprise me. I feel like America is the most like, just viciously protective of anything they could make money on.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I watched an interview with Matt Johnson. He said he has a really good lawyer about fair use, but he said that basically because they have a good lawyer, they can get away with using anything as long as they need to show it to serve the story. Like if it doesn't need to be there, then they don't have a legal argument for it, which is interesting, I think. Yeah, so I checked out the show and Operation Avalanche, so I think I'm an official Matt Johnson fan now.
You're standing him, as the kids would say.
Is that what does that mean?
You remember that song by Eminem, Stan?
No,
You remember it? It's the song where it's like the
sing it for me, Jared.
Wondering why, I don't know why, got out of bed at all. Put your picture on my wall. And then it's all about like a fan who's like obsessed with Eminem and like he's like, I want to be just like you and all this stuff. And he's like, I'm like taking all of your lyrics literally, and I like killed my wife and she's in the trunk and I'm driving drunk now and all this stuff, and he dies. Yeah. Well, but anyway, it's like an obsessed fan. So now like if you're really into someone, you're a fan of someone, it's called standing them.
I guess. I don't think I'd go that far, but
okay. You're not a Matt Johnson stan?
I'm not a stan, no.
You're just a fan.
Another quick thing I wanted to mention was I checked out a few episodes of the show on Netflix called Abstract, The Art of Design. And for nerds like me who are like really into just how things are made, or not how they're made, but like the decision behind designing something, it's a really, really well put together show, and each episode is like its own documentary. My favorite ones was the one on photography, which you would really, really like. It follows a guy who does like portrait photography for magazines, and he's taken photos of all of the most important people in the world. And it shares his story. And then also there's one on typography, the art of designing typefaces that sounds like the most boring thing in the world, but I found it
dude,
so fascinating, dude.
Typography is so interesting. The thing with typography, though, I think it's another one of those things where it's like, the more you know about an art form, the more you can tell the very minute details.
Oh, absolutely.
But there's so many like sans serif fonts that I look at and I'm like, that's the same fucking font.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But I know like in reality there's differences, and you're looking at like, oh, the space that a P has in its like inner like empty, you know what I mean? Like it's like little things like that. But
I mean, you see thousands and thousands of different fonts every day in your life, and you don't even think about like every single one of those fonts was painstakingly chosen or made for a specific
custom
reason.
Yeah, so many of them. Like I was watching a thing. There's like this guy who. His YouTube channel isn't good enough to like remember the actual name of it, but he's like a graphic. He's a graphic designer. I hate his like attitude, but his actual work is interesting. He's like a graphic designer who like takes logos and like remakes them or like ranks them and stuff. But it's like listening to him talk about the font in there. It's like 90% of fonts are custom made. It sounds like it's crazy.
Yeah.
Like
so you'd probably like that episode. It's and the photography one as well. But and there's a lot of really there's one on. Automotive design, architecture, shoe design if you're really into sneakers.
Architecture would be interesting for sure.
You know what's really fascinating is I've watched maybe 6 episodes of that show, and at least half of them, because they always focus on one person, almost all of them, one of their parents or both are architects.
Interesting.
It was like a pattern I saw. Like, oh, my dad was an architect. I'm like, oh.
I wanted to get, that was going to be like when post-college, I was like, well, what can my new thing be to like learn about? I really wanted to get into architecture as my new thing, and I just never not literally like, oh, I want to build something, obviously, but like just like studying it. And I never found the right books, I don't think, but I've always wanted to learn more about architecture. It's really interesting.
That episode. Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, it's really interesting that like, architecture kind of from a historical perspective actually kind of points to the like differences in time period faster than a lot of other art forms does.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's really interesting.
That's why the buildings in Madison, UW Madison and UW Oshkosh are so ugly, because they were made during the 70s when everything just looked like a
brutalism.
Brick. Yeah.
Brutalism. It's really interesting now, though, like all of these digital renderings, you can like kind of show your ideas to the community before you ever put anything up. So now it's like a lot more like, there's a lot more like response and like kind of a feedback loop and a back and forth. So like people who live there already know they're going to like the building before, and they're also getting used to thinking about what it's going to look like before it's up and finished. So now there's like actually a much higher, I don't know a better word for it, approval rating for like modern architecture than there has been in the past because of that ability to kind of see what is coming.
Yeah. I mean, you could say the same thing about movies too, because there's such a direct response to things. People can respond to the trailers on social media and they can make changes. So that's just something to be said about just design in general. But yeah, it sounds like you would really like that show. You should check it out sometime.
For sure.
The last thing I watched, and I don't know if you did, but I watched El Camino, the Breaking Bad prequel movie.
I hear it's good. Everybody who's seen it said they liked it.
Well, we could talk about it when you do more, but I'll just mention that I liked it. Basically, the only negative criticisms I've been hearing is that the movie wasn't necessary. And I'm like, you could say that about any movie. No movie's necessary. It's just how you tell the story, you know what I mean? It gives Jesse the farewell that he deserved. And I thought it was really suspenseful and very well executed, because they brought back everybody from the show, both in front and behind the camera. And I do want to shout out Robert Forster, who passed away the day that the movie was released. And he reprises his role from Breaking Bad, the vacuum shop owner. And I was like, whoa. Like, after I watched the movie, I saw a thing on my phone that said he died. And that was so strange. But yeah, he was amazing in that show. And, of course, amazing in Jackie Brown as well.
Yeah. And what was the other thing he was in that was pretty big?
Those are the only two I really recognize him from. But
really?
Something else.
He played like the uncle of someone in something. I don't know. But
that guy has so much character in his face, so much detail, and he could express so much doing so little. So that was but yeah, I like the movie, and we should talk about it more sometime.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, let's get into Joker.
Ooh, so serious. Wrong.
Yes.
Wait, that was the wrong Joker.
Why so serious?
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
Arthur, does it help to have someone to talk to?
My mother always tells me to smile and put on a happy face. She told me I had a purpose to bring laughter and joy to the world. Hey, stop them! Is it just me? Or is it getting crazier out there?
All right, Jared. So everybody's talking about this movie, so we're gonna try our best not to spoil it for the first few minutes here. I think it's fair to say we were both looking forward to this for different reasons. Is that right?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, what reasons were you looking forward to? How different do you think it was?
I just thought it was such a different looking comic book movie, and it seems like maybe the first postmodern comic book movie, in the way that
it doesn't even really relate to Batman or any of the classic things you would think of when you think of the Joker. And I kind of liked that. It was, and I also, the cinematography looked gorgeous, and we're both huge fans of Joaquin Phoenix, so I was just like ready for another dynamite performance out of him. And
I was just in it. I was just in it because I want to follow Todd Phillips' career as closely as possible. I mean, I can't miss one of his flicks.
That really surprised me. You got me through a loop there. Yeah. Yeah, you're, a diehard fan of all three of the Hangover movies, especially Hangover 3.
Yeah, you gotta see those things on Blu-ray to really enjoy it.
Yeah, but basically, this just looked like a really interesting take, and I really just wanted to see a movie that didn't even mention Bruce Wayne or Batman or anything. Just
well, you didn't get that.
No, I didn't.
Spoiler.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. But
yeah,
I just wanted a hard character study, and overall, I think that's what it was. But what did you think of? How do you think it went?
So I think it was actually, so as a movie, it was a little bit slower than I thought it would be. It was definitely like a hard and fast character study. The acting was phenomenal. Joaquin Phoenix's acting was phenomenal.
He doesn't know how to give a bad performance, that guy.
The dude, he was just born to perform. And actually, as far as like the social commentary stuff in it, obviously a lot of the stuff beforehand was like people who literally had not seen the movie before and were guessing what it was about.
Oh my God. We'll get into that for sure.
Yeah, but the actual social commentary, what was actually being said, was honestly, I think, really good.
Really?
Like, really good.
Wow. Because that's the thing that people are really criticizing this movie for.
Because it's a movie, and I don't think this spoils anything. It's a movie much more about class and economics than it is about like incel culture or anything like that.
Absolutely.
And I think the reason people aren't, and the reason journalists aren't talking about it is because they have certain cultural critiques, but they don't have a class critique. Mm-hmm. And class is the thing I personally care about the most. So for me, it really hit pretty much perfectly. And it also did a good job of it's not really, I don't think, a movie so much about our current day and age, although you can see some sort of things. I think it's really a movie about the time it was set in, the early 80s. Yeah. Because those things that are dealt with in the movie, especially directly related to funding and all this stuff, was happening at that time.
Wasn't New York like a real shithole back then too?
Yeah, I mean, we can get into the history. I mean, New York's economy is super interesting at that time. In the 70s, banks started not loaning the city anymore. So a bunch of things, a bunch of people got evicted from their houses, and a bunch of corporate interests bought up things and kicked people out, and, gentrification. We can get into that.
And obviously this doesn't take place in New York City, but it's heavily implied that it's
essentially Gotham City is essentially New York. Yeah. And it's really about, I think it's a really interesting portrait of a person, but it's also this really interesting portrait of how the society around them, it's sort of it's kind of taking this beginning part of the isolated, hopeless individual and locating it at the point in history where it really started to kick in America. And I think that's super interesting. And I think the social commentary didn't say he became that way because of a girl did something to him or this. That is not what it's saying. It is specifically saying this person has specific needs, and those needs are being failed in the economic sphere.
Yeah. I agree with you 100%. I was just listening to another podcast I listened to, and it's 4 guys, and they usually say things that I generally agree with, but they all hated this movie. And they were saying that the social commentary here is so basic and doesn't have a lot of nuance to it. And I was thinking it doesn't need to have a lot of nuance. It's a Joker movie. You know what I mean? It's okay that
exactly.
It
it's
hits,
a fucking comic book movie.
It's okay that it hits all these beats without, doing something super transformative to it. And a lot of people are criticizing this movie because it pretty much is like if you took Taxi Driver and King of Comedy and made them have a baby, and they gave up the baby, and Detective Comics adopted it, it would become this movie. I mean, if you imagine what that would be, it's exactly what this movie is, and I think I'm fine with that. It's okay to me, you know. I don't see that as a sin. It's all about the execution of it, and I think it was executed really well. I think the tone and the pacing of this movie is really well done. The movie has a really great dark sense of humor at times that I think was very effective. And the only argument I can see people having about like the social commentary, other than the incel stuff, which is just flat out wrong, is that this movie will incite violence, or this movie is gonna or that the movie is saying that the Joker is like a hero and we need to start literally being violent against people who are billionaires, when that's just silly to me. People are going to be violent, and the talk of like violence media inspiring violence has been debated forever, and the science always shows that it's not linked at all.
Well, and so for one, there was no violence that happened. And you can almost just hear the fucking opinion column journalists like get pissed off that there wasn't some shooter. You know, right? You almost get that fucking feeling that they like wish a tragedy happened so they could be like, we see the culture wars.
And that also, the thing that pisses me off is that before the movie came out, people were writing articles like that. And all that does is inspire some idiot to be a troll and like bring in like a Bluetooth speaker and play like, you know, like a machine gun in the theater just to be a troll. You know what I mean? That just inspires people to be assholes like that.
Yeah. And also like, and I don't think this spoils the movie, but the violence that is in there, and not the violence that Joker does, but I would say more the violence that's kind of making up the milieu around him, you know? That violence is like valid. Like, like the protesting and the looting and the destruction, like there's a level to that where like when you really consider what's being done to them, like there's a validity to that.
Sure. And also the violence that the Joker inflicts isn't. I was prepared for this movie to get really dark, and it didn't go as extreme as I thought it was going to be. General audiences just aren't used to seeing that level of violence taken seriously. Like Deadpool is more violent than this movie is, you know, but it doesn't take itself seriously. It doesn't play.
I mean, this movie only has one really standout violent scene and then two like bloody scenes. Is what I would say.
Yes.
And the standout scene has enough humor injected in it to be kind of light. And those moments to me are like, those are the best. It was like a pretty funny movie. And those moments to me were my favorite. Like if you can, I almost wish there would have been more in this movie. Like the perfect Joker movie was encapsulating those moments where it's like, from purely a comic book perspective, we can talk about like the social stuff later, but from purely a comic book perspective as like a watcher of a film, I want those scenes where like this brutal, horrific madness, wacky things happen. And then something funny happens so close to it that I don't really know how to feel. That's like how the Joker character should. Yeah, you should feel like, holy shit, that was deranged, and then like, holy shit, that's pretty funny. But there's even like,
sorry.
There's even like moments. Nah, we can do that in the spoiler section. Okay. Never mind. What were you saying?
I was gonna say the other criticism I've been hearing about this movie is that this isn't the Joker. The Joker is supposed to be this maniacal, evil, chaotic force that can like create these elaborate plans to fend off Batman, when this isn't really what that is. And I'm like, I don't give a shit. Just he doesn't have to be exactly like he is in the comic books. This is just, it's an origin story, obviously, and I won't spoil anything, but you can see hints of how this character could become more conniving than he is in this film, because he's not really conniving in this, but you can see hints of where it could go there. And on the Thomas Wayne tie-in, that is in the trailer, so I'm not really spoiling anything, but the Thomas Wayne tie-in I think works for the themes of the movie. But the only times that I thought was a little hand-fisted was whenever they forced in like young Bruce Wayne into the film. I feel like some of those scenes may be able to get cut out, because I don't know. How did you feel about that?
Yeah, I think they should have been cut out. I think they were like, I really don't know why they were there, and I don't really think they added much of anything.
Yeah.
I liked him as a background as a candidate, but I don't think he had to ever be an actual character.
Yeah.
You know?
And I watched this movie with a few other people from the Advanced Titan, and 2 of us liked it, and 2 of them did not like it as much. And the reasons why the other 2 didn't like it were for reasons that I don't think are valid, like, that's not what the Joker's supposed to be, or what, the Joker's gonna be like 70 when Batman's gonna fight him. I'm like, I don't give a shit. The Joker is not supposed to be a physical foil for Batman, you know, so it doesn't really matter how much older he is than him, you know. And one of the people I saw it with was like, what was with all the dancing? I'm like, it was
so good.
Expressing
it was like
himself.
It was like he took like a Martha Graham class beforehand. It's like this sort of beautiful modernist dancing. I thought it was great.
I believe Joaquin Phoenix said he was trained in ballet when he was younger.
That makes sense. Well, and also the dancing like goes beyond just those private moments. Like he dances with his mom. Like dancing is how he expresses himself. He doesn't really. He doesn't know any other way to express himself.
Yeah.
Really.
Mm-hmm. And he does all sorts of different kinds of dancing throughout the film, which is interesting. There's the interpretive thing that you see, joyfully dancing, like tap dancing, and then that slow dancing that he does with his mom. But I thought this movie was really effective in what it was trying to do and what it was trying to be. I throw a lot of the social criticisms out the window completely, and just looked at it for what it was. And I thought it was a really interesting character study about class, like you said, mental illness. And though it's not realistic, it's not meant to be. It's meant to be an extreme example of things that can happen. So I think if people got offended by how they display mental illness, like, this is the Joker we're talking about.
Yeah.
This isn't some Joe Schmo that has a mental condition.
Exactly. I think it kind of adds to it too, because what they did with the mental illness stuff too, I think it was elegant to also bring in the actual well, shit, the funding is cut and he's off all his meds now. You know, like putting that like sense of realism into the character too was like a way that it didn't just trivialize the mental illness, you know, which I think is important.
Another thing I want to mention before we get to spoilers is that I loved how uncomfortable this movie made me feel, especially with that really unique laugh that Joaquin Phoenix brought to the Joker.
Which to me that laugh, like when I first heard it, to me that was like the laugh my like subconscious would make, like reading a comic book with the Joker in it.
Really?
I thought it was pitch perfect. Like, yeah. What'd you think about it?
I thought it was really interesting to, and this is explained really early on, so it's not really a spoiler. I thought it was really interesting to have the origin of, because the Joker, he always laughs, you know, that's his thing. And I thought it was really interesting to have his origin of that being some sort of a condition or at least it's introduced as some sort of condition where he can't control laughter and he laughs at really inappropriate moments. And laughing to him isn't something joyful, at least throughout the first half of the movie. It's painful. It looks physically painful and he can't breathe. It was a really interesting take for sure. And like before you see him with the makeup and he's laughing like that, you start to imagine him.
And he had that little card. Yeah, he had that little card that he handed to people.
Yeah, please excuse my laughing. I have a condition.
Spoiler. Yeah, but I loved that. That's like such a good little touch.
Yeah, that's really early on in the movie, so I think we're safe there. But I think we should get into spoilers here. What do you think? I would recommend this movie for sure. It's one of the more polarizing movies of the year because of all the social stuff, but most people seem to be enjoying it, and I would recommend it to people who are open for something different, I guess. But also, not different, but also kind of a remix of things we've seen before.
Yeah, I would say like a remix, and something too a little more, just like a little slower. Like it's not going to be attacking you. Every minute, like begging you to look at it. There's
not an action scene every 8 minutes or anything.
Yeah. It's a build, and you really kind of have to sit with the character.
Yeah. All right, let's get into spoilers for the Joker, starting right now. You alluded to it before, but man, the scene where he kills his partner clown, I forgot the guy's name, with the scissors for ratting him out.
Yeah.
Came just, you see him grab the scissors, so you know what's coming, but you don't know exactly when it's coming. And then boom, it's incredibly violent.
Well, and we got to even talk about like the setup to it though.
Yeah, go ahead.
He's like painting his face, and they're kind of like, "Wait, didn't you get fired? Why are you like still painting your face like a clown?" And he's like, "Oh, my mom died. I'm celebrating."
yeah. They're like, "Oh yeah, we brought you some wine to cheer you up."
It was such.
And they're also going there for the police, kind of, because the police have been showing up to his office because they are highly suspectful that.
Well, and the police have already seen
murderer.
him too. Those two detectives outside the hospital stopped him to that point. But my mom died. I'm celebrating, and and he just like he kills him, stabs the scissors in his neck and all the blood, and like smashes his head against the wall and all that.
And then he's immediately relieved.
Yeah, and I love it too because the what's the little person's name?
Oh geez, I don't remember. I can look it up here.
Yeah, but he's like kind of there, and you're kind of like, well, what the fuck is he gonna do?
Gary,
and
he's his name.
Gary, yeah, and he's kind of like telling him that I'm not gonna like hurt you, and he's like leaving, and he like jumps out.
No, he jumps. He scares him. That was the funniest moment I've seen in a movie in a long time.
I know the fucking idea that like this guy like just killed someone brutally in cold blood, and he plays a practical joke on him afterwards, and then
and as an audience member, you don't know if he's gonna kill this. You don't know if he's playing with his food. You know what I mean?
It's like and it's like that moment too of like jokes like that are like, because the audience doesn't know what's going on, they're like being shared in with the like joke, but also the like seriousness. It's like really good setting up. And then the scene, and then he like tries to leave, but the door is too high for him, so he has to ask him to open it.
He's like, "Hey Arthur, can you please open the door?" And he goes,
"It's so
funny." He goes, "Sure, Gary. I'm not gonna hurt you. You were the one that was always nice to me."
And he kisses him on the head and lets him leave.
Such great. And then it's followed by the scene that everybody sees, and on the poster where he's dancing in the.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there's the chase scene first, but he's dancing
and it's funny because like in the trailer it's like one music, but in it's rock and roll part 2. Yeah. It's first I thought that was such a strange music cue, but then I realized I had to look it up afterwards. I didn't realize that was made in the 70s. Jock jams was such a big thing in the 90s.
Yeah.
I just figured it was made then. Well, and did you hear there was like huge uproar about that song too? Because the guy who made it is a convicted pedophile. And
really?
Yeah, and the guy gets like royalties off it. But it's like such a perfect choice for that scene, Like it's like, I don't know. I think it's like pitch perfect.
Because it stands out over everything else. Because the only other music you've been hearing is that beautiful score, by the way. That beautiful, beautiful score that's throughout the film. And also like these, lounge music hits, like That's Life and the Smile song.
Yeah.
So this electric guitar really stands out, and it's this moment of pure joy that he's feeling because he's finally accepting who he is in a way, even though it's a very dark thing, but it's a very liberating scene for him.
Yeah, for sure. And it's dancing again,
Oh yeah, absolutely. good stuff. Oh, so much dancing.
And
were you,
sorry, were you gonna say? No, you go first.
I was gonna say, did it annoy you, or did you appreciate all of the direct parallels to Taxi Driver and King of Comedy? Because it's really blatantly a remix of those two.
I honestly like it. I don't know. It wasn't, so those movies, I mean, both of those movies I would say are better movies than this.
Of course.
You know, like those are classics, and I don't, you know, but I didn't feel like it was like derivative enough as far as like messaging or character. Like I don't really see a lot of similarities with Joker and Travis Bickle. And like there is that sort of setup of like going on TV with your idol, who also is like Robert De Niro, but it really, like, the setup and the purpose and like the sort of thing behind it is different culture. It's so different culturally, because, you know, like King of Comedy is set up in this like 80s like celebrity obsessed, and this guy wants to be a celebrity so bad, and it's so much like wrapped up in that zeitgeist. Whereas this is like, I don't know, like he just kind of like wants a father figure from the De Niro character.
Absolutely.
It seems like.
Yeah.
So it's very, very different motives. Like he is not obsessed with fame, and like the comedy thing for him doesn't really seem to spring up anywhere than out of like a sense of like searching for any kind of belonging, you know?
Yeah. There's that line that I've seen some criticism of where he says, "I don't believe in anything." And there are some people who are like, "Oh, wow, it's like a 14-year-old. Like, oh, I'm so edgy. I work at Hot Topic. Ooh, I don't believe in anything. I'm a nihilist." I'm like, what? It sounds like this is about the Joker. This that seems like a quote I could see ripped right out of the panel. Like, that's the chaosness of the Joker. He accidentally stumbled into being the center of this movement. He didn't intend for this. He just wants to get payback at the people he thinks wronged him.
Yeah, and I think like it's not so, like, I feel like the Joker in The Dark Knight had this very like strict, I don't believe in anything philosophy, you know? Whereas like this Joker is kind of just like I don't believe in anything in the terms of like what would I have to believe in, you know?
Yeah.
Like he doesn't feel like he's creating a worldview out of it. It more feels like he's like emptied of everything, and now there's like a nothingness there.
Yeah, because he feels like, so alone in the world.
Well, I mean, he is so alone in the world.
Yeah.
And yeah, Heath Ledger's had a sort of like operative stance out of that, which kind of made it more like edgelordy. You know what I mean? In this,
yeah,
in
he
that
just
way.
wants to see the world burn.
Yeah, whereas like that's like not there with this Joker. This Joker is just like essentially like, well, you brought up Children of Men, almost like at the end of Children of Men, like driftless on a raft, going kind of nowhere, like rootless, like with nothing to hold on to, you know?
Because he was planning on killing himself at the Murray Franklin show, but he starts to think differently about his situation once he gets up there. Yeah, I agree with you. His motives are almost non-existent. And I think a really interesting idea for the Joker, like an origin for the Joker, is this idea that he finds it really funny. He finds these dark things, and he finds murder, and getting back at these people who he doesn't like. He finds it all funny. He finds awkwardness hilarious, and you're introduced to think that that's a condition.
Yeah.
When really, he says it towards on the Murray Franklin show. He's like, "I think it's hilarious that I killed those people, and I'm tired of pretending that it's not." Like, that's a really interesting angle to look at the Joker at, I think.
Yeah.
Where he just genuinely finds joy out of these things, and the world has been telling him, "No, that's wrong," you know.
Well, and I also think it's like a thing too of like kind of like going back into the social commentary, like kind of up to that position, all of the violence in the movie was against him. You know, he was getting like beaten up on the street, and he was getting beaten up by those guys before he killed them. And obviously, like, I'm obviously not advocating violence, but there's a sort of like there's not really any sense of belonging he has, and there's nothing to lean on to or be supportive of. So his like only relationship to the world can be like this reciprocal violence, and it's the only thing he knows how to act out that doesn't end with his like relationships in society, just him being beaten the shit out of, you know.
And when he finally retaliates, and at first when he shoots those Wall Street guys, at first he's doing it out of self-defense, and then he goes and hunts down the last guy who runs away, and that's where you're introduced to that beautiful dance scene where he's in the bathroom.
Yeah.
To me, that was him just a sense being let free in a way.
I heard that dance scene was improvised on the spot. Like they didn't know like where to go after that scene, and Joaquin Phoenix, Phillips, and like just the cinematographer were in that place, and there was in that little like stall, and the like crew of like 250 people were outside, and they just kind of like Phoenix kind of improvised that little dance out of it.
So it works so well. It's so beautiful.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Let's talk about Joaquin Phoenix for a minute here. He is so damn good.
Yeah.
I just buy every line of dialogue he says, no matter how silly or non deep they may seem. I loved his delivery when he's talking to that is it a counselor, psychiatrist? But he's talking to her, social worker maybe. But he's talking to her, and he's like, "You don't listen, do you? Like, I just told you all I have are negative thoughts." Or no. He says, "All I have are negative." He says, "I just told you that I never knew that I actually existed, and now people are starting to notice," or something like that.
Yeah,
that's such an interesting line to me, and like on paper, it seems kind of goofy.
Yeah,
but he delivers it so well.
I think it's like more like at the end of it where like everything's getting cut, and she's kind of like, you know, like they don't give a shit about people like me and like, or people like you.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I think more because like the whole like thing at the beginning, at least he's like, she's not a good psychiatrist or whatever for all intents and purposes, but he's also getting someone to see and like someone to prescribe him things. So like, is it ideal? No, but he's at least getting a base level of care. But that like scene shows that like literally nobody cares about him, you know. And two, there's that whole thing of relating it to like the outside world. Like obviously a lot of these people are feeling similar, or else they wouldn't be acting the way they are around him, you know.
Yeah.
So there's like that like level of it too, where like, yeah, some of this is like talking about the Joker, but like other like wider parts of it are also saying like, this is like to a level, the type of subject you're producing by not caring about people. You know what I mean? Like if you want to like build a society like this is what will happen.
Yeah.
You know, and the Joker just kind of represents like the farthest, most alienated, least supported, who also has all of these terrible extenuating circumstances in their personal life, you know. But I think that's important too, to like, to not just think of like characters or whatever as like these expressions of pure evil, but like putting them as a subject who has like been created and not just like kind of risen out of the ether as evil, you know?
Right. Because he was abused as a child as well, so it's not like he was born out of an evil
and
source
actually,
or something.
The way he was abused is, I don't know, maybe they did this like purposely. The description of like how he was abused as a child is actually very similar to how Hitler was abused as a child.
Tied to a radiator,
like tied up and then like hit in the head repeatedly. Very similar. Yeah, and
I didn't know that about Hitler.
Yeah, he was abused. Well, and he also, you know, he got like gassed a bunch in World War I, and that messes up with your head, like mustard gas and stuff like that. Yeah. I mean, he was deranged. But then that's that whole thing too. There's like this relationship with Hitler in there too, because, you know, the society starts wearing like clown stuff and doing those like violent acts. And it's like you have that person with all of these things that happen, and a deranged individual is created, right? Which, like, this is what happens. You know, we don't have answers for sometimes things like that. But you have to really put a society on the brink to be desperate enough to listen to those deranged people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, having them exist is one thing, but having people around them being as desperate that they'd actually listen to those people is like another thing, and that has to be produced by actual economic conditions.
I also heard a criticism about this movie, like, oh, this movie's saying that if mentally not mentally challenged, but mentally deranged people were off their meds, they'd go on a killing spree. And I'm like, no, you're completely missing the point.
That is not
of
what's being said. That's not
absolutely.
That's not what's being. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
like,
I think there's people who just like, whenever you're dealing with anything that's even slightly a sensitive topic, people are just, you know, are on their toes, like waiting for a chance to like see where the movie's being socially irresponsible or something.
Right. And I don't know what you want. Like, like, I don't know how they want like a subject to be produced. And this whole idea too of like, I don't know. What do they want? They want like a pure evil person who just like rises out of the ether. I mean, it's like simpler.
I think they want is like a message in the beginning, be like, disclaimer, not all people who are challenged mentally are like this. Disclaimer, we do not want you to go out and kill billionaires. Like,
because like journalists think people are too stupid to understand those things on their own.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. Yeah. Even though I don't care much about like the direct connections to the comic books and stuff, I did really like the takes on like the Joker origin stuff. Just the fact that he's like this temp clown essentially is a good origin for the makeup.
Yeah,
and this idea of him with the laughing thing where he legitimately finds dark things just hilarious. And at the end, after he kills Murray Franklin, he goes out and he sees, even though he doesn't really care about these people who have these clown masks on, he is delighted by the fact that he's making an impact and people are listening to him.
Well, and this is the core of the movie. Like, he's delighted that he feels somehow connected by it.
Yeah.
And the expression, like the scene at the end is the perfect encapsulation of this, right? Like, he shoots De Niro in the face and he gets in that car accident, which like that whole scene is fake, you know, like he gets arrested and he gets driven to Arkham.
I think like, it's open for interpretation.
I think it like, hear me out on this.
Okay.
I think it like works. It literally makes the point of the movie by being a fantasy.
Okay. Can you tell me real quick where exactly you think? Okay, so the movie ends with him being in Arkham Asylum. But
right.
At what point in the movie do you think the fiction starts?
So he shoots De Niro in the face and sits on the TV, right? And he gets arrested, right? And then we see him in the car.
He's like, then they're like, why are you laughing? You know, this isn't funny. You know,
yeah. And they're driving.
Don't you realize that this is all because of you? And he goes, I know, isn't it beautiful?
Yeah. And I think that the whole thing of him getting hit by a car and then the hitting car isn't real. Like, they drive through, that could all be real, but like they drive there to Arkham and it actually picks up there. That whole scene of getting hit and then saved and then like brought up is his fantasy of like an actual connection to a larger movement and a larger group of people and finding his place in a society.
Yeah.
Like, that is his fantasy. His fantasy is to be connected to things. Like, that is the hope. And this is the whole thing about, like, you know, like politics in that era. Politics in that era, like, defunded social programs, got people less connected, more atomized. And now, like, we see this on, like, all levels. And people have less, like, larger social things to be connected to. People have less, like, public funding for, like, public space and just things that are shared. And it's sort of this expression of this person who's been totally alienated from their world, like having a fantasy about the possibility of connecting to their society. Like, it's this sort of dream of an actual community. And obviously his mind is so warped by then it like kind of plays out in this sort of, you know, operatic, violent sort of cult of personality thing. But that's like what's being expressed there. You know?
I can't believe we've seen this many iterations of the Joker and nobody thought to use nosebleed blood as the smile. Genius. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like how did nobody ever think of that before?
Yeah.
But I will say, just like in King of Comedy, all of the fantasy sequences in this movie are moments where he's being accepted and treated well.
Yep.
The fantasy in the beginning where Murray Franklin has him come down, he's being treated appropriately, and the fantasy that we see where he creates the relationship with Sophie.
It's a relationship, yeah.
It's a relationship. It's a positive experience. All of the so basically anytime anything goes good for him is a fantasy. So I agree with you that the scene where he gets hit by the car is where the fiction starts. The only complication there is that when he's in the actually it's not a complication now that I'm thinking about it, because she goes like, what's wrong? He goes, oh, I'm just thinking about a joke, and it cuts back to Bruce Wayne's parents being killed in front of him, and then he goes, you wouldn't get it. So I'm not sure if the movie wants us to believe that actually happened or not. And if not, then this is the end of the Joker story. maybe Bruce Wayne's parents didn't get killed, and I'm fine with that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if there's a point to that or not. I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? Like,
what did you think of... Sorry, go ahead.
No. You go for it. I was done making my point.
Yeah. What did you think of the last shot where he's walking away and you see the blood footprints, which is clear that he killed or at least severely hurt this woman who was just interviewing him, and it's him, running away from the asylum.
Yeah.
I think the movie would have been a lot more effective if it just hard cut after he says you wouldn't get it. Like, you wouldn't get the joke.
I agree. It was, and this is actually, that shot actually kind of like my biggest formal gripe with the movie is that there was way too much fucking slow motion. Like, I hate that, like, and it's just, and I know it, but it's just because these like new modern digital cameras have such good slow motion abilities that, like, there's way too many scenes that just look like a fucking music video. And it really bugs me.
Don't go watch Gemini Man then.
I hate it. I hate that music video bullshit. Like,
I'm sure you heard about Gemini Man. He wants it to be shown at 120 frames per second.
Get the fuck out of here with that. Like, why? That's not the hill to die on. And the idea too that, like, I was reading, who the fuck was I reading? And they said something, they were relating the decision to do Gemini Man as like, oh, what was the thing they were relating it to?
Was it something along the lines of like, we're bringing cinema into the future, some bullshit like that?
Yeah, it was like somehow if like people always used to watch movies like this, but then this happened and but the thing with like 120 frames per second, it's not a fucking creative decision. It's a setting on the machine you have. Like, it's not creative to choose a different setting. Like, that is not...
Can I play devil's advocate for a second? And I don't agree with this, but couldn't somebody also argue that that's the same thing with like an aspect ratio or black and white? Or is that not the same?
No, I gotta wrestle with that now. You brought it up.
But I generally agree with you. Like a lot of times people say, well, it looks more real if it's 120 frames per second. But like, movies aren't supposed to look real.
No, absolutely not.
Yeah.
And but just like the slow-mo stuff of it, I think it just gets tedious. It gets exhausting. Like, if you do one or two very important scenes in slow-mo, go for it. But like, to shoot like half of him like going to the train in slow-mo and it's all dreamy slow-mo, I don't know, it just feels like overused, and it's like, what's the point of what you're trying to tell me at that point?
Honestly,
you know what I mean?
I didn't even notice any slow-mo during the chain sequences. I think you
really
are more acute to that than I am. The only slow-mo that bothered me was the last shot, because I thought the movie should have ended like a minute earlier, and then that shot just kept going on and on and on. That was the only slow-mo shot that I only that was the only one that took me out of the movie. So
Yeah.
maybe you just have more of a problem with slow-mo in general than I do.
Maybe.
This, I can't think of another movie that has like a color palette like this movie. This movie, like visually, doesn't look like anything I think I've seen before. Like the colors are muted, but also like the secondary colors, the oranges, the greens, and the purples are brought out, which is the Joker's colors, and it gives the film a really interesting feel. Would you agree with that or no? It sounds like you're thinking.
Can you state that again? Sorry, I was
zoning out.
The slow mo. I was thinking about the slow mo stuff.
Oh, okay.
Could you restate that?
No. I was just saying that I think this movie doesn't look like anything else I've seen before because of the color palette.
Just like it being so dull.
It's like muted, but also the secondary colors are browed out, like the oranges, the greens, and the purples, and that's the Joker's colors.
It felt like a little retro almost.
Yeah, I mean, both this movie and Dog Day Afternoon both take place in a city in the 70s or late 70s. And visually, they look like night and day. You know,
well,
obviously, Dog Day Afternoon is meant to look almost like documentary.
A documentary, and it's shot on film, and the highlights are clipped, and like there's a lot of like very particular. I was thinking about that actually, like comparing the visuals of like Dog Day Afternoon to this, and this is, I don't know, the like.
It looks more like a movie.
Yeah, it doesn't. It looks like a Hollywood movie. You know, it looks
but a good Hollywood. It doesn't look cheap or overproduced.
No, I'm not saying that.
This movie clearly had a vision to it.
I feel like it's sort of like I would call Dog Day Afternoon gritty, and I would call Joker cosplay gritty. Like, it's not authentically gritty. Like,
I see what you're saying.
Like, Dog Day Afternoon feels like 4 fucking people shot it, and the Joker feels like 250 people working for a corporation tried to make something look gritty by desaturating an image.
Yeah.
You know, I don't feel like it really brings out, there's not like a sort of stain to the image itself.
Another technical thing I wanted to ask you about was, it seems like at least 80% of the shots were shot with a very shallow depth of field. I'm curious if that bothered you at all, or if you like that, because I really liked it. I think it made the movie feel very intimate and claustrophobic at the same time. Throughout almost the whole film, there's only like a foot of stuff that's in focus. Like, I'm specifically thinking of the shot where he's left in the street in the alley. And it's like a dolly shot going back, and the entire time the only thing that's in focus is him lying on the ground.
I like it. I mean, I don't have any problem with that choice. I think sometimes, and I was like I noticed this too watching older movies, but I don't think the depth of field is used as much as a storytelling expression as it is now. Like, I can't think of a lot of Dog Day Afternoon where, like, it used to be like if you wanted something to feel really intimate, you would do a close-up. But now it feels like if something is really intimate, you do really shallow focus. You know what I mean? It's almost become like a different kind of shorthand. I don't know.
Do you know what camera it was shot on?
Yeah.
If not, you want to guess? Oh, it sounds like you know.
I'm pretty sure it's the Arri Alexa 65 and the Arri Alexa LF, right?
You nailed it. And also the new Arri Alexa Mini.
Yeah, is it Arri Alexa Mini LF?
No, it just says Mini.
Okay. Yeah, the LF and the 65 both. It's large format, so you're going to get, like, longer lenses are necessary, but they'll also cover, like, a wider range. So you'll get way more shallow depth of field, like, naturally. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I wanted to mention another moment that had me laughing my ass off besides the scaring of the little guy. It was the first scene where the cops come up to interrogate him outside the hospital because they think he's the one who did these murders. And they're like, he gives them the card that says "My laughing is a condition." And he goes, "What is this? Some kind of joke? Is this also part of your clown get up?" And he goes, "What do you think?" And he like flicks a cigarette, and he turns around and he immediately like a Looney Tunes cartoon slams into the door. I laughed so hard.
Yeah.
Because it's like at the end of the day, he's still accidentally doing like these goofy clown pratfall kinds of things. I thought that was hilarious. And then also, of course,
what?
The gun falling out of his pants at the children's
so
hospital.
Fucking funny. And he tries to kick it and like hide it. That was such a good.
And then he puts his finger up to his nose. He's like, shh.
Yeah, that was such a well played scene. Yeah. Also, one of my favorite scenes. It wasn't necessarily funny, but the scene where he like goes into his fridge, so good. Like, he takes everything out of his fridge and crawls into it.
That was the moment where I was thinking, people who are used to normal comic book movies are not gonna like this.
I love that.
I just imagine people walking out of the theater going like, "Why did he go in the fridge? That was weird."
Well, and that's the thing of, I mean, I can't. That's like depressing to think about. Like,
I know. I'm just saying. Like, I liked it too.
Yeah. I mean, if you're going into a movie, and this is another thing too with the whole thing, is like if you're going into a movie to watch a deranged person, like they're gonna do shit you don't understand. That's like the fucking point. Like that is why they're deranged. Like they will literally do things completely like, you know what I mean? That is literally
it was really weird. Why was he laughing in the comedy set when nobody else was? Like, yeah, that's the point.
I hope that's not like true.
Yeah, there are people like that. I'm harking back to when I went and saw Sorry to Bother You. The normies that were watching that movie not prepared for what that was.
Yeah, definitely.
Were there any kids in your audience? There were a couple like little kids.
Yeah, there were.
Audience.
There were a couple of kids. There was one really fucking annoying person who like clapped every time the Joker killed someone.
Yeah, that's kind of the trolly behavior I was talking about.
It's just trolly. Yeah, it's just trolling and it's fucking weird. There was like I would say maybe like 4 or 5 people walked out of the movie when I was there.
Really? Do you remember what time, at what moments?
Yeah, I do. I think. Yeah, I'll say for the sake of this, there was like 6 people and half of them walked out when he killed the guy with the scissors, and the other half walked out when he shot De Niro in the face.
Yeah. It comes out of nowhere.
Yeah, I just think they weren't ready for that violence.
Yeah. Because it was Dark Knight was PG-13, right? So I think
there was no blood in Dark Knight. This had blood.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Was there, when I went there, because people are so concerned about the inciting violence thing about this movie, that there was a police officer at my movie theater. Was there one at yours?
Yeah, there was, which honestly makes me feel better. I'm honestly tense. Like, this has nothing to do with Joker. Mm-hmm. Like, it just has to do with big movie releases. Like, when Force Awakens came out and I still worked at the movie theater, I like requested cops to be in the theater. Like, when we did the Avengers Endgame episode, I was super nervous. Like, it has nothing to do with the actual movie. It's just the idea of, like, being... Even when I'm at, like, the state fair, dude, I was nervous. It's just, like, America in the 21st century in big crowds.
Is this tied specifically to the Aurora shooting? Or just in general?
No, dude, just in general.
Okay.
It's like all of them. It's like, how can you really ever feel safe at big events anymore?
Because... I don't know this for sure, but I can almost guarantee you that the reason why they had police officers at this movie was because of the Aurora shooting. Because the last Batman, even though they've had the DC movies, but nobody takes those seriously. But like the last serious Batman movie was The Dark Knight Rises, and that was the movie that the Aurora shooting happened in.
The Aurora shooting.
But the press really poorly handled that because they thought that he was going there because it was the Batman. It just happened to be the big movie that weekend. And then the guy had like red hair, and people misreported, a police officer and a reporter both misreported him dressing up as the Joker and saying he was doing that because he was inspired by the Joker. Like,
he never actually said that.
He went on record saying that was never the intent, and that he thinks it's funny that people think that, which is sick. But it totally got blown out of proportion. I mean, obviously it was a horrible tragedy, but it got blown out of proportion that this was directly tied to the Joker and directly tied to Batman. It was just It was if it was the weekend of Avatar or whatever, it would have been Avatar, you know.
Yeah.
So I think
I also think the general thing
that.
of like blaming art for society's problems is, I mean, the way I generally think about that is like art reflects a mirror back to what society is going through. It's not really generating society all that often.
I agree.
Like,
yeah.
So I think in general, if you're like uncomfortable by material, you should like consider why that's making you uncomfortable and maybe consider like what the actual realities are. I always thought blaming art for things has always been this sort of like bourgeois middle class like safety cop out, like it's just a way to like blame something that really like you're not going up against anything by doing it, and fighting against it can't really affect you. And I think it's just like a sort of wimpy, like limp-wristed, phony way to critique society.
And of course, there's outliers. It may be possible that somebody was inspired by the Joker to go and kill people, but it's also possible that somebody went and saw the Dora the Explorer movie and it made them want to kill somebody. You know, people are crazy. Some people are nuts. I think the only quote unquote what's the word? Irresponsibly, like, I think the only like socially irresponsible movies are like documentaries that give false information or something.
I would say, yeah, like the fucking like that Dinesh D'Souza guy or whatever who makes like fake movies about how like Hillary Clinton is like this and that. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
that like purposefully misguided like political stuff, or like
a documentary about her running a child sex ring in a Pizza Hut or whatever that was.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that kind
or
of
like
stuff.
Those videos that they play when you get like a service industry job, like telling you why unions are so bad. Like those
like,
are
there was a
probably
really popular Amazon one that was like, we support our staff, but we are also against unions or something.
Yeah,
like that.
Those are the most damaging pieces of film in the world right now. Like, quote me on that, you know.
It ain't gonna be the fucking Joker movie.
No, no, it's definitely not. Like, yeah, I just think that's such a, I don't know. It's just a way to like, for some of these people to morally grandstand toward each other, and nobody cares. Like, I mean, I think Todd Phillips, and you know, this is like a cynical statement he made, but he said like outrage is a commodity.
Yeah.
And like to an extent it is. Like, I think too, there's this like a thing, like, you know, we really don't like a lot of things that are happening now, more so than like other times have been, you know, but like people's default of being outraged and angry and venomous about things is like not a constructive way to combat anything they don't like happening.
I agree with that 100%.
It never has been. Like, and if you're really like angry and that stuff, you know, like protest for real. Like, don't like yell at people online, you know, like,
yeah,
I don't know. There, and even when you are angry and you want to express your feelings in an angry way, like, there's constructive anger, and just like getting on your moral high horse by yourself, like, nobody fucking cares what your opinion is. Like, join a group, join a movement if you really want to use your anger toward good, you know?
Yeah, I think the art of debate has really gone downhill in a lot of cases. Like, even at protests, I don't know if you saw this, but there was a clip where this awful quote unquote reporter for like a hard right wing website or something was like just being an asshole, interviewing people, and then one of the other people was like, you're an idiot, and I hope somebody holds you down and rapes you someday. And I'm like, okay, even you should never say that to somebody you don't agree with. Like, that's not gonna help anybody.
Yeah.
Know?
Well, and I think too, though, I mean, like, in that situation, like, if we're gonna be honest, like, that extremely right-wing person doesn't want to debate anybody. Like, like, I think the best thing to do is like give up on those people and like try to get other people who may not be as involved or as opinionated into the fold on your side. Because like there's just like a group of people who will never change and aren't worth talking to about that stuff. So just try to outnumber them by adding more people. Like, that's how I look at that kind of stuff.
Well, we really got off topic of Joker
Yeah,
here.
that was...
But
these are the important discussions that this movie is opening up, you know? It's not opening us up to be crazy. It's opening us up to...
Yeah, exactly. And at least this movie is, you can call it simple all you want, but at least it's getting people talking about things. And that's all you really want from art, you know? And, yeah. The only other, like, small thing I wanted to mention socially was that Todd Phillips also said something like, he didn't make this movie to have a conversation or something like that. I'm like, dude, if you're going to make a movie about these themes, you have to be ready for a conversation. You know what I mean? So I think he's just been being silly.
Yeah, I also, like, I don't fucking care.
Yeah.
Like, like, whatever his was or not, like, we're going to pick it up. Like, you know, like, I don't know. Who cares what everybody says about it?
Yeah, but I think we both enjoyed Joker. What would you give a rating for Joker?
Probably 3.5.
You know, I was juggling between 3.5 and 4, like on my letterbox. Like every other day, I would bring it to 3.5 to 4, 3.5 to 4, and I think I'm just gonna keep it at a 4 because I really did enjoy it a lot. The criticisms that made me switch to 3.5, I really don't really care about. The things that were bringing it down was like how simple it was and how much of derivative it is of Taxi Driver.
It's really not that derivative, I don't think.
Yeah,
it's
but
not...
at the end of the day, I don't really care. Like even if at the beginning of the movie, Todd Phillips it's gonna like, hey folks, this is heavily inspired by Taxi Driver and King of Comedy, and I wanted to remix it. Here you go. Like even then, I wouldn't care.
Yeah, and even the idea of like, I don't know. Like, who cares? I mean, other things take a ton of inspiration from, like, action movies of all different kinds, and, like, we don't knock on them for that, you know? But, like, it's just a part of it. Like, you're always going to take inspiration from things, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it actually, like, some of that stuff really helped it, like, ground it, you know?
I think it'd be different if he was intentionally trying to make, like, a Scorsese film and trying to imitate his style, but it's very much
Which
its own
was
thing.
not happening.
Yeah.
I actually had read something that Scorsese was considering directing this in the early stages.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I also heard that he was considering directing that Hustlers movie about strippers.
That would have been dope. I didn't see that movie. Well, he directed The Irishman, so we get that from him.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, I mean, and I would give it 3.5 just because, like this, you know, this isn't like a zeitgeist movie. Like, I don't think we'll be talking about it for a very long time. It's not a classic, you know, it's not like this wellspring, but it's an interesting new take on a character that we've like known for a long time. Like, I think its politics are interesting to an extent, like, and it uses too much slow motion. So like all those things put
That's
together.
The half star.
Yeah, 3.5 stars.
Yeah.
I would say honestly though, the thing that would have made it a 4-star movie for me was if they leaned a little more into that like violent comedic dynamic.
Oh yeah.
I think if I had more stuff like that, I think it would have been
There was like 3
better.
great moments like that.
Right. I felt like the like slow buildup was important, obviously, for the character, but I wish I had more moments like that, because that's when I felt like the movie was really singing, and I didn't feel like this movie was like singing enough to warrant it more stars than what I'm giving it.
That's fair. I think this movie will withstand the test of time, and I suspect we're gonna see this movie be nominated for a couple Oscars. Hopefully,
you think Phoenix will win?
Maybe. That's hard to say, because
I think it's too
Heath
polarizing
Ledger,
to win. I don't think it'll win.
I think so too. I think the politics are going to tie into it. Plus, Heath Ledger won for the Joker, so the politics might be saying like that they're equal, and maybe people don't want to do that. But I think he'll get nominated, and I think it's you and I gush about Joaquin Phoenix all the time, and I think this is one of his best performances I've seen of his. The Master is at the top of the list for me.
Okay.
There was a little thing I noticed, a little acting choice I noticed that I really liked here, is that when Joaquin runs in this movie, even when he's not wearing clown shoes, he runs as if he's wearing clown shoes. Like he picks his feet up really high in the air.
Yeah.
I thought that was intentional.
And I think, well, and just like the way he he's such a great physical actor. He's so good at contorting his body and
his face.
Yeah. Yeah, he's great. He's just great.
Yeah, and like early on you see him like dancing around shirtless, and he lost all that weight and he's contorting his body in weird ways. Yeah. And then later on, like when they're opening up the curtains for the Murray Franklin show and he's doing that pose with the cigarette, that beautiful pose, the cigarette
so
up in the air.
Beautiful.
It looks like this elegant dance, but we've seen him without his clothes on, and you just imagine his body doing this gross contortion.
Yeah.
Like this dark underbelly that's beneath this beautiful movement. I love that.
Also, quick on that, on the Murray Franklin show, I thought it was really fucking funny when he tells the joke about the drunk driver, like the dead son or whatever, But what's funny to me wasn't the like anti-joke that he told, but that like right after he said it, there was that very quick cut to that old lady, like, you can't say that, that's not funny. Like,
yeah. Well, who's clearly supposed to be Dr. Ruth? Do you remember Dr. Ruth?
Yeah. But he's like kind of baking in that like, that like immediate reaction to like that kind of humor. It's like sort of, I think it's a sort of like meta critique on people critiquing, you know what I mean?
And it's also like preparing the audience for what's going to happen at the end of the scene.
Yeah. I think it works well, that like timing in the editing.
Oh, one last thing I wanted to mention about Joaquin Phoenix's performance is the big monologue he gives on the Murray Franklin show, where he's like saying like, you people don't care about me.
Yeah.
If it were me dying, you just walk right past me. I've seen actors act in a manic state like that on film. I've seen them on the verge of crying, but I've never seen on film, maybe you have, them express what we've all felt when we were really angry, when you're like on the verge of crying, but you have like this lump in your throat and your voice sounds slightly different. And he was able to do that. And I've never seen an actor reproduce that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. The acting at that moment was good, but like, I think that was a way overwritten part. You know what I mean? Like,
it's a bit simple, but
I think
again,
it's it's just overwritten. And I think it's a little too, it just didn't feel like in line with the rest of the character at that point. Like the character felt a little more like free at that point than the, like, makes things so melodramatic and overwritten. But like what you're talking about, this like specific like acting choice he made. Yeah, that's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I've just never seen that replicated before in film. Yeah. Yeah. 4 stars for me, 3.5 for you. So yeah. I watched it twice, by the way. So
you did.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I really wanted to soak it in.
Yeah, you've been soaking.
Oh yeah, and I'll probably watch it again. Yeah. Let's move on to Dog Day Afternoon, shall we?
Let's do it.
You know something, people? You're going to be remembered the rest of your lives for the day you got held up and kidnapped.
At approximately 3 p.m. on August 22nd, 1972, Sonny Wurtzig and Sal Naturale entered the First Brooklyn Savings Bank and attempted a robbery.
Freeze! Nobody move! Get over there!
The attempt failed.
There's no money here.
They picked it up this afternoon. There's only 1,100.
This is too much. It's for you. What?
The police arrived.
This is Detective Sergeant Eugene Moretti. What are you doing in there?
For the people of the neighborhood, it was a sideshow.
Sonny!
Sonny! But for Sonny and Sal, the hostages, and the cops, it was a dog day afternoon.
It's all a whim. Rob a bank.
I had a plan. I had it planned. WNEW plays all the hits. Well, you keep away from this bank or we're going to start throwing bodies out the front door one at a time. I'm a Catholic and I don't want to hurt anybody, you understand?
Dog Day Afternoon, I'll introduce it even though I had never seen it before. It's 1976. Am I right on
75, I think.
75.
How dare you?
Son of a bitch. So it's directed by Sidney Lumet, starring Al Pacino, who at this point, what did he do? He came off of The Godfather. It was kind of like a big ticket item in Hollywood at the time. And it's I guess it's kind of like a heist movie, a heist hostage movie. And it all takes place in one Dog Day Afternoon, like summertime, super hot. And it's about like this standoff with Pacino's character, the bank robber. I don't know how else I really
That's
could,
a good description. It's a hostage movie That's how you should walk into it. We will be spoiling this movie, but I will say up front that this movie really rewards you for not knowing anything into it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think it's better.
I'll just say right up front that I absolutely love this movie, and
Cool.
we're going to talk about some really interesting things, but if you haven't seen Dog Day Afternoon, go and watch it right now, because you don't want this to be spoiled, for sure.
And I was just thinking, like because, and we talked about it earlier, but because I hadn't actually seen this movie before, I don't know if we can like necessarily talk about it in the way we've been talking about movies up to this point where we've been sharing them, you know?
Yeah.
Like I literally just watched it for the first time a couple hours ago, like a couple hours before we started the podcast. So I would be kind of fine just kind of having this be like a little bit more of like a back and forth kind of thing.
Sure.
Rather than me like kind of like giving this movie to you, you know.
Taking us through the tour.
Yeah. So what were your initial thoughts on Dog Day Afternoon?
Well, right away at the beginning of the movie, this great montage of just New York City in the 70s set to Elton John's Amarina. Is that how it's pronounced?
Yeah, I think so.
And it really captures the I'm like, okay, this movie is going to be about what we're going to see, but it's also going to be about the state. This is the state of New York in the 70s. So I knew there was going to be some like social commentary just from that. And it's just like beautifully setting the scene. You see one of the first shots is a dog eating trash. So you like understand what Dog Day Afternoon is right away.
Yeah.
And from beginning to end, I was enthralled by this movie. I think it's got just incredible pacing. I'm usually like, I like Al Pacino, but I've never been like, wow, Al Pacino is an amazing actor. I just never felt that way, but I did with this movie. He really feels like he's living every single moment of this movie, and the movie tells you right away that this is based on a true story. And as the movie went on, I got more and more surprised that was true. And the filming style is it's not meant to look like a documentary, but it looks like a documentary. There's not a lot of stylistic things going on here. The film's like intentionally cut a little awkwardly, which I liked.
Yeah.
And it really makes you feel like the events happening in this movie are actually happening.
Yeah.
Like live
well,
as
because
you see
like,
them.
Because like a documentary, you know, you're in an event and you end up making a movie kind of out of what you were there for, what you get, right? So this is a movie that feels like, oh, we didn't get everything we wanted to get to make a perfectly sutured together movie.
Mm-hmm. I absolutely loved the first half of this movie. I thought this until about the middle of the movie, I'd say. Yeah, like exactly in the middle of the movie. I'm skimming through it now. I thought this movie was like a really hilarious, dark comedy about these bumbling idiots who are trying to rob a bank.
Yeah.
And I was just being so entertained by how unprepared these guys were. But as the movie progresses, it completely changes into something much more sad and personal. And it starts off as this like hilarious comedy, but it slowly becomes like a powerful story about like love and acceptance and about this really interesting moment that happened in real life. And I stopped laughing halfway through, and it didn't become like serious, but I was like, oh my god, I want to see what happens next, like at every single scene.
Yeah, it became like real because you're starting at the beginning, and I love it too that like they go in with 3 people and that one guy just
immediately books it.
He's like, I can't do it, and it's and it's like funny too because he's like they're like not like hardened criminals, you know, so he doesn't do like mean shit to him. He kind of just like
lets him go.
He's like, give me the car keys. He's like, you can't take the car. I need the car. But also
right away, all these things just start going wrong.
I like the thing with it though too, because like in those beginning scenes, like they're doing a ton of the like crime shit totally wrong. But Pacino, Sonny, he used to be a bank teller, so he knows all this stuff about banks. So there's this total like criminal ineptitude combined with like him actually knowing the mechanics of like what would trigger a police alarm and like what would do this and like these little, you know what I mean?
Does
So,
that
like,
have something to do with the fact that he burned those documents?
Yeah, like burning the registers or whatever. Yeah, like
Yeah.
that's definitely.
But then he didn't think about the smoke.
The
or anything.
smoke. Yeah, it's like a perfect moment. But he knows that one key can trigger the alarm, and he knows that if you take all the money out of the teller, it like sends an alarm. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
So I really loved that way of like these guys are like they're really bad criminals, but there is some homework. It's like it's realistic. You know, it's not like this Hollywood version of like the perfect con men, and it's not this Hollywood version of like the biggest idiots ever. It's like this really good balance of like, well, I know some things, but we also have never done this before, you know?
It feels like a really unique moment in American history, but it also, for a second, I don't know how much was changed based on what really happened, but it feels like they didn't change anything because everything just feels so real. Everybody's reactions to everything. And you have this interesting dynamic between Sonny and his partner, Sal.
Yeah.
And they're just completely different characters. Sonny's
They're
very
so
eccentric.
different. Yeah.
Sal, when he introduces his gun, he just nonchalantly shows it to the guy. He's like, all right, you're going to do what I say now. Okay.
And then Sal is like, he pulls him over to that part and he's like, are you like serious about like killing them? Because like I'll do it. I'm like,
yeah,
good. Yeah. There's like a coldness to Sal's character and like a somberness.
And also he feels like a ticking time bomb the whole time.
Totally.
By the way he's performed.
Totally. And it's like, yeah, you don't know, like, could he like kind of go off, you know? Like, yeah, he's a really interesting character.
And then on the other side, Sonny is very nervous, but he's very eccentric. Like I said, Sal is like very calmly takes out his gun, but Sonny like rips it awkwardly out of the box. All right, everybody, get fucking down right now, or
dude. And
like
it's
that.
crazy, like Pacino. I'm like on it with you with Pacino. Like his stuff with Michael Corleone is pretty good, but like this was one, like he really disappeared in this character. I feel in a way he doesn't really disappear in a lot of other roles. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's almost unrecognizable.
And like his speech patterns are totally different, and everything it's such great acting, I think.
Yeah, you don't really hear the Al Pacino impression in this performance at all, except for maybe a couple lines here or there.
Yeah. Also, I just want to say, like, so the actor who played Sal, John Cazale, I think his name is. He was not in a lot of movies.
Probably because of that hairline.
Are you ready for this? So he was only in, it looks like 6 movies his whole life.
Oh wow, 8 credits.
Yeah, Sorry. You ready for this though? It's The Conversation, The Godfather, Dog Day Afternoon, and The Deer Hunter are like his big movies. So he was barely in anything. The other things he did was a TV series and a short film, and he was in like 4, if you count Godfather 1 and 2, he's in like 5 of the most important movies in the history of American cinema, and that's like all he's done.
Wow, yeah.
He has one of the strangest filmographies in Hollywood.
Yeah.
He just, every fucking movie he's in is literally like a 5-star great movie. Like,
and he leaves an impact too.
Yeah, well, like, he's got such a look. I mean, he's fucking, he's Fredo. He's Fredo, you know?
I mean, I'm not the biggest Godfather fan. I think it's a good movie, but I'm not like really into it. But like the minute he showed his face on camera, and I was like, Fredo? Like even I knew Fredo.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like so wild. And he was like only in that. Like,
that's so weird.
Isn't that so interesting?
Yeah, I wonder what he does now. Or was he just like, I'm good now. I got some good paychecks. I'm just.
He probably did. The Deer Hunter was the last one he did. It was 1978. He was probably like, well, I guess you go out on top. He just left.
Yeah, but his performance is so is understated the right word?
Understated is definitely the right word. And it was a good way to balance Pacino's sort of hecticness, you know?
And then you know, I like the idea of a hostage movie in general. It's just so innately suspenseful. Like, it writes itself.
Yeah, you can't really ever, like, not have skin in the game. Them.
Yeah, there's everything. The stakes are high from the very beginning, and you know, the whole time in the back of your mind, you're remembering that this is a real event, and like, just half an hour. This is a 2-hour movie, and half an hour into the movie, they got the police there already. It's like, geez, how, like, where's this gonna go?
That's what I thought too, and I even thought like right at the very first scene, the bank was so small and it felt so drab. I was like, oh, maybe this is like the first bank they try to do, and then the next one. I was just like,
this is the dry run.
I was like, wait a second, this is fucking it? Like,
yeah.
How are they gonna make a movie out of this? But it totally works.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they have this, it seems like a plot device, but it happened in real life. This idea that Al Pacino's character, Sonny, has the ability to go outside the bank and talk to police and talk to the crowd that joins without any without being in any harm, because the police know that Sal, the loose cannon, is inside, and if anything happens to Sonny, he's gonna start firing. So it creates this really interesting dynamic where Sonny has a direct relationship to the public and a direct relationship to the police. And meanwhile, as a viewer, they don't show you a lot of what Sal's doing inside, so the whole time you're wondering, like, oh my god, what's happening inside the bank during all of this?
Yeah, and it makes sense too. Well, because there's a whole thing of like Attica had happened where like 42 people got shot by the cops in like a similar situation recently, and like every time Pacino comes out, or Sonny, I mean, however we want to say it,
Sonny.
he has the white flag, so it would just like look horrible to just like shoot him in cold blood.
Yeah.
You know, like.
And keep in mind, the movie came out just like a few years after this actually happened. So when the movie came out, people were still talking about this. So
yeah,
I mean, you know, you could really relate it to today, because people have a really, people are very, very much holding the police accountable today.
Oh,
so, like,
yeah. It's one of those things where like you see these things that were happening then that are like, well, that hasn't really changed. You know,
especially when the first hostage they give up is the black guy who is hyperventilating,
and they almost shoot him,
shoot him on the spot, partially because he says he's going to bring out a different hostage, and the black guy
he says he's going to bring out a woman. Yeah.
So it was a surprise to them.
Yeah,
they didn't know who he was with, but at the same time, you could also argue that it was like racial profiling.
Oh, I definitely think that was part of it. Yeah.
Well, the thing that's interesting is that you can't just say that it was racial profiling, because they were expecting somebody else. So it makes the whole situation really, really complicated.
Yeah, it was interesting. And you have the whole, like, I don't know, did you read the article or anything that the movie, because the movie's based on an article. Like,
oh.
Yeah, they covered the real events in an article, and Sidney Lumet used that article to tell the story.
No, I didn't read it. Did you?
No, I didn't. I would really like to, though. I would really like to see how, because I would imagine, I mean, I don't know really what they have to gain by making things up, because it sounds like there was a lot there, you know? So I would guess that like the crowd being there and him like playing to the crowd was real. And
oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the press was there too, so there's got to be a lot of documentary footage.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, there's cameras. There's
Did
cameras
you get a kick
around
out of those cameras though?
I know.
They look like Ghostbusters.
They're huge. Yeah, and they got the thing. It's so funny, like, yeah, just like seeing why you can kind of see why aesthetics were the way they were at certain times just by seeing the gear, you know?
Yeah.
And it's funny too, because there's so many cameras. Like, the cameras almost play like the guns do. Like, there's as many cameras pointing at him as guns, you know?
Yeah.
And there's like such an interesting dynamic there. I
wonder if this movie inspired a lot of the cliches you see with hostage movies, because there's a lot of cliches in this movie, but it was based on real life, so you can't just chalk it up to cliche. You know, like the policeman who's like trying to, like, I mean, obviously this is a tactic in real life where he like tries to befriend the the person
Yeah.
that's doing the hostage.
Yeah.
And then you got the FBI coming in. They're like, no, we're no nonsense. You know, that kind of thing. It all feels like it feels real, but it also feels so manufactured. Like I'm guessing that this movie just inspired like a lot of films afterwards.
Yeah.
I guess.
Well, and everything like makes sense, you know, like a detective would want to be more buddy because he's trying to de-escalate the situation.
Yeah.
And if it's going like the FBI, sorry, pardon me, the FBI would only be there because it's gone on long enough that like the police can't handle it. So they've got to be no nonsense, because by then you're probably talking about a multiple hour situation. Like there's a lot of things that just like there wouldn't be really another way to act that would make sense, you know?
Also, I couldn't shake the fact that the FBI guy looked just like George Bush. Or he looked like a Bush.
Yeah, that's funny. I also think, though, like, and I don't know how many, I've seen a few hostage movies or whatever, but I think this one avoids a lot of the cliches that happen. Like, there wasn't a ton of music ramping up the tension, and there wasn't, like, this... I don't know. There were like things like that it wasn't doing. I feel like it wasn't utilizing any cliche to overtell what the audience to feel. Like
I just meant like plot cliches, like things that happen.
Sure.
Not necessarily the way it was told.
Sure.
I didn't, Jared, I didn't even realize till like the last few minutes of the movie that there wasn't a musical score. That's how into the movie I was.
Yeah.
It didn't even.
And you don't need it.
Cross my mind.
You totally don't need it, and it would have totally undercut that like documentary feel.
Absolutely.
You know.
I also really liked the interactions that Sal and Sonny have with the hostages, because they start out scared, obviously, but over the course of the movie, through reasons we'll get to, they start to sympathize with them a lot and almost even make friends with them. And I guess you could chalk that up to what is that? The syndrome. Stockholm syndrome, but I think it's more complicated than that. But I just really liked seeing that interaction because I've never really seen that before. And I also loved in the beginning, this also sort of ties to the state of New York at the time, where like a husband of one of the women that is hostage calls in, and Sonny answers the phone, and he says like he wants to know what time you're going to be done or something like that. Like being in a hostage situation is so common. It's like, oh, I'm stuck in line at the grocery store. Oh, what time are you going to be back?
Well, I
thought that was really funny.
Yeah, like a while ago, I heard a thing that like airplane hijackings were way more common in the 70s. Like one guy tried it, like kind of got away with it, and like other people just try to duplicate it, but like that situation was kind of easier to pull off back then. It's like pre-electronic, so a lot of those things weren't there, but I also think it does like kind of speak to this sort of like possible like urban decay sort of thing going on, where like crime is such a part of the environment, and with that crime too sort of comes this contempt for the police, and it's because that's the thing too, it's like pretty much any period of high crime, there's also like a negative view of police, So
that's interesting.
Yeah. Well, you'd figure. I mean, you'd figure if police were doing their jobs better, there would be less crime. There wouldn't be as
much. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
So.
But at the same time, Sonny is such a sympathetic character and Al Pacino's performance is so good that even from the first scene, that Sonny is deep down a good guy, and you want to know from the very beginning what pushed him to do the thing he's doing, and that's all in the performance and like little subtle, like the way he talks to the hostages and things like that. You buy that you buy that this is the first time he's doing something like this.
Well, and the whole
his
thing.
Personality. His personality is so likable too. I really like that line where he says something about like the cameras or something, and he goes, the manager at the bank is like, you seem like you know a lot about this kind of thing. He goes, I know a lot of things about he goes, I know a lot about a lot of things, or something like that. Yeah. And I think too, there's like the only reason it's like lasting as long is because there was way less money in the bank to start. There's barely like $1,200.
$1,200
just the bank had just gotten the shipment out or something like that.
Yeah,
Like,
and the
right
guy,
from the start.
And he said his like informant in downtown gave him the wrong dates. He just like that's like it's so funny. And I think too with the like he's very accommodating to the hostages the whole time. Like he's like, all right, who has to go to the bathroom? And like he, gets a doctor in when someone's having diabetic problems, and like he tries to get that first hostage out because he had asthma.
Mhm.
Like there is this sort of like, he even says that what he's like, I'm a good Catholic boy, I don't want to shoot anybody.
Yeah.
Like
it made me think of like a really funny idea for like maybe a SNL sketch or like a parody movie of this or something like that, where it's like a hostage situation, and over the course of the movie they just get rid of all the hostages for different reasons, and by the end of the movie there's no hostages at all.
They're like too polite to keep all the hostages.
Yeah. The movie would be called Canadian Hostage or something like that.
That's good.
I also really loved the interaction between Sonny and the I'm just gonna call him the police chief, even though that might not be his title. Because it's like a really interesting interaction, because Sonny is like you said, the police have been in the hot seat in this culture, so Sonny is very skeptical right out of the gate. And I love that line where he's immediately suspicious of the police chief, and he goes, "Will you kiss me?" And he goes, "What?" He goes, "I like to be kissed when I'm being fucked." I hope to God that's what he said in real life, because that is so funny.
Yeah, that is.
And then the tone of the movie begins to change when he starts screaming Attica, like you were saying earlier, and he starts to draw in a crowd. And the crowd is supporting him because they realize he's standing for something.
That's when it stops being kind of just like a stupid heist guys movie, and it starts like becoming more social commentary.
Mm-hmm.
It's also when you're getting like closer to the characters. And it's an interesting thing too, because you feel close to Sal and Sonny and all the hostages by the end of the movie, but it's not like you ever had a moment where they're like doing these long monologues about what's going on in their life. It never feels like
it doesn't have like
forced.
The Breakfast Club moment where they're all sitting in a circle talking about, it's specifically laying it out. Like the information is paced really, really well throughout the entire thing.
Exactly.
And like I said, the hostages even begin to be on his side as well. There's that one woman who makes it outside the door. Then he tries to give her up, but she decides to go back inside to like look after her other co-workers or something.
Yeah, she refuses to like be let go. She's like, "Those are my girls," or whatever. Mm-hmm. That's like an interesting moment. That like moment of solidarity, and that's like, there's an interesting thing too there, I think, going on, that like you have all of these like. It's like these huge police forces, right? There's like 250 police officers.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, they're obviously showing solidarity. So like why not have like those big groups of people protesting too, showing solidarity, and like the people in the bank. Like there's this, it's not just like this one person against the world. It's like you sort of see these groups of people coalescing around a moment. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Whereas like a lot of like heist movies now are I feel like it gets way more atomized just into like the one heist man genius and then the one FBI agent trying to take him out. And it's much more like atomized, and it feels like detached from the world around it. Whereas like this has this way of like integrating not only just individuals, but like groups together.
Yeah. And from the beginning of the movie, it's based on a true story. And throughout the movie, like, I swear, like, every 10 minutes, you're convinced that the reason why they're sharing this true story, you're thinking, okay, what's the reason why they're sharing this true story? Oh, it's because of this. 10 minutes later. Oh, it's because of this. 10 minutes later. Oh, it's because of this. Like, there's so many, like, interesting things going on here that are, like, worth telling. And it's amazing that it all happened in one night.
Well, and I think that's a thing too, that like a lot of movies now that have like social aspects to them are like they're like a mission statement movie. Like they have one thing they're focusing on and they want to get that home. And this movie is just like aware of the time period and is able to sort of pack all of those things in within the confines of a true human story, you know?
And life is more complicated than just being about one thing.
Yeah.
There's always multiple things going on. Like even something like there's a lot of, like you said, there's a lot of different social commentary in this movie. And there's even like little things, just like the fact that one of the hostages gets really excited about being interviewed and being on TV, even though she's a hostage. You know? She's like genuinely
She's like,
excited.
I'm on TV. He's like freaking out. And she gets, they like, I love that like thing too, if they drop the microphone down from the window, like just on the level of like getting your story. I really appreciate that.
Oh yeah, those journalists were really going for it. They were doing their job for sure.
For sure.
I was wondering what throughout the entire movie, like I said, I was wondering what was going to happen to Sal. I was like, is he gonna go nuts and kill somebody and make this way more complicated?
Yeah.
Is he gonna kill himself like he says he might? Because they have like a backup plan to kill themselves if they don't get away, you know. And it creates this constant tension throughout the entire movie because he's a wild card even for the audience and even for Sonny. Sonny doesn't know what's going on.
Yeah, he has to kind of talk him down a couple times.
Mm-hmm. Because Sonny, every once in a while, he's like, "We got to do something," and Sal says that, and Sonny, like you said, talks him down.
Yeah, he's the cooler head for sure.
Mm-hmm. And then like another small social commentary thing is there's a troll who calls and is like, "Kill them all, kill them all."
Yeah,
that was
you
like,
could totally see that happening today. You know.
Yeah, at first I thought it was a reveal that they had like a boss that they were reporting to or something like that.
Oh, interesting. Yeah,
that's what I thought and then like a minute later they say that some asshole called again. I'm like, oh, okay, it was just a troll.
Yeah.
And yeah, it reminded me of like, do you know what swatting is?
No.
Swatting is a really
Oh wait,
cool
is it when
thing.
you like call in the SWAT team to a house or something like that?
It happens to like live like game streamers who are playing games live, and somebody will like call a bomb threat on their house or something, and then just so the troll can watch them get like arrested by a SWAT team and watch the doors get kicked down. Like there's people like that, and yeah, it's totally something that would happen.
Yeah.
And so like I said, like at different moments in the film you realize it's about different things, and after the Attica thing you're convinced that this is a movie, or part of the movie is like Sonny becomes a hero to the public, and he begins to become a symbol for the injustice of the police force, and it creates a really interesting dynamic between Sonny, Sal, the police, the public, the media, and the hostages, and it isn't until you get halfway through with the big reveal that you realize another thing that the movie's about. So this is a big spoiler, something I didn't see coming, but you're introduced to Sonny's wife, who, he has an estranged wife, but you're introduced that he has a wife who is was born a man but identifies as a woman, and you realize that the reason why he's robbing this bank is to get money for the surgery because he loves this transgender woman. And I did not see that coming. I don't know if you saw it coming, and it completely changes the dynamic throughout the rest of the film.
Yeah, absolutely. I knew, so I went into it, and it was like a faint memory. I was like, did he like do this? Because I remember I know he was gay, so I was like, did he do this because his like boyfriend had cancer or something? Like I couldn't remember. And then there was that whole thing where Sal said the thing of like, you shouldn't smoke the cigarette because you get the cancer or whatever. And I was like trying to remember what it was, but then it came in. I was like, oh yeah, like that's why he did it. Like I didn't like reread it or whatever when it was coming out, but yeah, I had heard he was doing it for medical reasons, and that like jotted my memory of what it was.
Yeah, I had no idea, and obviously that transgender stuff is a real talking point right now, and I was really I don't think I've seen a movie in the 70s that was directly about that, so it was really interesting to see. And I was watching this with Rachel, and immediately she was like on her toes, like, oh no, because there's a history in Hollywood of like making the villains be homosexuals or something like that. So she was really nervous what they were going to do with this new information. But I think it makes Sonny a more sympathetic character. The fact that his trans wife isn't being accepted by society, and he's pushed to the limits where he feels like he needs to rob a bank in order to have his wife be who she is, you know?
What did Rachel think about it?
I think the only real issue she had was like the depiction of is it Cleo?
Leon, right?
Leon. I knew it was like similar to my name. Leon, because Leon's very effeminate in the way, I'm just going to say she, even though at this point they refer to him as their wife, but Sonny also calls him a he. So I think they make it clear that this is like the beginning transitional period or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's a little murky. So I think we can get away with calling Leon he or she, because it's like this sort of
within the story,
area
in that moment of the story. Yeah.
Also, I don't know much about the history of trans people or the 70s, but I was thinking maybe in the 70s they didn't refer to them by a female pronoun until after the surgery. I don't know if that's true, but I was thinking maybe that was the reason why they were referring to her as a he or something like that. I'm not sure. I don't know if you know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't.
Okay. But yeah, I was obviously it makes the story so much more complicated because Leon, they basically pull Leon out of the hospital because Leon tried to commit suicide.
Yep.
Because Sonny was, I don't know, acting deranged and upset with Leon because I guess maybe he was frustrated that he couldn't. He was upset. I don't know. It's complicated. I think it was like he was upset that Leon couldn't be who they were.
I don't think the movie necessarily spells out the exact reasons.
Yeah.
You know? I think though because to then, I mean, you don't really know why Sonny's robbing the bank, you know?
Yeah.
And the only thing you kind of get
really,
the only thing you kind of get going into that is he gets the call. He's like, "Why don't you get a real job?" And he's like, "Where would I get a real job?"
Yeah, you know, need to join a union to get a real job.
Yeah, and you're like wondering, like, oh, is it related to like that sort of thing? But like, kind of making it like a crime for someone else, like out of love. It's interesting, and I'm sure that's, you know, the core reason why Sidney Lumet wanted to make a movie out of this situation. For sure, you know, and it's like this thing where like obviously you don't say like, oh yeah, robbing a bank was the way to like handle this, but you can't help but empathize with their situation. And
yeah, he's pushed to such extremes.
Yeah,
and you really get the sense that Sonny is in love with Leon, even though it's complicated.
Oh yeah, definitely, they're definitely in love. I mean, the like letter, it's like so touching. The whole like
oh yeah, it's heartbreaking.
Yeah, like I've loved you more than a man has ever loved a man in like all eternity. And he's obviously, you know, not some like great poet, but like just as he's like dictating that, the sort of emotion he's trying to convey through that letter as he like thinks he might die soon. It's so beautiful, I think.
And at that point, the public is completely on Sonny's side. A bunch of queer activists show up and they're shouting. What are they shouting? Do you remember?
Like something Sonny. Not like Sonny's our man or something like that. I don't remember. It was something kind of almost like sporty sounding, I feel.
Yeah. But it was like, they were like, the audience all of a sudden became aware that this is an issue about, you know, queer politics and everything. And he becomes a symbol for that. And and the police really have no choice but to treat him kindly after that point and sympathize with him. And then it becomes okay, we got to at least get rid of Sal, because Sal is a loose cannon here. Or at
right,
least
and that's
they
part
have
of the
a feeling that he
FBI's.
is.
Yeah, that's like the FBI's calculation is like wanting him to like kind of compromise Sal in the fallout of the whole thing.
Yeah, the FBI agent gets Sonny to have him take a look inside to make sure that the hostages are still alive and healthy, and he like basically makes a compromise with Sonny. It's like we'll meet your demands of, you know, getting the bus and the plane so you can go to a different country, but we're gonna take care of Sal.
So did you think that like at the end, can we go to the end now?
Yeah, sure.
Did you think like at the end, when like everything played out and they shot Sal, and like, do you think he was privy to the situation, or do you think that like they all just kind of got caught off guard?
Oh, are you asking if I think Sonny knew that they were gonna shoot him?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
I think that they were convinced that Sonny and Sal were convinced that they were gonna get away with it.
I do too.
And that the police had this long con of just getting Sal out of the picture because they don't know what he's capable of, but they know what Sonny's capable of, and they know they can't. They know they can't. They know they might have wanted to kill Sonny, but they know that how much of like a public relations problem they'd have on their hands after that, because of what Sonny stood for. And Sal didn't stand for anything, which is ultimately why they killed
Sal
him.
was never seen. He was never a part of like that whole thing. Right. And they don't shoot Sonny. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. There was like a second I was wondering if there was a sort of like knowledge to it, but I didn't think so. I was just confused for a moment just because they had brought it up already, the FBI officer and him. But I mean, and he seems genuinely surprised that they got into the van or the like bus, or you want to call it, like,
I couldn't believe they got that far. And did you see the twist coming with the bus driver being undercover cop?
No, that was such a good pull. That was such a good and it made
that's
sense
amazing
too.
If that's real life.
Yeah, well, and it made sense too when it happened, because it felt he was like overacting his admiration for him.
It's like,
you know what I mean?
You're the best.
Yeah,
you know,
it like
we're all
felt,
rooting for you.
It felt like he was like putting it on. So yeah, it totally made sense after the fact. But it was like a really good pickup, I think.
Yeah, so then after that, I thought, are they actually going to get away with it? And then they end up arresting Sonny. And even though what they did was wrong, you know, you shouldn't rob a bank and hold people hostage.
Obviously.
At the end of the day, they didn't kill anybody, right? And I couldn't help but feel really sad when they shot Sal, because even though he's not innocent, he feels too innocent to be shot point blank like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's definitely not a monster.
Yeah, and the only reason why he was shot is because even though we don't know if he was a loose cannon, he was presenting himself as a wild card. And from an FBI standpoint, you need to terminate anybody who you think could pull something.
Well, and he had the machine gun, and you know, just had that like kind of blank look and all that.
Yeah, I mean, what's John Cazale just does such a great job of never letting you be sure about what you think about this guy.
Yeah,
like you never have a strong hold of who this character is or what he's capable of.
He never like really says anything that like gets you deeper into him. You know, it's just very like, the sort of like surface playing it to the chest sadness. It's super effective, I think.
If this were a fictional movie, they would have definitely had him like lose his shit halfway through and kill a hostage and make the make the situation more
complicated. Exactly.
Yeah, but that's not what happens. Yeah, I think some of the really standout scenes to me was obviously the Attica scene, the reveal scene of the wife, and also the scene where he talks to his estranged wife on the phone, and he's just like apologizing, and she just won't listen to him. She just keeps going on and on and on about how she feels and everything, and
and he is so frustrated. Yeah,
that that monologue, that's like the only real monologue in the movie.
Well, and you can totally tell how much more he loves Leon than, you know what I mean? It's just like so obvious.
And how much more Leon loves him than his estranged wife. And then also the reaction from Sonny's mom, because Sonny is like disappointed and like disgusted by her son, not just because he's robbing the bank, but because she found out he's, queer,
Yeah.
And it's just so sad to see that, especially saying the things she says in front of all those people,
Yeah.
You can't help but feel bad for Sonny.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Assuming that the events in this movie are like actually happened, do you think this movie holds up in terms of like a queer film, or do you think you're not at liberty to say one way or the other on that?
What do you mean holds up as a? What do you mean by that question?
Like the way like the gay and trans people are depicted, and does it paint them in a negative light? Do you think this is like an important film in like queer cinema?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting question. I think it's like true. Like, I think the way that people in the movie react to the situation is like true for like those people in that time. Yeah. I don't think the movie definitely didn't come across to me as like taking a negative attitude towards trans people or gay people. I think like it's not a like Sidney Lumet is not a gay director. Like,
right.
There's a lot of non-gay actors. So like on that level, I don't know if it's I wouldn't like consider it probably like a queer cinema like classic or something like that. But I think it's like interesting that it's this sort of much more like kind of sitting in where a lot of dramas were in the 70s. Like, it's not trying to sort of like put itself as like queer cinema, It's like bringing in queer people into more like a heist movie,
Yeah.
So I think on that level it's interesting, but I don't know if it's like some sort of like, I don't think it really like digs deep into their experience,
No, but it's reflecting it's just reflecting the state of that movement at the time, and the fact that he's not able to afford these surgeries. So you could argue that the movie's like making a argument that we should be like the government or somebody should be paying for these sort of surgeries. So because
I think there is there. Yeah, I think it's definitely. I don't think there's anything really like super problematic to it or anything.
Okay, that's what I was wondering. Because you have a much better grasp when things are problematic than I do. Because really, because you like you said, you studied things like that. What was? Yeah, you've studied things through that lens, and I really haven't.
Yeah, no, that's true. And I think too, it's something I'd be really interested in hearing Rachel's opinion on.
Yeah, she ended up not really having a problem with it, except for the depiction, the specific like acting choices of like the trans character. But I kind of said like, if that's how he really acted and held himself, then you can't really fault it.
And a lot of trans women are pretty effeminate, Yeah. Like, so.
And I didn't know that Sonny was gay, but like after the reveal that he was, I started to realize, oh yeah, like the way he carries himself and the way that he moves, I started to sort of see it. So it was like a very subtle performance that Pacino did. Just like the way he like where he puts his arms, very specific things like that, or like little clues of pieces of information about his decisions. Character. Yeah. So yeah, that's, and also he's got such like big expressive eyes, and you really see like the terror in his face throughout the entire film, which is
it's a phenomenal piece of acting.
All
by
the
Pacino.
sweat too. All the buckets of sweat in this movie.
On everybody. And there was a moment, like, I feel like so few movies do this. There's a lot, there's a lot of movies where they put men's like as sweaty or whatever, but just having that one woman who's so hot because there's no air conditioner and she just looks so like beat down. I thought that was such a powerful moment. Yeah, just like the reality of everybody's bodies, I think was a prominent part of this film.
I wonder if that was like sprayed on or if they just had the set at like 100 degrees.
It was sprayed on. They don't like pull that shit. Like
it's not the Eric Andre show.
Yeah, it's not like hostile work conditions. I guarantee.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it might have been a hot day. It might have lights are hot, but things like that. I mean, actors are all union. Like, they don't have to subject themselves to that shit.
Unless they're willing,
Yeah.
Do you know if that was the bank was a set, or do you know if they shot that in a real bank? Because
I
it
have
looks
no clue.
real.
I have no clue. That's something I should have looked up
Because
before.
if it was a set, it very convincingly looks real. I mean, even like the windows are dirty. Little details like that.
Yeah, definitely.
Really help.
It's a really well. There's a great production value to the film.
Mm-hmm. The only this isn't really an issue. I'm just curious what you think about this, because there's only like 2 times where they cut away from the scene of the crime. It's like when they cut away to. There's like a few times where they cut away to like their family, Sonny's family watching the TV, or the police going after his estranged wife. Do you think the movie would have been better if it kept it contained to that one area?
Oh, no, I thought it was fine. I don't think it like got in the way of the story or anything. And it was so like for a moment, and it didn't take the characters out of it. Did you think it did?
At first I did, but I don't really think I had a problem with it. But yeah, because the first time that it cuts away, it's kind of jarring because you're expecting the movie to be like this contained thing, and then the perspective. The perspective of the movie sort of changes for a minute.
Yeah.
But I didn't really have a problem with it at the end of the day.
I didn't either. Also, new information. So John Cazale, sadly, ironically, the reason his career was so short is because he died of lung cancer 3 years after this movie was made. So he died the year the Deer Hunter came out. That's why he had such a short career.
Well, that's a shame then. He probably would have had a really incredible career.
Yeah.
As a character actor. Obviously.
Yeah. Also, a lot of this movie was improvised.
Was it?
Yeah.
I didn't think it would be because I assumed that the script was like transcripts from the police recordings or something like that.
No, yeah, so a lot of it was improvised. Apparently, John Cazale telling him he wanted to go to Wyoming was improvised.
He thinks Wyoming's a different country.
What country you want to go to? Wyoming.
And it's a humorous moment, but it also plants a seed in your brain that he's not the brightest, so you're not sure what he's capable of.
Right, right.
So it's a great character moment as well. Do you know if this movie was shot with not natural lighting because there's fluorescent lights, but it didn't seem like there was any like studio lights in this. Like it seems like they used the light that was available.
There are always studio lights. Yeah, there were studio lights.
Oh, okay.
The only shots, like some of those beginning shots you saw of the city, those are probably only using sunlight. And I'm sure there's plenty of shots that don't like have any, like it's probably only use the sunlight to an extent. But yeah, like those nighttime scenes, you couldn't light those without studio lights.
I mean, like it seemed like a lot of the shots at night inside the bank were used with the lights that were just in the bank and not any like exterior like studio lights.
Well, there's the shot even when they're sitting there and the power suddenly goes out. Yeah. And everybody is pretty well half lit to see their facial expressions. Like if you were in reality with that outside light and the lights went out, it would be like near black. Like
that's a good point.
Film stock isn't, especially in the 70s, like it was getting a little more sensitive to light, but it's not sensitive the way like digital cameras are now or anything.
Did you recognize the actor who played Leon by chance?
In the credits, he's like someone Sarandon, right?
Yeah. Rachel pointed this out. He plays Prince Humperdinck in The Princess Bride.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's fucking crazy.
Don't say that name. Humperdinck.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't know how she clocked him real good there. Very different performance, obviously.
Yeah, I would have never guessed that.
Yeah.
Well, that's why they call them actors, I guess.
Yeah. I remembered the quotes that the crowd was cheering. They were shouted, "We love you, Sonny." They had signs that said, "We love you, Sonny," but they were also shouting, "Out of the closet and into the streets."
Oh yeah, that right.
was the big phrase.
That's right.
Yeah. So yeah, is there anything else you wanted to mention about this before we wrap up our review here?
No, I can't really. I'm glad you liked it. How many stars would you give it?
I would have given it a 5-star rating, just being about a couple bumbling idiots trying to rob a bank. And then it just became another thing and then another thing. And I think this is a really incredibly executed movie, even though it's not very flashy. And it's like incredibly paced. Like I said, I didn't realize there's like no music. Pacino's performance is amazing. And I also think it's just like a really important film. And like I couldn't believe that this really happened, because it was so like, it's so interesting and like multi-layered, you know.
Yeah.
I loved it. A 5-star rating for me for sure.
Cool.
What about you?
Well, yeah, I just watched it for a few hours ago, so I'm still kind of like processing it in my head.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, after talking about it, I really appreciate it. Not like I didn't appreciate it when I watched it, but I think it's becoming more in focus to me. I'm going to give it a 4-star rating right now and watch it again and maybe give it a 5-star rating then. Yeah.
Yeah, I know you don't like to give 5 stars right out of the gate.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to do that, but if I go back and rewatch something, then maybe it'll go back down.
Yeah. No, and I think it's really good.
I think I generally have a lower bar of what a 5-star is compared to most people.
And generally I don't give 5 stars to movies I only see once. So
yeah, I generally think that if a movie perfectly, like not perfectly, but if a movie really well executes what it's trying to do in an effective way and creative way, and I'm engaged, then that's usually a 5-star movie for me.
Yeah.
So it's not really a high bar.
Yeah.
No, because I take things based on what they're trying to do most of the time.
Right. But yeah, I liked it a lot. Definitely.
Yeah, great movie. So before we reveal what we're going to talk about next week, if you like this podcast, I almost forgot what we were doing here. This is a TV show.
If you like to support NPR, please.
But if you like what you're hearing, a great way to support us is just to leave a review on iTunes. It only takes a minute, and it makes us look good and feel good. So that would be really appreciative. Also, if you have any questions or comments, you can always email us at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. So, Jared, it is October, and it's my pick.
It is.
You and I are not the biggest horror movie fans, which we just talked about last time, but I got to squeeze a horror movie out for the October month, maybe 2, depending on how quickly we can record these. But we're going to watch Evil Dead 2. One of my favorite, if not my favorite horror movies, but it's also a comedy. You don't really need to see Evil Dead 1. In fact, Evil Dead 2 is kind of a remake of Evil Dead 1, but with more of a comedic spin to it. And it's a really, really good time. And after you watch the movie, I would recommend seeing if you can get your hands on the Blu-ray, because there's a lot of really great behind-the-scenes footage.
Okay.
Out of all of the behind-the-scenes footage, this is directed by Sam Raimi. Out of all of the behind-the-scenes footage of that I've ever seen, I'd be willing to put money down that this is the most fun I've ever seen people making a movie.
Cool. Okay.
You really get the sense that they had the absolute time of their life making this movie. So yeah, I think you would be really well rewarded if you did some research on the making of the film afterwards.
Cool. Yeah, I saw the first Evil Dead. I actually saw it in theaters here in 35mm, and it was really fun. But yeah, I'm really excited to see this movie.
Yeah, and if you really like it and you have some more time on your hands, check out Army of Darkness 2. It's the sequel to Evil Dead 2. And if you end up watching that, we could talk about that one as well, but we don't need to. But that one's like Evil Dead is like a straight up horror movie. Evil Dead 2 is like a horror comedy. And then Army of Darkness is just straight up Looney Tunes comedy farce.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a really interesting trilogy there. So I can't wait to watch it again. Great.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
I can't wait to watch. What is going on with our pauses?
Yeah, I think sometimes you feel like you don't need to respond to something that I'm saying, and it just creates this awkward pause.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just so used to like back and forth dialogue with people that if I hear like more than 1 second of dead air, I just have to chime in and say something else. But every once in a while, I wait like a few seconds to see if you're gonna say something, and sometimes you don't, and I'm like, oh my god. I think it's funny though. All right, thanks for listening, everyone. We'll see you next week with Evil Dead 2. Bye.
Here we go.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. I drink your milkshake.
Welcome back, everybody, to In the Can Movies.
Take 33.
My name is Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And today we're going to be talking about the Sam Raimi Evil Dead trilogy. It was my choice to choose Evil Dead 2, but I kind of pulled one over on you this week. And I was like, hey, I basically I was planning on watching all three of them anyways.
Yeah.
And I was like, maybe Jared would like to talk about all three of them. So
you gave me a buy one get two free kind of thing going on.
Yeah, so you agreed to that. So I guess I owe you one to do like a series of movies somewhere down the line that you choose.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and
I'll find some like foreign trilogy that's all about like someone's dreams or something. And
what was the thing you said to me on you messaged me? That was really funny.
It was like it was like a 10-part series about someone like remembering something they ate in their childhood.
That sounds like something you would really enjoy.
Call it like it's like Proust or it's like a masterwork, you know. Trust me, the Ukrainians love this or something.
Oh man,
you know?
yeah. That'd be funny. So yeah, it's gonna be all Evil Dead talk. It's one of my favorite. I think it's like the best like horror trilogy series of movies because, you know, horror movies get so many sequels and stuff.
Yeah.
But these three movies are so distinctly different that you can't really get bored watching them. You know.
Yeah, and 2 and 3, well, 2 and Army of Darkness almost feel like they have a totally different project than the Evil Dead does.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, we'll get into that. But it's been a couple weeks, so I'm curious if you watched anything in that time.
I've actually been watching a semi-decent amount of mostly, almost exclusively horror stuff and a little bit of other things sprinkled in there. So I've started finally making a diary on Letterboxd so I can remember these damn movies.
All right.
So I don't forget anything.
I can't tell you how much enjoyment I get out of just building this library on Letterboxd. It's really cathartic.
It's satisfying.
Yeah.
It's like you're creating something, you know. Anyway, so the first one I've watched recently was Body at Brighton Rock. It's a Hulu. It's on Hulu. It's like supposed to be scary, and it was pure trash. It was like about this park ranger who she gets lost on the trail and she finds a body, and then she's like thinks a bear is stalking her and she starts seeing ghosts and stuff, and it's not nearly as interesting as those premises set it up to be. It was pretty bland, pretty uninspired. I kind of just watched it because I wanted to watch like a horror movie but didn't really want to watch a scary movie. Thought it would be funny. It was just kind of worthless. I watched Hunger by Steve McQueen, which is about Bobby Sands, who was a IRA, Irish Republican Army protester in the 80s, and it's about a hunger strike. Have you ever heard about that movie?
No.
Michael Fassbender stars in it.
What was
it's
it
really,
called
Hunger.
No.
It's really good. It's slower, but I actually really like the pacing of it. Like the whole movie is almost made in sort of these like vignettes of sort of the like process of both what the prisoners are doing, but also what the guards do to sort of like keep the prison. It's a really interesting movie. I also saw this movie. I might mispronounce this. It's on the Criterion Collection. It's called Kuroneko, and it's a Japanese movie from 1968. Which, you know how I usually don't give 5-star reviews to movies I've seen once? I gave this movie 5 stars.
Ooh.
It was that good. I was watching it and I was like, there's literally nothing I could give this besides 5 stars. It's fucking awesome.
You did that with Parasite though, didn't you? You gave Parasite a 5 star?
I did. Yeah. I did. Yeah. So there are very special movies I reserve that move for, and this was one of them.
Cool.
Yeah, I saw Scooby-Doo on Zombie Island.
On the other side of the spectrum. Is that a live action movie or is that a cartoon?
It's a cartoon. Caleb bought it, actually. We found the DVD at Barnes & Noble.
I think I've seen that one. I think it's like a classic one.
It's a classic. It's great. Were you going to ask me something about the previous one?
No, I was just going to ask how you spell that. I was trying to look it up. Kuroneko, something like that, right?
Yeah, Kuroneko. It's for you listeners out there too.
Okay. Yeah, I'll check that out.
I watched the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original, which is still super fucking terrifying, and I actually gave it no stars because it almost feels like skeevy giving that movie a star rating. Like, I just feel so grossed out after it. I'm like, I mean, on its like technical level, it's like the scariest movie I think I've ever seen. But like, I just feel like wrong. Like it's not a movie meant for star ratings.
That's what that old red heart is for on Letterboxd. Just give it a like.
Oh, that makes sense.
That's how I use it.
That makes sense. I like that. And then
pun intended, like that.
I heart that, yeah. And then other than the 3 Evil Dead movies I watched, I also saw, and if we do a podcast on this next time, I'll just watch it again because I really liked it a lot. I saw The Lighthouse.
Oh man, yeah. You can talk a little bit about it, but wait till I watch it and we could do a more in-depth thing.
For sure. It's fucking phenomenal. Like,
where did you see it?
I saw it at the AMC here.
Nice.
Yeah, so pretty big theater. It had a pretty big crowd actually too.
Yeah, I think that's one of those movies that has like a semi-limited release right now, but it's I might be just talking out of my ass here, but I think it's one of those movies that if it does well, then it'll get a wider release. And I'm pretty sure I'm going to be able to watch it in my area in a couple weeks.
Okay.
And yeah, and if not, I know that there's a theater in Madison that's playing it. So I have plans to, so one way or another, I'm going to see The Lighthouse and Jojo Rabbit next weekend. So I'm looking really forward to that. But
nice.
What did you think about Lighthouse?
Just on like, the footnotes level of it, pictorially, it was really beautiful, like black and white, totally used to its fullest in this movie. Like it could not have been shot. Not only that it could not have been shot any other way, but the story really is like purposefully told in black and white, I think. The aspect ratio worked great for the action, the 1.2 to 1. It works really well for like framing up those really tall lighthouses, but also like for the close-ups, which the close-ups are phenomenal because like my next point, which is the performances are phenomenal. Willem Dafoe is like made for this role.
Yeah.
He is incredible in it, and Pattinson is super, super, super great in it too. But I mean, there are like some scenes where, you know, their performances in close-up, it sort of almost turns into this like hypnotic landscape of the face. It's like really beautiful filmmaking.
You're making me remind myself of The Master, the scene underneath the boat where they're drinking, the interrogation kind of a thing. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I'm really excited to hear what you have to say about it. I'm excited to talk about it more with you. But it's like totally the kind of movies I want to see more of.
Great. Do you think I'll like it based on what you know about me here?
Yeah, I do. I think you'll like it.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's going to be a movie that's going to get nominated for a lot of stuff, even though I haven't seen it already. Just the way everybody's talking about it and just the way it's shot and everything, I think it's gonna get a lot of attention.
I hope so.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I'd rather see that than, I don't know, Terminator Dark Fate.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Yeah, I usually say I'm the kind of guy that I like to watch everything, like all the stuff people are talking about. But this year especially, I'm starting to like have a bit of a transitional shift where I just look at what's out there right now and it's just so exhausting. It's like, another Terminator movie. Do I really want to go see that? And it's like, I wish I was excited to like watch another Terminator movie. But...
Well, and it's a thing too, like by the time you go into the theater, people are talking about Terminator, and by the time you get out of it, nobody is.
Yeah,
like
that's a good
point.
point.
These things are so transitory and it doesn't matter. So watch what you care about things, You'll feel better, I think, too.
If we lived close together, Jared, I would really love to just get really drunk and go watch that Countdown movie and just laugh at it, because I've heard that it's like so bad that it's like hysterical. Do you know what that movie's about?
Countdown. What is it?
It only they only started marketing it like a week ago, and it's the obligatory Halloween release horror movie, and it's about an app that tells you when you're gonna die. It has like a countdown on it.
Oh my god.
And then it's like a Final Destination ripoff, and I've heard that the dialogue is like laughably bad, like a 40-year-old trying to write a teenager kind of a thing.
I don't even think they're playing it at like the AMC here.
Good
is
for
it like
them.
a coming soon thing? Maybe it is.
No, it's out right now.
Oh yeah, it's not over here, so I lucked out on that one.
Okay.
Also, because the Lighthouse is, it's an A24 movie, they showed some A24 trailers, and the new Safdie Brothers movie looks so good. Like, I've seen it. We talked about it before. Yeah. But yeah, I mentioned before, but I saw it this week on a big screen, and it looks dope. I'm so excited for it.
It's a well-cut trailer, too. It has a lot of energy and character to it, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm excited to see that. Is there anything else you caught? Or anything else you watched?
Nah, that's it. That's a pretty full.
Oh yeah,
full slate for me. So.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I watched the Evil Dead trilogy, but I kind of wanted to get even more out of it, so I watched a documentary on the making of Evil Dead 2 called Swallowed Souls, and it wasn't very good. It was just like a lot of talking heads. It's like, it was fun to work on the set, blah 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 blah, and not a lot of like behind the scenes footage. When I watched Evil Dead 2, I watched the commentary for Evil Dead 2, and I also watched they had like a 45-minute behind the scenes thing, which is way better than like all the good stuff that's in the Swallowed Souls documentary is in the DVD extras of Evil Dead 2. So
oh wow,
if you
want
want
to, might as well just watch those extras.
Yeah, and what's weird is that the documentary came out after the Evil Dead 2 trilogy DVD came out. I can't talk. So, it was kind of. It's only really useful if you want just like a passing amount of information, But if you want to do like a deep dive on behind the scenes stuff, just check out the bonus features on Evil Dead 2. And then I also watched the Evil Dead remake that was from 2013.
Is that any good?
I heard mixed things about it, so I was open to it, and I didn't really like it. It didn't seem to have the it didn't have like the tone or the campiness, but it wasn't really trying to go for that. It was trying to do like a modern take on it. And some aspects of it worked. The gore elements worked pretty well.
Yeah.
Because it's very bloody, but the characters are uninteresting and kind of boring, so it took me out of the movie, so I didn't really like it that much.
Yeah, I had a friend of mine who said he really liked it for like the kind of elements you're talking about, so...
It had a really interesting premise that they didn't really utilize very well. It was like they were going to the cabin to help a friend like go cold turkey from like a heroin addiction, which is an interesting idea, but then they didn't really do much with it. Like as soon as the horror started happening, they kind of forgot about it, kind of.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. So yeah, it wasn't great. I checked out Dolomite Is My Name, the Eddie Murphy new Netflix movie.
Yeah.
And it was amazing. It was really, really good.
Yeah, I saw you said like it's good to see Eddie Murphy trying again or something like that.
Yeah. Like cuz he hasn't had a performance like this in like 20 years.
Yeah. I was picturing like when you see trailers, it's like best film in this year, da 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 da, or like 4 stars, New York Times, and I would say like it's good to see Eddie Murphy trying again, Leo Costello, you know.
Yeah, because he is really, giving it all, and I'm ready for like another like Murphy-assance where he just comes back.
Do you think he will?
Maybe. I mean, he's in talks of doing Coming to America 2, and he's bringing along some of the people that made this movie with him. So if that's true, then I have high hopes for it, I guess. But do you know much about it's based on a true story of Rudy Ray Moore. Do you know much about him?
I don't know.
So he was he's mostly known as a blaxploitation actor, but he was kind of like really into vaudeville, and he was a performer, and he created this character where he was basically like a pimp, very, very blue, vulgar comedy. And he had like a cult following doing this character Dolomite, and then he wanted to make a movie, and not even like blaxploitation film studios wanted him because he was doing something different. And he the movie's basically about him making his first film, Dolomite, and it's all about like making an independent movie like just by the sheer force of will. Like he shot almost the entire movie in like this old abandoned like hotel and he got it to do it for free because there was it was basically just like a heroin den. He got to shoot it there for free because of that. And it's a really interesting movie, and it's just like a really good feel-good movie. And it doesn't like, even though story arcs should have like ebbs and flows, there's really no like dark point in the movie. It's like, that cliche term, it's the feel-good movie of the year.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is the first time I've actually like thought that about a movie.
Really?
Like this is the feel-good movie of the year.
Is it a Netflix original?
Yeah. Well, actually, I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure it is.
Okay. I wonder if it'll get a release.
I think it was released simultaneously in theaters, but definitely check it out, especially for you, Jared, because you're an independent filmmaker.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot to get out of it there. They bring on like this college film crew, and they're like, we don't have electricity for our lights, and they're like, figure it out. And also it's by you haven't seen Ed Wood, have you? The Tim Burton movie?
I have not. I want to, but
we're gonna be watching that sometime. That's on my list of things to recommend. But it's from the same writers, I believe, as that movie, and they're both kind of about the same thing. But these guys who are known for making bad movies, and the level of passion they had to make their projects and stuff. It's a very heartwarming movie, and I would suggest that for everybody, but just be warned that it is a very hard R movie because it's very, very raunchy.
Okay.
But Wesley Snipes is in it. Snoop Dogg makes an appearance, and it's really good performances all around. Yeah.
Sweet.
One small movie I checked out was House on Haunted Hill from 1959 with Vincent Price.
Vincent Price. I went to that time. Was it called in Oshkosh? The Times
That's exactly
Theater?
where I saw it. I saw it at the Time Theater.
Did you see it as like there was like people talked at it and stuff like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And there's a scene in the movie where like a woman's like hanging by the ceiling, and then they like drop down like this dummy that's hanging on a rope.
I literally had the exact same experience at the same theater about 7 years ago.
Yeah,
same
it was a
movie.
It was a good time. I mean, the movie's kind of quaint and cute and not very scary by today's standards, but it's kind of charming.
At all. Yeah, it's totally just like you do it. It's like the Rocky Horror thing, doing it for that experience.
Yeah, there's this one character, and her only role in the movie is just to scream. That's all she does the entire movie. She goes, ah! It's so funny. The only other movie that I checked out was The Art of Self-Defense. Do you know about that movie? It came out this year with Jesse Eisenberg.
Eisenberg. I was gonna say that little creepy guy. Yeah, Jesse Eisenberg.
It honestly, I absolutely love this movie, and it's probably gonna be in my top 5 favorite movies of the year.
Really?
Yes, I absolutely loved it. It's a dark, dark, dark comedy that is like satirizing the idea of masculinity and like toxic masculinity, because Jesse Eisenberg plays this like really meek guy, and he's like afraid of all the men in his life because he's so squirmy, and he gets introduced to this karate class, and this sensei that's teaching him to be like a man, like be masculine. He's like, he listens to like soft rock and he's like, no, you listen to metal now, you know? And it goes to like really dark places, and it's shot pretty well. And the dialogue is very stilted. It feels like a Yorgos Lanthimos movie a bit, the way the dialogue is. There's a scene where Jesse Eisenberg walks into a gun shop and he goes, I'm looking for a gun for self-defense. I need one that will fit well in my hand. And he goes, looks like what you're looking for is a handgun. And he gives him a gun and he goes, this is exactly what I'm looking for. It fits very well in my hand. Like that kind of dialogue.
Yeah, that's a total like Yorgos Lanthimos type scene.
Yeah, but I could not recommend that movie highly enough. Check it out if you can.
Where is it?
You can probably rent it on Amazon or something. I'd be very surprised if this doesn't end up on my top 5 favorite movies of the year. Absolutely hysterical.
Sweet.
Yeah. I just want to mention a couple other things just real quickly. I checked out the first season of this new Netflix show called Living with Yourself with Paul Rudd.
Is that where there's 2 Paul Rudds?
Yeah, it was actually pretty good. It goes to some pretty dark places and asks the audience to like think about some questions that I've never thought of before, because he basically
like
goes
what
to
the world would be like if there were 2 Paul Rudds.
Not necessarily. No, what the world would be like if there was a better version of you out there, essentially. Because he goes to this spa that's supposed to like make him feel better because he's kind of having like a midlife crisis.
Yeah.
And it turns out that this spa clones you. It makes a better version of yourself and then kills you. But they messed up and he's still alive, so he has to live with this better version of himself.
That's interesting.
It's only 8 episodes and they're only like 22 minutes, so you can watch it in a couple of nights, and it was pretty good. I'm interested to see where they take the show in the future.
Huh.
I checked out the first episode of the Watchmen TV series, and Jared, I liked it, but Jared, I think you'll like it way more than I did.
Really?
Yeah, because it's a sequel to the graphic novel Watchmen, and the movie has it swings really, really hard about themes about like race and class structure and police, because it kind of takes place like in an alternate history where Watergate never happened and like Vietnam became a U.S. state, and there's a new law that passes where cops are allowed to wear masks so that they can't be like killed in their homes. Like you have to, like, cops aren't allowed to tell people that they're cops. It's like this really interesting alternate reality that deals a lot with racial injustice, because like in the real world there's no like singular villain, you know. Racism is a complex issue and you can't just defeat one bad guy to solve it, and that's sort of what the show's about. It's a very, very heavy show and a lot of mysteries. I think it's from a lot of creators of the show Lost, so there's a lot of spider webs going around here. But if you check it out, Jared, I think you would really like it. And it's shot really well too. And it stars Regina King. Yeah, really good.
Cool.
It's very interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
Have you like read or listened to like interviews of Alan Moore at all, the guy who wrote Watchmen?
A little bit. He's a bit of a nut job, isn't he?
He's an interesting character. He has some really interesting like ideas about magic and like what magic is, and I don't know. He's interesting.
Yeah, and his name isn't anywhere on the show because he completely rejects any derivative works of his. So he didn't. Yeah, so he's like completely separated from this.
So he doesn't profit off it either?
I don't know how that works legally. So I'm not sure how that works. But based on the themes and the tone of the show, I think you would really like it.
Okay. And
to transition to Evil Dead, I checked out the first episode of Ash vs. Evil Dead, which is the spin-off series.
Yeah, that's recent.
It is bad. I do not like it at all.
Is Sam Raimi part of it?
No, not at all. But it stars Bruce Campbell, and it very much feels like a show that was made by people who like the Evil Dead trilogies, but for different reasons than I do. Like, I don't know, because like a lot of things that Bruce Campbell does now is just like do like the Comic-Con circuit and take pictures and sign things, and it feels like he's making this show like in between doing that. Like, it feels very inauthentic, And there's a lot of CGI in the show, like the monsters are CGI. And just the fact that the show has visual effects in it tells me that they don't understand what made the original series so
Right,
great.
that sort of like homemade quality was such a big part of it.
Yeah, so I left. I was expecting to be like, all right, let's get back into like the Evil Dead universe and, you know, have some fun, but I did not enjoy it at all. So I don't really know why people like that show. So yeah, let's get into Evil Dead, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, so we're gonna play a clip from the trailer for Evil Dead 1981, starting right now.
I fear that the only way to stop those possessed by the spirits of the book is through the act of bodily dismemberment.
I don't care what happens to her. She's your girlfriend. You take care of her.
So, Jared, you said you saw this one. This is the one you've seen before, right?
Yeah, I saw it in theaters before.
Okay, so what did you think of it when you saw it in theaters, and what did you think of it revisiting it?
In theaters, it was cool. It was a very packed house. It was like a small sort of like independent art house theater. So when they do things like this, a lot of people show up. And it was a lot of fun, I thought. And actually, when I watched it both that time and this time, I think this is the scariest of the three movies.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
And I think some of it, because I had never seen 2 or Army of Darkness, so I think when I saw that originally with the group, I think there was that sort of built-in knowledge of like what came after it and sort of the like distance, you know? Because this movie doesn't really like tell its hand toward any kind of comedic tones until the end, when it kind of has that sort of like the music over the credits. I can't think of a good word to sort of describe it. It's kind of like soft,
it's very
and
juxtaposing of the tone that you were just experiencing.
Yeah, and so there wasn't really a lot of that sort of satire built into this one. But I really liked it a lot. I think this might be my favorite of the three.
Interesting.
I know it's not as polished, and it doesn't have the ability to be as ambitious, but I think what was able to be done on such a low budget is really impressive, and the effects are really solid for what it is, you know? Like, I mean, you can still tell it's dated and not like seamless, but I don't think that was ever the point to be seamless in any of these movies.
No, yeah. It's sort of intentionally campy.
And also, like, the characters are, like, horror movie characters, but I felt like this was the only movie that didn't treat its characters purely as, like, parody objects, you know? Mm-hmm. So I felt like there was a little bit more connection to the characters themselves in this one versus the other two.
I can agree with that.
Yeah. So, yeah, those are, like, my kind of general impressions on the first movie.
It's kind of interesting because we had different experience. I guess I should probably introduce the movie real quick. Basically,
sure.
The subplot can't be more simple. It's your basic cabin in the woods story. 5 friends travel to a cabin in the woods where they unknowingly release flesh-possessing demons. That's basically all you need to know.
I love that phrase, flesh-possessing demon.
I stole that from IMDb. I was just reading the description on there.
Oh, okay. Flesh-possessing.
Yeah. So they accidentally find this Book of the Dead, and they read it out loud, and all these demons come. But it's kind of interesting because we sort of are having like an inverse experience here. Because I was first introduced to Evil Dead by Evil Dead 2. And then I saw Army of Darkness. And I only saw Evil Dead for the first time for this episode.
Really? You'd never seen this before?
Yeah, I was told that Evil Dead 2 was kind of like a remake of Evil Dead. And I was like, well, you can't get better than this. So why would I revisit that?
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
And I was told that Evil Dead 2 was like a comedic remake of this straight horror movie. And I was like, that doesn't sound interesting to me. because what I love about Evil Dead 2, and we'll get to it obviously, is the level of humor that's in there.
Well, and that makes sense for you because, like you said, you don't get scared in movies very often.
No. Yeah.
So it's I could see a movie that's also bringing in comedy being a lot more appealing to you.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially when it comes to like zombies and, you know, things like that. That stuff really never really scares me. Like I didn't find this movie really scary, but a lot of that has to do with the fact that I knew the beats of it, obviously.
Yeah.
But I do really like that this movie's like very very charming, and I love the tone of it. Like when these are the kind of horror movies that I like. It's like lit really dramatically. It's like not really meant to look real, but it also looks real at the same time. It's like this weird middle ground.
It's how movies in like the 50s used to be shot. Like when I think of like Stanley Cortez, or like he did like Touch of Evil, like people who worked with like how like kind of the old Hollywood masters, like those movies always kind of looked like that, you know?
Yeah, there's like a lot of like shots that are just like single light sources kind of a thing.
Yeah,
you know what
and
I mean?
It's pretty. It's really pretty.
Yeah. And obviously like the makeup is really simple and everything. I didn't like this. I liked the movie. I'm having a tough time seeing what I rated it here.
I think you rated it 3.5.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, so I did enjoy it, but it wasn't like, you know, it didn't like blow my mind like the other ones do. Like watching Evil Dead 2 was like, it changed like kind of how I viewed horror like completely.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. And also, you know, this is a super low budget independent film, and I'm curious what aspects of that you enjoyed about it. You know, just it
That's
very
literally
much
what I
like
just
pulled
wanted
together.
to talk to. That's a good lead. So there's a lot of horror is kind of like the quintessential low budget genre movie, you know, but this movie is made, I think, a lot differently than other low budget genre horror. This movie doesn't really rely on like anything like titillating, you know. It doesn't like go over the top on like sex or gore. I mean, there is a lot of gore, but it's like it's a more artful gore, I think. I would almost call it like surrealistic rather than like grotesque, you know. I think that camera movement, whatever it is, I would love to see the behind the scenes of it, but that really low shot that blazes through the woods and knocks shit down. And it looks handheld, but it looks way quicker than handheld, and I love that.
I believe there's a lot of the things I love about all three of these movies is like they use every trick in the book.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and that was what I was going to say. The next thing about the like low budgetness of it is it's low budget, but he's always choosing interesting angles. He's always moving the camera in weird ways. He's like shaking it in weird ways. He doesn't just kind of like, it's not stodgy in any way. And it feels better than like homemade because there's this sort of like, it reminds me of Rodriguez, Robert Rodriguez. Like he just chooses these wacky, wonky angles and really adds a lot of character to it.
Yeah, it's all three of these movies I think are super ambitious, especially the second one. But I'm trying to remember as much as I can from the commentary track. But I believe that those shot, it's like Demon Vision, the shots you're talking about, right? It was
yeah, and they're incredible.
I believe he strapped a camera to a motorcycle and Sam Raimi like drove the motorcycle. I think that's how they did that.
That sounds right.
Yeah,
that totally sounds right.
And what does I forgot what cranking the camera means. They do a lot of things with like not, is it shutter speed or the
frame rate?
Frame rate, yeah.
Yeah, cranking the camera is like you make it slower or faster, pretty much. I usually think I hear it in terms of faster, like you make it look like an old silent movie or something like that almost.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess the issue, I think the main issue I have with this movie is that it pretty much only relies on the horror and the campiness of it. So, and because the horror is kind of dated and the makeup is kind of dated, it doesn't have as much of an impact on me. I think because Evil Dead 2 is humorous, somehow it dates better for me for some reason, because it's easier to forgive like the cheesy effects and things like that, because it's sort of intentionally trying to be that way.
And I think though, and I see what you're saying with that, because it's like sort of baking in its future critique, but also at the same time, like Evil Dead 2 is not only like being like silly about itself, but it's also purposefully using at that time outdated special effects techniques, you know? So it's not only like future-proofing itself for the 2019 viewer, it's also purposefully already using outdated things.
Okay.
And I think the Evil Dead kind of does that too. And I think it's not as blatant and not as in your face, the tongue-in-cheekness, but I think there is still some sort of like comedic element to it. Yeah, it's not as funny, but it's just as comedic, I almost want to say.
Sure, that makes sense. Yeah. And I think a lot of that does just have to do with like the tone and the pacing and the acting and everything. There's not as many memorable like specific lines from this movie as there are in the other two.
No, definitely not.
And that is, even though the characters are not like as cliche, they seem like to not have as much character. Like I don't really remember anything about any of these characters except for Bruce Campbell, and that's just because he's Bruce Campbell with a bowl cut, you know. He's got that goofy 80s bowl cut.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
he like looks almost like a different person in this movie.
Yeah, because he got like shredded for Evil Dead 2 essentially, because the Sam Raimi and Bruce Campbell grew up together.
Yeah,
and they sort of have like this brotherly relationship, and throughout this movie, and especially Evil Dead 2 and Army of Darkness, Sam Raimi is just looking for any possible excuse to irritate and beat the shit out of his friend and just torture him. And that's where I find a lot of humor, especially in the other two. But there's a bit of that in here as well.
Yeah, well, in this one too, like the other two kind of, you know, he's the main character from the beginning, and this one you kind of, everybody else dies and he's what's left.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
what do you it's such a strange thing that Evil Dead 2 is called Evil Dead 2 because it pretty much ignores this movie completely.
Well,
or you could just
starts it because there's that moment like at the end, the demon vision is going up in his mouth, and it kind of picks it up there because he like flies it back. But there's also like Linda is literally a different character in the next one. She's also a different actress in the third one. Like Linda's always different, which I think is kind of funny.
Yeah.
And like, Evil Dead 2 makes it like it was just those two there and totally changed the setup. So I don't know. It's tongue in cheek.
I think that the first one, the scares do work better. I think the most terrifying sequence is probably the tree scene.
Yeah.
Where a woman gets assaulted by a tree. And I remember Sam Raimi saying that that's like the one scene he would have done differently because he thinks it went a little bit too far.
It was pretty intense.
Yeah.
It's like crazy to think of that with like such a low budget. Like you have to be so inventive to make that, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's so strange that he's incredibly inventive with just barely having anything. And then the movies that Sam Raimi did where he has like a multi-million-dollar budget aren't nearly as inventive. And would you say that's just because of like studio interference or what?
Yeah, I think it's corporate interests. Like studios, like the money is part of it, but with that money comes all those other people in the room, and like ideas have to get green lighted. Like Raimi here is just kind of allowed to make this sort of mesh between like gore, horror, and the Three Stooges kind of all to his own, you know? Like,
I like that you said Three Stooges.
Oh, another interesting
they're constantly
thing.
in the behind the scenes, they're constantly talking about how much Sam Raimi loves the Three Stooges, and he's always like going up and poking people in the eye backstage and stuff.
Yeah. And that's such a thing throughout all of them. There's that sort of those gags. I mean, the Army of Darkness has the biggest one with all the skeletons, and he does a huge Three Stooges routine. I'm more of a Marx Brothers guy myself, but
yeah, I like them both.
They're
different palettes.
I have another interesting little tidbit for you.
Mm-hmm.
So and you might already know this, you've seen all these documentaries, but so the editor of The Evil Dead is Edna Ruth Paul, and Edna Ruth Paul's assistant editor was Joel Cohen of the Coen brothers.
Oh yeah, I believe I think Sam Raimi lived with the Coen brothers for a while when he was younger. So that makes sense.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah. And it's funny too because Sam Raimi's like from Michigan and he shot a lot of this in Michigan and South Carolina, and the Coens like went to school at in NYU and are from Minnesota. So I don't know how they crossed paths. It must have been like New York connections from when they were at NYU.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I thought that was interesting.
But do you know if this was like one of the first like cabin in the woods kind of movies? Because I can't think of anything before this that was like the cabin in the woods kind of cliche.
Geez, I wish I would have had like a document in front of me or something.
Oh, come on, you didn't know this?
You fucking loser. It's like 1981, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like, I don't remember when the first Friday the 13th came out, but it might have been around this time. So it's like coming out around like the beginning of the slasher movie era. So you had a lot of like teens in the woods. I don't know necessarily cabins explicitly, but I think it was kind of playing into that trope a little bit. I think it might have been an early trope by then though.
Yeah, because like I can't tell if he's like playing with those tropes or if he's sort of starting them. It's very
inventing
strange.
them. Yeah,
yeah. Because this movie does follow a lot of those cliches, but it works in its favor. What do you think about the visual special effects in this movie and how those hold up, all the makeup and stuff?
I mean, so hold up. They don't like necessarily hold up in a sort of seamless way, but I think they're effective.
Yeah.
Like, you know?
I think the right way to like describe the tone of this film is like a really well put together haunted house. Because these are all things because there's no visual effects, these are all things you could pull off in a haunted house.
Yeah, that's a really good analogy.
Yeah, so it's like what happens in a haunted house if everything was real and the horror just went real extreme. Because it does look like somebody from like a community theater putting on all this latex, but like what if they were actually demonic, you know?
Yeah, definitely. And they're like are kind of spinning around, and like there's like a level of it where I think it like goes above just being like hokey. You know what I mean? Like I think it's done effectively enough to be more than like cheesy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I guess I'm having a little difficulty talking about this movie because this isn't the one I was super passionate about. And like looking back at it now, it's just kind of just like this charming little horror movie that was made in like the woods in a little cabin in the woods. And it's a really great example of how you can do so much with so little, like you were saying. Yeah. It's so ambitious on where they put the cameras and all these camera angles, and there's always like smoke outside, you know. It's just like classic Halloween kind of atmosphere, and it's I guess the word I would describe this movie as charming. Like it's just
definitely
like a charming little horror movie.
Yeah, it's like charming and also like somehow a little repulsive. It's interesting kind of where it plays, you know.
I think this was an NC-17 rating.
That doesn't surprise me.
Surprising for the
really?
80s. Because it wasn't the MPA kind of lax back then. I thought it was until like the early 90s where they started to like really give stuff
those things
more
always kind of ebb and flow. The 80s were pretty puritanical though. You know?
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
I noticed there's sometimes in this movie where like the blood is like white, like milky.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you think that was like a product of trying to get a lower rating, or do you think that was like just like a...
I know for sure that's what they did in Evil Dead 2, but I'm not sure if that was the case in this one.
Okay. Interesting. You want to jump into Evil Dead 2?
Yeah, sure. What would you give this Evil Dead 1 for a rating?
3 stars.
3 stars?
Yeah.
Oh, I will say my favorite bit in this film is the mirror gag where he looks himself in the mirror and he goes into it and it's water.
Yeah,
that was so cool because the only way to do that would be the mirror would have to be on the floor, and because of the way it's shot, you don't expect that. So it's just like something I've never seen before.
Yeah, it was a super like surreal little moment. Like I love that, and I feel like that like shot embodies a lot of what this movie is doing. It like knows that it doesn't have the money, so it makes up for that in sort of cleverness, but also sort of like a ruthless disregard of like taste in a way too. Like it allows itself to be really gory as well because it knows it kind of has to shock a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I gave this one a 3.5 stars. So let's go into Evil Dead 2.
4 years ago, in this quiet forest, in this cozy cabin, something happened. Something so frightening. Something so deadly. Something so evil. We prayed it would never happen again. Now, from the creator of Evil Dead, comes Evil Dead 2.
All right, so Evil Dead 2 is possibly one of my favorite horror movies. Like The Shining is probably number 1. This is probably number 2. And it's because it really like doubles down on the tone of Evil Dead and adds a lot of humor to it. And I think it's a super, super ambitious movie. It has like every single little trick in the book you could possibly do besides CGI visual effects. It really feels like the movie was made with a lot of love, and it seems like people were just like having a blast making this movie. And I was shown this film without any context of what it was at all, and I cannot tell you how amazing of an experience it was to just slowly realize what this movie was and what it was doing. And it completely knows exactly what it is, and I love this movie to death. I was surprised that you said that Evil Dead, the first one, was your favorite, because I don't understand how you couldn't just fall in love with this one immediately, because it opens with this Rosebud Studios logo with the rose.
Yeah,
and it looks like this very grainy, very filmy, and it looks gorgeous. The reason why they shot that was because they couldn't sell this movie to anybody. They couldn't distribute the movie to anybody, so they shot this fake production logo for a fake studio to give them legitimacy.
Interesting.
Yeah, so Sam Raimi just went out and shot this Rosebud, and they put some like Warner Brothers clouds behind it just to like try to sell it.
That's so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
What a wild choice, but it totally makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. That's really interesting. And it kind of keeps that that's sort of like, it's weird that they use the Rosebud and that stuff, because they have the like kind of like the matte paintings as like the big backgrounds, and they have like the fake looking skies, and they kind of keep up with that old school movie. They're pretty.
Yeah, I love that aesthetic for sure.
Yeah, and even the like stop motion they do is very old school.
Yeah, I love it all. And the aesthetic of this movie kind of reminded me of like a dark Wizard of Oz, and it makes sense why Sam Raimi was chosen for that Oz the Great and Powerful movie, because there are some shots in this that really look like they could belong in the Wizard of Oz universe.
Yeah, that's
Do you not agree with that?
I mean, that movie sucked, but no.
Wizard of Oz?
No, it's interesting that you bring it up. I mean, no, Oz the Great and Powerful. That movie sucked.
No, I'm saying I understand why they chose him to do it. I'm saying, I understood because of that aesthetic, but you know, the studio completely probably didn't want him to do any of that stuff, and they just used a bunch of visual effects.
Aesthetic.
But if they allowed him to do that, you know, that would have been great. That would have been so cool.
Yeah, that would have been interesting.
I mean, just mentioning Army of Darkness real quick, all the goofy skeletons like marching, You know, just like imagine that aesthetic, but with like flying monkeys. Man, I would love that so much.
Yeah. Well, in this one, like Evil Dead 2, it really, because Raimi's he has more money and is able to be a bit more ambitious. He's, you know, we talk about like nostalgia today and all of these sequels and stuff, but Raimi has very nostalgic sources for inspiration. Like the Three Stooges are in the 30s, you know, and like these matte painting things are big time, like 50s, 40s movies, and that's kind of really where his stuff lives in this movie to a level. And then he interjects his own like extremely violent spin on it, you know.
Right. And Raimi has stated that he doesn't he wants people to be aware that his audience is watching a movie. He doesn't care about being like immersive and like making you feel like it's actually happening. He just he doesn't care that you feel like you're watching a movie, and that couldn't be more plain in this film. It's very obviously a movie, and I think that's what brings a lot of charm and humor to it.
Yeah, definitely. And there's still, besides that though, there's like, I think there's some movies that take that tone and don't deliver, but there's still a lot of like technical craft to this movie that works.
Oh, absolutely.
He doesn't lose that sort of like ambitious like camera movement, and there's that scene like that, again, like going from the ground up, it like follows him all the way through, and then it also goes like all the way around the cabin too. Like that scene, that shot is incredible.
That's where it goes outside shot. Through the cabin and then back outside.
Yeah, and everything is like in like fog, and it goes through like all those rooms, and it's really incredible.
So that the cabin, the interior is all inside of a studio. Like I think they rented out an abandoned like elementary school, and it was in the gym that they built the set, and it was like 100 degrees in the set all the time. It's like sweltering hot. They shot it, I think, South Carolina or something. And that shot specifically, they do like a hidden cut. So it's outside, a hidden cut, then you're inside the studio, and then another hidden cut, and you're back outside. If you go back and watch that shot, you can see that they shot with a wide lens, and they didn't put a ceiling on the set. And if you look closely, you can like look above the walls and like see like the rafters and the lights and stuff.
Really?
Yeah, but because the shot starts outside, you don't even think about that because you're not realizing there's a hidden cut or anything.
Where did do you know where, like watching this, do you know where they got like the financing for this, or like how they got the money together? Because if it wasn't like no studio did anything with it, how did they get the funding?
I don't remember. I don't think they talked about that in the documentary. I'm not sure. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just Sam Raimi's own money.
Yeah,
just like put his heart and soul into it. You know, I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, no, and like going back to like how could I like this movie? I gave them both 3 stars. But I think this movie, how would I say? So it's obviously bigger, more ambitious, and it's kind of like a lot of the things you see in The Evil Dead, but like cranked up higher. And some of the stuff is like truly like that shot we were talking about, fantastic. Like the joke is a lot more obvious, so the comedy I think is more there. But I just think it's such a hyped up tone that eventually it gets a little bit much.
I do agree that it gets a little exhausting in like the last 10 minutes. So if anything, maybe it could have been trimmed up a little bit, but I absolutely love the tone of this movie, and I think it's just like so much of a fun movie to watch. Did you watch this movie with anybody else, or did you watch it by yourself?
I watched it by myself. Yeah, Kayla was like in and out of the room, but she wasn't watching it.
I do honestly feel like you would enjoy this more if you watched it with another person or a group of people.
And I was totally thinking that, and that's too like with The Evil Dead. Like I had originally seen that in a group in a movie theater on 35 mil. You know, I had this like whole thing with it. Like I would really like to see it
because the movie really feels like a parody of the first film. Like Sam Raimi looking back on Evil Dead and thinking, okay, how can we go to the extremes of what we're doing here, and how can we kind of mock it? And part of the reason why they kind of remade it was because they did it. They did get funding from a studio, but they were still getting trouble distributing it, which is why they did the Rosebud thing, because I remember Sam Raimi saying that he made this movie with a different studio, so they didn't have they weren't allowed to really directly reference the first movie, which is part of the reasoning why it's sort of a remake, which is unique.
Yeah,
but it's such a strange thing that they didn't just call it Evil Dead, just completely remade it. It's interesting that they do it a sequel. Bruce Campbell in the behind the scenes thing, he was like, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, it doesn't feel like it's just mocking the Evil Dead. Like, I feel like there's more. Like, I feel like it's kind of mocking the idea of like bad taste itself, and and it's totally like one of those things of like, this is so obviously over the top. If you're in on the joke, you'll enjoy this. If you're not, you're really gonna be like, ugh, But I think it's kind of just mocking the idea of bad taste.
Well, yeah, I'm not saying that you need to watch Evil Dead 1, because obviously this is the first one I watched, so it's not reliant on that at all.
Right.
But it's just this unique thing where, like, you're just doing the same movie again, but taking a completely different tone with it. I feel like Evil Dead is more of a straight horror movie, and this is a horror comedy. And then Army of Darkness is just a straight up Looney Tunes cartoon.
Yeah, Army of Darkness is so tongue in cheek.
Yeah,
like Bruce Campbell, like Ash is essentially just like everything he says is kind of like a catchphrase.
Yeah,
like,
yeah. We'll get more into that later, but I feel like I could almost talk about like every shot of this movie just because it's so interesting. I love that they open up with this stop motion Book of the Dead thing, where then you get all these, and you watch like I love how like there's like a lot of little things that I love about this movie. Just how quickly like the book moves, and then narrator starts talking, and you just get thrown into it right away. And that book was like a real book, and when it's flipping through the pages, it's all stop motion, and every single page has like detailed artwork on it. It's so cool to me. And then it's like Evil Dead 2, and then it just goes right into the story. It's like such a great way to start a horror movie. Get the exposition out of the way in a really interesting way.
Right, like right away too.
And you mentioned the matte painting, because I absolutely love these matte paintings. It makes it feel like, I don't know how to describe it. It's like a pop-up book or something, like a really elaborate stage set.
It's totally the aesthetic of like those 40, like the very first studio movies that were in color,
Mm-hmm.
Like this is always what they did, and it totally like Wizard of Oz, like it takes me back to those old, it almost like the first thing that came to my mind was Robin Hood. I don't remember if there's like a movie from that era that is Robin Hood that I'm thinking of, but it has almost like a movie set like in the Renaissance kind of feel to it.
I could see that. Yeah, totally. Which makes sense for the Army of Darkness thing. Like it really shows that. I absolutely love Bruce Campbell's performance in this movie. He's just hamming it up the whole time.
He is so hammy.
Yeah.
Like his facial expressions are like, he must have the strongest facial muscles after these movies, because he is like everywhere. His eyebrows are like 10 feet up, and his eyes are going everywhere. And
right away, the scene where he gets to the cabin with his girlfriend, and he's like moving his eyebrows up, and he's like, "Hey, what do you say we have some champagne, huh, baby?" And he's like, and she goes, "Sure." And he goes, "After all, I'm a man and you're a woman."
Yeah, it's like so over the top.
I love it. It's so cheesy. And like that's like that smile he says when he says that line, that's like just a few minutes into the movie, and already I was like, all right, I'm hooked.
Yeah.
There's this shot of when they're listening to the tape of the reading of the Book of the Dead, and they show this flashback of this cart pulling up to the castle. That it's supposed to be the same castle from Army of Darkness. I think you'll find this interesting. I was listening to the commentary, and they said that it's a 3-dimensional castle model that's like forced perspective on this hill to make it look like this big castle, and they worked on it for so long, but on the film it just looks like a composited in flat image.
Yeah,
I thought
there's
that
a
was so
lot
funny.
of there's a lot of those like composite flat images in these movies.
I like that aesthetic a lot too.
I do too. I don't mind it. I almost wish I saw it more.
Mm-hmm. And this whole movie just doubles down on that shadowy tone of the first one. This really unique lighting that both looks like I said earlier, like real and fake at the same time. It's like a haunted house come to life. And then like within like this movie doesn't like wait at all to get into the horror aspect of it. Within the first 5 minutes, you already have a decapitated girlfriend, and he buries her like right away.
And in the first 5 minutes you've got that. In the first 10, she's like fucking putting her head back on and taking it off and like rolling her around. But it's done in that like stop motion, so it really that's like such a great image of like capturing the tone of the movie.
And she's the first shot of her in the cabin, she's doing this little dance, and it's the same dance she's doing when she's like a zombie. And I love this idea that like she was only like buried in the ground for a few minutes, and already she looks like she's halfway decomposed.
Yeah.
And then the demon picks Ash up, and it does another one of those where he's like being picked up, and it's like the demon's like carrying him or throwing him. Do you have any guesses on how they did that shot? Do you know what I'm talking about, by the way?
Yeah, I'm just trying to. No, what did they do?
So I thought originally that it was like a green screen, and they did the demon vision thing going through the trees. But no, they strapped Bruce Campbell up to this rig that would spin him onto the front of a car, and they spent an entire day just like going through these woods. And then Sam Raimi would come up and like hit him in the face with some branches. And that one shot took an entire day of shooting. Just putting Bruce Campbell on this thing that would spin him around. That's the kind of stuff I love about this movie. It's like I said, Sam Raimi's just like thinking of like any possible way he can torture his friend Bruce. And
That's
then
funny. Yeah.
Yeah.
He takes like a champ too. He really like we talked about like the emotional acting, which is like totally parody, but the like physical acting is pretty impressive.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm. And like I said, Bruce Campbell really buffed out for this movie, and he really needed to. He really gets put through the ringer here.
He does.
There's that shot where like the demon turns him into a demon, and he's facing down in the water. There's a shot on the behind the scenes where he's under the water there for like a minute and a half, and they're like, "Stay down there, Bruce. Stay down there." And they're like, "All right, now," like nearly suffocating him to death.
Oh my god.
And then I aside from the humor and everything, like I keep saying, this movie just has like every trick in the book, and I love looking at like little shots that have like, there's some shots that last for like half a second, and it's just this unique thing. There's this shot where when he's he becomes that demon, and then he turns back to his normal self, and there's a close-up shot of his eye, and his eye's like all white, and then it like goes away. And that was like a large-scale model of his head that they like injected milk into this fake eye, and then it's like reverse photography. Like, all these little cool things.
It is like literally like every single special effects trick in the book.
During the scene where he chops off his hand and his hand is running away, there's like stop motion, there's forced perspective, there's green screen, there's like a little bit of everything. Like when the hand's running away by itself.
Yeah.
That was like a
It's like a what?
It's a forced perspective shot. So there's like an alleyway, a hole in the floor, and somebody literally has their hand like crawling across the floor, but based on where the camera is, it looks like it just keeps going. What were you about to say?
I was gonna say the hand gag, and then when everything is laughing, and then he starts laughing, are probably my two favorite like images from this movie.
Oh yeah,
That
he starts
picture
laughing
of him
along with them.
wide angle looking right at the camera and laughing. That's such a memorable moment.
Mm-hmm.
And the hand thing I thought was so it's taken over and he's like, "Give me back my hand."
That's definitely the highlight of the film. Who's laughing now?
Sets up the chainsaw arm thing, which is iconic. That I knew about that before even seeing this movie.
Oh yeah, how could you not know?
Yeah, so
I would have, I think, even loved this movie even more if he was the only actor in the movie, just being tortured for an hour and a half. Because the best part of the movie is the first half where it's Bruce Campbell alone in the house,
absolutely,
just being tortured.
And that's the part I was kind of saying is once the professor's daughter comes in, and then you get the sort of local folk all of that stuff is sort of it's like a show. You know what I mean? It's not as entertaining. I think once they get there, I don't know.
Yeah.
Not that it's anything bad or anything, but I think the movie's kind of worn out on me by that point, and the story is something I cannot invest in, you know?
No, I can understand that. It's really the first 40 minutes it's just all gold. One of my favorite parts is the setting up of the chainsaw, because he's got his demon girlfriend's head in a vice. He's like, "You stay right there." And he pulls open the curtain, and it works as a gag if you haven't seen Evil Dead, but it works even better if you have, because you're like, "Oh, he's gonna get the chainsaw." He pulls open the curtain, and you just see this chalk outline of where the chainsaw is supposed to be.
Outline. And he's like, "Ah!"
And then immediately the body comes running in with the chainsaw. And I really enjoyed learning about how they did that scene behind the scenes, because it's literally a guy on a skateboard holding this dummy, this puppet, ramming it into Bruce Campbell, and then the woman in the vice, it looks pretty convincing, and the vice is fake, and her shoulders are hiding within the grips of the vice, all these cool little tricks. I just love.
Yeah, I should watch that just so I can see and hear all of these little tricks they've been doing.
Oh yeah, it's a 45-minute long thing on the Evil Dead 2 DVD track that they break down how they pretty much do every visual effect shot in the movie. One thing I find is really funny is all of the demons in these movies where they have the white eyes, they have these contacts in and they can't see a damn thing. So they would rehearse these takes over and over and over again. Then they would do a take in the contacts, and they would be doing it completely blind.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How many times do they have to do it over?
I don't know, man. Who knows? Knowing them though, they probably just did a couple takes and just went with the best one.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You mentioned it earlier, but another big aspect of the reason why I love this movie is Bruce Campbell's performance. We already mentioned this is so over the top. There's a moment where the demon goes back to tricks him to think that his girlfriend's back, and she's like, "I'm so scared, don't hurt me." And he just goes shouts up in the air. He's like, "No!" He knows exactly what movie he's in, and apparently some people didn't really understand the humorous tone this movie was going for.
Yeah.
They were at the premiere and people were laughing, and some of the people in the crew were like, was this supposed to be funny? Is that what we were supposed to be doing?
The crew didn't know. They just thought it was.
Some of them.
They watched that and they were like, "Oh yeah, this is serious."
Well, maybe they thought it was just I don't know, cheesy or
shit
bad
acting.
Yeah, shit acting. Yeah, exactly. I like the remix of the mirror gag.
Yeah, and it breaks.
He goes.
No, this is Army of Darkness. I'm getting my things. Is the one with the mirror gag in Army of Darkness where it breaks and all the little people are in it?
Oh yeah, they do a mirror gag there as well. I forgot about that. In Evil Dead 2, it's he's looking into the mirror, and then his reflection
and
pops out at him.
Right? Yeah. Yep. That's right.
Yeah. Yeah. That's pretty cool
little gag, and I didn't realize that there's that mirror gag in Army of Darkness. So they just like have a mirror gag.
They like
in every
mirrors.
single one.
They like mirrors and they like changing Linda. Yeah, I gotta see. I think I should see this movie with you sometime, and then I think it'll probably go up the star rating I have for it.
Oh yeah, yeah, I definitely think that needs to happen sometime. I do have to mention the evil possessed Henrietta costume. That's Sam Raimi's brother in that costume. And apparently it was like so hot that they would have to like drain sweat from him. There's like, and because like they had to like put baby powder into the suit to fit him in there, the sweat would be like milky white.
Oh my!
Like kind of thick.
That's where they got the idea for the blood. They're like, why don't we just make this sweat some blood?
Yeah, and that's that also ties into like they have different colored blood throughout this whole movie. There's like green, purple, black, and that was to try to get an R rating. So I know that one for sure. So in the first one, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, I believe they got an R rating. I'm pretty sure this movie's rated R. Oh, the gag, and another gag I wanted to mention was my favorite sequence is when he chops off his hand and he's trying to get the hand, and he kills it, and then he just gets plummeted with a huge like fire hose of blood.
Yeah, it's like a huge amount.
Yeah, and that was like obviously the last shot of shooting, so they could just completely wreck the set. And how they got like such like a constant stream of blood was Bruce Campbell was actually like laying down like on a plank, and the water was coming straight down at him. So like it was like another trick photography shot.
It's literally just getting like poured on him.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then when one of the characters dies, I think it's the redneck guy, all that blood comes out of the cell. And they weren't planning on it being that much blood, and apparently he almost like drowned because it was just like a fire hose of blood like at his face.
It's like just destroy Sam Raimi is the subtitle for every movie.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Just torture your actors, and then this it has the classic thing that everybody knows where he straps the chainsaw onto his arm where he lost his hand, and how could you not love that sequence where he straps it on? He just looks at the camera, or looks away at the camera, and goes, "Groovy."
Yeah. Yeah, it's it was like so over the top.
Yeah.
And it reminds like the next one, Army of Darkness, where he's like making that little like bionic hand of his, and every single thing he does, they do a zoom in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's kind of like this sort of
like it's way over the top.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess this was just a kind of a bit of a gush fest for me. I love the thing I love most about this movie is the humorous tone, but that's mostly fueled by all of these little tricks and gags throughout the entire movie, paired with really over the top acting, and just. It's a really unique experience for me, this movie. And I love where it ends, too. It's like, he just ends up in the medieval times, and it's like, what movie am I watching right now? And it's like a great way to end the movie, and then it's amazing that they decided to just do a sequel. Let's just continue the story. We're in medieval times. Screw it,
Yeah, let it run out.
Yeah, so I absolutely love this movie. I gave it like a 4.5 star rating.
Why not 5?
Like I said, I think it does get a little exhausting towards the second half. When the other characters come in, there's a bit of a time gap where it's just like them talking and figuring out what to do, and that's the kind of stuff that I find less interesting.
Yeah.
But overall, I really, really, really love this movie.
Sweet.
Yeah. Army of Darkness?
in an age of darkness.
May God have mercy upon your souls. Something's wrong. Something's amiss.
And a time of evil.
You shall die!
When the world needed a hero.
The swallow our souls. I don't want to die!
What it got was him.
Groovy. You know your shoelace is untied.
He's a 20th century guy.
For that arrogance, I shall see you dead.
Trapped in the Middle Ages.
All right, you primitive screwheads, listen up. This is my boomstick.
Now, let's talk about how I get back home.
Foretold by a mystical book.
Within its pages are passages that can send you back to your time.
Forewarned by a wise man.
You must recite the words Klaatu, Berata, Niktu.
I got it!
Fulfilled by a wise guy.
Klaatu, Berata.
I really wanted to give Army of Darkness like 4.5 stars just to fuck with your head. Like, just to be like, why did Jared pick this one as like the top one?
I did you like not like Army of Darkness?
Oh, I really liked the first like 30 minutes of it, and it's a lot less gory. It feels less ambitious. It feels a little bit more like, how would I say, like The Evil Dead felt like the rehearsal, you know? Evil Dead 2 felt like the tour, like the big tour that is kind of like nailing it, the masterpiece.
Sure.
And Army of Darkness felt like the reunion tour, where like everybody, you know, everybody knows each other and they know all the lines, but they're not quite as like in it anymore. They don't go as all out. Like the blood effects isn't there. It's almost a little more like kid friendly. Like it was a fine movie, but I don't think it had like the ambition or the sort of strangeness of the first two.
I do think I agree with that somewhat. I didn't like this one as much originally when I first saw it, but upon rewatching it, I was amazed by how much I really, really liked it. I think it has the same problem as Evil Dead 2 where it feels a bit exhausting towards the end, but this one definitely is going for a goofier tone, like straight from the beginning. Like you said, Bruce Campbell they just turned him into like an action hero, like almost like a Sylvester Stallone or Arnold Schwarzenegger. I don't know where I got Robert from.
He's like Robert De Niro, the classic action hero.
Yeah.
But it's like Stallone or Schwarzenegger, but none of the seriousness that they try to bring. You know?
Mm-hmm. It's just all of the goofy lines and things, and
it's sorry, what were you saying?
I was gonna say I love how they intentionally like retcon this movie straight from the beginning. Like, oh, he had this girlfriend who, and they completely recast the girlfriend. They like changed the ending to the movie, kind of.
Yeah.
They like change when he loses his arm. It's as if they forgot like the details of the movie. And I find it, and like they turn him into like this lame guy who worked at like Staples or whatever.
And you feel like they make that little part just so they can do the whole thing where he's holding up the shotgun to the people and like telling them about like the place you buy it for like $109.99 or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. And I just love how he's like, this is my boomstick. And they're all scared of it. And I think they do this intentionally because he has the shotgun in the beginning of the movie. And then there's like this long period of time where they throw him into the cellar. He should still have a shotgun with him, but it's not there. And then when he comes out, he magically just has it again.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I know. I don't think the movie was concerned about it either. And I think the moment where like the movie is trying to tell you what kind of movie this is when he gets thrown into the cellar. He gets thrown into this pit where there's this demon, and watching it, you're like, okay, this is a sequel of Evil Dead 2. It's going to be like a scary demon, and it's going to possess him or something. But no, it's just a witch that just punches him in the face a bunch of times.
Yeah, he's like not even really fighting the witch so much as he's like fighting the spikes not getting him.
Yeah.
Which is weird because that little scene feels like an amalgamation of like 3 different Star Wars things or something. Like it's like the scene in A New Hope where the garbage compactor is compressing, but it's also like the pit in Return of the Jedi. Like,
yeah,
it almost feels like he like thought about all these little Star Wars things before it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, the witches are like, and the dead in this too, because the dead, a lot of them are like skeletons. They're a lot more low stakes. They feel like a less evolved, a young demon, as it were, an inexperienced, youthful demon.
Yeah. And this movie just feels a little bit more like episodic in nature, like almost like a Flash Gordon kind of a thing. So I get the Star Wars vibes. Like, it's just like this another adventure that this guy keeps getting thrown into. And this movie is not trying to be scary at all. Like, there's really no horror elements at all. It's essentially a Looney Tunes cartoon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and there's the scene where he like goes through one of the books and his face is so stretched out. That's like pure Looney Tunes. And he has to go really fast back and forth, and you got like the cartoon sounds to it. Like,
yeah.
Pure Looney Tunes.
And I love that this like these they give him this mechanical hand for basically no other reason than so he doesn't have to cover up his fake hand. Like, okay, we need to get his hand back. How can we do that? Let's give him a mechanical one. You know what I mean? Because like,
and it's like yeah,
that's like when like a character in like Game of Thrones or Walking Dead or something. If somebody loses a limb and they live, that character's not gonna last long because it's just like expensive to CGI out that arm for a long time, you know. So I just love that shallow excuse. And
you get the funny little like creating his weapon scene or whatever,
oh yeah,
which I kind of like, all the zooms and like they're doing it and he crushes like the can or whatever and it like zooms into people like
and then he does the groovy thing again. Like every line of his is meant to be like action hero line, like tailored for a movie trailer kind of a thing.
Yeah, it's totally like everything is a catchphrase.
Yeah. My favorite little moment of one of my favorite little moments of him being like this, like a parody of an action hero is he just wants to get back home and he's doing this quest so he can get the book so we can go back home. And this woman comes in, the quote unquote love interest comes in, and she's asking him questions. He's like, "Get out of my face," and he's like, be kind of an asshole to her. And then she's starting to leave. And then he goes, "Hey," he walks up to her and he just goes, "Give me some sugar, baby."
Yeah.
It's just the idea that I think it's meant to be like this parody of like 007 or something where you just like treat women badly, but you still get the girl, like just because you're a suave guy.
Right. Well, and it's like, it's like so sort of tongue-in-cheek about it that it's like, yeah, it's like totally fake, and it's like aware of how silly it is too, you know. It's like not trying to build characters in like the classic sense, you know.
No, absolutely not. It's not concerned with that at all. But I think you would agree that the highlight of the movie is the second act where he goes on the quest to find the book, because he ends up in this, the demons chase him in this windmill where you mentioned
like
before,
Don
the mirror
Quixote
breaks.
Yeah, like Don Quixote.
I'm not sure. I don't know that reference. Does that happen?
Oh, really? It's like a book. Yeah, and Don Quixote gets caught on a windmill. It's like, yeah, it's just like, I think calling back to the time, you know.
Oh, okay. But what did you think of all these like Looney Tunes and Three Stooges gags that goes on for like 20 minutes? There's like 5 different set pieces right in a row. The first one is the mirror gag where a bunch of little versions of him come out and like mess around with him, and I love that he gets pushed onto the stove, and he, instead of taking his face off, he just like grabs a spatula and scoops it off. Like, it's a straight up Looney Tunes gag. What did you think? What did you think of that sequence? Because it's like, it's so fun. I love it.
It is. It's fun, and like the little guys, and that's definitely, that whole thing is like by far, it's like, and again too, kind of going back to what you said for the Evil Dead 2, is like these movies are the most fun when Ash is alone.
Yeah,
and everything's kind of just happening to him, and you don't even really need to worry about the story. You're just kind of setting him up to be blasted in whatever way, and it's really kind of just like the first one doesn't do that as much because he isn't that way till the end. The second one it does it, but it's a lot more like violent and gory, and this one does it and it's almost it's like there's like barely any blood. It's way more like running off the mountain and like noticing nothing's under you kind of thing. Like it's a lot more light.
Yeah. I don't think I mentioned that how dumb of a character Ash is in general, which I think adds to a lot of the charm. I mean, just like like in Evil Dead 2, he chops off his hand and he's like, "Who's laughing now?" You know, it's the hand that's laughing. And here, that one of the little versions of him drops in his throat. His solution is to pour scalding hot, boiling water down his throat. And he goes, "Here you go, you
how do you like
sucker.
this?
How do you like that?" I don't know. It's like just contagious laughter from me watching this, and then an evil version of him splits out. By the way, I with the part with the little versions of film, I really enjoyed pausing it, and you notice that whenever there's like more than 2 of the little versions of him, they just cast actors that kind of look like Bruce Campbell.
Really?
And you don't even notice
that.
it. Yeah, you don't even notice it unless you pause it. I'm like, oh, that's not Bruce Campbell.
Interesting. That's so interesting. I was wondering that too, if they were like, they like made little copies of him doing a bunch of different things or something, or
that's how they would do it now. But back then they just cast people that look like him. And so the gag with the evil Ash, I love that. I love how he plays evil Ash. Just this goofy evil version of him. He goes, "What are you?" He goes, "I'm bad Ash, and you're good Ash." Like that.
Yeah, it's like it reminded me of like Jim Carrey a little bit.
Oh, for sure.
Like that sort of like talking out of the side of your mouth and being like.
And this was just short of Jim Carrey's like big career, because this is 92. So it's possible that I mean Jim Carrey was around in like In Living Color and stuff in the 80s, so he wasn't like completely fresh, but I wouldn't be surprised if Jim Carrey had like a little bit of inspiration from Bruce Campbell.
Or the other way around, you know.
Yeah, who knows?
Could be either way, yeah.
And then I love this bit with the 3 books, because he's told this like demonic phrase he has to say, and he forgets. He's like, "Don't worry, I got it.
He
I won't
tries to like
forget."
cough it. He tries to cough the word. He's like,
well, he knows that it's an N word. He goes, "It's an N word." He goes, "Oh no!" So I think the joke is that he's saying the N word and he doesn't want to say it. So
I was thinking of that too. Yeah.
Yeah. And then all the skeletons come up, and that's the one that's like the straight up Looney Tunes gag where all these
the Three Stooges gag. It's
the
Three
hands pop
Stooges
up?
gag. Yeah, and they're doing. He does the like the hand between the 2 hands, and they miss up. It's like pure Curly Moe and Larry stuff. Yeah. Like almost verbatim taken from their routines.
And you said that this movie's a little bit more childish. I do feel like this would be a great movie to watch when you're like 8 years old. Even though it's not made for kids.
The other 2 you could not watch as a kid. I think this one you could, for sure.
Yeah, and it works, and it's like just scary enough for a kid, you know? And so the thing that makes this movie not as good for me is like the last 40 minutes is basically just like this long battle between
it's like, dude, it's fucking Helm's Deep from the Twin Towers.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Not the Twin Towers, the 2 towers. Never forget.
Oh, oh god, Lord of the Rings, the 2 towers. Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned that, because
it's Helm's
Deep. I was gonna say it's like Lord of the Rings for sure.
And even a lot of the shot, like literally some of the shots, like completely reminded me of that battle scene. Like it's almost like Peter Jackson watched parts of that scene and we're like, well, what if I had $300 million more and had to play it straight? Like, what would I do?
Yeah, that's interesting to say that. Yeah. My least favorite parts of the Lord of the Rings movies were all the battle sequences, because I've never really just enjoyed battle sequences in general, so I found myself getting a little bit bored in like the last half of this movie.
Oh, you're wrong, dude. Freaking. Well, I mean, in this movie, I think it's like sparse enough to make it kind of like but the Helm's Deep Lord of the Rings. That's a legit scene.
Sure. I gotta revisit those Lord of the Rings movies. I think I've only seen each of them like twice, and it's been a long time. So maybe I should revisit.
I've seen all of them like dozens of times, but not since I was like 11. So I really want to see how like post film school, like kind of knowing more what's going on, like how that'll play.
Interesting. Yeah. I think I should do that as well. I do enjoy watching all of the little gags and stuff, and how they shot off the skeleton army, because a lot of times they're just puppets. And then sometimes they're guys in skeleton suits. Sometimes they're miniatures or puppets. Like all these little different ways to shoot them for depending on what kind of shot they needed.
I was wondering that because it always seemed like you were saying, like they were changing. So I was like, I wonder what they're doing here. I really like too, just like the gag of, I don't know if it's gag, but the idea of like the dynamite dynamite arrows, and they're all getting stuck in those like big wooden things, but they explode at the end.
Oh yeah,
like clever.
Even better than that is his car falls through the portal with him, and his trunk just conveniently has everything that he needs to win the battle. He's got like engineering textbooks in there, like everything he needs to like have a technical advantage over these demons.
Like fucking create gunpowder.
Yeah, that's so funny to me. It kind of reminded me of like a better version of. Did you ever see that awful '90s movie, A Kid in King Arthur's Court?
Yes.
You remember that?
Classic.
Yeah, classic.
I do, yeah. When I was little.
It reminded me of that, where he's like, the kid has a backpack with him, and he just happens to have like a radio in there so we can introduce them to rock and roll. But this is like a version of that knew exactly what it was and exactly what it was doing. Did you catch on to the fact that the king demon, or whatever he's called, the head of the demon army, was also Bruce Campbell?
Yeah, I did. Wasn't that the evil Bruce Campbell version resurrected?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I guess I didn't catch on to that the first time around, that it was the evil version of Bruce Campbell resurrected. But even without that knowledge, you can tell that it's him with that jawline and everything.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's so nasty, I don't know, there's something about the image of the like exposed teeth that's like kind of gnarly,
Yeah, it's kind of freaky looking.
Yeah.
What do you think about the ending of this movie, where he takes a sleeping potion and they bury him in a castle?
Once they like gave him the thing and it was like, you need 6 drops, I was just like, all right, how many more is he gonna take than he needs? Like, it wasn't a matter of if he would, it was just like wondering how far in the future he would be. Yeah. What I was kind of surprised by though is like it wasn't like technological or whatever. It was just like the world was destroyed. You know?
Yeah.
I slept too long.
And not only is the world destroyed, but for some reason the Big Ben is there and like a pyramid. Like it looks like
a jigsaw.
Yeah. You know what, that image, and it's with I think it's like a little set. It looks like an image from like a cheesy like science fiction paper cover book or something like that.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Yeah, it looks like a fucking like one of those pages from those I Spy books when you were a kid, and there's like look for a watch or things like that, and it just had like everything on it.
Yeah. So I mentioned Ash vs. the Evil Dead before, the TV show. And the show completely ignores Army of Darkness, and it's basically a sequel to Evil Dead. And I think the proper way to have gone about a TV series spin-off of Evil Dead would be to make it in that dystopian future.
Do you think is it just Ash and the Evil Dead existing there?
It's just Ash in the modern day, and he just like lives in a trailer, and he's like, oh yeah, 30 years ago I had this demon encounter. And then the show takes place where like a demon shows up, and it turns out he has like a shotgun hiding in his trailer, and it's pretty cheesy, and
it sounds pretty dumb.
It is pretty dumb. Yeah. it's like it feels as if somebody read the Wikipedia plot synopsis of Evil Dead and then decided to make a TV show, a spin-off of that. Like, it's just referencing things that happened, but not referencing how they happened, if that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
What did you give Army of Darkness for stars?
3.5. I really enjoyed it. It's that middle half, middle section, the second act that's so good that it's just straight up Looney Tunes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm grateful that you watched all three of these. I wish maybe you would have watched it with like a group of people, because I really do think that adds a lot to it. Because it's such a crowd-pleasing experience.
And talking about it now too, it's like with 3 movies, it's kind of hard to keep track like what happened and what. Like you said, groovy in 2 movies, so I was like, oh yeah, I remember that, but I also remember that in this part. Like, what are you talking about? So
yeah, they definitely reference each other quite a bit.
Yeah, but I mean, I got to see a lot of movies because of it, so I can dig it.
Yeah, for sure. What would you give this one? Did you say
I also gave it 3 stars. Yeah, I gave every single one of them.
3 across the board.
For all different reasons. I mean, and that doesn't equate to like me having the same experience. They just, for all different reasons, I'd say.
Sure. Well, I guess overall the reason why I like this series so much is because it's the tone is like consistent through all of them with this like campy, goofy tone, but I really like how each one is a bit different. The first one, like I said, is like a straight up, it slowly goes from like straight horror to straight comedy. And I think that's really unique because there's lots of horror series that just have like endless sequels and it's just the same movie over and over and over again. And I really like how much they really mixed it up here.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, every movie was like kind of like not really even caring about trying to make a similar thing the next time, you know?
Yeah. And I really wish Sam Raimi gets another project where he is allowed to do these sort of things, because he really hasn't had that opportunity, really.
No, he did like the Spider-Man movies, and then he does like a horror movie every now and then. That's about it.
Yeah, he did Drag Me to Hell. He did the Spider-Man trilogy, and he did that. The last feature film he made was Oz the Great and Powerful. So maybe he was... I have a feeling that Spider-Man 3 and Oz the Great and Powerful really burnt him out from the studio system. Because I know he was not very happy with Spider-Man 3.
Is he doing anything now? Is he doing like TV or anything?
It looks like he's announced for a movie called World War III, an examination of what the world might look like in the future of the 21st century. That's what it says. That kind of sounds like a movie he would do.
That is the sequel to Army of Shadows. Army of Darkness. Army of Shadows.
Oh, that'd be cool. Yeah. Yeah, that'd be cool.
It makes sense.
If only. Are you familiar with the Spider-Man trilogy, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man trilogy?
Of course. I was a kid when that happened. I went to those in theaters as a kid. I was like prime target audience for those movies.
That's right. Did you notice that Bruce Campbell has a cameo in each of those movies as different characters?
Does he really? No, I would have never picked that up.
In the first one, he's the guy who's like, what's your name, kid? Spider-Boy or whatever? Like at the wrestle match. In the second, I forgot who he plays in the second and third one, but Sam Raimi originally had planned for Bruce Campbell to play Mysterio in Spider-Man 3, and the studio wanted him to do like Venom and Sandman and like these more well-known Spider-Man villains. But that would have been really cool.
And he didn't even want to do those. Interesting.
Yeah, cool. Well, that was fun, but we definitely got to revisit those together at some point. All right, so before we reveal what we're going to talk about next week, if you'd like to support this podcast, leave a review on iTunes. That helps us out quite a bit, makes us look good and feel good. So if you have any questions or would like to comment on anything, you could always email us at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. All right, Jared, next week is your choice. And what do you got for me for next week?
How do I intro this movie? I don't know. I just really like this movie a lot. It's like newer, but I think it's a masterpiece. Maybe one of the top 5 movies of the 21st century for me, at least. I want to do Wong Kar-wai's In the Mood for Love.
Yeah, I've heard the title before, but I've never seen it. So, is this a Japanese film?
Chinese.
Oh, Chinese. Sorry, I can never tell. Somebody told me the difference between the Chinese symbols and the Japanese, and I forgot what it was. There was like a trick for it or something. Yeah. This looks interesting, and I don't think we've seen a Chinese movie yet on this podcast, so that should be good.
Yeah, I was thinking that too, and that's one of the reasons I picked it. And yeah, it's an interesting movie. I'm interested in what you think about it.
Cool. Well, I'm looking forward to be in the mood for love next week.
All right. See you then.
See ya.
Go. You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room. I drink your milkshake.
Welcome back to In the Can Movies.
Take 34.
My name's Leo Costello.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
And it's been a minute. I think this has been our biggest break between episodes. It's been
this is
almost a month.
Our first one since Halloween.
Yeah.
So
November has been pretty busy for both of us.
Yeah,
been pretty busy with schoolwork and stuff.
Yeah, been busy.
And you said you're applying for grad school, right?
Yeah, I'm applying to NYU and Columbia for film grad school. So wish me luck.
Do you know some alumni from New York? I mean, I'm sure you do, but what about Columbia?
Like
some, big directors?
People. The biggest one is Catherine Bigelow
from Columbia.
Yeah, she she directed like The Hurt Locker and stuff like that. I actually have I don't know if you could have called us friends, but we both went to the U when I was in school, and she ended up going to grad school at Columbia, and she had a short that was in Telluride recently, so it definitely helps. Columbia does. NYU is like way more famous, as far as graduates, you got like Jim Jarmusch, Martin Scorsese, Spike Lee, Charlie Kaufman, Rachel Morrison, Reed Morano. There's like NYU's got a rap sheet the day is long as far as film grads go.
Well, I'm rooting for you. That'd be cool. And I know you said you wanted to live in... Is Columbia in New York? Or where's that one?
Yeah, Columbia and NYU are both in Manhattan. NYU's in the Village, and Columbia, I think, is on like the Upper East Side. I don't know. Someone's gonna scream at me who knows anything about New York if I fuck that one up. So I should not even try to guess.
Well, in between applying for graduate school, have you gotten the chance to watch anything since we last talked?
Yeah, it's been kind of light. I haven't been going like to the movies too much, but so we talked. And then on Halloween night, I watched Hour of the Wolf by Ingmar Bergman, which is like his one horror movie. And then I watched Insidious, the first one, which that movie sucks. I didn't see it when I came out, and I felt like it had like a good amount of like reputation around it that made it seem like it wouldn't be just a regular horror movie, and it was kind of just like a regular horror movie with an exceptionally stupid and shitty premise. So I'm in the mood for love, obviously. I saw Peeping Tom, which is this 1960s movie. It was 1960, and it was directed by Michael Powell, and people kind of called it like the British Psycho, because Hitchcock's Psycho came out the same year. And that was good. That was a funky movie. It was really weird. I saw The Hitchhiker, which is directed by Ida Lupino. It's like... It's this like film noir from 1953, and that was really fun. It was like this like killer on the run who he hitchhikes, people pick him up and he shoots them and like steals their stuff. He like gets picked up by these two like people we follow in the movie, and the whole thing is about the three of them. And then I saw Night on Earth by Jim Jarmusch from 1991, and that's like, it's this episodic film that takes place in 5 major cities around the world during one night, all like kind of filtered through different taxi drivers, clients, and like experiences over this night. It was pretty good. There was, you know, when you do episodic, like 1 or 2 are always going to be better than some other ones, and 1 usually is pretty weak, you know. So there were definitely a couple of standout ones in the whole thing, but like overall it was an enjoyable movie. And that's all I've seen. So
Kayla told me that you guys watched Ed Wood.
Oh yeah, we did. I didn't register that one in. Yeah. Yeah, we did.
Ed Wood was on my list of things to suggest for the podcast, so I'm really curious what you thought of that, because I think it's Tim Burton's best movie by a long shot.
I loved it. I had a really good time watching that movie. That's like, probably Tim Burton's best movie by far. Also one of Johnny Depp's best performances.
Oh yeah, he's so good in that movie. Yeah,
that's one of the few movies in a while. Maybe it's just because he's like sucks so bad now, but it's one of the few in a while I've seen where he just isn't playing like this crummy version of himself.
Mm-hmm. He's just this happy-go-lucky guy that just wants to make movies, and he's so ignorant of his own incompetence.
Yeah, he's so bad at it. Yeah, I really liked it a lot. Yeah,
that movie has one of my favorite visual jokes in all of film, where so the movie's in black and white, and there's this scene where the costume designer or somebody goes up to like a gaffer or something. And he goes, "Hey, which dress should we use? The red one or the green one?" And to us, they both look the same because it's black and white.
Yeah.
And the guy goes, "I don't know. I'm colorblind. Go with the light gray one." And of course, the costume designer doesn't know what he's talking about, but we do. That's such a great gag.
Yeah, it is.
What did you think of the guy who, the Orson Welles impersonator?
Oh, that was such a weird scene to me. So, okay, so in the story, is he supposed to be an impersonator?
No, in the story, it's actually supposed to be Orson Welles, but
right.
the person doing the voice and the person acting as him are 2 different people.
Oh,
yeah.
Interesting.
The guy doing the voice of him is the guy who does the voice of Pinky and the Brain, Brain from Pinky and the Brain. He does an Orson Welles impression and a bunch of different stuff, and like The Simpsons and Futurama and stuff like that.
Yeah, I love the whole line about like filming someone else's dream or whatever. Yeah, that was a good little moment. That definitely didn't happen though, for real, right?
I don't know. I think the movie's a bit of heightened reality.
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh,
but
absolutely.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ed Wood bumped shoulders with Orson Welles at least once in his career. You know?
Well, he's like all over that studio.
Yeah.
So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was fun though, and I love the comparison between those two being similar in that they like write, produce, and shoot and act in it. And
yeah,
it's funny. It's a good movie.
Yeah, you should check out. The people who wrote that movie also wrote Dolomite Is My Name, the new Eddie Murphy movie on Netflix.
Oh, the new one, yeah.
And it's very similar in structure to Ed Wood. There's a lot of similarities, but I think you'll get the same feeling watching that movie as you did Ed Wood. So if you want to basically watch Ed Wood again, but with a different subject, Dolomite is a fun time. It's a good watch.
Okay.
Let's see. I watched The Lighthouse. I got around to watching The Lighthouse. So we're going to be talking about that one. And I also saw Jojo Rabbit. Did you have you seen Jojo Rabbit?
I have not. No, it's been like going to it was on a potential weekend plans for like the last 3 weeks, and I've just never gotten to it. So I haven't yet.
I really liked it. It's going to be one of my favorite movies of the year. I got a pretty strong emotional reaction from a certain scene that I won't give away, but it is very good, and I'm really curious what you think about it. Especially because of the whole satire angle of it.
Yeah.
I went on Letterboxd and I looked at like the half-star reviews just to see what are some of like the other readings people are having of the movie, and some people are saying that like some people are reading into it that the movie's saying like not all Nazis were bad because this little kid was, you know, brainwashed, or this one Nazi in this movie did a nice thing, you know. But I think the movie's a lot more complicated than that.
Yeah. Well, and am I like, you know, I don't know. You're probably not asking me to even like respond to that, but
not necessarily.
Yeah, but just like to put my 2 cents in because that's who I am. My sort of answer to that idea is like, if your like definition of a bad person is someone who never does good things ever once, then your definition of like showing Nazis as good isn't the problem. Your definition of what a good person is a problem.
Yeah,
you know,
I'm sure Hitler tipped his waiter nicely sometimes.
Well, he liked his dog. You know?
Exactly.
That doesn't mean he's a good person. Like we've got to you got to have like higher standards for, you know, moral action than that. So I would say the problem is much more on their view than it is on any movie's
for sure
perceptions of people.
I also watched a video from the cinematographer on YouTube of that movie. He was talking about how him and Taika really wanted to saturate the colors and bring out colors because usually when you see films in that era, everything's so desaturated and dull. But having this from like the movie told through the eyes of like a young boy, you want to bring out all the color, so it makes the movie really feel and look unique.
Nice.
Yeah. I didn't really watch much else other than that, but I did get I do have access to Disney Plus. I'm not giving Disney my money for it, but
you do have access. You say it in like the most shifty way possible. There is a way I can watch that.
No. My roommate has a account, so we put it on our TV in the living room. So he got it with his sister. So I checked out some Disney Plus stuff. There's the new Mandalorian TV show. Based on it's like a Star Wars spin-off TV show about this Boba Fett looking guy.
Wait, it's not Boba Fett?
No, it's like another member of his species or race or religion or whatever it is.
Oh.
But visually, aesthetically, the show is really good. Like it looks and sounds like how Star Wars should look and sound. Like, but the story and the script is pretty dull. But there's been 3 episodes and I watched all of them. The second episode is the best one because there's barely any dialogue. It's like all like it's like a small like visual kind of like television serial kind of a thing.
Interesting.
But the action's really good, and yeah, I think I'm gonna keep watching it because just being in that world is pretty cool, and they use a lot of there is obviously CGI, but there's a lot of reliance on puppets and miniatures and things. Like one of the main characters is a guy in really extreme makeup, so I love seeing all the puppets and stuff. It really feels it's the thing that feels most like OG Star Wars that's been made in like the past 10 years.
Nice.
So that's pretty cool. Yeah. And then the only other thing, I checked out a documentary series on there that's about the Imagineers, the people that made Disney World and Disneyland and stuff, and sort of because I like learning about like the behind the scenes of how they do all these like optical illusions and make things seem more like magical than they really are. And it does feel a little bit like an advertisement for the Disney parks at times, but there's some really cool behind the scenes footage of how they made a lot of stuff, which is pretty cool. And then I also watched a documentary about Pixar called The Pixar Story, and that one was pretty good, and also was a little bit harsh on Disney's practices sometimes, because they talk about like the business dealings and people screwing each other over and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But that was pretty good. But yeah, that's about it. I haven't watched a whole lot. I'm planning on watching some more stuff as soon as I graduate.
Yeah.
Obviously, Scorsese's movie's coming out, and there's this movie I really want to see called Marriage Story with Scarlett Johansson and Adam Driver.
Just gonna ask you if you had heard about that.
That trailer made me tear up, and it's just the trailer.
It's gonna be great. I've heard nothing, and everybody said this is Baumbach's best movie, and I'm really excited because it's the guy who directed like Frances Ha.
Yeah, I love Frances Ha. And Squid and the Whale.
Yep. Kicking and Screaming.
Yeah, I'm really
I was
excited
actually
for that
reading.
one.
I was actually reading. I think you'll get a kick out of this, but I was reading a interview with the cinematographer, and they said Baumbach, he usually uses like very wide angle lenses and puts people in their environments a lot, but he wanted this movie to feel a lot more like close and intimate, so they studied Persona by Bergman to like kind of try to discover like a visual language of close-ups for this movie more. So so Marriage Story takes a lot of its visual cues from Persona, which now, after seeing it on this podcast, you'll pick up on that more.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely appreciate that. Should we talk about the Lighthouse?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, we're gonna play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
Tell me, what's a timberman want with being a wiki?
Just looking to earn a living, just like any man. Starting new.
On the run. Keeping secrets, are you?
No, sir.
Why don't you spill your beans? Why don't you spill your beans? Why don't you spill your beans? How long have we been on this rock? 5 weeks? 2 days? Help me to recollect.
Why'd you spill your beans? Why'd you spill your beans?
You've been messing with that gull, or whatever you said.
How long have we been on this rock?
Sparring
5
with
weeks?
the gull.
2 days? Help me to recollect.
Yes. So this has been one of our most anticipated movies of the year for a few different reasons. And you saw it before I did. So I think you should have first say on what you thought of the Lighthouse here.
Sure. What I thought of it. That's always such a huge question.
Yeah.
We bring it up in a...
Yeah. What'd you think?
How do you... Well, I gave it 4.5 stars. I'll start stars from the beginning. I gave it 4.5.
Yeah, me too, man.
Yeah. It's very... It's like it's how do I say? It's black and white. It's 2 characters pretty much the whole time. It's on one location on this island. And it's got a really, really tight aspect ratio. The aspect ratio is actually smaller than 4:3 even. So it's really like well positioned to like either get close-ups of people or like these very tall shots. So these shots where you get like the lighthouse in the background.
It makes you feel very claustrophobic, which definitely helps with the tone of the film.
But it really like there are moments where it feels like a painting, like that scene at the very beginning where it's the 2 of them kind of looking at the camera. That was in like one of the trailers too. It's just it looks like a painting. It looks so beautiful.
And they shot this with, I think he shot this with an old camera and old lenses to fit the time, right?
Yeah, they did. They shot it on film with like these lenses from the 40s.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, in case the listeners don't know, the movie stars Willem Dafoe and Robert Pattinson as these 2 lighthouse attendants that are basically sort of dropped off to attend this lighthouse for who knows how long, and they sort of just kind of drive each other bonkers and go mad, and that's pretty much the movie.
That's the movie, yeah.
and it's a very interpretable film. There's a lot of really striking visual imagery throughout the whole thing, and throughout the movie you're trying to figure out exactly what's happening and why it's happening, and there's a lot of different readings you can have from this film. So I'm really curious what you took away from it. I guess we should try to do like pre-spoiler stuff because the movie's still new, you know.
Yeah, that's true. It's not out of theaters yet. Take away from it?
Well, I would say like tone-wise, I think this film reminded me a lot of The Shining, actually.
There are two scenes, especially.
One scene, especially towards the end, which I want to say, something involving an axe.
Yeah, and another thing involving a mermaid. Those are both almost like directly taken.
Is there a mermaid in The Shining? Where's there a mermaid?
But there's the when Jack goes into room 237.
Oh, right. You just see
pretty much exactly the same thing. Yeah.
There's a lot of moments where you're not sure if the thing somebody's seeing is inside their head or actually happening.
Or a dream. Yeah. I mean, well, and this is the whole thing of like, you know, for a while now, it's weird because like most of the movies Hollywood makes are like, they're like the inverse of magical realism. They're like realistic magicalism or something because so many movies Hollywood makes are like, you know, animated or like not real things or like, you know, talking toys or like talking animals, like
billionaires in front of a green screen.
Yeah, but it's all exactly, like to be like these outrageous like superhero characters, but it takes those like really bizarre things and tries to make them more realistic. So like the visual style is all about adding realism and like everything is to try to bring everything closer to the world. Whereas this movie is much more in the vein of taking an idea, like a realistic historical thing, and lifting it into like strange places. So it does the inverse of what a lot of American movies always do. And to me, what is a lot more interesting, this movie actually reminded me a lot of like Bergman's work too. Roger Eggers, specifically Hour of the Wolf, the Halloween one I watched on the 31st. Roger Eggers explicitly cited that as one of the influences of this movie, and like one of the shots was like directly taken from Hour of the Wolf.
The film feels distinctly old while also having a lot of modern energy to it, I think.
Yeah.
And I think that the performances of Dafoe and Pattinson really what keeps the pace up and what really keeps your attention going the whole time. Although there's a lot of other great stuff happening, but the performances are just freaking incredible throughout the
they
entire
are.
thing.
And so much of it is that's so tight and like close-ups, and like some of those close-ups, like it's like watching, like especially Dafoe, like geez, like just the way his eyes and face change, it like feels like not a lot's changing, but like everything is like so dynamic in his face when he's talking, and
it's
his
such a beautiful
film.
His character is always saying a lot more than what he's saying with his words. There's always something else going on in his eyes. And Pattinson is just like the scared kid that feels guilt for something, possibly, you know, and he's just trapped on this rock with this crazy dude. It was kind of cool watching the movie because I saw it in Appleton, and Willem Dafoe is from Appleton, so it was kind of cool seeing this, you know, his like best performance in the town he grew up in.
That's really interesting. I never thought about that.
He's definitely gonna win. I think he's gonna win an Oscar for this performance.
You think?
Yeah. Like as soon as the Hark monologue was over, I'm sure you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
As soon as that was over, I'm like, they're gonna use that in a clip when they introduce him for the Oscar nominations, for sure.
Has he ever won?
No, but he's been nominated. He was nominated for the Florida Project. He was nominated for, I forgot the name of it. It was a vampire movie.
Oh, okay.
Where he played a guy who played Nosferatu or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Yeah, but
he could have won for the Florida Project.
Oh yeah, he was so good in that one. Yeah, That's like his most relatable character he's played.
Yeah, because he plays so many over the top. But the thing with him is like he's got that like face, and it's like a face that could either play really over the top characters, but is also like kind of like he doesn't look like a movie star, you know? Like he looks like a person you could see in the real world, which is also like a useful.
But he also
thing,
looks like a goblin.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this very. It's like a very like normal but not normal face.
Yeah.
And it's like a normal weird person you'd see.
And he's got that gravelly voice too that works so well for this character that he plays and so well for the film.
Yeah.
It's hard for me to imagine like a person making that noise. Like that some people have just those like really, really gravelly voices. I'm like, how do you get to that point? He must have smoked a lot of cigarettes or something. I don't know.
Well, some of it I think he's like leaning into it.
Oh yeah,
you know, yeah.
He's putting it on a bit for sure. And the score for the film was really good too. I've been listening to it a lot. Really great, haunting, terrifying score.
Mm-hmm.
Should we talk about spoilers? All the juicy stuff is in the spoilers.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay. There's a spoiler warning for The Lighthouse. All right. I don't know about you, Jared, but to me, the best moment in film for the year is Robert Pattinson beating a seagull to death. Oh man.
It's so good. And
it's built up so well too.
Yeah. The whole like just getting in its way, and he's like, why just spar with the gull? And this sort of like, oh, and that's the thing too, I was talking to Kayla about this, but you know, this is a very and Roger Eggers seems to be really interested in like specifically American like folktale kind of stories, you know? Like The Witch was like these New England, it's like very folktale, like there's a ton of short stories from around the late 1700s, even the 1600s in America, about like this kind of thing, you know? I mean, the Salem witch trials, and you know, it's so like ingrained in it. And this is so in the vein of American romanticism, you know, you got like the Herman Melville kind of era of like American storytelling, where you've got these like lonely, sort of single individuals, the lighthouse keepers, and a lot of the what am I trying to say, like struggle in it is between them and like almost their inner lives instead of between each other, although it spills into each other eventually. But you've got a lot of like altered states and like things caused by drinking alcohol or kerosene, whatever floats your boat, and like the weather and the environment plays such a huge part of this movie. And there's
it must have been a real. Can you imagine shooting this? How difficult it must have been.
I was reading
all this mud and dirt and everything.
I was reading a thing that Robert Pattinson almost punched Eggers because he just had to like keep on walking up and down the beach and get water sprayed on him from a fire hose. But that's like a huge part of this movie is sort of like the terror and like the power of like the natural environment, you know? Like the storm is such a huge part of the movie, and even the seagull, which is like a natural thing, like to sort of like take the balance out of this sort of fight against nature is like what is going to bring you down, you know? It's like this impossible thing to defeat. It's very like American capital R romantic.
And I sort of interpreted this film as being sort of like a purgatory for Robert Pattinson's character, because his character is basically being challenged in a lot of different ways. He's being challenged by the weather. He's being challenged by this authority figure. He's being challenged by homoerotic persuasions, possibly.
In that one scene, where they're dancing.
Well, not only that, but there's just all this tension between the two characters as well. And there's a lot of sexual tension in the movie, because you know it's kind of like cabin fever sort of a thing. All he has is this like mermaid figure, so he's being tempted that way, and he's also being challenged by the guilt he feels over, I think he let a person die. Is that what happened? Or he killed somebody?
He killed somebody, didn't he?
Yeah. I think I have to rewatch the movie because I think I missed that specific detail. But he basically feels guilt for something that he'd done. And to me, the movie was like this island, this lighthouse was like a place for him to be challenged by all these thoughts he has to see if he can face up to it or endure it. And he didn't quite make it.
No.
That's sort of how I saw the film. I don't know. How did you read all of this stuff going on here?
Well, I think like I think there's like a difference sometimes in like how we interpret, like I really don't look for like a takeaway sort of end thing a lot of the times when I watch a movie. I like very much kind of just like see it as like an experiential thing, especially a thing like that kind of just like creates its own logic and then like tells you to go with it or not.
Sure.
So I really didn't try to interpret it, I don't think, in the way you were. I was more just like kind of seeing its parts, seeing its like elements, seeing how it dealt with like the struggle between like, you know, the classic like almost like English high school thing. It's like man versus nature, man versus man, man versus himself. This movie is like this movie is like the quintessential like setup of those three things for Robert Pattinson, you know?
Yeah.
It like almost feels like a movie that in a few decades will be taught at film schools a lot. But yeah, it's like totally all about those struggles. And I was kind of just focused more on that than I don't necessarily think it's a movie that like has something to say about that. I think it's a movie that's like just tells a story, you know? It definitely doesn't have any like lesson or anything like that in it.
I think there's a little bit of something because the whole time Willem Dafoe's character is the one that attends the lighthouse, actually goes up where the light is, and Robert Pattinson slowly builds sort of this jealousy because he never gets to be up there, and he sees Willem Dafoe up there, and he thinks he's like up there and he's naked and he's like embracing the light or something. It becomes sort of like this object of desire in a way.
Yeah.
And then towards the end of the film, Pattinson forces his way up there and he peers into the light and it basically kills him. It terrifies him.
Yeah.
And I don't think it would be right to say, oh, that doesn't mean anything or there's no lesson there. I feel like the film is asking us to wonder not what was in that light, but what did the light mean or what did the light represent?
Go for it.
And for me, it was like Willem Dafoe. He loved his job. Like he capital L loved being a lighthouse attendant. He literally loved the light. And for Pattinson, it was more about greed and envy and jealousy. So it meant something else for him. And when he was exposed to it, it didn't embrace him back or something like that, you know. It was. I feel like I feel like the light sort of has the same symbol as the briefcase in Pulp Fiction. You know, it's an object of desire. You know.
Well, and I mean, light, you know, is usually associated with like truth in some way.
Yeah.
So you could also maybe read it as some sort of like the whole story is essentially like premised on him running away from what he's done, you know, and maybe this idea of like being unable or not being unable to escape it, but yeah, I guess like what I'm trying to say is be unable to escape it. Like there's no, you know what I mean? There's no way we can just like we can't run away from what we've done or who we are.
And that's what he's trying to do in the movie. That's why he says he's doing this job, is because he needed to get away, you know,
right,
on the run.
Yeah. Well, and in a way, you know, like struggle, which this is, you know, this is a movie that really is all about struggle in a lot of ways. Like if you're trying to run away from yourself, the worst thing to do is put yourself in a situation where you have to struggle, because struggle usually brings out like the truth in someone, you know what I mean? Like it's hard to not be yourself when you're under pressure, I think is what I'm trying to say. So It's definitely a movie. Well, and he hit too. When you think of it, like he also has like 2 names, right? He like lies about what his name is. And
there you go.
So there's this whole thing about his entire character is like he's trying to lie through it.
And not only that, but his true name is the same name as Willem Dafoe's character.
Yeah.
They have the same name.
So does that mean
they're the same person?
Same people? Same person?
2 sides of the same coin? Possibly.
Maybe he's like a lighthouse attendant alone who like creates this character out of himself. Like he's like, so imagine this, right? And this is like, I have put no thought into this other than this moment. So
sure.
Bear with me.
Yeah.
Let's run with it for fun.
Free flow, yeah.
Yeah. So he was in timber before, right? So, and he's never been a lighthouse attendant, but maybe like on the job application he lied and said he has. So really, Robert Pattinson is the only person there. And Willem Dafoe is kind of this like projection of like, it's like his idea of what a lighthouse attendant would exactly be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the film acknowledges within its own script that Dafoe's character is basically a parody of a lighthouse attendant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, like, Robert Pattinson is projected essentially like the most stereotypical lighthouse attendant. Mm-hmm. And it's like he's both of them. And the Dafoe is like sort of like, it's this, you know, whenever you try to remake yourself, and that's such an American thing too, the idea of like remaking yourself, you essentially try to like put on a show of being what you're trying to be, you know? So like maybe Dafoe is like the symbolic representation of what he's trying to become, or like a projection of a future for him, whereas like Robert Pattinson himself is like the real him, and he's this like thing who has to actually like deal with, you know, what he's done and all this stuff, and who he is. And the movie maybe is about like his attempt and ultimate failure to try to be like become this thing that he never was, you know, and he kind of dies.
I think that's a fair reading. I mean, like because everything that happens on this island is so mysterious, I am almost tempted to believe there even isn't a lighthouse. Like this is all, like I said, like purgatory, like a challenge that somebody has to endure in order to move on to the next thing, you know, to reach Valhalla or what have you, you know.
So it's like college or whatever.
Sure. Yeah, the lighthouse is college. That's exactly what I meant. I don't think we brought up the script, the dialogue in this film. It's very
that it's like set and it's what is colloquial, like it's of its time, you know what I mean?
Yeah, like it's very authentic to the time period and the time and the place of the movie takes
which
place.
Is the same as The Witch.
Yeah,
like Eggers hasn't written a script yet that is like set in the modern day and has modern vernacular.
And I've heard that he loves doing that, and he intends to just keep doing it because I think he just loves looking into dialogue and dialects and history and things like that.
Oh, I'm sure he will. I mean, and like even before he did The Witch, he actually did a short film adaptation of a Edgar Allan Poe story.
Oh,
I think The Telltale Heart, and did that, you know, just using the language of Edgar Allan Poe. So I think it's a thing he's going to be doing for a long time. And that's his thing. Like, do it if it's your thing, man. You know?
Are you familiar at all with the story of Prometheus?
Oh, of course.
Okay,
yeah.
I am not. So I've heard that this film has a lot of direct references and parallels to that story. I'm curious what that is.
No, I don't see that.
No, I thought that the last shot in the movie with the seagulls eating out his guts was like a direct callback to the story of Prometheus.
Yeah, that is. He like gets eaten by birds.
What's the context of that and the story of Prometheus though?
Well, the story of Prometheus. So Prometheus is like, I don't remember if he's like I think he's a Titan, but Prometheus is the one who gives fire to humanity.
Okay.
Wait, I think so, and he like gets punished by the gods for giving fire to humanity, and it involves getting eaten by seagulls. Yeah.
Great story, Jared.
Yeah. I mean, call me Homer, you know. Yeah, he's like chained to a rock, and I think every day like a bird comes and eats his liver.
Oh, I do remember that. And then it grows back and it keeps happening again or something like that.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. But he stole fire from the gods and gave it to humanity. But there's I think there's a thing in the Prometheus story so Prometheus did that, and could have if he took fire back from the humans, he would have not punished it, but Prometheus was kind of no, I'd rather get punished and have my disobeyment happen than reverse it or whatever,
Yeah.
For what that's worth.
Yeah, I was just curious if you had any thoughts on that.
Well, I mean, the only thing I would say is there's definitely a visual reference to the bird eating him at the end, but I don't know. There's not a lot of thematic similarities I see between the Prometheus myth and this. Okay. Yeah.
I guess
he's not really, because Prometheus, the idea of this Titan who brought fire to humanity. Some people think of it as the dawn of consciousness. It's almost sort of the Greek myth of the Garden of Eden, where bringing fire is the same thing as eating the apple and understanding good and evil and understanding creating intelligent thought in humans. It's the Greek
or
myth.
the monolith in 2001, a gift
right.
a gift of advancement and civilization
right.
or something.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Where this is maybe you see something different. That is totally absent in the Lighthouse for me. I just don't. Not that I think it's even riffing on it. I just think it's it probably was a factor in him conjuring up that final image of the film. But I don't think thematically it has anything to do with what's going on.
Okay, I see what you're saying. I guess on its surface, you could just read it as the seagulls getting revenge on Robert Pattinson.
Right. Maybe sort of
maybe the moral of the story is to not kill seagulls. Maybe that's all we're supposed to get out of it.
Well, that's definitely that was the thesis at the beginning of the script, no doubt. Well, and you can interpret that a bunch of ways, the environment and nature and man versus nature and that whole thing, and nature destroying man. You could even read all of these things. This is what art is. People read themselves into what they see.
Sure.
You could read an environmental message on there. This idea that we're not really destroying the earth. We're destroying the ability for us to live on earth. And really the end shot is sort of this idea of the earth and nature raging on and just swallowing us whole.
Oh yeah. I'm on board with that philosophy, by the way.
Yeah.
The earth's not going anywhere. We are.
Exactly. Dude. And I sorry, this is a tangent. I'll bring it up. But I volunteer on a board for an environmental organization, and so many of the people on there are they're sort of from the 70s, environmental, and it's very save the earth and trees and stuff. And I'm guys, I'm not here for that. I'm just saying earth and nature are so much bigger than us, and we're gonna die. The earth will be fine. I'm not here to save the trees. I'm here to save us.
It reminds me of, there's a great George Carlin bit he has about that. He goes, plastic isn't doing anything about the earth has no prejudice against plastic. It probably sees it as another one of its creations. Maybe that's why we were put here, for plastic or something like that. It's the only thing we're gonna leave behind. Maybe that's the answer to the greatest question. Why are we here? Plastic.
Plastic. That's horrible.
Yeah.
Well, we're going, whatever, dude.
Wait, yeah, that's right.
But there's there's a really, really interesting idea in that notion, and that's sort of our meaning and purpose here is sort of not this thing that's there before us, but it's what we actually do with our time while we're here.
Yeah.
So if we spend all this time and money and effort to produce plastic shit that doesn't last half a generation, yeah, I guess that is what we made our purpose on this earth.
Yeah.
That's your choice, and it looks like it's the choice we're making right now. So I think George Carlin is correct in some way on that, and really,
it's a comedy routine. I mean, he's right, but also we should try to look out for ourselves.
Of course.
Yeah.
Meaning is what you do with it, with your life.
Exactly. So we mentioned we teased earlier that there's a scene where Willem Dafoe is chasing Robert Pattinson around with an axe. He even has a limp, it makes it look just like The Shining.
It's directly taken. Well, and again, like that scene with the mermaid when he kisses the mermaid and she like becomes evil. Like it's same thing as in 237 where he kisses the woman in the bathtub and then pulls back and she's like evil. Like those two shots are almost directly taken from The Shining.
Well, the mermaid doesn't necessarily turn evil. He just notices she has a gross fish vagina. That's right.
Yeah,
because
it's sinister though. It starts playing sinister. Like the music changes and like it plays sinister.
Yeah. Did you? Or I guess there are a lot of like sexual themes in this movie because Robert Pattinson with like the mermaid and the little mermaid doll he has. I watched this with some people from the AT that I work with, and one of them after she was like, that was strange, like she was not ready for it, and I was like, what, you weren't prepared for Robert Pattinson masturbating to a fishy mermaid vagina? She goes, no not really. But I think over like a couple days she told me that she enjoyed it. It just wasn't, she just wasn't prepared for it, I guess.
Well, good. Go into the movies hoping you're going to see something you're not prepared for.
Yeah, be challenged. Yeah. I agree. I think this movie also reminded me a lot of The Master, Paul Thomas Anderson's film. Just
interesting.
Do you remember the scene in The Master? I forgot what it's called. The auditing scene, essentially, where they're in the basement drinking the boat fuel. And having that intense dialogue.
Yeah.
That scene reminded me. I kept on thinking of that scene throughout this film. This really intense dialogue and debate happening between these two people, especially during the scene where they're drinking kerosene.
Well, and a lot of it, it's like a lot of The Master is just like Joaquin Phoenix and Hoffman's character going at it. And like this movie is so much about that. The Master is a big. I see the parallels. Yeah. I do.
I mean, they're both about characters who are lost and are battling mentally with like a father figure sort of authority.
Yeah, definitely. And have like a lot of guilt about the past.
Yeah, exactly.
And are trying to remake themselves. Sure, you're right. All the themes are there, Leo. You sold me.
You were so lost at first. No.
I know. I'm found.
Yeah. Well, I really, really enjoyed this movie. We both rated it 4.5. Where's that half star for you?
I just don't give movies I see once 5 stars.
Okay.
Like, it's super rare. So I gave Parasite 5 stars after one viewing. Like, but I don't do that for a lot of movies. So it's really just a thing I'd have to watch again. And maybe it would be 4 stars, maybe it would be 5 stars. Who knows?
Yeah, I'm not sure where it would. I definitely want to watch it again because it's definitely it's definitely a rewatchable film for sure. There's a lot of things going on. But I only took half a star off because I thought that it dipped a little and got maybe a little repetitive towards the middle. And I started to wonder, like, all right, what's the point of what's happening here? Like, where are we going? But
right.
Once it started getting a little crazier.
Yeah, it was setting its time. You know, it was like being calculated with it.
Yeah. So, would you recommend The Lighthouse?
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah. Me too. I wouldn't recommend it to I don't know, people who I don't know, soccer moms. I couldn't think of the right way to say it. Soccer moms.
Yeah. Just people who don't go into a movie like looking for something different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think this right now I made a tentative top 10 films of the year, even though I haven't seen a whole lot.
Yeah.
But right now this is sitting at number 2 for me.
Behind Parasite?
Behind Parasite, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see that.
Okay. Great. Let's move on to In the Mood for Love.
Let's do it.
All right, here's a clip from the trailer.
咁堂弟約你出嚟，其實有啲嘢想請教你。 你今早拎住嗰個手袋咧，唔知喺邊處有得買咧？
你點解咁樣問嘅？
冇，我見個款幾骨子，想買一個送俾我太太啫嘛。
秋山份人對太太幾細心啊？
邊處係咧？佢份人好奄尖嘅，過兩日佢生日，又唔知買咩俾佢好。你可唔可以幫我買一個？
如果係一模一樣嘅，佢或者會唔中意嘅喎。
So In the Mood for Love is a movie from, so it was shot in 2000 technically, and it was released in 2001. It's by Wong Kar-wai, who is this sort of big figure of Hong Kong cinema, and he's known for, he's almost like this Goddardian kind of character. Like he makes very quick, fast-paced movies and really relies on like creating his movies with editing and like changing like that kind of thing, and speed and like that stuff. He actually was shooting another movie when he was making this, so he was shooting 2 movies at once at this time. He likes working really fast. He works with really small crews and they shoot all the time. And I was watching an interview and he said shooting a movie is like vacation to me, so I try to do it as much as possible.
I don't think I've ever heard of a director with that sort of philosophy.
Yeah, he just loves it. So he's like, I'm always on vacation when I'm on a film set. So this movie, it's Mr. Chow and like Su Li Shen. That's probably off, but they essentially move into apartments next to each other at the same day in like 1962 in Hong Kong. And I'll just go right into spoilers, but it sort of follows them as they realize that both of their spouses are cheating on them with the other person's spouse, and they try to...
Their spouses are having an affair with each other.
With each other, right. His wife and her husband are having an affair, and they sort of grow and develop this relationship and fall in love with each other as they sort of both talk to each other about it and almost try to recreate it and try to understand it, while also like just like going out to eat with each other and hanging out with each other and falling in love. It's interesting. I was watching some of the extras because this is on the Criterion Collection, so I was watching some of the extras for it, and it's a very Wong Kar-wai kind of shot everything that could possibly happen in a relationship, and they really only use specific things to make the story they wanted to, you know? Like they had like explicit like scenes of them like having sex with each other that Wong Kar-wai thought wasn't right for the story. He didn't want that. He like had like all of these scenes. He had very funny scenes in it that he took out of it.
He pretty much shows you all of the in-between stuff.
Yeah. And they never like, it's in the mood. So its title is like In the Mood for Love, right? But they don't ever act on it. It's always kind of this feeling that I think they know they have for each other, but it's sort of like they have the mood, but nothing else is right.
Well, also,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I read a little bit. That there was a high social stigma of like single women and single men, or married men and married women to not be around each other if like their spouses are around. So
right, which that
they're
plays
very
directly,
held back in the way they
absolutely.
talk to each other,
and they public. Can like barely look at each other in public. Yeah, and they can like casting, holy shit, like casting a glance at each other for too long would be looked at as inappropriate, you know? Sure. So you have these like moments where like he's kind of just like looks up for a second, and the moment they make eye contact, she looks down. And it's usually done like in slow motion with this kind of like beautiful score behind it.
Oh yeah, that score is great. Is that an original score for the film?
I believe the original like the theme that plays is original, but then obviously like a lot of those are Nat King Cole songs, and then there's like Greenest Eye, and so those like old 60s like kind of like jazzy songs, which like the movie looks like it was like it came out of that music. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
It looks so right.
it looks like it was made in the 60s, and it's just gorgeous, like saturated colors. I think this movie might have more red in it than the film Red that we saw, 3 Colors Red.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean, and it's like it's so there, and there's like the greens are there, and there's like a yellow that's really strong and saturated, and the like shadow is so pronounced. It's like a more colorful film noir almost.
Yeah, absolutely.
And all the smoke, you know, there's so much smoke in the movie, like it's beautiful. It's really a visually beautiful movie, I think.
Yeah, it looks like a postcard or something, and like the main actress, I'm trying to look up her name here. Her performance is great, but she's so gorgeous in the film too. She looks like a porcelain doll throughout most of the thing.
And the two, I don't know their names right now off the top of my head, but they are, at the time, they were like both the biggest male and female stars in China at the time. So like, I don't know what the equivalent of it would be like today.
I'm gonna butcher these names, but Maggie Chung and Tony Lung, I think. So Maggie and Tony.
Yeah, they were huge stars at the time.
Yeah, and it definitely shows because the performances they're very subtle performances, but they're very strong as well. And we were just talking about the held back nature of their relationship, and I think it all ties back to I'm gonna assume it's like is it a poem at the beginning? I'm gonna read it out loud. It goes, "It is a relentless moment. She has kept her head lowered to give him a chance to come closer, but he could not for lack of courage. She turns and walks away." And that's pretty much kind of the tone of the whole film. The sort of relationship that's sort of separated.
Right. Well, and there's this whole thing throughout it where it's like, so it's interesting at the very beginning, right? It's a movie about adultery, but instead of showing an affair, it shows the people who are affected by it. You never see the face of either of their other spouses in the whole movie. They're always kept away. And it's really a movie, I think, where it's about two people who are affected by it, and they both want to be with each other, but each thinks the other one has sort of made a commitment to not, right?
Yeah.
And neither, like, but they both lack the sort of courage to tell the other one that they actually don't.
Yeah.
Care,
so they both feel like they're in this situation of this forbidden love, but in reality, they really should, take the chance and make, come together.
Right.
It makes the story feel very Shakespearean, like a dramatic tragedy.
Oh, interesting.
This, because a lot of Shakespearean tragedies are like a lot of things that are just like coincidences and happenstances. This coincidence that these two people live right next to each other or got apartments right next to each other, and their spouses are having an affair.
Yeah.
And on top of that, they think that the other person doesn't necessarily want to have a relationship. It's like this dramatic irony throughout the whole thing.
Speaking of dramatic irony, and like to me, this is actually my favorite use of dramatic irony in the movies ever. And it might be a different kind of irony, but the scenes where they're acting out what they think happened between their spouses, and you never know if they're talking to their spouse, because sometimes they'll shoot it and you'll only see the back of their head, or they'll shoot it and you don't see their faces, so you don't know who's actually talking until like a moment happens, or they're like, no, they wouldn't say it like that, or like, oh, you remind me too much of my husband. But it's these scenes that play out and you think something is happening between two people, but it's really a sort of like rehearsal for what the reality could be. I thought those scenes are so well done, and they play so well off of the sort of visual language the film is creating. To me, they're really phenomenal scenes that they wouldn't work if the movie was shot in any other kind of way.
I agree, and those are the best moments of the film for me as well, especially the dinner scene where I think he orders her a meal that his wife would like, and she orders him a meal that her husband would like. So the only way they can have this relationship is if they pretend that the other person is actually their spouse, essentially. Yeah. But at the same time, they're also sort of reenacting what might have happened in their spouse's affair. I mean, they
Right.
even don't they notice that they're wearing clothes that the other person, that like the tie,
because
you know
he's
what I
like, he's like, where could I get her that purse? And she's like, where could I get that tie? And it's like, well, actually, they already have that. Like, and it's this realization that he, like, their like spouses have already bought that for them, you know, and
because of what they already have.
Yeah,
kind of.
It's like a really beautiful way to be like, well, actually, like, I'm not here to, like, because it kind of sets it up in this way of like, maybe they're trying to have an affair, you know, but in reality, they're sort of doing detective work on if they're being cheated on.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. And there's never there's never an explicit line where they say, I think my wife is cheating on your husband or anything like that. It's just more of a line like, I think the closest line you get is like something like, do you think they know we know, or something like that?
Yeah. It's really beautifully done, and also too the camera movements are so beautiful. Like, it'll kind of come from behind them and come up and like kind of dolly over and stop, and like it'll slowly move. Like, even between the two apartments, you know, the camera like kind of floats between the apartments. And
I might be making up a word here, but the film is very voyeuristic.
No, that's not made up. That's not
a made up word? Okay.
No.
Even though something, maybe it's the focal length or something, but the film feels very intimate with these characters, even though the camera is often very far away from them, or behind them.
Yeah, and I think you're totally right. I think it's because a lot of the times you're seeing them in mirrors or through windows or framed by hallways.
Behind bars.
Yeah, you're always sort of seeing them from a distance, and they're always kind of trapped in the frame.
Mm-hmm. You're like peeking around the corner a lot of times.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, it always feels like that. You're totally right.
It's like it almost feels like you're one of those photographers in a film noir taking photos of the affair. You know?
Right, like you're a PI, you're a private investigator. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and everything is always sort of at a distance, and even the close-ups. You know, the like close-ups I can remember the most are ones where you're outside a window and they're looking out the window. So even then, you're not really like next to them. You know, there's this like visual distance that's always kind of created, and it's not just created by distance. And two, what you're saying with the focal length, I would have to like look at behind the scenes photos. I hadn't heard anything specific, but these kind of always look like they're being shot with like maybe a 50 or an 85, so you feel further away.
Is that a long? That's a long.
It
lens,
is.
right?
It's longer. It's 50 is kind of like a standard long, and 85 is like a short telephoto, so you're a little longer. And the only scenes where it really feels like you're closer to them are like what I said, where you're outside a window, or there's like some sort of like physical barrier between you and the other people. But it always feels pretty far away. Yeah, so I think definitely the film is always visually kind of creating that distance.
There's one sequence in the film that I really liked, but I wasn't exactly 100% sure what was happening, but I'm sure you can tell me what was going on. There's a sequence that's sort of repeated twice in a row. They're outside, and I think they're sort of reenacting what their spouses would have said to each other, and then it does it sort of twice in a row, but slightly different. Do you know what I'm talking about? What scene I'm talking about?
I think so. What about it?
So I wasn't sure if it was just them doing it twice at 2 different days or something, or if it was an artistic expression to show something twice, kind of more like a persona type of thing, where it's like it's not really happening. It's like it's just like this expression of we're going to show you a scene twice.
I think do you remember what they're talking about?
It's a little vague for me. I think.
Yeah, this is like hazy in my head. I think it might just be like, to me, I think because I think they do it on a couple times, but to me it reminds me of like a director saying take 2. Like it's like they're trying to do it again, like in order with each other, or they're trying to like, it's like you're trying to workshop a scene almost.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. It seems like most of the time their dialogue between each other is either sort of polite not flirtation, but polite, cordial, small talk, or they're talking about their spouses, and it's very rare that they're in a room together alone, and those are the only times where they're not necessarily talking about their spouses. He talks about how he wants to be a serial writer. Is it a martial arts serial writer? Yeah. And I really have to rewatch this movie. I think the only things that I'm missing from it is a lot of cultural barrier kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I kind of lost track of character names and things like that just because I'm not used to those names. And I was reading the Wikipedia after I watched the movie. I read like the Wikipedia plot summary, and there were some things in there that I completely missed, like the fact that he gets a different apartment somewhere so they could work on the serial together. Like I didn't even notice that was a different. I didn't notice it was a different apartment.
I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
but it's that spot with all of those red curtains where like they walk down it in slow motion and the camera goes backwards, and it kind of creates those like beautiful. And the thing too, I think with it is the movie kind of feels like there's not really. It's almost like a memory. Like it feels like it's from the heads of one of them or both of them from when they're older and they're remembering it. Do you know what I mean? And the reason I kind of feel that is those sort of like slow moving shots in slow motion with the music. It always kind of feels like it's like a distant memory of a moment rather than like happening in real time.
No,
almost.
I understand that. Kind of like in have you seen 500 Days of Summer?
Yeah.
That movie very much is you're watching everything from the perspective of Tom's memories. So not everything is exactly the way it happened.
Right. It's almost like as if you're watching like what the movie is it's sort of the creation of what happened when he talked into that wall at the temple at the end. It's like sort of the movie is the words he said into that. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's kind of like the feeling of it to me.
So that story was he was talking about this old what is it? Not a fairy tale, but some sort of parable,
like a folk tale or a parable.
Yeah. About like if you have a secret, you cut a hole in a tree and you whisper it into there and you cover it with mud, and that's sort of what he does at the end at this sort of.
It's a Cambodian temple. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's like an old Buddhist temple.
Now, I don't know much about Chinese culture, but based on what I've seen in this movie, it seems like we said earlier that it was sort of taboo for these kind of people to have this relationship. So I imagine that, the society and the culture that he's in doesn't allow him to express his feelings about her because of their situation. So the only thing he can do is tell a secret in a hole, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing. I can relate to that a little bit because of, growing up Catholic, a lot of Catholicism is built in guilt and stuff like that. So I understand that kind of guilt, and it's very sad. It's a very sad film.
It is. It's like, it's not
it's not depressing.
It's not a heavy depressing. It's like melancholy.
Or an extreme sense of longing throughout the entire film.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, like something's like lost.
And there's a motif throughout the film of people eating alone, and how lonely of an experience that can be.
Yeah. It's beautiful. I think there's such a poetic language in it. I don't know. I really dig it.
Yeah, I really liked it too. I definitely need to rewatch it again. To really get everything. I think a lot of it is because of, I think, cultural barriers. Like I don't know anything about like the history of Hong Kong. And there's a lot of political undertones in the film of something going on there. I'm vaguely aware of what that was. Do you know what it was?
What are the moments where it feels political to you?
Reading on Wikipedia, there was like a time where people were sort of hostile towards each other, and there was a lot of people like renting out houses, and there was something going on, maybe like with the British government or something. That's why they bring up all that political news footage towards the end of the film, right before the sequence.
Yeah.
So there is definitely like a sort of a cultural undertone of something that was happening in the 60s in Hong Kong at the time. So if you're not aware of that, I think you're going to miss a chunk of the undertones of the film.
Right. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So I think if I read up on that and rewatch the movie, I think I'll get a lot more out of it. But I still really enjoyed it. One of my favorite scenes is the scene where they're practicing, or she's practicing confronting her husband about the affair.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, it's heartbreaking, and like she thinks
she
can
slaps
handle
him,
it,
but it's
she
like
slaps
not.
him.
But it's not quite like hard enough to be the real thing. You know what I mean? Like I feel like you kind of realize it. It's not really him when the slap isn't as hard as it should be.
Oh, right, because you enter the scene thinking that she's actually confronting her husband.
Yeah, because
about
it's shot from behind and you don't see his face, so it's shooting the scene as if she's talking to the husband. Yeah.
Yeah. And then she tries it again, and she gets such a strong emotional reaction of it because she didn't realize how difficult it would be to do that.
Yeah.
I really like the decision to not ever show the faces of their spouses. It sort of helps you feel the longing that these characters are feeling because they're separated from their spouses as well.
And it makes it a movie, I think, it's a movie that's less about like the adulterers and the affair itself, you know? It's more about like feelings, and I feel like it makes you... It's a movie, I think, that like you're not necessarily supposed to like identify with the action. You're supposed to like empathize with the emotions, you know? And I think all of these choices are sort of like choices made to really center the emotional feelings rather than center the like act itself, which I think is really successful.
And also I think challenges you to think about adultery as a whole, because I mean technically these two people are having an affair as well because they are married. So what's the difference between our main character's affair and the affair that their spouses are having with each other? You know?
Do you think they are?
Do I think they are having
an affair? Like, what do you mean having an affair? Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess the movie never really goes into detail of, because they
because I don't think they are. I think they never act on it. I think that's like a part of the whole. That's like part of the longing is that they want to and they want to be with each other, but they're both afraid to. And there's even that line of the whole like, we can't do it, we can't be like them. Like I don't think they're having an affair.
I'm saying like in the eyes of the society they live in, they might be on the edge of that. You know.
Sure, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
And maybe that their spouses, when they started having their affair, they acted like this as well, you know. You never know. And also there's like this there's also this theme of towards the end of the film I think each of them tries to connect with the other one, but they just miss each other towards the end. And it's like this relationship that's just doomed to fail from the start because of where it came from.
Yeah.
And I believe
the timing is all wrong.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I believe at the end he goes to an apartment and he doesn't realize that the woman that's in there, and it says like she has a son. He doesn't realize that it's her or something. So I think the movie's implying that she's sort of moved on or something.
Yeah.
Yeah. It definitely, just all of these coincidences and irony and stuff very much reminded me of like Romeo and Juliet, you know, Shakespearean tragedy. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. I'm really looking forward to watching it again. Yeah, and like you said, just absolutely visually gorgeous. Like every shot is like pretty great. It's hard for me to believe that this was made in 2000 because it looks
so of the time.
Yeah, they did a great job. I just choked on some air. Oh my goodness.
Fucking bad at breathing, you loser.
Yeah, it's hard to even classify this film as like a love story. It's like this, I don't know.
It's like a poem.
It's like a temptation sort of like a poem is better.
And it's about like feelings that are yeah, it's about more than just that, you know. It's really, it's singular work. I can't think of a lot of things that are like it, you know.
Yeah, me neither. I can't really think of anything that's like this either. Yeah, it very much feels like you're watching. You're like spying on somebody's memories, and I like that. I like that reading of we're watching what he spoke into the stone at the end. Yeah, that's great. Is there anything else you wanted to say on it? I'm glad we watched this.
Yeah,
it's a good experience.
Yeah, it's and I just kind of wanted to bring it up because I think it's a movie that kind of it creates its own visual language, and it's different from a lot of things you see. And yeah, I like Wong Kar-wai a lot. Yeah, there's not too much I want to say about it other than it was like sort of. It was a really big hit at the Cannes Film Festival when it came out. It actually would double billed with Mulholland Drive by David Lynch. So those two came out at the same time together, and they're like a big kind of like a shock for the beginning of the 21st century movies.
I saw on Wikipedia those two movies are the top two films of the 21st century by the BBC. Like BBC put out a list. BBC's top 100 movies of the century it's not century, is it?
Yeah, well, of the century.
Of the 21st century, yeah.
Yeah, we're only like 20 years into the century. So yeah, they kind of came out together at the same time, and it was, it's like sort of like a shockwave that really hasn't caught up.
I think this film would make a great play.
Ooh, I could see that.
Yeah, you wouldn't really need a whole lot of sets. You just need like a hotel room set and like a restaurant set, and then you can do the rest in front of the stage.
It would be interesting to see if you could. I bet you could find a way to stage it where you're like unsure sometimes of like which character is on the stage. You could like do that through lighting, I'm sure.
Oh, for sure.
Like blocking and
yeah,
and you don't know necessarily what the content of the scene is you're watching.
Yeah, I think this would make a wonderful play. I wouldn't be surprised if somebody's already adapted it.
What would you give it stars wise?
I didn't put it on Letterboxd right away because I wanted to have this conversation first because I was a little lost in how I felt about it, but I think I'm pretty solid on it now. So I think as of right now I'm gonna give it like a 4-star rating, but I imagine it'll be a 4.5 or 5 once I understand a little bit more of the historical context of the film. And the cultural context and rewatch it again. But definitely a great experience. It's probably up there on my favorite like romance films, if you can call it that.
Yeah, because it takes such a different perspective of it, and really like it doesn't try to like hit those regular beats of an emotional like romantic story.
Yeah,
it really tries to like explore the situation.
It's not schmaltzy at all.
Exactly. Yeah. I gave it 4.5 stars.
Great. So before we tell you what we're going to be talking about next week, you can always leave us a review on iTunes. That helps us out a bit. And if you have any questions or comments, you can send us an email at inthecannedmovies@gmail.com. So this was sort of a film noir-ish kind of movie, right?
Yeah, I would say so.
So I'm actually going to recommend a film noir next week or next time, whenever we get to recording.
We'll see you in March.
Yeah, exactly. So I'm going to choose a film noir from 1988 starring Bob Hoskins and a cartoon rabbit. We're going to watch Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Cool. I've always wanted to get around to this, and I always hear so much about it. Yeah.
I was just looking back on the list of things that you haven't seen that I suggested, and I was like, oh yeah, he hasn't seen that. It's a really great film, and it definitely has a lot of film noir elements to it, but it was such a technological breakthrough in filmmaking and animation. So after you watch the movie, dig into some of the behind the scenes and how they made it, because it's really incredible.
Cool.
The movie does a lot of things that have never ever been done before, especially with moving the camera while an animated character is interacting with live action people. It's pretty impressive, and it's the only time that Donald Duck and Daffy Duck have ever shared the screen together.
Really? All right. You got my attention now. Let's do it.
Yeah. All right. We'll see you guys next time. Thanks for being patient with us if you were a frequent listener. Hopefully things will start picking up a little bit more soon. But yeah, worst case scenario, we both get great jobs and don't have the time to do the podcast. So
yeah, exactly.
The goal is to not. If we stop the podcast, the goal is it for not to be because we got bored and didn't want to do it anymore.
Right. It's because we just got so good at. Although, yeah, and it would be really cool if I was somewhere in grad school and could still do the podcast.
Yeah,
it would be talking about much different things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Cool. We'll see you guys next week with Who Framed Roger Rabbit.
Bye.
Here we go.
You talking to me?
What we've got here is failure to communicate.
You just put it in the right file.
I am serious. And don't call me Shirley.
Oh, hi, Mark.
I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!
Gentlemen, you can't fight in here. This is the war room.
I drink your milkshake.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the first and only movie review podcast in the Can Movies.
I'm Jared Wiedmeyer.
Oh, what take is it, Jared?
Oh, I'm sorry. Take 35.
You almost missed that one. Take 35. Yep, 35 millimeter. And I'm Leo Costello. So this week, even though Rise of Skywalker just came out, we're a little bit behind. So we're going to be talking about Who Framed Jojo Rabbit, a double rabbit feature of Who Framed Roger Rabbit and Jojo Rabbit. We'll probably do Jojo Rabbit first just because it's newer.
Yeah.
And then next week, we're going to review Rise of Skywalker and Uncut Gems. But I'll probably mention Rise of Skywalker briefly because I did see it on Thursday night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I bought tickets like months ago. So, Jared, you said you're not feeling well this week?
Yeah, I've got a little bit of a cold, but I'll power through it. I'll maybe be a little bit quieter this episode than usual.
And you're usually pretty quiet, so that's saying something. Maybe I'll have to turn up. Maybe I'll have to turn up your volume or something.
podcast, yeah.
Yeah. So I thought Jojo Rabbit was pretentious at the least. No, no. So I feel like our reviews this week are going to be a little shorter because Who Framed Roger Rabbit's a fairly simple, straightforward movie, but
yeah,
I did want you to watch it, but I do think there's some good things to talk about. So we'll probably do a lot more focus this week on what we've been watching. So if you're not interested in that, you can skip ahead. But because this is my first episode of the podcast, now a college grad.
Yay, Mazel Tov. Yeah. There we go. It took you 10 years only.
Yeah, only 10 years. That's about it. And I got an opportunity to speak at commencement, so that felt good. So I've been trying to convince myself that I'm going to just kind of chillax and not worry about searching for jobs till like after Christmas or New Year's, so I could just, take a moment to, recharge my batteries and things, especially because I've been seeing a lot of family for graduation parties and stuff, and that just takes all the energy out of me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So what I'm trying to say is I had an opportunity to watch a ton of movies, so I'll try to get through them all here. But because I have a lot more than you, I'm curious what you had the chance to watch here.
Honestly, we've already talked about Knives Out, right?
No, we haven't actually. Knives Out.
Okay.
I think we both watched Knives Out like right after we recorded the last episode.
That sounds right. Yeah. So I saw that,
mm-hmm.
Which I liked a lot. I saw that in theaters. I saw that with a friend of mine, and it was actually a lot more fun than I thought it would be. And it took a lot of turns, twists, and I liked the style in general too. It was kind of like a little elevated, not super realistic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I enjoyed it.
Yeah, Rian Johnson, who directed and wrote that movie, is really good at subverting genres. That's kind of his thing. He did that with the film noir in his movie Brick, which takes place in a high school setting. And he also did it with a con movie called The Brothers Bloom, where he assumes that you know all of the tropes that are in the genre that he's making, and he tries his best to play around with them and have a lot of fun. And he does that in Knives Out as well. the amount of information he gives you within the first act is a lot more than you usually get, and it makes you like root sort of against who you usually root for.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I thought, yeah, I think it's like one of the more crowd pleasing movies of the year, and I was really surprised by it as well. It's a lot of fun. Mm-hmm. And it's been doing really well in the box office, surprising because it's such an original film, even though it's a genre movie with all these big actors, you know. I'm glad it's not
a
well.
sequel. It's not a continuation of some other like story or brand, but it's still doing really well.
Yeah. And it does a lot of tropey things that kind of sound like they wouldn't work, but they really do. Like the fact that one of the main characters can't lie because she always vomits whenever she lies. That's just like a great little a plot thing to have, a little tool that a little wrench that he throws into the gears to make that genre really something unique.
Yeah, it's like ridiculous, but still fun.
Yeah. And I think even more importantly is that despite it being like a really fun whodunit kind of a movie, it's actually about something, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot about like the American dream and the life of an immigrant, or the life of an illegal immigrant, and the family that is revolved around the story. They're all assholes. They're all really selfish people, very privileged people, but they're all on like all over this political spectrum. There's some people that like are consider themselves very progressive, and then there's some people that are like very right-winging, but they're all idiots and they're all assholes. So it's like I feel like the movie was trying to say like it doesn't matter like where you stand. What's really important is if you're like a decent person. And I think that's what the movie's really about.
Yeah. Well, and there's like something in there too, I think, about like the corruptibility of wealth, you know, and what access to like that much money makes you do against people.
Yeah.
Regardless of your views, you know?
Mm-hmm. For sure. Absolutely. Like a lot of the characters act against their own interests, act against what they believe they stand for. And everything. And I also think it's one of the best screenplays of the year in terms of it just being really tight and like all the twists and turns make sense. And there's like just enough breadcrumbs along the trails that you can follow, and it like none of the twists feel cheap or retrospective or anything like that. It's all really well earned. And I actually saw it twice, so it like you get a different feeling from it the second time around because you know where it's going and you can pick up on all the things that it was hinting to you earlier. It's a really, really clever screenplay, I think. I think I've seen enough movies this year to make a top 10 list, and right now it's sitting at number 4.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I really
cool.
Enjoyed it a lot. Yeah. Did you catch anything else?
Not really, honestly. I've been kind of like laying low and being lazy this month. I was just watching reruns of like TV shows and stuff, so...
Okay.
Tell me about your...
well, I guess you'll have to indulge me in talking about a bunch of films here, if that's okay with you.
No, go for it.
Okay. Well, I know you mentioned that you watched some of The Irishman, but you were kind of bored by it. Did you ever get around to finishing it?
No, I didn't. I really think I just need to get in the right mood for it, because I'm not usually the kind of person that kind of gives up on a movie.
I was a little intimidated to see Irishman because I've never been much into like the mobster gangster kind of movies. And you know, it's 3.5 hours long. So I'm like, okay, this is going to be a real investment. But I was at my mom's place and my mom and her boyfriend were gone. I forgot why. Oh, I was dog sitting because they were visiting my mom's sister. And I put on The Irishman. I'm like, this is a great opportunity to put it on. And I got... I watched all of it except for like the last 20 minutes. So then they came home. They were like, "Oh, we were gonna watch that. Can you start from the beginning?"
Oh no!
But you know, I'm glad I did though, because I wasn't really enjoying it that much because I thought it was a little boring and kind of repetitive. But rewatching it, you know, from the beginning, I sort of started to understand what the movie was, what it was supposed to be, and I ended up really, really enjoying it. Because I feel like this is Scorsese kind of reflecting on his mobster movies, especially because he's such at an old age now, and the movie starts with Robert De Niro character at a really old age, sort of recounting the story. And I feel like it's a reflection on like old age, especially with these mob characters, because throughout the movie, whenever they like introduce a new character, a little text thing pops up on how they died, and it's always awful, like shot in the head 12 times, you know.
Yeah.
And they're living this lavish lifestyle and everything. But I think the movie's trying to say how not worth it all is, and how lonely or tragic their ends are. And as the movie goes on, you start to realize that more and more, especially with Robert De Niro's character's relationship with Jimmy Hoffa and his daughter. And it really starts to come together in the third act, I think.
Okay, I'll definitely have to just like find a chunk of time and really sit down with it.
Yeah, I think it's worth it for sure. I think that one made it to my top 10. It's sitting at number 6 right now. Yeah, I really enjoyed it, and I think the quote unquote boringness of it, the slowness, the monotonous, the repetitionness of it actually plays into the themes of the film, because the only violent scenes are done in wide shots and are done so nonchalantly that it's meant to show just how much of routine it is for these characters, you know. So I think it all works. I checked out what's supposedly one of the best documentaries of the year, Apollo 11. Have you heard about this one?
No, I haven't.
So it's really, I don't know why this is the case, but there was a bunch of NASA footage, 70 millimeter NASA footage that was just released to the public, or not, just made available somewhat recently. And this documentary is just that footage edited in a way where it creates a story, and it's just about the Apollo 11 moon launch. And it's all this footage that nobody's ever seen before, and it's beautiful 70 millimeter. It's so clear looking that it looks like it was made today. It's really weird to watch.
Did you see it in theaters?
I did not, but I wish I did, because it's really gorgeous looking. Unfortunately, obviously, they couldn't bring these big cameras onto the space shuttle with them, so once they get onto the space shuttle and to the moon, the quality sort of diminishes, but the stuff that's on Earth, and there's this beautiful shot right in the beginning of the documentary of them moving the shuttle to its launch location on this gigantic tank-looking thing with these huge treads that are like 50 feet tall, and seeing it on that 70 millimeter is just like mind-blowing. So it's like a really cool, just a really neat thing to see. And if you're into like space exploration and history and stuff, I definitely recommend checking it out. And I usually don't like it's a personal thing for me, but I don't like documentaries that it's just like all talking heads and Ken Burns style zooms of old pictures and stuff. I find that really boring.
I hear ya.
This movie is just, all it is this archive footage. No talking heads, no narration. The only narration is just audio from different clips. So it really feels like a time capsule in a way. Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. And then I also checked out Ad Astra, another space movie, but this one's not a documentary. It's Brad Pitt going to find his father, who is sort of lost in space. And it was okay. It wasn't great. I think it had some good moments. I think it has like an opportunity to like take home maybe a visual effects or sound design award or something, because there's a really good sense of tone when it comes to the space stuff. And it kind of takes place in the near future, because we've like colonized on the moon and stuff, and trying to reach out to the edges of our solar system. And the kind of technology that they show throughout the movie feels very realistic, and it's kind of cool to see. There's a lot of it that feels very inspired by 2001: A Space Odyssey. There's a few sets that look like it's ripped straight from the set of that, so that's pretty cool. But the story wasn't that great. Thinking back on it right now, I don't remember a lot from it, which is a bad sign.
What does Ad Astra mean?
I think that's one of those titles that they didn't really define.
Oh, really?
I imagine it's some sort of a space exploration term. Yeah, I'm not sure. But if you like space movies, I think there's something in it for you there. But it wasn't one of my favorites. Marriage Story, however, I loved.
Yeah.
It's a
great movie.
Oh, you did watch.
Yeah,
Marriage
we haven't
Story.
talked about it. Yeah, I saw it.
Oh, I don't think we talked about it yet.
Oh, yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, I fucking love that movie. I think it's Noah Baumbach's best film he's made. It's super personal, super honest, and the characters, like, this might be my favorite screenplay of the year. The dialogue feels so natural for these characters.
Yeah.
Yeah, I absolutely adored it. Right now it's sitting up my second favorite film of the year. What did you think?
I liked it a lot. It reminded me a lot of, well, there was even like an homage to it, but Ingmar Bergman made a movie called Scenes from a Marriage.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like similar. It's like kind of a chronicle of a divorce. There's even a part in it where like their two characters are like being part of a newspaper profile, and the title of the newspaper profile is Scenes from a Marriage. So there's like a little nod there in the movie.
I see. Okay.
But yeah, it's really well acted.
Oh yeah, holy shit. I think Adam Driver has a chance to beat Willem Dafoe. They're both going to get nominated, I can guarantee you that.
Yeah, and Scarlett Johansson was great.
Yeah.
I thought that was one of the best roles I've ever seen her in.
Yeah.
It's like this cool, I feel like a lot of movies recently, the acting is like much more sort of like quiet and like restrained, and this movie really allowed both actors to kind of go to heights and kind of explode in a way that I don't see a lot in movies.
Especially because the characters are theater people. He's a director, she's an actress, so they're prone to be very theatrical when they get upset and kind of go over the top. It's kind of sad to see, like, on social media, people have been sharing around the big argument scene and kind of poking fun at it because it's so over the top and quote unquote cartoony or something. But in the context of the movie, it's really, really believable. And because they're such dramatic people, and the movie is the system that we have in place for how a divorce works has just been pushing them to the edge. And it's a great payoff, I think.
Mm-hmm. I didn't think it was cartoony at all.
No, me neither. But I think maybe out of context, you might see, oh, they're going for the Oscar kind of a thing, you know?
Yeah.
What did you think of the cinematography? I feel like the whole movie kind of looked like it had an Instagram filter over it, but I mean that in a good way.
Yeah, that's just because it was shot on film. You get like the blown out highlights and like that kind of like softness to it. Yeah, it was shot on film, so it's got that nice like feel. Mm-hmm. It was pretty.
Yeah, gorgeous.
It wasn't like it kind of felt like a throwback. Like it kind of felt like a 70s or 80s like European movie. Like it wasn't trying to be super modern looking.
And it at the same time, yeah, it wasn't trying to be showy either. It gave you what the story. It just gave what the story required, you know. And I think it's like the best film this year that's accessible to anyone. I think anyone can watch this and enjoy it. And I won't spoil anything, but there's a moment at the end when Adam Driver sings a song from a musical, and that his performance of that song has just been like in my head periodically ever since I've seen it.
Really?
Yeah, it feels like a classic cinema moment to me, or something, because it's just he just goes up to the microphone in this bar and he's just letting all of the stuff that he's had in his head out, because he's not very good at voicing his emotions throughout the film, and it felt like a big moment, like one of my favorite moments of in film this year. Yeah. Let's see. I watched Shia LaBeouf's Honey Boy. He wrote it and stars in it. It's sort of a autobiographical film about a young child actor who has a really shitty dad who sort of abuses him and takes advantage of the fact that his son is making his money. Apparently a lot of it is true. His dad was a rodeo clown, and he sort of made it. He wrote it when he was in rehab. He started writing it when he was in rehab. And I think it's one of the most personal films this year, and maybe one of the most personal films I've ever seen. It really feels like Shia is putting his heart into the screenplay, and I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, I wanted to check that out.
It does feel, my only complaint that it does feel a little bit like, what's the best way to put it? Like, film festival-y, like a little showy, like a little amateurish, but I think it works for what the story is. And there's some artistic liberties taken in terms of like how it's shot. There's some like fantastical scenes and things like that. But overall, I thought it was really effective. Yeah, I enjoyed that one a lot. I think you'll like it too, because you're a big fan of Shia, aren't you?
Yeah, I think he's a good guy. He's interesting.
I used to think he was just a real asshat, but I think over the years, I've gained respect for him as an artist.
Yeah.
I kind of see him as like the new Andy Kaufman almost. He's like a real performance artist and pushing the boundaries on what you can do as an artist.
Yeah, but he's a lot more personal than Andy Kaufman
Oh,
was.
yeah. I agree with that for sure. But what I mean is like he's not afraid to be a bit of a troll to the public based on what they know about him.
To not just be sort of like playing a movie star.
Yeah, and like watching the movie and thinking back on all of these like publicity stunts and weird art expressions he's done, it began to all make sense to me. Like, I get it. And like as I walked out of the movie, I feel like if I ever meet Shia or see him on the street, I just want to give him a hug. like it made me feel like I really knew him. And judging by what I've read, it seems like it's a very honest story. And apparently Shia's dad didn't know he was going to be playing his dad. Like he knew he was going to be making a movie about him, but he asked, who's going to be playing me in this movie? And he goes like, oh, Mel Gibson or something. And that's sort of what gave him the green light. I watched a little movie that I sent you in the mail, Jared. You want to tell the audience what I did here?
Yeah. You sent me for Hanukkah Salo, or the 120 Days of Sodom by Pasolini. Which is awesome. Like I totally wasn't expecting to see that.
I'm kind of regretting not having you open that on the podcast. That would have been great. Yeah. Somebody gave me a half price books gift card, and I was in there for a long time looking at their Criterion section, looking for something that you would like. And I was texting Kayla, and she's like, make sure it's Blu-ray, because otherwise he won't have it. He'll throw a fit or something like that. And they didn't have anything, so I was surprised that they had that movie at Barnes & Noble, of all things.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. I've been eyeing it up for a while, but I've been too scared to buy it. But
Dude, that's a pretty underground movie. You want to briefly explain to the audience what that is?
Yeah, so it's, it's pretty brutal. Some people call it like the most like maybe offensive like movie ever made, or like
it's most, considered like one of the most controversial films of all time.
It's definitely one of the most controversial films. Yeah, but it's basically so Salo was a republic that like Mussolini set up when he was during the war. Like he escaped from Rome and set up his own like fascist government in Salo. And really horrible things happened there. So this movie is kind of like a sort of recreation of that, but also like almost like a thought piece on like modern capitalism and like modern consumerism, and like how parts of society can kind of turn the body into like an object. It's a hard movie to sort of like summarize. It's like really hard to watch, and
but it's not a snuff film, because it's about something.
It's about something. It's also like very like well made artistically, like the framing and the cinematography. It's like
the first few shots are like these exteriors, and they're gorgeous, and then the rest of the film is just like this cold interior, and it's like a great juxtaposition.
Yeah, you watched it?
Yeah.
My god.
Yeah, well, it was sealed, and I was like, I have to watch this before I send it to him. And
I'm so glad you watched it. What did you think?
Overall, I think I enjoyed it. I enjoyed what it was trying to say, but I feel like it was way too long than it needed to be because it's very repetitive, intentionally repetitive.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. And it made me more bored than uncomfortable because of its repetitiveness. And I understand that it's meant to be repetitive. That's sort of the point. But I was just kind of waiting for something different to happen. But I like the way it ends. And I like what the film's trying to say.
Yeah.
And,
and it's not really a movie that's like enjoyment isn't really the...
No. It's,
you know what I mean?
No, it's not. But I think in the repetition, I think it was meant to make me feel unease and exhausted. But it was more just kind of like, I get it, you know. But overall, I liked it. I think I gave it like a 3-star rating. I think if I watched it again, it would go higher. But I do respect it as a film. It was one I've been wanting to watch for a while. And I'm glad I did. It's like one of those checkbox movies you have to see.
Absolutely.
As a film buff. Did you get my reference in the little notes I sent you? I said,
yeah, I did. I've seen the Bill Hader Criterion Closet pick.
Yeah, he goes, this is the best romantic comedy of all, the best date movie of all time.
Not quite that.
Yeah. I think the movie is like a good litmus test to see, like, if somebody's reaction to it, like, you can tell a lot about somebody based on their reaction to this movie, I think. Because I feel like most people would just be disgusted and horrified and confused by it. But once you begin to understand the subtext of it and see the point of it and understand that it's not meant to be something you enjoy, you begin to understand that person more as somebody who looks at film in a different way, I think.
Yeah,
definitely. And I watched it with my roommate Natalie because she's really into dark, gory stuff. And I was like, boy, do I have a treat for you, Natalie. And I had her read the back of the box. And she was like, this looks interesting.
What did she think?
She thought it was very unusual. And I'm not sure. I can't say she enjoyed it, but I think she's glad that she watched it. She was not expecting any of it, though. She had no idea what she was in for, except for the... I showed her some of the stills that were in the booklet. I'm like, do you like that? Because she had no frame of reference that these kind of movies were even made.
Yeah.
So I thought it was an interesting thing to show her. I checked out Ford v Ferrari. Have you heard about this one?
Yeah, was it any good?
It doesn't take a lot of risks in the filmmaking, and it's a very standard kind of story that you've seen a million times, but it's well done. It's like one of those like movies that's like just a hair above like the bare minimum for what it needs to do, but it's entertaining, and Christian Bale and Matt Damon give good performances. It's kind of a cool true story on this basically publicity stunt that Ford did to try to not become bankrupt. They needed the public to see Ford as like this cool company that could make a racing vehicle and not just the Model T,
What year was it?
Oh, I want to say 60s or 70s. But I mean, yeah, it doesn't take any risks. It's not going to appear in a lot of people's like top 10 movies of the year or whatever, but it's a solid film. I think it's like one of the most dad movies I've ever seen. It's like the most a dad movie has ever dad movie in the history of dad movies.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
And it's like, it's not bad though, it like, the only thing that's missing to be like the perfect dad movie is like a 20-minute intermission for dads to take their little naps. That's like the only thing that's missing. But I can imagine a lot of dads going to see this and then like peeling out of the parking lot in the movie theater and getting a ticket.
Feeling all cool.
Yeah, because it really does, like, in the way that like the racing is shot and the sound design, it really makes you feel the speed of the cars. So they do a really good job with that. And I'm not much of a car guy, but I think it's one of my favorite like car movies that I've seen. It makes it look, it makes it really, it's a cool like little subculture to be in.
You saw this in theaters?
Yeah. Well, it was Tuesday, and I felt like I needed to see a movie because $5 Tuesdays, and it was the only thing. I didn't want to go see Frozen 2 with all the kids in the theater. So I went and saw this, and I had a good time. Yeah, I think it's like a solid 3-star movie for me.
Okay.
Yeah. I just got to mention 2 more. I checked out this Netflix original animated film called Klaus with a K, and it's sort of this new retelling of like how the tradition and the myth of Santa Claus began, and it's a kids movie, but it's really, really solid actually. It's got a really unique animation style that is unlike a lot of things that I've seen. It's really funny. I was laughing throughout pretty much the entire thing, and it's a really clever story too, because it's about this postman who he's like the son of like the king of the postmans or whatever, and he sends him off to like this North Pole to try to become a real postman because he just wants to live in his father's shadow and just like live in luxury or whatever. And he ends up finding this scheme to get kids to send letters to this guy, and then he would give them toys in return. And there's a lot of like these coincidental things that end up becoming like myths and legends to the kids. Like there's this one house that the main character is delivering a gift to, and he has to go into the chimney because the door's locked. And then there's like this dog that's like growling at him, so he just puts it in the stocking. And then there's a shot of the kids like, oh, this Klaus guy, he comes into your chimney and he puts presents in your stocking, and that's like how that myth is born. It's really funny and clever like that, and it's fun once you begin to see like what the movie's doing with that. It's fun to like predict, okay, how are they going to explain the reindeer? How are they going to explain the big red suit? So it sort of plays with the tropes that you know of the Santa Claus story. And I think it's like the first Christmas movie I've seen since Elf that feels like an instant classic. I feel like I'm going to end up revisiting this like every other Christmas. Yeah, it was really solid. I gave it it's like a solid 4-star movie for me. It's a great kids movie. And me, I don't think those come along very often.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So yeah, I really appreciate it. And I'm going to be really heartbroken to see this movie not get nominated and then for Frozen 2 to win. That's going to just break my heart, man.
Well, Frozen 2 is pretty much guaranteed to win, I feel.
It's very, very rare that Pixar doesn't win when they're nominated. And they're going to be nominated because Frozen 2 is just ginormous. But I haven't seen Frozen 2, so maybe I'm wrong. But I'm probably not. There's also some pretty good voice acting. Jason Schwartzman is the main character, and it's got J.K. Simmons and some other notable people. So yeah, it's if you want to watch something this Christmas with your family or just kind of want something to go on in the background, I'd highly recommend it. It's on Netflix. It's a Netflix original.
Cool.
Yeah, and then the last thing I'll mention briefly before we get into the Rabbit movies is Star Wars. Rise of Skywalker. I saw it on Thursday.
Be very slim with this because we're going to cover this next episode.
I'll be very surface level with this because I feel like I have to say something because it did just come out. And I'm a big Star Wars fan. I really liked The Force Awakens. I think even though it was pretty much followed the same.
Sound good.
Even though it pretty much followed the same template as A New Hope, I really thought it nailed the tone of Star Wars. I kind of like the direction The Last Jedi did. It did a lot of really bold things. I wasn't on board with all of them, but this one I was really disappointed by. It's the first time that I kind of felt nothing at the end of a Star Wars movie. And I can't wait to talk about it with you because I think the script is an absolute mess. I think it's all over the place tonally. And I just felt the mouse's fingerprints all over it. A lot of the plot decisions and the things that happen in the movie feel like they were made out of obligation to the fans or obligation to basically what people wanted to see rather than telling just like a natural progression of the story. And maybe I'm cynical, maybe I'm not, but it seems like a lot of people are on board with me. I think it's the first Star Wars movie to have like a rotten score on Rotten Tomatoes.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm definitely going to watch it a second time before we talk about it again because I really want to just confirm all the thoughts and issues I have with it. But the more I think about it, the less I enjoyed it. Mostly it's the script that I have an issue with. But there are some good moments, I think, which we'll talk about. But overall, I was pretty disappointed. But I'm really curious to talk about it next week, because I really wanted to like it. I really do.
Yeah,
and I never thought I'd be saying this about a Star Wars film. I mean, other than the spin-offs, I haven't been a fan of like Rogue One, or I thought Solo was an absolute train wreck. But with the Skywalker saga, I'm always like, more willing to give it a pass because it is part of this bigger thing.
Right.
So, yeah, I'm looking really forward to talking about that next week, along with Uncut Gems, of course. All right, let's get into the Rabbit movie, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
All right, so first we're going to talk about Jojo Rabbit, just because it's still out in theaters right now. So we're going to play a clip from the trailer starting right now.
Here's Master Jojo. You're a top man. Prepare to leave the house.
Today you boys will be involved in such activities as war games, ambush techniques, and blowing stuff up.
I don't think I can do this.
Was? Of course you can.
When I was your age, I had an imaginary friend. Got me in so much trouble.
Kids, it's time to burn some books.
You're growing up too fast. 10-year-olds shouldn't be celebrating war and talking politics.
Heil Hitler. I wish more of our young boys had your blind fanaticism.
Did you know Jews can read each other's minds? But how would you know if you saw one? They could look just like us. Hi.
All right, so Jojo Rabbit has been one of the more talked about movies this year because of its subject matter. It's about a young boy, a young Hitler youth in Nazi-occupied Germany who has an imaginary friend who happens to be Hitler, and it's sort of about the indoctrination of the Hitler youth and how kind of brainwashed they were, and how this young boy starts to realize the shades of gray and all these things. And it's a satire, a comedy, directed by Taika Waititi and co-written by him. Or actually, sorry, the screenplay was written by him, but it's based off of a novel. And you and I are big fans of Taika, and I'm really curious to see what you have to think about this, because you are a Jewish person, so you have much more of a connection to the source material than I do, and much more sensitive to it than I do, if you don't mind me saying. I feel like that's fair to say.
Yeah, that's fair to say.
I really enjoyed this film. It's towards the bottom of my top 10 of the year right now. It's number 9. I thought, though, it follows a lot of storytelling cliches. I think it's pretty effective in its comedy and its level of satire. But I'm morbidly curious what you have to say.
For me, so the first part of the movie, I thought it lent more promise to it, and it was going to be more unique and more like something only Taika could make. But it felt like, it kind of just felt like a rehash of the same movie you see all the time with this. Like, I kept on thinking of The Boy in the Striped Pajamas.
I kept thinking of that too, yeah.
It's almost the same story, and like that's really where I guess it kind of loses me. But it does that again, like kind of with his style instead of this more like serious, somber tone to it, which allows him to like obviously delve into like comedy and satire more. But I don't know. I don't know if anything new is necessarily done with that.
I guess we should say that we should give a spoiler warning because it is still in theaters. So let's just kind of talk vaguely about it.
And I was trying to like vaguely not, because I don't think I gave anything away specifically. Just like a general feeling I get of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought the comedy worked pretty well. Yeah, the first half I think is definitely a lot stronger than the second. You kind of start to see where it's gonna go. The only like real issue I have with it is that there is like one major moment in the film that's played very straight. But I kind of wish more of the horrors of the Nazi Party were played straight.
Yeah.
Just to kind of really subvert things and really make that juxtaposition really obvious. I'm really curious what you think about the use of the imaginary friend as Hitler thing, but I guess we can't really talk too much about that without going into spoilers. So before we do, I'm just curious if you would recommend this film and if you think it was effective at what it was trying to do.
I think I would recommend it just because it's one of his movies, and I've always kind of like, if someone's trying to do something different, like, you should go see it.
Mm-hmm.
As far as its effectiveness, I like overall, I don't know, I kind of just thought it was, in a lot of ways, just a run-of-the-mill movie as far as like where it goes.
Yeah, I think this would be a good satire for people who are like middle school age, like young,
yes,
but just young enough to be able to understand what's going on here.
That's spot on. That's spot on.
But it doesn't really go into too much depth after that. Yeah.
I've also got to say, during this movie, I saw it in theaters, and there were these two teenagers who were so horrible to watch the movie with. Like, and it wasn't like they were talking, but they would just like, if a like kind of funny thing happened, they would just burst out laughing. And like when sad things happen, they would just start bawling and wailing and crying. And it was the most bizarre audience.
They would probably like Rise of Skywalker if they're easily manipulated.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my gosh, that's awful.
They were like they were so reactive to everything. And like I'll just say like the saddest part of the movie of it, you know?
Yeah.
They were like crying for like 10 minutes after that happened.
Like,
it was
kind of take you out of the movie.
It was very distracting, I got to admit.
You know, now that you mention that, I feel like I have to mention real quick. When I saw Knives Out for the first time, there was like a group of like 8 teenagers sitting to the right of me, and they were just talking to each other the entire time. And every once in a while, every like 5 or 10 minutes, they would all leave together and then come back 5 minutes later, like to smoke or something. I don't know. And they were just so distracting. And then there was a couple guys behind me that were just like making jokes about the film the entire time, like just saying obvious stuff like, "Oh, I bet she didn't mean to say that," you know, stuff like that.
I hate that.
It's just the worst. And then I never want to leave the theater and complain because I don't want to miss any of the movie. So after the movie, I went up to the manager and I was like, "Hey, those people were talking. It was really irritating." And he was like, "Well, if you would have come up to me during the movie, I would have given you a free ticket." I'm like,
"Oh no!
Oh, you want me? That's not my problem."
Yeah,
I'm not going to take
silly.
myself out of the movie. Oh my God. I mean, Marcus Theaters is the big movie chain in the Midwest, and their operation is always just awful.
Is it?
I think like they always have really bad customer service, and a lot of times there's something wrong with the projection. When I saw the Lighthouse, they left like the house lights on because it's such a dark black and white movie. There was like this orange haze over the whole screen throughout the entire film.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
It was awful. Yeah.
Ugh.
Well, I'm getting off track. Let's get into spoilers for Jojo Rabbit starting right now. All right, so the main sort of satirical element of this, even though there's more, is the use of Jojo having this imaginary friend who's Hitler. And I think the source of it was really good because the movie starts out brilliantly, I think, with the Beatles' German cover of I Want to Hold Your Hand, with like this footage of like the screaming teenagers and then Hitler. Like it really sort of gave you the tone right away of like,
yeah, this
is who Hitler was to these kids. You know, he was like an idol in a way. And I'm not sure how much of that is true. I imagine there's a lot of people that looked up to him because he was such a forceful symbol of power at that time.
Well, and children are pretty like children a lot of the times accept the world they're given, you know,
and they're easily manipulated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there was like, and this is kind of toward the end of the movie too, but you know, like 10 and 11-year-olds were sent out to fight toward the end of the war, you know, and they went out. So.
And that Yorkie kid, his friend, is so cute. That little kid.
Did he have a British accent?
I think so. I'm not sure. I don't have a good ear for accents, if I'm honest. So I'm not sure. I think maybe he did. I love that. Yeah. I bet you love that line though, where like the war's not going well for the Germans, and he comes up to Yorkie, and Yorkie's like, "Yeah, the Japanese are coming to help us, but if you ask me, they don't look very Aryan," or something like that. But whatever.
Yeah.
That was pretty funny. But did you like the use of this imaginary Hitler? And do you think it was a useful element to the film here?
So in general, I'll say what I liked about it, and the I want to hold your hand thing kind of leads into this tonally.
Yeah.
A lot of World War II movies are either in black and white or very faded out colors, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And because this took a very, like, this is only the kid's perspective kind of thing, all the colors are very saturated.
Mm-hmm.
It sort of creates, like, this childhood world that Taika makes in a lot of his other movies, but just transports it to this different place and time, you know? So I think he does a good job of sort of, even with the subject matter, making sure it's grounded in this child's world. And the imaginary Hitler makes sense on two levels. The first one is he's kind of picked on by a lot of the other Hitler youth, you know?
Yeah, because he won't kill the rabbit.
Yeah, and the second one is that I think throughout the film, the imaginary Hitler sort of offers like a mirror character to the actual Jewish girl they're hiding, like the real life Jewish girl there. And there's definitely a sort of relationship between his relationship with his imaginary friend and his relationship with her, and sort of how this, I think it's really interesting that like his idea of the imaginary Jew, as that becomes a more fleshed out real person, the power of an imaginary Hitler starts fading away.
Right, and Hitler starts to kind of get irritated at him. He's like, "Oh, we should just burn her," or something. Like
Yeah. And it's like when the imaginary becomes more real, like his imaginary loses its power, which I think is interesting.
I was waiting for the moment where, because Hitler is seen as kind of a, he's the comic relief in a lot of it. You know, the way he plays him is very funny and kind of over the top.
It's very fantastical.
Yeah, I mean, he eats unicorn, for God's sake.
Yeah.
But I was waiting for I really wanted a scene where he betrays Jojo and shows his true colors and gets really angry. And we did get that towards the end, and that was really satisfying. And I like there's this one shot that I wish they did more of in the film, of Jojo putting up the posters, and he's plastering the poster on, and as his hand crosses it, it switches between Taika. I think it switches between Taika and the actual Hitler.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was like a really cool little thing that I wish they played around with.
Yeah, they only did that like once.
Yeah. But yeah, I think it was really useful, and I think it's a really successful satire in the sense that it makes things. Taika is pointing at the absurdity of a lot of things about the Nazi culture, and he makes all those things comedic, like the absurdity of the absurdity of Hitler himself, the absurdity of like how like everybody.
I'm sorry, what do you mean by that?
Or the absurdity is in the sense of the absurdity of his beliefs and everything. I'm not sure if I'm using the right words for it, but it's not like, I don't know, I'm having a hard time putting my words to it. Like,
yeah, I know what you're saying. I think
like there's nothing absurd about war and destruction and violence, so that stuff is played straight. But like there's an absurdity to like the fact that all the Nazis greet each other by Heil Hitler, so he plays that up for laughs.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I remember,
which to me that was the funniest part of the movie.
Heil Hitler.
And that was like a thing I felt like too during the movie, was like not a lot of the comedy felt grounded in the situation. Like that scene did, and I thought that one played the best. And a lot of the other stuff was kind of just almost giving more modern day vernacular to these people from the past, and that was like the humor of it. So I felt like some of it, I don't know.
What do you mean by
fell flat?
What do you mean by modern day vernacular?
Like, I feel like just the way he talked to his mom sometimes, it just sounded almost anachronistic. Like he would call her, I'm like losing the specificity of it right now, but
okay.
He would like call her something that just like he would talk to her in a way that like doesn't sound like people in the 1940s talk.
I see what you're saying.
Like it sounded more like modern day like words, you know.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah. And I felt like sometimes that was played up for laughs.
Mm-hmm.
But not a lot of it like came out of the situations the film created. You know what I mean?
I think I see what you're saying. I mean, Mel Brooks does a lot of the same thing too. Like he pays no effort. Well, like in Blazing Saddles, he doesn't pay a lot of effort to make everybody's vernacular in the era that a Western was. He does that a bit more in like Young Frankenstein, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. But maybe maybe if I agree that overall I think if some things were played a bit more straight, the message of the movie would be more clear and the comedy would have been better. Because I think comedy and satire plays best when it's straight. Otherwise you get a Friedberg and Seltzer movie like Vampires Suck or something.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the comedy like the Heil Hitler scenes, you know, like the comedy plays best when there's also like there's authentic drama and tension going on in that scene.
Mm-hmm.
So like to put comedy in those scenes where also those other emotions are happening, I think makes it more strong. Do you know what I mean?
I do, yeah.
Yeah.
And because this film has been somewhat controversial because of its satirization of this serious subject, I was curious what some of the criticisms of this film were, and I was looking into what some people talked about. I talked with you about this briefly, but I kind of wanted to mention it on the podcast that some people were taking away messages of the movie that I don't think are quite apt. Like one of them was like, oh, not all Nazis are bad because Sam Rockwell's character does nice things, you know, and Jojo's not a bad kid, you know, he's just manipulated. So I think some people are reading into the film that the movie's saying that Nazis weren't necessarily bad, but I think you and I both kind of disagree with that.
I think that is an unfair statement. I do think the Sam Rockwell character, I don't know how I felt about it, but
he's been kind of typecast lately as like racist people who do like redemptive, nice acts.
Yeah, like 3 Billboards.
Yeah,
and this.
Yeah.
And I think he did another movie too.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know how I felt about it. It felt a little clumsy the way his like character was handled.
Well, I think the subtext of that, and I might be reading into this too much, but his character is kind of a schlub. He's kind of bad at his job, and he's just like directing these kids. But I think there's some subtext that he might be a homosexual because of how much he's like obsessed about like the uniforms and everything. So I think you could read into it that he wasn't into the Nazi party, but he was doing what he could to survive.
Because gay people were also like murdered.
Right. But I think I think I read into it that he was gay and that's why he's such a schlub at his job because he doesn't really want to be there. And that's why he looks out for Jojo, you know?
And that's also why he would, try to save people.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm. And we got to talk about Scarlett Johansson's character as Jojo's mom. I think she does a really good... She's having a great year. Holy shit.
Yeah, this and Marriage Story.
And if you want to include Avengers Endgame, where she has a pretty big role.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, she was busy.
And she got engaged to Colin Jost, the head writer at SNL.
That is so weird to me.
Isn't it?
She seems so out of his league.
Yeah.
Like, I really don't.
That's so strange.
Yeah. Anyway, back to the movie. What did you think about her character and her performance?
I think she did a really, really solid job. She brought a lot of heart to the film, I think. And throughout the course of the film, you realize she's this... you realize she's this good mom trying to be is arbiter the right word for what is that the right word? Arbiter for this Jewish girl she has hiding away to help her. And she has like, I think she's a really interesting character because she has these mixed feelings on her own son because her son has been persuaded by this Nazi party and she doesn't want him to be any part of it, but it's in a way keeping him safe. So she's doing the best she can, you know? It's a really interesting like triangle between Jojo, his mom, and the Jewish girl named Elsa.
I feel like Scarlett Johansson's character, it was kind of this
Rosie
it was like,
is her name. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Rosie. She's sort of this, it's like a combo of the modern like single mother doing the best she can with this like French resistance fighter, you know? And it felt like this like mashup of the two different kinds of characters almost. Like it felt more modern than usual. And she definitely like lent that heart you're talking about, and I think some of the scenes between her and Jojo were some of the most enjoyable scenes of the film.
To me, the highlight of the film, the best scene in the film, was when she put the soot on one side of her face and acted out Jojo's father and her having a conversation. That was just such a great moment, and like a really tender way to show the relationship that she had with her husband and how Jojo's father, the relationship they had together. It was a really great moment. And of course, Rosie ends up being hanged because they find out that she's holding a Jewish girl. And throughout the film, they pay a lot of attention to Rosie's shoes. And I kept on thinking, oh no, what's going to happen with these shoes? I know something bad is going to happen. And then the reveal of they show earlier on the bodies that are hanging of the people who were caught holding Jewish people, and I love that the line doesn't quite make a lot of sense at first because you don't realize she's harboring a Jewish girl, but Jojo asks what happened to these people, and she goes, "They did their best."
Yeah.
And when you see Rosie's feet hanging in that same place, that line begins to make more sense, and it was really powerful, and it really worked for me. It was I think it was one of the more memorable moments in film this year, I think. What did you think?
Yeah, it was a very like, to set that up visually like he did, he set it up so well.
Yeah.
Through just visual language. And it really like, you know, I kind of did a when I saw it, and I wasn't expecting it because the movie wasn't really angling that way yet. So I thought that was the most impactful emotional moment of the movie by far.
And I think Taika really handled that scene really respectfully. You know, he didn't show her face or anything like that. He just had Jojo hug her legs, you know?
Yeah.
And he's just alone in that town square. It's so sad. And it really sets up the rebellion he has to Hitler in the last act of the film.
Right. Which then it starts making a lot of sense why he would, obviously.
Yeah. And how do you think the ending of the movie worked? I'm glad they didn't go they could have gone to the cliche where like he actually falls in love with Elsa and they like kiss, but they hold back on that, which I appreciated.
Just because she's older, kind of.
Maybe.
Yeah. I thought so. The ending. What's his friend's name with the big glasses?
Oh, Yorkie.
He has some of the funniest parts of the movie in the last act when he's just like going around like he waves hi to Jojo and accidentally shoots a building with a bazooka.
You know, that always gets a huge laugh in the theater whenever I saw it in the trailer, but for some reason I that obvious kind of humor for some reason never quite lands with me. But
yeah, he has a lot of good one-liners too during that whole scene.
There's just also a lot of really cute, adorable moments with him, like Jojo's walking around in that, I think it's like a robot costume or something. He's walking around some sort of costume, and then Yorkie just comes up and just hugs him while he's in the costume.
Yeah. That was cute.
Mm-hmm.
The ending felt a little like a cliche cop-out to me, the whole like dance thing.
Yeah.
I don't know. That felt corny. Yeah, and that's kind of like where I'm saying the movie lost me. Like where it wasn't willing to, I don't think it met its content. Like, I think it played it too easy with its like answers to what it was trying to talk about. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I know it's kind of pointless and kind of silly to do the what if game, but I'm curious where you wish the movie had gone, like what you wish it would have done.
Well, when I think about so there's a lot of like Italian neo-realist movies that followed kids during war, you know, or like even like Andrei Rublev is a movie. I actually thought about that a lot. Andrei Tarkovsky's first movie, Andrei Rublev, which follows this kid who's Russian, and he like becomes a soldier because he has to. He becomes like a spy. And I was thinking of like Come and See, but those movies are all very... I mean, so Jojo got the best case scenario. He survived, but his like family is gone and his city is bombed out. I almost wish it would have ended on like a low note. Like,
okay. I think
just
I agree
because
with
that's
you there.
like, I think what it warrants.
Mhm.
Like, I think older movies that were made closer to the time that it happened, that were kind of based in this, always ended very low because the people making it were sometimes actually the kids in the situation.
Yeah.
And they knew what the feeling was actually like. And I think it felt like a cop-out to make it so triumphant at the end.
I think it was going for a happy, sad ending because it is a little somber because they're kind of dancing because they're almost like forcing it a little bit because things are kind of bad, but I don't think that tone quite lands as well as maybe it could have.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty effective satire because we don't see a lot of satire anymore these days. Yeah, and it's just satire and parody are like some of my favorite genres, and they come around so rarely, and I always just enjoy watching them. And throughout this film, just because it has to do with the Jewish people and Nazis and everything, I just kept wondering what Mel Brooks would have done if he had this story.
Yeah. Yeah. You sort of inevitably like think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. And I think it's hard though, because like satire, like you were saying, it's not around as much anymore. I think the world almost feels like a satire sometimes. So like making fun of it almost can't like reach the levels of absurdity that it's doing on its own sometimes, so I feel like that's why satire maybe is starting to like be not as popular.
I've never
like
heard
people
that
in
too.
power just feel less serious, it's hard to satirize like people who are trying to be goofy.
I think some of it ties into the fact that I think people are, even though it's justified, people are generally a bit more sensitive than they used to be. Like when this movie came out, they had to really market it hard. Like, hey, this is a satire on hate. We're not trying to hurt anyone's feelings. It comes with a lot of asterisks. So it's harder to be, it's harder to take risks in comedy now, I think, because of that. But I'm glad that Taika was able to get this made. That's pretty cool, I think.
It's definitely his post Thor movie.
Yeah, I think he's doing the old one for me, one for them kind of a deal.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Yeah. And that's a good deal to have. I'm sure you'd probably take that deal if you had it.
Yeah, it's better than all for them, none for me.
Yeah, like fine, I'll make a Venom sequel, but you gotta let me do my you gotta let me do my movie about somebody reflecting on a bobber their father bought them when they were a child, or whatever the kind of shit you're into. I'm just kidding. I think that about wraps up Jojo Rabbit. I think it's a really interesting film. I'm curious how it's going to do with the test of time, and if people are going to be revisiting this. I think this would be a really interesting person to hear, like the reaction to, like I said, somebody around like 13 or 14 seeing this, having this be their boy in the striped pajamas,
Yeah, which is obviously very different in tone. This is from that.
Different in tone, but similar in message, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. What would you give the Jojo Rabbit as a star rating?
I gave it. It's like in the 2.5 to 3 star rating for me right now.
Okay.
I don't know which, but it's like just. I'm a little disappointed in it, just because I felt like he didn't. I don't know. I feel like he didn't live up to the premise of it. What would you give it?
I gave it 3.5. I think it's pretty effective. And it's like right at the bottom of my top 10 of the year. It's probably going to get bumped out once I see a couple more, but I overall enjoyed it. Yeah, I think it's interesting our rating scales. I think it's funny how different they are, because you and I could feel the exact same about a film, but rate it very differently.
Yeah, I think so.
And I think that's because I was thinking about that, and I think it's because you've seen a lot of really incredible cinema, so your bar is really high, and I've seen a lot of like the most despicably awful movies you could possibly think of. So my bar is a lot lower.
I think that's true. I was thinking about that same thing. Yeah,
so I was like, if I gave Jojo Rabbit a 2.5, then what the fuck am I gonna give Aladdin? You know, and I can't give Aladdin half a star, because what the fuck am I gonna give Love on a Leash about a talking dog?
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, I see what you're saying. I was thinking about like literally that same thought recently. I was like, this has got to just be like what we're used to seeing, and you go to like the movies and you see like schlocky shit at the multiplexes, and I just don't even bother with that.
Yeah. And I'm always fascinated to see like, you know, I'm always fascinated to see like the like movies that are so bad they're good, and even movies that are so bad they're bad, just because I find that fascinating. So I think you're more well aware of the higher echelon of cinema, and I think I'm more well aware of like the bottom of the barrel that's available.
I think that's true.
I think that's what makes our dynamic so unique. And my goal is to get you to see some of the worst films imaginable. And yours is to try to get me to see some of the best. Which is why we're reviewing Cats next week, right?
We'll hold off on that. That is getting awful. The Letterboxd average of that is like 1.8 stars.
I'm looking at it right now. It is 1.8. Oof. Oh my goodness. I don't know if you know Chris Stuckman. He's a YouTuber. His review of it is hilarious. He said if Dante had seen Cats, he would have made another level of hell.
It's funny.
All right, let's talk about our other rabbit movie this week, Who Framed Roger Rabbit?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's play a clip from the trailer here.
Cut! What the hell is wrong with that take? Nothing with you, baby Herman. You were great. You were perfect. You were better than perfect. Just Roger. He keeps blowing his lines. Roger, what's this? A tweeting bird. Tweeting bird. Roger, read the script. Look what it says. It says rabbit gets clunked. Rabbit sees stars. Not birds. Stars! Can we lose the playback, please? Roger, you're killing me. For crying out loud, Roger. How the hell many times do we have to do this damn scene? Raoul, I'll be in my trailer. Taking a nap. Excuse me,
Please, Raoul, I can give you stars. Just drop the refrigerator in my head one more time.
Roger, I got on your head 23 times already.
I can take it. Don't worry about me.
I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about the refrigerator.
This is the tale of an up-and-coming movie star named Roger Rabbit and a down-and-out private detective named Eddie Valiant.
Ooga booga.
Every moment they were together was a new adventure in trouble.
Hide me, Eddie.
All right, so Who Framed Roger Rabbit was kind of a major film of my childhood. I watched this movie all the time because I grew up watching like old Looney Tunes cartoons because I had this old VHS thing. And I just loved the idea of having those characters interact with real life people. Of course, this isn't the first movie to have, you know, live action people interact with 2D characters, but this is the first movie that really nailed it, like really nailed it. And I think a big part of that is because of the director of animation, Richard Williams, who is a legend in the animated world, and Robert Zemeckis, who directed this movie, and he's always been the forefront of technology and cinema.
Yeah, he made Contact. He made Forrest Gump.
Back to the Future.
Yep.
Even experimenting with like Polar Express. You know, he's always pushing the limits of what technology can do in film.
Yep.
And I think this movie, even though it's a silly subject matter, it intentionally follows a lot of cliches because it's a bit of a noir parody as well, a film noir parody. But I personally, I think this movie is like a near masterpiece. This is my Chinatown, Jared.
Okay.
Yeah. All it's missing is like I'm surprised this line is in the movie because it would fit so perfectly to have like a police officer or a detective or somebody go up to Eddie and be like, "Forget it, Eddie. It's Toontown."
Toontown, exactly.
Yes. And I know this movie isn't really your cup of tea because I know you're not too into animation, but I feel like this is a movie everybody has to see because it's so ambitious and it's like nearly flawless in its execution. And for what it's trying to do, it's basically perfect, I think.
Oh, absolutely. Like the merging of animation and live action is like so
seamless.
Incredible. It's so incredible.
Yeah, and I showed you a video on kind of how they made it, and there was basically a rule for whenever they did this that you don't move the camera, but the only reason why they make that rule is because it's a lot more difficult to move the camera because then you have to animate each character in perspective, frame by frame, and they're like, screw it, let's do it. And it works so well. And one thing I really love about this is the animated characters really look like they're interacting with the real world, and there's like established rules that they always follow. Like if Roger Rabbit swallows real water, then he spits out real water, you know. And if an animated character is holding a gun, there's animated guns in this movie and there's live action guns. So if they're holding a real gun, then it's like a gun on a string, and then they animate around it, and they literally like drew everything by hand on the film. It's like insane once you realize like all of the work that went into this. It's really a labor of love for sure.
Yeah. The attention to detail and like the shadow and all of that stuff is so it's like mind-blowing.
But what was your initial reaction of the movie as a whole? I mean, looking past just the technical aspect of it.
My initial reaction to the movie as a whole was that like it was a really, really incredible technical film that had a pretty like kind of standard film noir plot in it to kind of hold it together. Yeah. That's about it.
That's about it. I can't disagree with you there. But I think that's I think you would agree that's obviously intentional because this movie is subverting and parodying the film noir genre. I mean, it's about a PI trying to solve this murder case, and somebody's framed for murder, and you gotta, it's a mystery, and it's really obvious who the villain is because Christopher Lloyd walks in and he's chewing the scenery.
It's like it's not even about the story almost.
No. Yeah, there's a lot of like revelations and how people find out information, and that's kind of put on the back burner for just the fun of the movie and the jokes and the humor, which I think all work really well. There's rarely like a joke that doesn't land for me in this film.
Yeah, that's like a thing it does well, is that it's like the humor's good, it's smart, it's not stupid. Yeah, it like plays well for sure. Because it could have been like a shitty movie with this cool technical stuff,
Yeah.
But it's really not. So
on top of all the technical stuff, it's a movie that actually has a lot of heart to it, I think. Because I think Bob Hoskins does an excellent job as Eddie Valiant, which is like the most 1930s film noir name you could possibly think of. But I think part of what really makes this film work is how straight he plays his role. Like he's in the movie Chinatown. He's plucked straight out of the film Chinatown, I think. and is just playing everything super straight until towards the end where he does a little song and dance to save the day. But that's sort of against his will.
Yeah.
And that's his character is juxtaposed so well with Roger Rabbit, who's just an amalgamation of pretty much every Looney Tunes character.
Well, and I think that like that helps it ground it into the reality of the film too.
Mm-hmm.
Like his sort of like straight man quality brings that further step that he's actually interacting and he has stakes in this world. You know, if you would have played it too campy, it would have felt all like one big cartoon. You know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they pay great. They make a great effort to distinct the serious real world with the cartoony toon world, and sometimes those two worlds have like a weird consequence to it that you don't expect. Like one of my favorite like jokes, but also something that cements the reality of this film, is Eddie Valiant had a brother that he worked with, and he died, and like he walks away, and they're like, "Geez, what happened to him?" And she goes, "His brother was killed by a toon, dropped a piano right on his head." And it's like funny and so tragic at the same time. Like,
yeah,
it's like a humorous line, but in the reality of this world, that's how people could die. It's just by these cartoony ways that have real life consequences if you're not a toon. So yeah, I like the world building and the characters and the jokes. I mean, this movie's like a great movie for me to put on, like if I'm sick or in a bad mood or something.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a great atmosphere. And I don't know if you know this. This is the only time that Daffy Duck and Donald Duck have ever shared the screen together.
Really?
Yeah.
Are they different? Let me think. Are they owned by the same company?
Daffy, well, you know what's funny is I believe this movie was made by Warner Brothers. I might be wrong. So there's a lot of Looney Tunes characters which are owned by Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
And there's a line towards the beginning of the movie where Eddie gets scared and he goes, "Relax, it's just Dumbo. We have him on loan from Disney." And that's pretty much what was actually happening in the film, because there was a lot of like legal battles between Disney and Warner Brothers.
I could imagine.
Yeah, I think they made an agreement that they would have the two on screen, but they like had to have the same number of like words, like lines that they said, and they had to be on screen for the same amount of time, like by the frame.
Really?
I believe that's true. Yeah,
that's wild. Just another constraint to work into. Right,
but it was worth it though, because when you see those two together, it's like this. I mean, if you're aware of the fact that, you know, they've never been on screen together, it's like a big moment that even though they're owned by different companies, if there was a world in which animated characters could interact with the real world, they would be it would be a possibility that they'd be in the same room together.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
And then, of course, they're sort of fighting with each other on the piano and that great vaudeville-ish scene.
Yeah.
And then later on, Bugs Bunny and Mickey Mouse show up at the same time when he's falling through the sky.
Yeah, that was the one that was really like, that was the better than Daffy and Donald to me kind of thing.
Because they're such big icons.
Well, they're the two biggest of each one, for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Are there movies that do things similar to this now?
Do you mean like the interaction of the live action and animated?
Yeah.
Not to this degree that I know of. I'm usually pretty aware of it when I see it. I mean, you could argue that Avengers Endgame is pretty much this, because that movie's like 80% animated, technically.
And that's what I was thinking about, is like the CGI thing with it. But don't people wear like people are there and they just have like body suits going on, right?
Yeah, I believe it's a lot. Like, this movie was made in 1988. If they wanted to make a Who Framed Roger Rabbit sequel now, it would be a lot easier to do with computers and motion tracking and all those modern tools that we have now, but they had to do it all by hand back then.
Which makes it all that much more impressive.
Absolutely. And the fact that they had to put more work into it, the work shows.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if it was easy, if it was an easier process to do, the work wouldn't show as much. But yeah, I'm not sure if as far as like 2D animated characters interacting with real life characters. It hasn't been done a whole lot, and I think that to this day this is the best. You can't get much better than this, I think.
Yeah, no, definitely.
I really like how this film merges film noir tropes with cartoony, like Looney Tunes tropes. My favorite one is towards the beginning, like the first act of the film, where you're introduced to Jessica Rabbit, who's like an obvious like sex symbol, obviously.
Femme fatale.
Femme fatale, yeah. And she's like drawn way out of proportion on purpose, like way to the extreme, which bothers some people. I can see why, but she's supposed to be like over the top, her character design, especially with the line where Eddie's talking to Betty Boop and she's like, oh yeah, this is how they draw the girls now. And he goes like, she's married to Jessica Rabbit, and she goes, yeah, what a lucky girl. But there's a moment where he's taking the pictures, and it sounds like she's like having an affair with the studio exec, and then he's like, I got pictures of your wife playing patty cake, and like it's gonna be like you think it's gonna be like this 1930s film noir like talk for like hanky panky and having an affair, but they're literally just playing patty cake.
Yeah.
And then it's just as devastating to Roger that they're actually playing patty cake. I love that kind of that humor. It's really, really clever.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. Was there anything that kind of surprised you that you weren't expecting before watching this? Because I'm assuming that you were aware of this film before you saw it.
Yeah. It gets pretty scary, like toward the end. I think that was probably what surprised me the most.
Especially with Judge Doom. What's his name? Christopher Lloyd's character.
Yeah, with like the eyes and that whole thing was like pretty crazy.
I remember as a kid being really terrified when he's got that juice. I think, is that what they call it? The juice.
Mm-hmm.
The chemical that kills animated characters.
Yeah.
When they got Jessica and Roger tied up and the juice is coming for them, or the dip, that's what it's called. The dip is coming for them. I remember being terrified of that as a kid. Like, it's a really scary scene.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
And I think too, like the other thing that really surprised me was like, it was in that video you showed me, but like hitting the practical light in the shot. So you have to always change the light throughout the scene. Like little things like that, like purposefully trying to make it harder and make it more impressive, I think.
I'm sure a lot of directors have done that, but I can't recall a time where I've just seen a filmmaker be like, let's make it hard for ourselves because the work will pay off.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I remember an interview I saw with Jackie Chan from like the 80s where he's like, people are too, like all these things, he's basically saying like all these tricks I do, all these stunts I do, it looks like it's really hard, but it's not. You could do it. But do you have the patience? Like people are too lazy because they're worried about money, but it's a film. It lasts forever.
Yeah.
So you got to do it.
Exactly.
And I think that's sort of the philosophy behind the filmmakers of this film as well.
Exactly. What star rating did you give it?
I give Roger Rabbit 4.5 stars. I absolutely love this film.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not sure where that extra half star is. I think it's just because it's not like, it's not like a true cinema classic, like
right.
Ingmar Bergman film or something.
Right.
So I try to reserve 5-star films for movies that have just like a little extra something special. But yeah, I absolutely adore this film.
Mm-hmm.
What about you?
I would give it, I think, 4 stars. I mean, just on the technicality alone, you almost have to give it 4 stars. And what it lacks in sort of that like classic cinema or like trying to be about something, I think it makes up for in like at least telling a story with humor and like good characters and that stuff.
The movie does try to be like about something towards the end, but it's only mentioned towards the end. I think if they would have set up because you find out that the real motivation behind the bad guy is he wants to build the first international highway, which I think is hilarious. Like a highway, you monster. Because he wants to put it right through Toontown, but it turns out that breaking the bridge between those two towns kind of helped them come together.
Mm-hmm.
But I think if that idea of there's like some subtext of maybe gentrification or something.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
that's true. That's a good point.
But I think the movie could have probably done a bit better on kind of really nailing that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I mean, the obvious thing to go to in this film is having it be a racial allegory, which is, I think, a fair reading of the film. You know, it takes place in the 30s, and they're the Toons and the humans are literally segregated. They have their own town and everything.
Yeah,
so.
No, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, I think if Robert Zemeckis and his team came back, I mean, I'm not a fan of sequels, but I would like to see another film that tries to do something like this, because I do really have a real appreciation for that Looney Tunes style animation, and Richard Williams is the king, man. If you ever look up his IMDb, he's like one of the masters of animation.
Was he part of the Looney Tunes group?
I believe so. He was also the head. I don't know. Have you ever heard of the film The Thief and the Cobbler?
I think so. Yeah.
It's this animated film that went through like production hell, and it took like 20 years to get made. And it's a kind of a real mess, but it's got some really innovative animation in it, and Richard Williams was the guy behind that film. It's one of Luke's my brother's favorite films. It's a really interesting movie to know the history behind. I've been trying to convince him to come on the podcast and talk about that movie, because he'd have a lot more to say about it than I would, but it's got a really, really fascinating history. Because yeah, it's Aladdin, it kind of seems like a ripoff of Aladdin because it came out after Aladdin. But because it was in production hell for so long, Aladdin is actually kind of a ripoff of it. It's like this weird thing. And I think it has Vincent Price's last vocal performance in it. Yeah. But anyways, yeah. I really loved Roger Rabbit. And I'm glad you enjoyed it, because I was worried that this would really not be your thing and you would have been like a nightmare for you. But I'm glad you saw the value in it.
Yeah, the technical stuff was good.
Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, that about wraps it up for this episode. If you like what you hear, leave a review on iTunes. It helps us out quite a bit. If you have any questions or comments for us, you can email us at inthecanmovies@gmail.com. And for next week, because this is the movie season, we're entering Oscar season, so there's going to be a lot of good feature films coming out. We're going to do a big blockbuster and a more of a smaller indie film next week. So we're going to talk about Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker, and the Safdie brothers' new film, Uncut Gems, with your boy, Adam Sandler.
Yeah. Performance of a lifetime.
That's what I hear. I was watching SNL last night, and Pete Davidson had like a walk-on for the Weekend Update, and he was doing something not about Adam Sandler, not about Uncut Gems, but like right before his segment was over, he said, "Go see Uncut Gems. Sandler is the man." So I guess that's the note we'll leave you off with this week. Go see Uncut Gems. Sandler is the man. Thanks for listening, and I hope you feel better. You're going on a trip, right?
Yeah, I'll be in Israel for about 10 days, so gotta get myself good and ready to go for that. Don't want to travel sick.
Well, I'm looking forward to hearing about it. So, yeah. We'll see you guys next time
See ya.
with Star Wars and Uncut Gems.
Yep.
Later.
Bye.